empirical. That's how.
Yeah.
Do you
good
that's
enough.
goes back to my question. What is empirical?
No.
Bacon.
You
Man, you
observe-
guys really don't have an argument.
You
just
want to
bacon,
for
bacon,
semantics now.
bacon.
I want to
No,
understand. No.
Not semantics.
What do you
What
mean,
is
Riggs? This
empirical?
is a terrible
I said-
argument he's making.
I said
No.
empirically the sun is moving across the sky. You said, what if it's doing so and so?
No, I'm not saying.
And
what
I
if,
asked
what
you,
if. I'm
what
not
is
saying what if.
what is
Let me
empirical?
answer you properly. I don't give a fuck. The thing is,
So-
I asked you. Let me.
You're proving my
I
point.
asked
Bacon,
you
bacon,
Dude,
specifically.
bacon, that's hilarious.
Yeah,
I-
I've never
I
heard you
asked
talk
you-
like that.
Sit on the
Ask you
sidelines.
specific-
Bacon.
Let me
Sit on the
finish.
side. No, you're
You're
done.
Hold
You're
on, let
finished.
Bacon
You don't
get
say
it.
Come on,
what the-
come on,
you're
turkey
not-
bacon,
you're not
put it down.
Hold on,
anything.
let Bacon get
It's
his 2
not-
cents
No,
out.
why should he get
on
anything
you.
out?
It's not
He's
on
already
you.
Because
proven
everyone
himself.
gets a chance to talk. Hold on.
Let him talk, man. You kidding? Let him talk. Go ahead, Bacon.
I asked you how to distinguish if the Earth is stationary or if it's moving in a constant velocity. You said that you observe the sun moving. That doesn't tell you if the Earth
Empirically,
is stationary or moving constantly. Because
Empirically, it does.
whatever
No,
constant
it doesn't.
velocity, whatever constant velocity the Earth has, if you sum that to the sun, it will give you the exact same empirical observation. So based on that
It's still
empirical
empirical.
observation, you're not distinguishing.
Give
you're
me
not
your
distinguishing.
empiricism.
It's if those both scenarios would give you the exact same observation, the observation isn't distinguishing between the
It's still
scenarios.
empirical.
It's simple as that.
Listen to what I'm saying. It's still empirical.
You're not
Correct.
listening to what he's saying,
So
Egypt.
what?
Yeah. He's
Your
not interested.
empirical data is not distinguishing between two scenarios.
It's still
you're
empirical,
saying-
though.
You're saying
At least
I'm
it's
asking you-
empirical. You're giving me what
I
ifs.
agree
Answer
with
the
that. I'm
question.
not
Listen, Bacon. You're giving me what ifs. I'm giving you empirical. So which is better? Which is better
Great-
data?
great point.
What if data or empirical data?
No, they're both the
Yeah, what-
same in this.
and what if
because
They're both the
what I asked
same.
you-
Oh,
What if
okay.
you're wrong? dude?
Let me
What if
explain.
you're wrong?
Stop
What if
interrupting me.
what if you're a unicorn?
You're just admitting you can't handle this conversation because you're not letting me speak.
Me?
So I'm
Yeah.
asking you to distinguish between A and B. You provided me an observation that matches A. And I'm saying, well, the exact same observation also matches B. So that doesn't distinguish between A and B.
Yeah.
Did you
doesn't
make
matter.
that
You
observation?
can-
Did you make that other what if observation that you're giving me?
That's
Is
not
it
a
match
empirical?
both.
That's
It would
not
match-
another
Is it empirical?
observation. We
It would
are
match
both
both
talking about the
models, though,
exact
is-
same observation. We're not talking
You're
about
giving me
different-
what if
It matches
imaginable.
both.
No,
It
I'm not
matches.
giving you
Listen,
any.
hold on a
what
second,
if.
Bacon. Hold on. In Egypt, it matches both models. The thing you're saying, the observation, it would be the same. You'd see the same thing on either one.
Well, the
He's
observation
asking how would
in
you
of
test
itself.
for it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Listen, what I'm saying is the observation in of itself is empirical. He's giving
But how
me
do you
a
test
what.
for it?
not
Empirical
denying
means
it's
testable.
Listen
Empirical
to
means testable, right? You think you're
no, empirical does not mean testable.
Oh,
Yes, it does.
That's why I
That's
asked
crazy.
Bacon.
Well,
for
he's
the
asking how you
definition
would
of
test
empirical.
for it. He's asking how you would test for it.
Yeah, you empirical.
You can't just look at it and say it's this way, but because it would match the other way too.
Why do you think science is empirical?
Do you understand what I'm saying right now? He's
Yes,
asking
I
how would you
understand.
test for it.
You're going beyond the point. You're not listening.
You have a way to
You're
test
doing-
for it?
The in of itself, the fact that it's empirical is just a point of data.
Yeah,
Empirical means
but the
testable,
same
by the way.
empirical data
oh,
you're
yeah,
giving is compatible with both possibilities. So you're
Exactly.
Not distinguishing
I
between
didn't
them.
disagree with that. I
So you're-
didn't.
so
Give me
why is
your
that an
empirical
answer?
data for your what if scenario.
I asked you specifically how to distinguish between A and B. Now you just
Don't
agreed
ask
that your
me.
answer. You just
Answer
agreed.
my question.
Let me
I made it.
finish. Let me finish. You just agreed that your answer doesn't distinguish between A and B, and I asked it how you distinguish between A and B. So why the
Okay,
fuck do you
listen.
answer that if you
Okay,
know
okay.
it doesn't distinguish?
I'll answer you. I'll answer you.
So why
At
the
least,
fuck?
at least my answer has empiricism. What does your what if situation have, other than a what if question? Does
I'm
it
not
have
saying what if.
empiricism? See, I asked you what is empiricism. Bacon.
You're completely lost, right?
Listen,
not saying
Egypt,
what
he can
if.
do the same thing you're doing. He can say, I see the sun moving through the sky. That means I'm falling backwards as the earth rotates
No,
behind
it
me or
doesn't.
whatever.
No,
You
it
can
means
say
you're
you can
seeing.
say I'm on a you can say I'm on a flat Earth
Listen,
Comes-
Jeremy.
and the sun's moving
Empiricism,
away.
empiricism
Hold on a
is
second.
establishing that
Hold
the
on a
sun is
second, bro.
moving away.
Hey.
Dude, it comes down to how Nathan Oakley would always explain it, and it's like if you don't have the possibility,
Fuck
if you
Nathan
cannot,
Oakley. What the fuck are you talking about?
if you don't have the reference frame from the sun, for example, then you're begging the question that it's that we are moving. There's no other way. It's begging the question.
Well, in a sense of empiricism, exactly my point. What I'm saying is, I have empiricism behind my claim. All
Empirical-
Bacon has
Conjecture.
empirical. So, are you asking what
if
empirical
something's
means?
empirical, if something's empirical, it's testable.
No,
repeatable,
empirical
observable.
is data based on your five senses. Basically, that's all it is. It's something
Your
that
data-
is observed, heard, felt.
The data that you're presenting is compatible with both possibilities.
Regardless,
So
it's data.
No,
I'm not saying it's either or. All I'm saying is I observe. Listen, Bacon. All I'm saying, I observe the sun to move from east to west.
Yep.
Do you have a problem with that?
There we go. Ready? This is the number one result from Merriam-Webster. Full definition of empirical: originating in or based on observation or experience, empirical data, relying on experience or observation alone, often without due regard for system and theory, an empirical basis for the theory.
Exactly.
Number
Not your
three, hold
understanding.
on. Number three, capable of being verified or disproved by observation or experiment, empirical laws.
Exactly. And that's what I'm asking
Experiment.
for. I'm asking
Testable.
for empirical data that goes against what I'm saying. The sun is traveling east to west.
Same
That's
observation goes
empiricism.
against what you're saying.
I'm not
That's
denying what you're
empiricism.
saying. You're reversing how it works.
I'm not reversing anything, man.
Yes, I don't have to prove
your
you
question.
wrong.
That's
You
some
just said
projection
before
right
that
there.
If you have
it cannot work on both models. It cannot work on both models unless you're begging the question that you can have the viewpoint from the sun. That's the only way. You have to beg the question. So without begging the question, the sun is moving. That's it.
You're just saying
Listen,
words.
guys,
Meaning.
you don't need the viewpoint from the sun. It's either happening or it's not. Whether you have the viewpoint from the sun or not.
Again, I made it clear. My point is very clear. I gave an empirical data point where I said the sun moves across the sky when I observe it empirically. It moves east to west.
Does it demonstrate that the Earth is stationary?
In of it, like in its essence, in its empiricism, it does. Can you show me otherwise empirically? Go ahead. That's what I'm asking for.
No, I'm not saying otherwise. I'm asking
exactly. You have nothing. You have nothing. I showed you empirically how it is. Empirically.
So you agree? I mean, either you agree that your empirical data is garbage to this question, or you show how that proves your point. You can have both.
Are you listening to what I'm saying?
Yes.
I said empirically, I can show you. Empirically, I can show you that the sun has a certain path, east to west, from wherever I stand on this earth. It will always move east to west, and it will move, not me. Me standing still, empirically, will cause the sun, or would be the result of my observation, will always be the sun moving east to west. Now, you are saying that could be a result. Listen, could be a result of the Earth moving, not the sun. Now, I'm asking for you. Listen. I'm asking for you to show me your what if question.
You completely misunderstood it.
Empirically,
I'm not. What I'm saying is completely independent of the movement of the sun.
I gave you empiricism. You give me the same empirical.
Yeah, you're the same empirical data.
He's not even listening to you.
Yeah, he isn't, because now I just realized that he thinks what I'm asking is related to
Bacon, where are you going with your question? Bacon, what is the point of your line of questioning? Because it's not based
were you here
reality,
when we were talking about reference frames?
Yeah, who was here?
Yeah, I was listening, yes.
Thank you. There you go.
Yeah, right. Okay.
So we
then
have
you're-
empiricism. You guys have conjecture,
Oh, we
and you
have
just want us to
empiricism as
like
well.
accept that.
Either this
Bacon,
observation
what is
fits
empiricism?
both hypotheses. Well, we
Bacon,
already
what is
answered that.
empiricism? No, you didn't.
The
Go
earth
ahead.
is flat, Bacon.
I
I'm
did.
listening.
and
We
you
don't
left,
accept
and I said, well,
conjecture.
I'm listening. What is empiricism? Bacon.
We already went over that, Egypt. Just
Ed,
answer
don't
his
don't
question.
help him.
No,
Don't white knight.
You're not answering the question.
No, I made a point
No, you
with
didn't
regards
make
to empiricism.
You didn't answer the question.
It was my question to begin with.
No, you didn't
What
answer
question?
his question.
It was my question, Ed, not his.
No, he asked you to distinguish between a stationary.
So he's answering my
and
question with a question?
non-stationary Earth. And the example you gave doesn't distinguish between them.
That wasn't my question, though.
But that was
What
his
was my
question.
That was
You've been
my
What
avoiding
was my
that
question,
for
An
Ed?
hour ago.
I started with a question.
No, absolutely
Not him.
No.
Yes.
This
Everyone
question,
can
the question
agree.
is-
He
It was
asked
my
you
question.
to distinguish between a stationary Earth and a non-stationary Earth, and you didn't answer it. All you gave us one example that falls.
No,
under
I gave.
both.
Okay, let me answer
And
your
now you're
question.
here still interrupting because you're scared to answer.
Okay, can I go now? Or am
Are
I
you going to
scared?
answer the question?
Yes.
Let's not go there, Ed.
Can I give my answer? Or am I scared?
Go ahead. You don't need Ed's permission. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead, Ed.
So my answer again, I have empiricism, i.e., I have observation. I observe the sun to move across the sky from east to west. What do you have, Ed?
That explains both
Again,
scenarios. It didn't distinguish between them. Go
Answer
ahead.
my question.
No, it didn't distinguish between them. You didn't answer the question yet.
I did. I told you, according to
Yeah,
empiricism,
your example falls under both scenarios, so you didn't answer the question.
but I have empiricism to answer the
you
question.
didn't answer
What
the
do you
question
have?
because it falls under
your
both
empirical
scenarios.
observation. Your empirical observation.
Yes,
matches
my
both
empirical.
possibilities. It's not
Okay,
showing
but
any
at
of them
least
to be
I
the
have
right one.
that. What do you have?
Yeah, so both have them. If matches both, then both have them. What are you
No.
asking?
But it's not empiricism then.
Why
Yeah,
is
it
not
is. It's an
empiricism?
observation.
Okay, so you observe that you are spinning, not the sun.
No, we're not talking
Moving?
about spinning. I already
No,
mentioned
not
that
spinning, moving,
multiple
moving.
times.
Okay, so both scenarios, it's either the sun is moving across the sky, or me personally on the earth is moving. Correct?
No,
These are
no,
the
no,
two
no.
scenarios.
No,
The Earth's
no,
moving.
that's not.
Okay,
Those are
give me
not the
the
two
third.
scenarios.
Give me the third scenario.
I think that's right,
the
almost.
Earth is stationary or the Earth is moving. What the
You
sun
just
is doing,
repeated
what
what
the
I
sun
said.
is. No, because I didn't mention the sun. Whatever the sun is doing, I don't care. If the sun is, if there is a dome, for example, and the sun is just a projection on that dome that is particular for everyone, like some flat earthers believe, which I think is one of
My
the.
God, you're going off the point. Answer the question.
Right,
It's
right.
either
So
the sun
if-
moving or I'm moving. Correct?
Right.
The observation that you said matches
because
both
we-
models.
The question was
These
about
both match.
Earth, Egypt. Stop running.
No,
I'm
you-
running.
you-
whatever
almost
okay,
isn't
whatever
dodging anything.
whatever flat earth model is the right one, whatever the earth is, we can just move it in a constant velocity, right?
See, the funny
And
thing
all
is,
the
you've moved it to a
observations-
flat
I
Earth
haven't
versus
finished.
globe
I haven't
Earth.
finished.
No,
I haven't finished.
because you're off the
I
point.
haven't-
I never mentioned flat Earth.
I don't
I'm talking about the
care.
movement.
I'm just giving
Sun.
better context.
So
And
you're off
empiricism, no, empiricism, me observing the sun moving, you guys are saying, what if the sun is moving? I mean, the earth is moving rather than the sun. But I've already empirically showed you that the sun is
It
moving.
works in both scenarios. You didn't distinguish between them. Try again.
Empirically, I did.
No,
See,
you
that's
didn't. Because your
empirically.
empirical
What is
observation
empiricism?
falls under both scenarios.
I don't care. I've
Right, you don't
actually
care.
showed.
So please let
Yeah,
someone
listen,
else answer
listen,
the question because
listen,
you
Ed.
obviously can.
Listen, my evidence is
You just
empirical.
said you don't
What is
care,
your
Egypt.
evidence?
Then
My
don't
evidence
meddle
is
with it.
empirical.
Let
What is
someone
your
else
evidence?
answer.
My evidence is empirical. What
And it
is
falls
your
under
evidence?
both scenarios.
Empirical?
So you can distinguish between stationary Earth and moving Earth, which means you didn't answer the question.
Which
And
means
you
you're
just
not
said
listening.
you don't care. So let someone else answer, Egypt. Stop interrupting.
I'm done.
All right. Yeah, you are done. Please stop.
I'm a broken
Just
record.
go on mute, please.
All right, what would you like then? What would you like someone else to contribute?
Here's how you actually test it now. You ready?
Yeah.
That fucking over with. You would move something in a straight line. You could draw a straight line on the surface of Earth, move something in a straight line over that line you drew. Then you could view it from the inertial reference frame. And in one you would see it curving because it wouldn't follow that straight line on the ground. If you were on the ground, it wouldn't follow that straight line. But if you were in the inertial reference frame, it would follow that straight line. That's how you would know Coriolis is actually happening. Am I here? Did I get disconnected?
No, you're here. You mean if you move through the air, you're not gonna follow the straight line? What do you mean?
Yeah, you draw a straight line on the surface. Right? You with me so far? You draw a straight line on the surface of Earth. You with me so far?
Yes.
Okay, then you would fly. I guess if you stayed over that straight line, though. Hold on, let me rethink that. The way to tell is you would move something in a straight line, and in the non-inertial frame it would curve, in the inertial reference frame it would go straight. That's how you check for it.
Jen, you're hot micing.
Oh yeah.
Well, if you're moving through the air, then the air is moving with the Earth. What exactly is your example then, Jen?
Wait, so you're saying Neil deGrasse Tyson is incorrect?
Well, no, look, I already know what you're going to say, but this football is moving through the air, and an airplane is moving because of the air. It's moving with the air. It's a different example.
So footballs... that's really cool. Planes are faster than footballs.
No, the football is
how does something that's... So is a plane.
It's not... Wait, what? Plane is not a projectile.
A plane isn't going... A plane can't go in a straight line like a projectile?
Plane is not a projectile. That's the difference.
Yes.
If it goes in a straight line, and tell that to the people on 9/11.
What?
Y'all are fucking...
That just went south.
Yeah.
That was
Well, don't say stupid things.
Well, you're saying stupid things. We're talking about
a plane going in a single direction in a straight line is not a projectile. Are you out of your mind?
I said
no, it is not. It is a controlled, powered flight. A projectile
in a straight line. In a straight line,
projectile
it's being powered left and right.
You can't compare a projectile to an airplane.
Have you ever heard of a rocket-propelled bullet?
Yeah, or just Jesus.
Have you ever heard of a rocket-propelled bullet? Because this exists.
Oh, good.
Have you ever heard of it?
Nice one,
yes
bro.
Or no? Have you ever heard of it? Yes or no?
Heard of what?
No,
I've never heard. A rocket-propelled bullet.
Talk about projectiles. You need to talk about projectiles.
No.
Yeah, but it's a powered bullet.
Stop. Yes or no? Yes or no?
Bullet.
Have you ever heard of a rocket-propelled bullet? This exists. Have you heard of it?
That would make it a miniature rocket, though, not a bullet.
That doesn't matter what words you want to ascribe to it. Have you heard? It's a yes or no question. Have you heard?
Does it still go in a straight line?
No, don't ask that. Don't ask that. Have they ever heard of it? It's a yes or no question.
That's a miniature rocket, not a bullet.
No, have you heard of it? Have you heard of it?
Irrelevant.
No, it is relevant.
So you're skirting the question, Ed. For the record, you're skirting the question.
Have you heard of rocket-propelled bullets? They exist. Have you heard of them?
Yeah, they're miniature rockets. I've heard of them.
Okay. So you need to stop saying yes, because I have a second follow-up question. Is a rocket-propelled bullet a projectile?
I just said it 1,000,000 times. It's a rocket.
No. Have you heard of a rocket-propelled bullet, and is a rocket-propelled bullet a projectile?
Yeah, he already answered that question twice, man.
Okay, so then we're saying that an airplane is a projectile.
No, it isn't.
It is not.
Well, then you just really confuse people.
It really confused people. An airplane going in a straight line acts how differently than a bullet going in a straight line?
Bullets don't go in straight lines. That's why.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. This is where we get. I mean, this is where we get hung up.
Things tend to go downward. So if you shoot a bullet, it's never going straight. It's going down.
If you are disagreeing with Neil deGrasse Tyson, then if you're going to say a bullet doesn't go in a straight line,
fall down. If you shoot a bullet, it stays in the air forever. Is that what you think? Seriously?
It goes in a straight line, not up or down.
Show me a bullet going in a straight line, please.
Left or right. We're talking about left or right, not up and down.
Yeah, forget the up and down part.
About that, then everything on curved Earth can go in a straight line either, because it's not going left or right. Thank you.
Is the rocket-propelled bullet a projectile?
Just solved that one really quick, didn't I? Thanks, Fuzzy Ewok.
It actually accelerates after it leaves the barrel. It actually goes faster after the initial projection. It leaves the barrel and accelerates. Because
how many of you guys are drunk right now?
You can count me as one.
Whoever's drunk, stop arguing with flat Earth, please.
Jeremy, check this
come
out.
on.
Ed, can you read what I just posted, please? Can you read the definition of projectile that I just posted, please, Ed?
Yeah, it's
if you would
fired
be so
from
kind.
a rocket or gun. Fired from a rocket or gun. So it's not a rocket or the gun, dumbass.
So it's both, right? A projectile?
No, it's
both
fired
a rocket
from
and a bullet, right, Ed?
It's fired from something.
Unbelievable. Even when you read it on your own.
All right,
Ed.
check it out. How about this? A glider. A glider. Is a glider in going in this straight? Is that a projectile?
No.
No, it's not. It's powered flight.
No, it's controlled flight. Controlled flight.
I'd just like to say, even though I know complaining about moderation is immediate mute qualification, I just want to say, anyone calling someone a dumbass deserves to be muted, and I actually don't blame the person who said dumbass. I honestly blame the moderation for letting this person speak again at this point. I got some issues with the rules and the application of the rules here.
All right, let's not call names. Pretty please with the cherry on top. Don't call names, guys. Thanks.
Yeah, please, guys. Come on. Don't make our job difficult.
Dumbass.
Dumbass.
No, that's funny because Egypt was interrupting constantly.
I mean, I got muted just a few days ago for telling someone who was interrupting me 4 times in a row to shut up. So I don't know. I got some issues with this place's moderation. I know that's an immediate muting qualification for me even saying that right now.
For like
look.
30 minutes
Let me answer that. Let me answer that. He's absolutely right, but you got to understand. Sometimes to let the conversation flow, we'll disregard something that's not so so bad. So don't whine, and we're having a good conversation. Let's continue, okay?
Yeah, rules are rules, and favored people, and
No, it's not.
There's no favorite people. We let Rumpus say how many times have we let Rumpus slide, and it happens on both sides. So let's not be babyish about it. If somebody muted you for the wrong reason, be a man about it, and let's move on.
To play it a little loosey.
I thought we were moving on. Yeah, we're moving on. So
sure.
Ed, what do you have to say about this argument?
Which one?
The argument we're talking about. Reference frames.
We talked about a lot of things. You have to be specific.
Just give
what's up,
your summary.
There's someone waiting to check him.
Oh, all right. Thank you.
Oh, good.
Your summary of the argument, Ed, because you accused me of interrupting, so I'm giving you the platform. Go ahead.
Disappointed in all the mods.
You still didn't.
So go somewhere else. If you say that again, I'm going to mute you. Okay? You're disappointed in the mods. Make a ticket and complain. I don't want to hear you whining. Okay?
Moving on. So Ed, you're going to answer the question?
Yeah, I was, and then this happened.
Go ahead.
So, your answer didn't distinguish between stationary and moving Earth. So you can keep saying it's empirical observation, that's fine. It doesn't distinguish, so you didn't answer the question.
I'll have to actually agree with you, Ed. That wasn't the point.
Well, that was Bacon's point, and you kept interrupting him. So
well, I had a point before Bacon did. What was my point, Ed?
Not really. He was asking questions and explaining stuff the whole time.
So you don't know my point.
No, you asked the question afterwards because you didn't want to answer his question.
No, I was making a point, and I asked a question.
Yeah, you kept whining about empirical or something, and I already explained.
What is empirical?
You didn't distinguish between stationary and moving, so it doesn't matter.
Let's understand what I stated.
It doesn't matter how many times you shout empirical or talk about empiricism. You didn't distinguish between stationary and moving. So stop with the empirical rant. It doesn't matter.
I'm not gonna rant or anything. I'm just asking you, what is empirical?
Yeah, we've already been over that.
No, you haven't been over that.
Yeah, we have.
I wasn't here for it. Could you go over it for me? I wasn't here for it. Could you just repeat it for my sake, please?
To be fair, when Egypt asked that question, Bacon answered with, I don't know.
Yeah, and then it was
Ed,
explained.
maybe you'd like to answer that question, Ed?
It was explained in detail afterwards, so we already went over that, and we're still waiting. We're still waiting for the evidence.
Yes, Eggshells, thank you for answering my question very simply. But Ed likes to go in circles. But
yeah, because you're not answering the question, Egypt.
Ed, you seem to be grandstanding.
I'm proving a point.
You've gone out of your way to spend
you also
more time
said you didn't
talking
care
about
the
the
question.
answer.
No, you complain about me talking about empiricism when you don't even know the meaning of it. So I'm proving my point. Yes, irrelevant to you. Yes. So shut up and let someone else talk. Who knows empiricism?
No, you should let someone else talk because you said
I'll
you
shut
didn't
up.
care
I'll
about
shut
the
up.
question, Egypt. So if you don't care, then let someone else answer.
What kind of
moving on.
what kind of
What do you
bacon
want to
are
talk
you?
about, Ed? What do you want to talk about?
Anything.
Freaky.
Bring up a subject, Ed. Please go ahead.
Can I ask him?
Ed's not interested in having a conversation. He's interested in killing conversations right now.
I know. That's why I'm asking him for that precise reason. Percentage.
What's going on?
Can I ask a specific question to him about Neil deGrasse Tyson and his claim from before? Because
of course,
it
go
actually
ahead.
matters. But difference between powered flight and ball being kicked, right? So they have drones that you can just throw up in the air, and then once it's up in the air, it extends its wings and starts flying.
Mm-hmm.
So at first, when the person throws it up in the air, Neil deGrasse Tyson is correct. And then once it opens its propellers, then Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong? Is that how it goes?
Guys, hold on one second. Hold on.
You said I had to do a push talk?
You don't have to do push to talk, but I mean, try not to hot mic.
Okay. All right, cool. Thank you.
No problem.
Are you guys
So
okay?
how does my drone? Yeah, so is my drone, when I throw it up in the air, the Earth is rotating underneath the drone. But then as soon as the propellers start spinning, then the Earth is no longer spinning under the drone?
No.
As soon as it's using the air to stay up and control its flight, then it's moving with the air, and the air is moving with the Earth. So
where do we see air moving with the Earth?
Is that empirical?
Outside.
On the globe model, if you just put something static in the air and don't move it, you need it to change its tangential velocity or speed. I forget which one it is. You need it to change latitudes in order for it to get this the Coriolis effect they claim. So if you just hover up in a helicopter, you're not going to get any Coriolis because they have the air moving with the globe, which is a ridiculous notion because we know gas does not do
Neil
that.
deGrasse Tyson. No, as soon as anything leaves the surface, it starts rotating underneath. That's what the claim is.
No.
That's because the ball was moving through the, they kick it 40 yards or something.
Yeah, and Earth rotated within 40 yards. Apparently, the
Yeah.
Earth rotated enough to change the outcome of the game.
Yeah, Fuzzy's right on this.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
couple
that's
of
the claim.
So
Yeah, but
anything, as soon as it leaves the Earth's surface, anything that leaves that surface, Earth is starting to rotate underneath it.
No.
Otherwise,
Exactly.
Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong, and you need
Well,
to argue with him.
yeah.
it's not their
Yeah,
claim.
My
Who cares
understanding,
about Neil deGrasse Tyson?
That's
my
not their claim,
understanding
guys.
of what Neil deGrasse Tyson was saying was not about the Earth rotating independently of a body off its surface, but about Coriolis.
Which
And what is Coriolis?
is exactly dependent on
rotating.
the rotation.
Jesus.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Listen, the way they have
Even
the model,
applicable to cars in this degree.
guys, the way they have the model set up, they got the air rotating with the Earth. So unless you change your tangential speed, you're not going to get any Coriolis effect because the air is rotating in sync basically with the Earth.
Yeah, by saying that kills the Coriolis. Correct, Jeremy?
No, because once you do start moving, and you change your tangential velocity, that's where you get the Coriolis effect.
No, bro. No.
In their model, that's not how it works.
It should happen both. It should happen both ways. Whether once you start changing it, as well as anything that leaves, it should happen both.
Up and down.
No,
No.
you can't do
on the
that,
globe,
man.
you will, hold on, SE. On the globe, you will get Coriolis going up and down or going in any direction, but you do have to be moving. You can't just be sitting there on the globe model.
Could somebody explain to me what Coriolis is? I'm a little.
It's you need
It's an
an
optical illusion.
Yes, it's a visual
it's an
effect.
illusion.
You know what
I can explain it easily.
roundabout is? Hold on. You know what a merry-go-round or a roundabout is in a playground?
Yeah.
Imagine you're on one of those and you throw a ball, right? Off it, you're spinning, you're on it, you're spinning, you throw a ball off it. You're going to see it. If you're on the roundabout, you're going to see the ball going a curved path. And then if you're off the roundabout, somebody else is going to see that same ball going a straight line. It's the guy on the roundabout is spinning. It's an optical effect. The ball's not actually going in a curved path. It's going in a straight
it's just
path.
what you see versus what the actual physics of it is doing.
Yes, it's the Coriolis is observed deviation from a non-inertial reference frame.
So in other words, you throw the ball, right? I'm on one side of the merry-go-round, you're on the other. I throw the ball to you, right? The ball travels in a straight line, but because you're moving, it appears to you that the ball is moving. But in actuality...
Oh, hold on, SE. Pretend we were on the roundabout and the air was rotating with the roundabout and we had a drone on it and we just lifted it up. It would just stay in the same spot. You wouldn't see no Coriolis until you started moving it.
No, no, hold on though. If you throw the ball and the air is moving, that ball is not going to travel in a straight line. Do you understand, Jeremy?
Exactly.
Yes.
If the air is not moving with you.
I tried to explain to you this last year, bro. You're still not getting it, bro.
No, that's actually interesting. There's a Coriolis effect
because
chart that shows how planes move, and that kind of shows you how it works, where they kind of deviate to the equator.
Let me explain to Jeremy this way. You have the rotating merry-go-round, right? And you have one of those what do you call them? Those flying things? Jesus Christ!
Gyroscope.
You have a drone, right? You have a drone, Jeremy. So you let the drone hover in one place, right? Now, the drone is just hovering there. Now you're turning. It appears to you that you're moving. In their scenario, when you let go of the drone, it travels with you.
Yeah, but if you're on the merry-go-round,
yeah, so that can't happen though, right?
Hold on, yeah, well I know the gas doesn't work like that. Hold on, this guy said he's got airplane charts of the Coriolis, how much they got to account for the deviation.
Impossible. Go ahead, but impossible.
Well, maybe he's got them.
That's evidence against Coriolis.
Hold on, how do I give SE? Can you give him the permissions to post pics in the text chat? I don't know the command for that.
I don't think I can do that. I don't know, bro.
That's a role that you have to apply manually, Jeremy.
That I wanted to see if it was correct or not.
What's the
Livestream role? Livestream verified.
Exclamation point. What do I
No,
right
it's
click on his name?
it's not a.
I didn't mean
no,
to make
man,
this all
it's
hard
not
for you guys.
a.
Sorry.
It's not a command. You right click their name, go to roles, and apply live stream verify. If you can't do it, you should be able to. Then Geo should.
I don't see roles anywhere.
Okay, then he hasn't given you. Then only he can apply roles.
Yeah, I think only Geo could do that.
Yeah.
I'm right underneath him in the fucking thing. All right.
You're not big enough, bro. You're not big enough. Sorry.
I guess if Jeremy wants to post this in the chat, that's it. Right there. I gave you the
all
picture.
right, I got you. Here we go.
I was looking at that, and that kind of answers it for me a little bit, but I don't know if it's correct.
Here we go. We got some Coriolis fucking...
oh, this is exciting stuff.
We got some Coriolis shit here going on.
Okay.
So according to this, if the guy was... This would make your flight paths longer in one direction than another one. Like, say you were at the north...
Leaving globe, right?
Say you were at the north, the one all the way up, right? With a large deviation. So the Earth's coming at you in that one scenario. So you're going to be going faster going from left to right than you would be going from right to left, right? Or no, my bad. It's the other way around.
This is where the double speaking starts. Yeah.
No, hold on. The Earth's rotating in... Oh, no, I did it the right way. No, I didn't. I did it the wrong way. Earth's spinning west to east.
It doesn't matter. Whichever
So
way,
you
it's
would
the
be
counter
faster.
movement. Yeah.
You would be faster going in one direction, though, if this was actually going on.
Absolutely.
And it's actually the opposite. We find that it's quite the opposite. Some of the flights that should be going faster are going slower.
That's due to the jet streams, correct?
And jet streams and shit, yeah. But I mean,
yeah. They have nothing here. It's dead in the water. Once they say that the atmosphere is spinning with the Earth, right? Conservation of momentum.
That's a crazy claim.
It's over, but it's over. There's no Coriolis after that. It's over. They don't realize that.
Having the atmosphere spin with the Earth is an insane claim that you don't even that doesn't go with physics, fluid dynamics, anything.
Absolutely.
That's not what gas does.
Yeah, it is.
And it's provable. You have jet streams. You have winds traveling in tremendous speeds in different different directions. It's visibly, empirically provable.
Bro, why is Sean Hawkins messaging me saying you're abusing your mod powers, SE?
He's been messaging me all day, telling me I'm a dick, I'm this, I'm that. Yeah, he's got something up his butt for me
today. Is everybody drunk today?
Yeah, please, drunk people, stop talking.
And mind you, I haven't muted one person.
If you're drunk, don't talk. Don't speak.
Yeah,
for the flat
definitely don't fight for the flat Earth side if you're wasted right now.
All right, SE, you have to go on mute then.
SE's got his shit together, man.
I didn't even mute Ed.
SE's on point, bro. Like tops of arrows and shit.
He's mad. You know why he's pissed off? Sean is pissed off because he wants me to go debate him on Jose's show. And I told him, look, dude, I don't go on his show, right?
We'll do that shit right here.
We'll do it right here. Yeah, we got a beautiful platform. Too. Yeah.
I'll mod it. We'll get Gio. We'll get somebody fair to mod it.
Yeah. Anytime, brother.
This is not a debate platform.
We can do a debate, though.
No, we can do a
debate sometimes.
Yeah, we can do a little
like
debate.
A light debate, I think, is okay. Like, not like literally
we
yelling
can
and
do some
screaming at each other
hardcore shit
wrong, but
to the death.
And Jeremy, get this. You know why he's really mad? I debated him. My first debate, no joke, guys, real story. My first debate was Sean Hawkins about 3 years ago. Guess what it was on?
What was it?
The Coriolis.
Get the fuck out of here.
I swear to God, bro. That's why he's so mad.
You're good with the Coriolis, though. You are good with it. I got to admit.
What? SE says it's optical.
It is.
It's a visual effect, yeah.
Exactly.
The Coriolis effect is an optical illusion.
It is,
yes.
Yeah, bro.
The Coriolis force has never been substantiated.
Wait. Hold on, guys. Eggshells. Define Coriolis. Go ahead.
My understanding of Coriolis is the change in like angular momentum. So if you're spinning 1,000 miles an hour or whatever it is at the equator, and then you're shooting north or south, that radius of what you're on is decreasing, if you will, if you're taking a cross section of it. So it is sort of speeding up or slowing down. So it's going to deviate left or right depending on which way you're shooting.
So what's the effect? The Coriolis effect in essence.
Effect of physics. Kind of.
So something deviates.
Categories of pseudo force.
Wait, you're jumbling up things. You're saying it's physical, and then you're saying it's pseudo. That's kind of contradictory.
A pseudo force is still a physical force. It's just a pseudo force is like it's not a force in and of itself. It's a force you create, is my understanding.
Isn't it depending on the reference frame? The pseudo force is that what it's dependent on?
That's just a name that you give forces. Let me just find again because I'm very iffy on many of the things.
Yeah, you said pseudo. Now things are going down.
Yeah, pseudo is dependent. My understanding, at least, depending
inertial
on
force, a fictitious force.
Exactly.
A force,
so inertial is a reference frame, correct?
Oh, there we go. I found even better. Okay, yeah.
Is a force that appears to act on a mass whose motion is described using a non-inertial frame of reference, such as accelerating or rotating frame of reference. Right. Okay.
So my definition was correct. Correct.
Yeah, sounds right.
Yeah. So it's dependent on the reference frame. A visual effect.
Coriolis
Would you
is
say?
motion viewed from a
Hold on, guys, because he said it's not visual, it's physical. But then now his definition is purely visual.
You understand that physical phenomena.
Hold on, Ed. Let Eggshells. Don't white knight. Let him speak.
No, it's not white knighting. It's explaining.
Let him speak.
Go ahead, Eggshells.
You do not understand.
I'm just going on what he's saying. I'm asking. I see he disagreed with the whole visual thing. He said it's physical.
Flat Earth. I sent you something that
go ahead, Riding.
Make it a bit more visual.
Do you need him to? Do you need almost exactly to repeat the question, Riding?
I think that you were still speaking, weren't you, Egypt?
No, I was talked over, and
yeah, you were still speaking. Go ahead.
Yeah, what I was saying, you disagreed with visual, but yet in your definition, it explained exactly it being visual, not physical. So, i.e., dependent on reference frame, visual?
Dependent on reference frame doesn't to me mean visual, no.
So, what does it mean to you?
It's to me, the way I put it is, it depends on who's asking the question. Is it person on the roundabout, person in the car? Is it the person in the plane or the person on the ground? It's sort of where you start or where you put the equal sign in your equation is kind of my understanding of it. So it's still, things are still moving, forces are still real. The effects can still be measured and put into formula like this one that I'm not going to pretend I understand, but looks like.
Okay, let me rephrase. Let me rephrase. According to the definition you provided, you said you compared inertial to non-inertial reference frames in your definition. Correct?
Say again?
You compared inertial to non-inertial reference frames in your definition of pseudo force?
I just found the definition off Wiki, and it said, it's described using a non-inertial frame of reference, such as an accelerating or rotating frame of reference.
So non-inertial being compared to
inertial?
Yes, correct.
Sure.
So
I'm getting where you get optical though.
So it's it's dependent on the reference frame, i.e. the observer from the reference frame, i.e. visual. That's how I'm getting visual, as opposed to physical. And that was
Let me then explain why I don't think it is optical. Let's say I had a little homunculus, little tiny human, and I strapped him onto the head of an arrow with his own little bow and arrow, and I shot him on the arrow forwards. So he's going forwards at 60 kilometers an hour, let's say. And then in midair, he fires his own little arrow, which goes forward at 30 kilometers an hour. What he is on is an accelerating frame of reference as I'm shooting him.
Non-inertial?
Inertial is my understanding. Sorry, non-inertial. Yeah, you're right.
Non-inertial.
Yes, I am now wizarding. Now, the you're still going to have to add the two numbers together, right? So there's no optical about that, where that is still exactly describing a fictitious force.
But you're describing the experience of the person on that arrow or like the arrow itself.
That's
so
right. So you could do the maths from the person who we're shooting
the person
at, or from the little homunculus.
Exactly. So visual?
No.
You're describing something from a perspective of something?
Real.
Someone?
Real.
Sure, but it's real, right? For the homunculus, he would say, "I shot that arrow."
I didn't mention real or not real. I never did. I never use these words.
Okay.
I said visual. You actually made mention.
You
said visual versus physical. You compared both, and you said a pseudo force would be physical, not visual.
But what it sounds like you're saying, and when you say visual, is it's an illusion. It's not an illusion.
It's not my. I'm not using. These are not my words. These are Eggshell's words. I'm using them
they're not.
against
They're changing my words. Then
okay, go ahead. Make your claim again. Maybe I misunderstood.
So if the homunculus did the math, he would say, "I fired that arrow at 30 kilometers an hour." But when we count how hard it hit who are we shooting at? What are we shooting at? The unicorn we're shooting at. And Unicorn said how hard that arrow hit you. It would be 90 kilometers an hour. It would be added together. So from the perspective, or you could say visually if you wanted to, for the homunculus.
I'm not saying you are saying Eggshells.
Sure.
Again.
So let me say.
See,
so let me keep.
You disagreed, but yeah, you're using this.
What I'm saying.
You use the same word.
Let him finish.
Speaking over me.
Go ahead,
Just
Ryder.
let me finish, and then say your bit, man. From the perspective of the homunculus on the arrow, he'd say I fired it at 30 kilometers an hour, but he could still calculate, because for him, the unicorn would be coming towards him at 60 kilometers an hour, and he's firing at it 30 kilometers an hour. So the maths at the arrow impact is still going to be the same. The maths is still going to be the same. The physics, the movement, the physical force is still going to be the same. It just depends on where you start that calculation, whether it's the homunculus doing it or the unicorn doing it.
Okay, so which one's right?
Both are right. It's a calculation. It should balance either way. You can move the equals mark, and it still should add up. Otherwise, you're doing your maths wrong.
So if both are right, what's the difference?
It just depends on, like, if I'm doing car crashes or something like that. It's the difference is, what am I trying to calculate? Am I trying to calculate the force on a pedestrian or the force on the passenger? The force of the arrow shooting, right? Because then for that, it might be how I brace my bow or something like that, or how hard the arrow hits. It's not that one is right and the other's wrong, one's real, the other's fake. It is that.
So would it be fair to say that
it from one place, it's easier to do?
Would it be fair to say that the difference is in the movement, depending on the reference frame? How we're judging the movement depending on the reference frame?
Say more about what you mean by that. I'm not quite able to.
So, like, from the reference frame of the homunculus, the movement of the arrow is going 30 kilometers, but from the reference frame of the unicorn, the arrow is coming at him at 90 kilometers an hour. So wouldn't it depend, like, aren't the movements judged based off of the reference frame of the observer?
No, well, slightly, but I mean, all you need to add into the homunculus is he is seeing the unicorn heading towards him at 60 kilometers an hour, because he is in his reference frame, he's moving, but we count him as stationary.
Hey, listen, you guys are falling for Harry's wizardry right now.
No, the point is, like, it's not falling for any wizardry. The point is, the homunculus has his own observation. The unicorn has his own observation. Whoever shot the arrow has their own observation. Whether they're moving on a moving Earth, that adds to the movements as well. It always depends on the observer's frame of reference in terms of how you want to, say what's happening, right?
Yeah,
and that's why you have to introduce pseudo forces when it's not really explained within that frame of reference, and you have to go to a non-inertial frame of reference.
I'm still not sure if we're agreeing or what it is that you're saying.
I'm bridging the gap because you on one hand agree that it depends on the observer's frame of reference, but the only way the observer will know it is based off of seeing it, observing it visually. You don't rely on, your sense of smell or your sense of, proprioception or your sense of whatever, because you guys are arguing relativity, and the only sense that you have is visually. So I'm bridging the gap between you and almost exactly who said optically, and you had issue with that when I don't think you should have issue with that.
But my challenge with that was exactly, Left Lane put it perfectly, which is I wasn't able to split the difference when Almost Exactly was speaking. I wasn't able to split the difference whether what he was saying was like an illusion, not real, or
yeah, but that's not what we mean by visual.
Well, he didn't say
actually, hold on. Let me speak for myself, because
saying that we're still having this discussion.
I didn't make the distinction. It was Eggshells who made a distinction between visual and physical.
Yes.
Okay, I think.
Yes. So how do you distinguish them, Eggshells? Because maybe I'm misrepresenting you, but go ahead and distinguish between
to me,
both.
It sounds like when somebody says
No, not me. It's your claim. Stop saying it sounds like.
I didn't even say you in that
Well,
sentence.
let him answer in completion.
I didn't even say you. I said when someone says, and you interrupted to go, I'm not saying anything.
Well, you said not someone. That's the whole problem. Don't say someone. You said. I'm breathing.
He's basically saying speak for yourself. But anyways, continue writing.
I am speaking for myself.
Mm-hmm.
When someone says that is an optical effect, what I think they mean is mirage, illusion, bending of light, something like that.
No.
Yeah, but there's only from the unicorn's point of view, there's only one arrow, and that arrow is only coming at one speed. You don't have two different options there. You only have one option.
Yeah,
I think that's your issue, writing.
That's fine.
That's you hear optical effect and you automatically think
I don't know
mirage
why you guys
or illusion when that's not necessarily the case.
I don't know why you guys are talking about arrows and unicorns, right? That's not the discussion. This is a complete waste of time. You guys aren't even talking about the Coriolis association, which is what SE broke down with earlier.
Travis, it was an analogy for the the principle of reference frames.
Yeah,
I know, but listen, but you're on. Okay, but look, we are on a rotating surface on a merry-go-round. So when we throw the ball, that is when we see the visual, not a mirage. It's not a mirage. Light's not bending. It's a visual deviation because we're moving away from the ball that we've just thrown. Okay? That is where the conversation belongs, and that's where it belongs alone. If you're standing on the ground watching that event, that's not Coriolis. You have to be on the merry-go-round and watch the ball move away from you, which is exactly what we're saying when you launch the drone, right? So here we go, guys. If I'm on a merry-go-round spinning and I throw the ball up, I'm going to move away from the fucking ball. If I'm on the Earth...
Why did you get angry at me talking about...
I mean, he is right. He is right.
Hold on, Harry.
Why about footballs and drones on merry-go-rounds? Like, it makes more sense.
Not sure why you're interrupting me, Harry. Okay? If I'm on a merry-go-round and I throw the ball up in the air and I move away from the ball, it's going to give me an apparent deviation. If I'm on the Earth and the Earth is moving like you said, I should be able to launch a drone, throw a ball up in the same way, and move away from that object. That
Beautifully
doesn't happen.
said, Travis. Beautiful.
Okay, that's so with no fucking unicorns, no homunculus, no Harry Potter bullshit. Okay?
Have you done this
okay, I got a question.
Tell
I got a
me
question
about
for the
the
whole entire
experiment
room.
you've done for this,
I got a
Travis?
question for the room.
Do you know what? Can you clarify real quick, Travis, before you move on from that? What do you mean by move away from it?
Okay, look. If you're on a merry-go-round and you're spinning and I spin you and you have a ball, if you throw the ball up in the air, is it going to stay with you and come back down in your hands?
No.
No. You're going to move away from that ball and you're going to see it apparently.
Okay, I didn't hear the throw straight up in the air part.
Okay. Well, whatever.
Even if you're throwing it forward,
yeah,
Can you tell me about the empirical observations you've done to confirm this, Travis?
Do you know what empirical means?
Okay, hold on.
Oh,
So,
shit.
Okay, hold on. So not only is my explanation not valid for you, you would like me to tell you, yes, Harry, I have been on a moving surface and have done this. Or you're going to say, okay, now that you've affirmed my question, can you show me that you actually did it? Come on, Harry.
Yeah. I got a question for the room.
If you haven't done it,
They use that cart with the ball popping up in one linear direction to make you convinced.
Yes, I have.
Your own
Yes,
feelings
I have
about
done
it.
it. I have done it, Harry. Yes.
Awesome. Describe it for us.
That's not necessary.
He just
Oh, wait,
did.
wait, wait, wait.
But that's not the
He
that's
just
not the
described
most
it.
important point
Hold
about
on,
for you.
guys. Come on,
Writing, he
let me-
just described what would happen.
Yeah, let me have a conversation with Harry.
He threw a ball up in
Okay.
the air on a merry-go-round?
Harry.
Everyone I've seen has a roof.
Okay, a merry-go-round in the States is not a carousel. A carousel is a ride that you go on that has horses that go up and down. A merry-go-round is a child's toy in a park that rotates.
A roundabout for you.
Okay, hold
A
on.
roundabout.
No, roundabouts are for cars.
Okay, hold on just real quick. Okay, fine.
Exactly.
Okay, so hold on real quick, Harry. If you want to go back up into the voice, into the chat, I tagged you with a National Geographic explanation. And he only gives one explanation, and it is 100% apparent optical deviation.
So here's the question: does Coriolis effect exist in a world with no sight?
Yes.
Explain it. How?
So it would probably be pretty complex to set it up, but I would go a laser or something that was able to get dead straight for me for a gun, and then 2 targets, one matching the deviation left or right, all set up by blind people, of course. So they've got to do it with almost like some photo sensor or something like that, or bolt it to something.
How are they matching the deviation?
What do you mean, how are they matching the
You said
deviation?
you have a laser that's matching the deviation.
Say again, I'm not...
You said they're setting up a laser that's matching the deviation.
No, sort of like they've got a gun that's got a laser sight on it, and then they're pointing that at a target and then putting up a target wherever a photo sensor tells them the gun's pointing, so they know bang on that's where it is. Right?
Okay.
So that's a straight line from them. At least straight left or right. And then set up more targets all around it that it could ping off. Musical targets, I would have to be, given that everybody's blind. So like different plates of metal that are different sizes or thickness, so they make like pleasing little ding and dong sounds.
When
so
the laser hits them.
No, when the bullet hits them.
Oh, okay, so there's a bullet now. All right.
Yeah, so laser's attached to a gun. It's not a laser
Got you.
gun.
All right, you're shooting a bullet.
Like a laser sight. Yeah, like the red dots when the people are sort of being hunted by the baddies in the movies, and the red dots all appear on their chest.
Continue.
They run for it. That kind of thing. And then you fire at the target.
So you have
on light. It is nothing visual. There is no eyeballs involved.
Okay, so hold up. So you have metal panels all around a person who's aiming a gun with a laser sight at a metal panel, and they shoot, and they hear pings. Was there more to that?
No, that was just totally wrong. There is a metal target they're aiming for, and then other metal targets nearby.
Which part's spinning?
The Earth. They're shooting north-south.
Can you recreate this on a small scale, like on a merry-go-round?
Sure, you could probably do the same thing, yeah. Need something going a bit slower than a bullet, though.
So let's say we're on merry-go-round, we're just throwing the ball. Like that National Geographic, the quintessential example of Coriolis effect. Can you observe Coriolis effect without sight?
Can you observe without sight? Is that your question?
Yes. How do you know what's happening?
It depends on how you define sight, but I've just told you about how I'd set it up where you could use your auditory senses to determine that something is not traveling in a straight path because it's on a rotating body.
Yeah, but I mean, with the bullet going all the way, down its path, it could be wind, it could be Magnus effect, it could be a bunch of other things, right? So that's why I'm trying to nail it down to like,
what
the
you're
basic.
asking is, couldn't I do it without visuals? And I've laid out how I could do it without visuals.
No, because you still don't know whether it's a different thing, right? You haven't established that the Earth is spinning. That's why we're going to something that we know is spinning, and we're seeing if we can observe the Coriolis effect. There's no doubt as to whether it's spinning or not. You understand?
We're not actually going to set up this experiment. What I'm just describing is a way you could set it up and test the same thing, and you don't rely on visuals.
But you can't, because you're presupposing the Earth is spinning. That's why I'm trying to bring it back to an example where we both agree that the merry-go-round hold up, Riding, you're interrupting me. We both agree that the merry-go-round is spinning. So there's no contention there. That's we're coming from a common kind of like denominator, right?
Sure. Okay.
And
put it on a very large merry-go-round. Works fine.
Lord have mercy. There's a correct answer to that, I think, but it's not that.
There's no way around this.
You can put it on merry-go-round. It's fine. It's a thought experiment anyway. I'm happy either way.
It's not a thought experiment. It's actuality. You can go to the park right now, and we can demonstrate this.
I'm inviting anybody who's done this to say that to describe how they've
Oh my
done
God,
this.
Harry!
He just
why don't
posted
you just
a video
watch,
for you. Travis posted a video for you.
It's a
What, the
2-minute
National
video.
Geographic video?
Yeah, it's a 2-minute video.
Please go watch
you
it.
just,
Please.
So hang on. Can I just we just trust what National Geographic tells us about
Okay,
things?
listen, you don't need to be here.
Okay, all right, hang on.
You are being obstructive today, Riding. I don't know why.
You're totally trolling right now, bro.
To find out the shape of the Earth because I've got a video for you, and I bet you I can find one from National Geographic.
You're definitely being less genuine
Okay.
than you usually are. I don't know why.
Yeah.
I'm taking the piss a bit today.
Yeah, well, knock it off.
I would have answered it differently. I would have said,
I've
yes,
got some
the
piss you can
Coriolis
take.
effect is observable without sight. And the way that you could do this is you could be on a merry-go-round that's spinning so quick where when you throw the ball, even though you don't have sight, you throw it forward and you feel it hitting you, or like, it's like almost grazing you or something like that, because you're spinning so quick that you're on the other end of the ball's trajectory. So
yeah,
that's one way that you could feel it without sight. That's what I would have said.
Smacked in the head by your own throw, that works.
And I want to make something clear that I want to make something clear that the Coriolis, right? It's a real thing. We're not saying it's not a real thing. We're saying it doesn't happen and it's visual, right?
Absolutely.
Well,
this is what we're saying.
You said that, SA. I didn't think that there was other people's.
I think that. Could I say something? Is that okay?
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
Of course.
This is something that Travis and I went over a little bit. I think with a bit of a different perspective on this Coriolis. It's as far as the visual compared to the physical in this situation. The thing is that it's a physical thing that's happening between like the projectile or the plane and the surface of the Earth, right? So if it goes up in the air, if it flies, the reason the Coriolis and the apparent deflection, right? If you're trying to get to its destination and it has to, adjust, right, for the Coriolis effect. But if it doesn't adjust and it goes straight, then the Earth would literally be moving underneath it sideways as it flies north or south. So that's the physical part of it. That's a real displacement. And it's not just a visual thing. And they like to say it's always visual or it's just an apparent thing, or they want to think that somehow the conservation of momentum solves all the problems for them. It doesn't. It makes it worse, in fact, because once you go over to different tangential speeds, you can't expect that the plane's linear lateral speed is going to be matching that automatically. Otherwise, there would be no reason to talk about Coriolis effect.
Nailed it. You fucking nailed it.
Exactly. It's an actual physical thing that happens, right? A projectile, the ball is physical. It's actually traveling, right, in the air. It's traveling in a straight line, though. But because what's underneath it, you turning, the observer, it appears to be moving. It's a visual effect of a real, solid object. Yes.
And all you'd have to do is put a camera on the bottom of the plane and see that the Earth is moving west to east. Anytime you're in a plane, you should be able to stick your camera in the window and show that the Earth moves. But that never happens. And you'll hear them totally run around saying, "Oh, well, there's no way that a plane could ever capture that." But
Yeah,
you can
at no
detect it.
no
How about a
altitude
projectile?
does that ever happen.
Never. If they can go into the jet stream, out of the jet stream, fly around
Pure
in circles.
conjecture.
Pretty much.
Pure conjecture.
Yeah. I mean, if it can go at different speeds and different directions, it's not going to always be under the illusion that the Earth is perfectly stationary. The only way that can happen is if the Earth is perfectly stationary.
Right, but you can
It always looks that way.
Yeah, and but you can still do the same thing in a vertical manner, because the argument is that if you throw something up straight, it has the conservation of momentum. But if you
I'm begging the question.
No.
I'm begging the question by
let's
giving them all the conservation and all that. Yeah.
Right. I'm just saying your example was a lateral. My example is a vertical. If you go up high enough and wait long enough, then the Earth will move out from underneath you. It's the same idea.
To pretend that everything moves with the Earth somehow is ridiculous, even when you talk about clouds. So it's it's all ridiculous. So you're running around trying to give them the benefit of the argument sometimes. And that's the beauty of this, is that you can give them everything they want. It still doesn't work. You can give them all the conservation of momentum. But once you start going over north to south, they have to say it's not perfectly in sync. They have to at least say that, and they'll try to minimize it down so that somehow you could imagine that it's landing on a runway that would require it to go sideways at a certain speed to match the Earth's speed, so it lands smoothly. That's the only way that could ever happen.
Right. So
and that doesn't happen. Dude, you don't have lateral acceleration.
Think out loud with me on this one, okay? So we're on a river, and the river's flowing a certain rate, and my boat is trying to overcome the flow of the river in order to go upstream. So at the beginning, my boat's not going fast enough, so the river is actually carrying me backwards, right? With me so far?
But see, that's also begging the question, because that gives them their whole atmosphere.
Okay, but listen, hold on. Okay, yeah, right, but at least I'm using something that we can demonstrate physically. So I'm on a boat.
Right, but I understand. I heard you say it before, but I think that they love to take it back to Earth and give us all the Earth examples and get us lost on talking about moving in cars or moving on trains or moving even in rivers. It is not the same, because the air is a totally different substance. It doesn't travel, and all the wind doesn't go in one direction. We know that. So how they separate the air from the atmosphere, how they get over that, it doesn't make any sense, because the wind goes in all directions. So none of it makes any sense. Coriolis kills the globe, and so you can't blame people like Eggshells for starting to talk silly when this comes up, because what else can you do, right?
It's the model dictates. They have to have these ballerina thoughts in their heads. There's no way. Once they say conservation of momentum, it's over. You can
exactly. That's an argument against Coriolis.
Yeah,
conservation of momentum is arguing against Coriolis. So
yeah.
It's like saying
I don't know how
that allows them to have their helicopters and balloons not go anywhere. But it ruins it though when you go across the different latitudes, right? Because it's not the same speed laterally.
If you give him the spin, you can argue that too. But you don't even
you
have
can give
to go
it. It
that
still doesn't
far.
work. That's the beauty.
Yeah. What do you think, Eggshells?
You can say, okay, if that's
What do you think, Eggshells? You think that lateral motion destroys the conservation?
That lateral motion destroys conservation of momentum.
Yeah.
What do you mean? Going east-west?
Wait, you were not paying attention when they told you specifically why it doesn't work? Maybe that's why you're still a Glober.
No, it didn't. It sounds to me like it's still in this challenge of we're describing it as a physical effect, albeit it's described as a fictitious or pseudo force. And
what's the difference? Because I thought,
why would it be fictitious? If
arguing
the Earth is actually spinning, there's nothing fictitious about it.
Yeah, hold on.
I mean,
He said fictitious is physical, but now no.
Are,
Earlier you said fictitious is physical.
Yes. So fictitious.
So how are you differentiating them now?
Fictitious force doesn't mean it's not real. It doesn't mean it doesn't happen.
Nobody said real. We're talking about physical and visual, correct?
Yeah.
Did I mention real?
No, I did. With my mouth.
Okay.
I think it's real.
Is that with your mouth?
Yeah, I said that with my mouth too.
So you think a fictitious force is real?
Wait. Fictitious. Yes. What does fictitious mean to you? The word fictitious or pseudo? What's the definition of that word?
The way I understand it from the definition I read before is like it is dependent on a frame of reference that would...
Not fictitious force, fictitious. The word fictitious or pseudo. Not in the context of force. Because we already...
usually means fake or not real.
Okay. So in this context, not real
In this case, it means
real.
what?
In this case, I don't think it means the same thing. So is it your position that, just so I can get this?
Your position was destroyed, not my position. We're talking about yours.
I'm really struggling to get a full sentence out with you at the moment.
Bullshit.
I was quiet for almost like 45 minutes. I just spoke right now.
I haven't even been here for 45 minutes.
No, you've been here for longer. At least I have. But
yeah, you can get a full sentence out. Stop with the bullshit, man.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So can I understand what the peal of laughter was about when I said I think that it doesn't mean not real or fake in this instance?
Because you're taking a word which has meaning, right? And putting it in a context, and you're making it mean the opposite of what it means in all contexts. But in this necessary context for you, for your belief to be true, it means the complete opposite.
Yeah,
that's what's funny.
Poorly named thing. Yeah. So it seems we are on the same page then. Oxymoron.
So you get why we're laughing now? Is that clear?
Yeah, I just wanted to be clear.
Okay.
It's like you said, a ghost is not real, but in this instance, it's
ghosts
real.
are real. They're physical.
Yeah. I mean, it's either a force or
if they make for a good story. They are.
Yeah, you can't have a fictitious.
It clarifies where the confusion is. Just I don't really have much faith.
We get you're confused. Yeah, we get it. You made it clear.
I mean, I will admit Coriolis Force is very confusing to me.
No, it's not. It's very straightforward.
Well, if it wasn't, you might be a flat earther.
That's the conclusion I came to. You just weren't paying attention when they were specifically addressing the point.
Well, I'd be a flat earther if there was evidence for it.
It's a big one.
No one's asking you to be. You're good as a Glover, eggshells.
If we're not
great as a Glover, actually.
Yeah.
Hold on, hold on. New perspective. You've got your camera on, just so you know.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thanks.
Just to be clear,
I was getting excited.
No one's asking you to be a flat earther.
No, there's not much. There's not much risk of that. Because like most of it is, what would you all say to this? About almost 100%, except for stuff that you say, Gio.
Almost
100% is actually trying to debunk or discredit or disprove the rotating.
I would say 100, not almost 100%.
That's all.
Flat earthers will try. It's not a ball. It's not spinning. Then what is it? Yeah.
No, I just mean sort of I don't mean of the individuals, but I think that's also true. But like that's almost all of the proof. Not proving my case, but proving yours is wrong.
No, that's incorrect.
Well, everything you experience is proof.
Exactly.
Everything you ever experience or observe is proof that it's a stationary.
Yeah, my original argument, which I was trying to make,
that's the strongest proof, in fact, right there.
So it looks stationary to me. Is I guess some evidence for stationary.
It's a premise. It's a basis.
At least evidence. Exactly. Start on. It's one type of evidence for your claim.
It feels stationary. It looks.
What do you have for your claim?
It measures level.
So yeah, I would.
It's an axiom.
Let me adjust it then. I would say 99% of the proofs are trying to rebut or debunk the globe,
No, you can't put
would be
experience down to 1%.
I guess it would be like that would be one form of trying to prove the case. The rest of it is trying to disprove the other side.
Would you say 100% is empirical?
No, very little is empirical. Just the
What
observations.
claim is of the flat Earth that is not empirical? Give me one.
Well, I've asked anybody
One.
here who's invited anybody to describe what tests they've done on Coriolis, and what they presented to me was somebody else's video. Unless somebody else's video is now acceptable empirical evidence.
That's a
I think we'd all have
definition
to
of
accept it.
Coriolis.
I haven't gone out and tested
nothing to do with the
Coriolis.
shape of
Well,
the
how
Earth.
can you test if it's not there?
Exactly, which is fine. But if you say
Outside
how
your
can
window of an airplane.
if you can say how can you test it if it's not there, what you're saying is it's not there. Therefore, you have to be saying I haven't tested it. Therefore, how could it be empirical? Right. So we're
Correct.
agreeing.
Correct.
So yeah, no, I don't think much of flat Earth is empirical. But I mean, I don't think much of our lives is empirical. I don't think.
But if you don't understand the Coriolis effect,
100% of
you
your
know
life
much
is
of flat Earth?
empirical. I mean, empirical is based on your experience. So you're saying you have no experience of your life?
Like, sure, I've got experience of my life. Like, yeah, if I'm
That's
sitting at the
empiricism.
computer, I'm making dinner.
That's
But I
empiricism
mean, you know,
for you.
when my girlfriend says I have had a tough day, I just take her word for it. You know, I don't empirically test that. So
That's not what we're talking
99
about.
Yeah,
We're not talking about
you're
your
really
girlfriend.
muddying the water of this discussion. Like we
Okay,
got
so
you on a
what?
really solid point,
So you treat
and then
NASA
now
like
you
a
wanted to
girlfriend.
generalize and dumb it down.
Tell me about the solid point you got me on.
The fact that we explained exactly why it's not consistent with the globe claim, right, and how it doesn't work laterally, and then you just want to like pretend like that just doesn't exist.
It's good that we get to that. Right
And
after
and
the
then
question.
now you're going to generalize and say, well, all the flat Earth claim. You're totally
It's good
like watering it
on
down.
empiricism, because the idea, at least the fierce empiricism that I think that many flat earthers employ, which I somewhat admire, is the have you tested it for yourself? And I've asked that question like 5-6 times, and what I've been shared is somebody else's video.
Well, there's literally
We don't
there's
care about your
literally
experience
no
with
example
flat
of
Earth
motion of the Earth ever. So and by any altitude.
So you don't have empirical evidence of it. Really.
No,
It
we have
is the
empirical
only
evidence.
empirical evidence.
I've tested it,
Empirical
and so
evidence of
have you.
lack of something?
Here,
That doesn't
have you
make any
guys ever
sense.
played catch? Have you ever played pitch and catch with a friend? Baseball,
Not in a way that
when
I
you
could.
throw a ball to each
Not
other.
in a way that I could use to test Coriolis,
Why not?
because the Coriolis effect, I imagine, would be very small.
Oh, really? You're spinning 1,000 at the equator. That's small?
Well, I mean, last time I did it on a Blackbird at full, like I think even faster than cruising altitude, it was 0.01 meters per second
So you flew
Where'd
a
that reading come
Blackbird, you're
from?
telling us. You
Huh?
flew a Blackbird.
Where did that
from
reading come from?
Coriolis calculator. So unless you can
Oh, but what about
He
inside the plane? How does the, how
empirically
does the
looked at the
plane get
calculator.
That's him citing empiricism, right?
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
The
empirically looked
calculator.
at the calculator. Good job, man.
No, I'm not saying I am empirical. I'm saying we're all not. You and me are both not. We are sitting here chatting about it, but
you're
none of us
wrong.
really
Wow.
understand it.
Yeah. Here comes the mud.
That's
Here
not
How are
comes
we
the
chatting
water.
about it?
Huh?
Are we not using empiricism to chat right now?
No, we're
How
using
would you
thought
know if
experiments.
we
Thought
understand
experiments
it
make
if
the
you don't
exact
understand
opposite
it?
of empiricism.
Really? So how are you hearing my voice?
Through the exact opposite
I'm
of
using a
empiricism.
voice by listening to it, but that only tells me that I'm listening to your voice. That doesn't mean the words coming out of it are empirical.
I had more respect for you yesterday, which was not
Right.
much.
See,
I'm devastated.
that's
Out of all
why
people,
I
want to
actually.
respect me.
No, but you are definitely taking the piss. Like I can hear the
No,
grin
he's
on
not.
your
He's
mouth
actually being honest.
when you're talking.
Actually,
He's smiling.
is
Yeah,
being honest.
there's a lot of splatter around the face.
It's fine. It's fine. That's why I was asking several times for people to define the word empiricism and what is empirical and what is not, right?
Yeah, based on observation and measurement.
No, it's
Yeah,
just
but
all of our observations.
Not measurement. Measurement has nothing to do
Is
with
measurement not
empiricism.
empirical?
It can be.
Everything
Measurements
about
are, but
your
not all
reality
empiricism are
seems
That's not
observation
how
measurements.
I would
certain
define
way.
empiricism by measurement. Measurement can be empirical, but
Right. Okay.
but it's not the definition of empirical. You already defined it, but yet you still had quorums against it, and you're saying me listening to something is not empiricism, when in actuality, that's what the definition of empiricism. It's listening,
no.
seeing,
Let me clarify.
feeling.
What I said
That
was
is all empirical.
It's empirical evidence that I'm hearing someone speak. It's not evidence that what they're saying is empirical. Just
5
like
sentences.
you all. So let me put it this way: you all heard me say the thing about the homunculus on the arrow. Does that mean what I talked about with the homunculus on the arrow was empirical, or just your experience of me saying it was?
Same thing.
I think you're conflating the word empirical with true.
No,
Okay, Eggshell, let me ask you a
So
question.
you hear me saying stuff, that's empirical. What I'm saying, it's not empirical, it's true or not true. It's not empirical or not empirical.
Exactly.
Exactly. So what we're doing
So,
here when we're talking about Coriolis is not empirical. What we'd be doing to test it would be going out and experiencing, but we're not.
Okay,
We're talking about
I'm glad you said that.
you have
Eggshell,
it.
let me ask you a question. Do you
Thought
doubt
experiment.
I can show you the Coriolis if we go to a play yard, me and you, and we go to a roundabout? Do you doubt that I can show it to you?
What happened?
Say again.
He's
Sorry, my
thinking. He's
girlfriend just came
thinking.
in.
Oh, okay.
Say again. Sorry, my girlfriend just came in as he started speaking. I said,
Yo,
sorry.
Riding, are you on the clock tonight? Is that why it's completely different than yesterday?
what, you think I get paid in this mode but not in the other?
Or maybe it's vice versa.
Or
maybe both, you have different modes.
It's like, if I was getting paid, I would be actually motivated for there to be more flat earthers, right? To subtly, it's like the smoking companies that are like, oh, we want to reduce smoking. It's like fuck you, dude.
Is
Not
it
if
by
you're
the
I'm
hour,
just
or
satisfied
or is it
not
by
if you're
hour?
used like shows.
Hold up, I'm
Okay,
just
let me get
satisfied.
my question in, though, guys.
Let me just
please.
get my quip out real quick.
Oh,
Riding,
wait a minute.
You guys have
I was
allowed
before you
him.
for a second, and you didn't answer.
Totally,
You cut out.
Do you
totally
agree that there are different modes, that you're being
I've
a different
got
mode today for whatever reason?
Yeah, because sometimes I I want to understand the way somebody thinks. Sometimes I like to try and engage in like conversational chess of like someone says this and you sort of get them there and then you like move the pieces and do the thing. Sometimes I just want to learn new stuff and
So are you in bullshit mode tonight? Which
He's
mode
in
are you in
bullshit
tonight?
mode tonight. Yeah, he's in Muddy the Waters bullshit mode.
Tell him percentage. You're
By the
playing.
logic of what he just said, though, he's trying to defend the globe poorly so he can create more flat earthers and therefore keep his career going longer, right?
But for real
By
now,
that
guys,
logic.
let's get serious. Let me ask a question. Eggshells, before you got interrupted by your girlfriend, I asked, do you doubt that we can go, me and you, to a playground on a roundabout, and I can show you what the Coriolis looks like and that it's visual? Do you doubt that?
Depends which bits you're asking of whether I can doubt. I'm absolutely sure we could go to a playground together. It sounds a bit creepy to say it that way. That we could, while there, experience fictitious forces. What I would like to understand, if we were testing Coriolis, I would want a physicist or somebody there to explain what was going on. I do doubt your ability to accurately describe it.
So now you want a physicist there. Gotcha.
What about your
someone who knows
empiricism?
more than you? Because I don't think either of us know much.
What
But
about
if you don't understand it, how would you know if we do or not?
I don't. I'm guessing.
Okay, well, that's not a
So,
good guess.
Eggshell, if I tell you,
honest
You know,
eggshells
talking to somebody
right now.
like who
That's
here?
one mode.
There's got to be somebody here who knows a shitload about a certain topic.
Coriolis, I do. You want to test me?
On a different topic for now, then we can come back to it. Like,
let's get away from this.
to you.
I'm dying here, people. Please get off the
demonstrate a
subject.
point. This is just to demonstrate a point.
Eggshell, you're skirting the question.
Let's point, guys.
You're skirting the question.
Don't play his games.
He's trying to play games.
It's
You
fair,
don't
guys.
think I can show you?
Hold up, there's four people
hold on.
going at him, and one of him.
Hold on,
Let him make his
percentage, man.
point.
Give me a second, man.
All right, go ahead, Essie, then Riding next.
Eggshell, you don't think that I can demonstrate to you that a ball is traveling in a straight line? And when you observe it from a rotating reference frame, that it's curving, you don't think I can demonstrate that to you? You need a physicist for that?
No, that I think you could, but sure.
So there you go. I can demonstrate you the Coriolis effect and that it's visual.
I mean, the question is about the conclusion you're reaching. So the point I wanted to make was, even if someone here doesn't want to sort of step up, there's probably, for each person in this room, there's probably something that they are good at, to the point of that they are like in the top 10% of people on the planet doing it. And
Jeremy, pop 5 down on live.
Now you want top 10 physicists? Oh man, you're changing the goalpost here. Come on.
I haven't even said that, SE. You just interrupted to say something I'm not saying.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Please let me finish. And any time I've ever like known a fair bit about a topic and then started talking to somebody who doesn't know much but thinks they do, what I find, or indeed if I'm on the other side of the equation, I think I know a bit about a topic, and I talk to somebody who knows a lot about a topic, what happens is an interesting and broken discussion where I'm like, isn't it like X? And they go, kind of, but not really. It's more subtle than that. And then they have to explain and explain and explain. And I can get a strong sense when I'm talking to somebody in that way about whether they understand it or whether they don't. And I think we all do, right? And I think most of us have also been on the other side of that, where somebody kind of gets something but doesn't really, and we have to try and explain it to them.
Is that the feeling you're getting right now? When we're
That's what I was going to say. Is that your subtle way of saying we're not getting it?
No, it's just to explain.
You can't even repeat what we said. You weren't even listening to the explanation. So how could we even value that opinion about whether we're right about it or not? You couldn't even repeat it back to us, what we said.
Value my opinion, it's fine.
Riding, everyone's on point, right? They're sharp. You can't get the subtle digs in. They don't miss a beat.
No, I don't get the impression that I understand this and you all don't. What I get at the moment is the impression that we all don't get it very well.
Well, why would you get that impression if you don't understand it?
Why would I get the impression that I don't understand much and I'm talking to someone else who doesn't understand much?
Yeah, how would you know if you don't understand
the question,
describe to me how I could get the impression that I don't understand much and somebody else doesn't understand much unless...
No, I'm saying, how could you get the impression that we don't understand it if you don't?
Guys, you're rushing, okay?
No, that's a good question. That's definitely a good question. Hold on. Let him answer that.
He actually made it clear. He admitted that in some situations, he can have a conversation with someone who clearly, according to him, knows more about the topic at hand, right? Are you getting that feeling right now, Eggshells?
No.
Why not? Please walk me through the differences between the two conversations and how it's different and how you're getting that feeling that we don't understand what we're talking about. Go ahead.
Basically, a new perspectives question in a different way.
Say again?
I said it's basically a new perspectives question in a different, totally different way.
Well, it's slightly different because perspective's asking how could you know that, and I'm saying, well, I'm not saying I know that. I'm just saying it's just an inkling I'm getting. What would give me that impression is what almost exactly is asking.
Exactly. Yep.
So
could be a convenient inkling.
It could be, yeah, absolutely. I mean,
it's feminine intuition, man.
Yeah, we're naturally predisposed to, if somebody's saying something we disagree with, to be like, oh, they don't get it. Absolutely get that. But it's, so what would it be? Speaking in, what would it be? Let me have a think about it.
Yeah, you do.
How do you know
in terms of how experts sound rather than how other people
That's
sound.
what I would
So
do
guess
after
what
making
it
such
is
a
like-
claim, to think about it, honestly.
Yeah.
How do you know that a
Inkling.
rocket? How do you know that a big penis rocket can go up and land back down on its ass?
Cool question. I think it's entirely possible that it can, and I've seen videos that I find compelling. I don't think they're faked. Anyway, I guess to answer your question almost exactly is some of like when I talk to experts on things, like often my go-to is my brother. He will be able to switch from anecdote to story to data really easily and fluidly, and will all be able to correct and adjust in fine detail things that other people are saying. Sort of, oh yeah, kind of, but not so much, but actually da 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 da, and here's how, I'm trying to think how would it sound like that if we were talking about Coriolis, and it would, I think, talk a lot about latitudes on Earth, speed and weights of projectiles, and slight adjustments to things that, like, oh, actually, when da-da-da, that bit's not quite right, and this is right, da-da-da, and be as likely to correct people on their quote-unquote side as somebody else.
But you don't need all that jargon, bro. All you
No,
need
that's fine.
is
That's
all-
his like explanation of how he differentiates, and
Yeah,
I
he needs a
respect that.
psychologist.
That's fine.
Just a
But I
psychologist.
felt like we were. That's exactly what we were doing. But
But
other than that,
what it sounded
no,
to
he's
me
saying
like
you're not qualified enough. You don't have
yeah,
enough
I'm
bananas
not
on your
wearing the
shirt,
lab coat.
is
Yeah.
what he's saying.
no, it's
Yeah.
not so much about qualification. I think you can be an expert without being qualified. But I don't think
How?
they
How
would
so?
just.
How?
If you're his brother, that's how.
Yeah, yeah. Only if you're his brother. Yeah.
It's nepotism.
Do you know what I mean? Almost exactly like if you're talking like outside the globe thing, you're trying to get a car fixed or something, and somebody goes, "Oh, my valves need adjustment." And
Yeah,
you
there's
hear
guys
somebody
here that
talking,
can tell you
"Wow,
how
that
valves
person
work
knows."
inside out, backwards. Yeah, so what?
See, can
We're
you
talking
let
Tell you
about
how
a
your
ball.
girl's valve works.
sentences a little bit?
Eggshell, we're talking, brother. We're talking about a
I know, but
ball
you just keep
traveling in a
plowing over
straight
me. So I
line.
can do it back to you if you want. I can do it back, and it's going to get real
Are we still
frustrating.
talking
Shells, I
about
understand what you're saying.
Coriolis?
He's basically, guys. He's basically saying at some point, sometimes when you're talking to a guy that's kind of like bullshitting you, you get this feeling that he doesn't know what he's talking about. He's a little shady. You know, you
Exactly.
get this
He's saying
intuition.
indirectly, we don't know what the hell we're talking about. Exactly, percentage. He's trying to be sneaky about it, and I'm calling him out on it. Exactly.
You guys been talking about Coriolis for an hour?
Yep.
Yeah,
Coriolis, more like Coriolis.
Here's an example. That's relevant to the room. When I hear Jeremy talk about DeFi, when I hear him talk about Bitcoin and crypto, I sit there and I'm like, this guy does actually sound like he knows stuff. He does sound like he understands stuff about the encryption algorithms and the blockchain and the wallets and the returns you can get here and da 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 da. Whereas like other people were speaking the other day, no offense, but I'm gonna have to shoot into the crowd, purple haze. But when Carlos was speaking, I was like, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about, and Jeremy clearly does.
Well, do you understand
a
that?
straight line,
Hold on, guys. Hold on.
traveling in a straight line. For the love of God, bro. We're not talking
It's
about
fine.
percentages, crypto, this coin, that coin. We're talking about a ball traveling in a straight line.
I'm talking about what it sounds like to listen to an expert.
You've been told a million times, SE, the answer.
What's
Can we
the
get
answer?
Can we get Jeremy to admit that he knows nothing about crypto, so we can just get this point across? Go ahead, Jeremy. Tell us. You know nothing, right?
My official title is an expert, specialist, professional.
Jeremy knows his shit on crypto. Yeah, that's a fact. That's difficult, I'll admit. But a ball traveling in a straight line, that ain't rocket science.
That's high tech, SE. I don't know, bro. That's fucking high tech shit right there.
So what gives you the impression, SE, that Jeremy does know his shit when it comes to crypto?
Because he knows every coin by name. He knows percentages. He can tell you websites. You hear him talking.
You know what coins I have?
Sorry?
You said he knows percentages.
Yeah, well, yeah. You know, you like that, huh? A percentage?
So yeah,
but this is a straight line, Eggshell. This is a ball traveling in a straight line, or when a pitcher throws a curveball.
Yeah,
that's it, bro.
Example. People who don't get it think it's simple. People who do think it's complex.
Well, what's complicated about that? Please explain it to me.
You are demonstrating
for an hour, SE, we did.
Go ahead. Please explain it to me, Eggshell. What's complicated about a ball?
I'm not an expert. What I'm saying
What don't you get?
You've helped me solidify, or I understand my own thoughts on it. It is experts understand the complexity of things, and inexperts who think they're expert, who are on the wrong end of that Dunning-Kruger curve, think it's simple. That's why they think they get it.
I agree with you. Yes, there's certain things like, for example, if we were to talk about how a nuclear reactor works, right? We can agree that neither one of us is qualified to talk about that subject. Agreed?
Sure. Yeah, I'm definitely not.
Okay, here we're talking about a ball.
I know someone who's got a PhD in a forest in the philosophy of forestry, and they don't even know how to fucking plant a tree, man.
Yeah, but let's grant that to them, right? But
Yeah,
now
it's
we're
just
talking
called-
about a straight line, a ball traveling in a straight line, bro, as opposed to it curving.
Exactly. Real life. It's not textbook expert.
I think it is. Chronic, he's another person I've talked to who definitely sounds like an expert. Every time you try to go, isn't X, Y? He's like, it's more complex than that. And then, yeah, as you said about Jeremy, knows the percentages, able to describe things in detail, knows all of the things, is able to like name different stars by name and tell you what's nearby them and all sorts of like way off the charts levels of knowledge that make me just, I think we all get that sense, don't we? Sometimes we're like, oh, I'm in the presence of somebody who knows a lot about this.
I'm a certified genius. That's right. Tell him, eggshells.
Guys, this is a mix of a red herring fallacy and an ad hominem fallacy. On one hand, he's appealing to the flattery of other flat earthers, showing that they know there's things, and on the other hand, he's just poisoning the well by implicitly saying that you guys don't know your shit. I'm on to you.
Exactly.
I got you, man.
But very diplomatically. That's sheer genius.
Yeah. Because I resent that, what you were saying about me. I could pick a subject of my choice, and I'll see if you can come up against me in the knowledge of the area that I'm expert in.
Exactly.
Let's see how far we can get. Talk an hour about what
I open the room to say. What's someone here that they're comfortable saying that they know a lot more than most other people?
Me, everything.
I bet you there's at least 5 subjects.
More than any of you, I'm saying I don't know much about Coriolis. I'm just also, which I get is somewhat a challenging assertion to make from somebody who doesn't know much about Coriolis. I'm just asserting you guys don't sound like you know much either.
But you don't have any evidence to say that, so you're just making an appeal to emotion.
Yeah. But I'm saying sounds like,
no,
so I'm not really...
He's heard Globers talk about it, and he knows the difference.
It sounds like...
when I hear Ruhif talk on certain topics, I'm like, he sounds like he knows a lot about that thing.
Like what?
That's an opinion, bro.
He's not walking around with dead senses. He's got fucking 6 senses on his body, and he knows what he's talking about.
Well, particularly the thing on like one day we were having a chat. Was it in here or a different room where somebody's like, "Prove this, then Ruhif," and they came with like a photo, being like, "How can you do that?" And he like goes, "Okay, give me a minute," and he goes away for like 15 minutes, goes off the chat, and then comes back and he's drawn all these lines on it, and he's like, "The blah 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 with the rectangular or rectilinear, that's it, rectilinear lens of this and that, the pixels here," and I was like, "This guy sounds like he knows what he's talking about."
Did you research it yourself to verify that he could have been lying to you, or maybe he misunderstood what he read 15 minutes ago? Did you verify it for yourself, or you just because you like Ruhif, you took his word for it?
The conclusion I'm reaching is what it sounds like to me.
What it sounds like to him means that he's speculating. He's making an opinion-based claim.
Speculation, exactly.
The gist.
He thinks Ruhif is cool. He believes Ruhif. He doesn't like me. He doesn't believe me. That's how he does it.
No, I think you guys can't back up your shit.
No, I think this is a red herring, and it's not productive conversation whatsoever. I think we should get back on the topic.
What about that guy yesterday
Whatever that may be.
claims you can go up the top of a building and you can see the second sunset? He didn't realize that if you stand at the bottom of the building, the windows at the top are lit by the sun. He's just ignorant.
I mean, you can go up a building and see a second sunset. You can stand up on the beach and bring more of the sun back into view. I've seen that myself.
In the chat, Ruhif, you wrote, we don't understand Coriolis effect. Would you want to explain it to us here?
Coriolis? The apparent deflection from a rotating reference frame, which is a straight line in an inertial reference frame.
Is it an optical effect, Ruhif?
An optical effect? Well, we see it, so I guess so.
Is it actually curving in the second reference frame?
When you say the second, do you mean the inertial or the non-inertial, the rotating?
In the rotating one.
In the rotating one, it's curving.
Actually curving or appear to curve?
Well, this is when I say actual, do you mean inertial? Because when you say actual, I think inertial. In the inertial reference frame, it's going straight.
Okay, let's go back. So we throw the ball, we agree that it's going straight. It's actually going straight, right?
In an inertial reference frame, it's going straight, yes.
Exactly. So now, the only reason why it appears it's an apparent, right, is because you're spinning and it looks to you like it's curving, correct?
Yep.
But it's not actually curving, correct?
It's not curving in an inertial reference frame.
No, in
Is the
actuality.
reason for the
in
apparent
actuality.
When you say
It's not.
actuality,
Okay.
do you mean
Ruhif.
inertial reference frame?
Okay, wait.
It's
Take it.
actually
No,
not.
it's
Can
the
I question?
actual
No, in the
object
real
itself.
world.
Let's say it was a water balloon. Would you see the water tilted to one side as if it was banking a corner?
No, it's not curving from any reference frame. On the one that you can imagine it moving, that's you moving, not it. It's not moving in any reference frame.
What? No. It is actually moving.
It's
No,
actually
no.
moving
No,
straight.
it's
What are you
not.
talking
It's
about?
actually moving straight. You threw the ball.
Yeah. It's not bending in any reference frame.
It's actually going straight,
Wait a
correct?
minute. Let me just
It's
try to
always going.
simplify this.
Purple Haze is right
real
about
quick.
that. Because you are moving, it looks like it's curving, but it's not actually curving in any
Exactly.
You could have a
It
reference
looks.
frame. You could have a reference frame centered at your ball, and then the ball's stationary.
What?
Okay,
You could
Ruhif.
have a
The
reference
actual.
frame
Hold on.
that is
The ball
centered
that's
on the
moving is
ball.
actually stationary.
Yep.
You could have a reference frame that is
You guys
centered
heard that?
at the ball, right? With respect to that reference frame, the ball is not moving at all.
Surely you jest, right? You cannot be serious, right?
No, this
The
is
fact
how
that you
reference
don't get
frames
this,
work.
SE, is how we know that you
Hey,
don't understand
wait.
it.
Yep.
Ruhif, you just made
Hey,
a
before we
claim
get
that
off
a
on this,
ball that
can
is.
I ask a
Hold
simple
on.
question?
Can we not interrupt each other, guys? Why do we do that? Ruhif, you're saying that in actuality, a ball that is moving that you just thrown is actually stationary, correct?
With respect to a reference frame that is centered on the ball is stationary.
Okay,
No.
everybody heard that.
That's not true, Ruhif. It could either be interpreted as being stationary and everything else is moving, or it could be that you're not disregarding all of your experience and knowledge of your entire world. So when you see trees and stuff coming forward, you know that it's stationary and that the balloon is moving, or the ball is moving.
Just humor me for a second, right? The closest galaxy, whatever it's called, fucking who knows what it's called? Andromeda Galaxy, right? 2.4 billion light years away or something like that. What? No, 2.4, sorry, 2.4. Now, we're getting closer by some stupid amount of speed every, miles per hour, whatever, right? Is Andromeda moving towards us, or are we moving towards that?
Neither.
We're not bloody moving.
They don't believe in galaxies, right?
Just humor me for a
You
second,
lost
right?
us at 2.4 billion light years or whatever the shit you
Sorry,
said.
2.4 light years. 2.4 light years.
So you have to go into fantasy to give an example.
Like I said, humor me for a second. Is it moving towards us, or are we moving towards it?
Games.
Need to bring it back down to earth.
Repeat it. I'm
got
humoring you
one
now. I got my humor cap on. Go ahead.
I've got one for you on Earth that used to relate to my old job when I was delivering papers at a law firm. And that is, if you would have a crash out in the country and there wasn't anybody to witness it, you would be able to get a forensic physicist, I think they're called, to calculate the apparent, roughly the speed at the crash. But all they would be able to calculate is the combined speed of both cars. And unless you had something to tell which car was speeding, you wouldn't be able to tell, because let's say the combined speed was 120. That could be one car doing an 80 and another car doing 40, or both of them doing 60. You short of skid marks or some other telltale indicators, flat incapable of telling what the difference is between them, because all you've got to go on is the crash medal that said that they hit at 120.
Correct.
And one could be
on the
stationary.
road. You need something on the road to tell you what speed it's traveling relative to the road.
Okay, but that's totally missing the point. Could I just try to explain this?
No,
real
it
quick,
is the point.
Question.
It is the point.
It is not the. It's a deviation from what we were talking about, which is deviation. Is the deviation caused the apparent deviation
Deviating from deviation
of a projectile in terms of going over the Earth? Is it caused from a north or southbound projectile being off course because of the west to east rotation of the Earth underneath it? Is that what Coriolis is?
When you say underneath it, I irk a little bit. Coriolis is an apparent deviation because we're in a reference frame that's rotating.
But the reason it would be off course is because the Earth moved underneath the projectile. Yes or no?
No, it's because it's moving in different speeds.
I balk at the words underneath, like spinning underneath.
Of course you balk at it because you know
Because
it's
you know it
game
doesn't.
over for
That's
you.
the reason.
No, it's
No,
because
Yeah,
it's
what
because
I'll explain
it's because
is
it's a
there,
loaded
there are
question.
different
This is
Guys, let him explain
different there are different rotational speeds, and that rotational speed changes as you go north-south.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Can
exactly.
you have a
Which is
Coriolis
why the
without
plane
rotation?
would never. The different speeds of the latitude, the tangential speeds, is what messes this up. Because if it has a different original conserved speed, you can't claim that it's going to automatically adjust to that that new tangential speed that's either faster or slower, and so much so every single time that it only can observe a stationary Earth below it.
That you perfectly described Coriolis in the first
If
half.
it's
and then
only
just went,
always stationary, then there is no Coriolis effect.
for a stationary object relative to the Earth, yeah, there's no Coriolis. That's why I wrote to SE like
No,
half an
I'm
hour
talking
ago.
about a plane flying over several latitudes from north to south or south to north. It's going to go over different tangential speeds. And it's not going to always have the illusion that the Earth is completely stationary underneath it. Because it's not going to always match the conserved speed, is not going to match the new tangential speed.
Right, but
You
planes
can claim
steer.
the winds are going to force this plane to always have this illusion of a stationary Earth. But you can't say that's consistently always the case. Otherwise, there would be no
planes are
Coriolis.
going to steer, right?
There would be no conversation about the Coriolis effect.
Planes are going to steer to keep on track. So let's use a bullet. Let's get rid of the atmosphere. Actually, that's a good idea. Do you guys accept that a bullet fired north or south on a rotating Earth with no atmosphere would still have Coriolis?
Yep.
Yes. Excellent. Phew.
Yep.
I was terrified you guys were going to say no. Good.
Well, no, it's the spinning ball. That's the whole point.
Right. Okay. So nothing to do with atmosphere, unless the atmosphere is the bullet, right? That's Coriolis hurricanes.
But yeah.
What?
There could be. The point is that all these hurricanes and things, those movements that we observe, as well as whatever it is that those movements are affecting small projectiles, the effect they could have on bullets, it could be something other than the movement of Earth. And that's what we're trying to get to. Because there is some kind of Coriolis effect when it comes to winds and hurricanes and all that kind of stuff. But we're saying there's another reason for that. And that's why it seems you guys have to attach that to the spinning ball because it's essential to your model. But
it's a necessary
if
prediction.
the Earth always looks stationary no matter what to an airplane, no matter how many circles it flies, no matter how far north or south it flies, if it always looks completely stationary west to east underneath, that means it's not moving.
When you say it looks stationary west to east, like what are you measuring? What are you talking about?
No, I didn't say looks. I said if it's always appearing to be stationary, no matter what way you fly, no matter how fast you fly, no matter how straight you go, no matter how much you don't correct for Coriolis, which a plane can do, a jet can fly against the spin. Therefore, a camera underneath an airplane should be able to show some west to east rotation. And if it never shows it, that means the only reason for that could be that it's stationary.
That was my question. When I said, what does it look like? It sounds like you're putting a camera under the plane and sort of verifying whether the plane sort of goes off track due to Coriolis. And that's why I said planes steer. Let's not use planes as an example.
Okay,
that's why you have to get away from this. No, you have to get away from the plane idea because we all know that the Earth doesn't rotate underneath us when we're in a plane. We all know that. That's why you have to say don't use planes, use projectiles. Because that's the only way that we can tell. Or
about a hot air balloon?
We all know.
New perspective. How about a hot air balloon?
They don't correct for Coriolis. Well, that's that they want to use conservation of momentum. So they're just
exactly. Then it's over. There's no Coriolis.
If you're going with a plane, a plane can go dead reckoning and not correct and not steer and mimic a projectile for a very long distance. And it should have a west to east movement underneath the plane if it does not correct. That's the reason there is a correction.
Right, but how are you going to account for like a 1 mile an hour wind in that dead reckoning?
0.1.
It can go 1,000 miles per hour. Planes can go so fast they can fly in circles. They can jump in and out of jet streams. It's not going to be so in sync with the conserved speed. The conserved speed's not going to match the new tangential speed so perfectly that it always sees the stationary Earth below.
Right.
You can't
but
claim that.
My question was, how are you distinguishing between Coriolis, like some drift due to Coriolis, or like a 1 mile an hour crosswind?
That's the difference. That's the point. You want to make it all about the winds. Like they don't even have to put it in the manuals or any of the flight simulators because it's just like correcting for the wind, and it does that kind of unconsciously. We could just mix this like 1 mile an hour and minimize it. We're talking about hundreds of miles of
question. It
difference.
sounded like, how do you control for it?
Yeah.
What do you mean? How do I control it?
Yeah,
you're trying to compare it to winds and mix it in as if it's just a wind correction rather than having to account for the Earth spinning below it. You're
you're making an argument for not controlling for it, which is fine.
You don't understand this. Could you just let me go at it with Ruhif, please?
All right.
You don't understand
I got
this.
3 minutes. 3 minutes, then I gotta go.
Okay, so you agree that the reason there would be a deviation is because the Earth is moved west to east underneath a projectile that's going north or south.
I'm always going to balk at the word turning underneath. All right, you.
I don't know why, because that's what it's doing, literally.
Because
right?
that destroys his fantasy. That's why.
No, because I think the better way to say it is that you are always entering space with a different tangential velocity.
Of course, you're going to say that.
Okay, so it's saying it's the same thing, but you want to word it differently so it sounds better for your argument.
I'll tell you why. Because most of you idiots, I would say more than half of you idiots, think that when you get in a plane, the fucking atmosphere stops. Like the atmosphere is not rotating and the Earth is rotating. Oakley thinks this. And Oakley has convinced all these people that the atmosphere is somehow essential to Coriolis. Which is why I was glad when you guys said no, it's not essential.
But aren't you making the atmosphere essential to the Coriolis effect when you have a conserved speed? When it goes up in the air, it doesn't actually, if a hot air balloon goes up in the air, the reason the Earth doesn't spin below the hot air balloon is because it has that conserved speed of the Earth, right?
No, this is why I asked. I said, if there was no
that was carrying it along with the atmosphere.
If there was no atmosphere, would there still be Coriolis? And you guys said yes, and I was like, thank
you.
Okay.
If it was a spinning ball, we'd have Coriolis, but there is no Coriolis when we're talking about projectiles like a plane, which should be able to show this, and it can't.
Planes aren't projectiles.
Planes follow
ground. Mimic a projectile. Planes totally can mimic a projectile. It can go directly. It can go in a straight line. Are you saying a plane can never fly in a straight line?
No. And then I asked you, right? How are you distinguishing between Coriolis drift and a 1 mile an hour crosswind?
No, I'm saying you'd like to conflate the two and say they're the same thing, right?
You don't answer that question. You've been asked that question like quite a few times.
Because I'm distinguishing them as not the same, and he's trying to say the crosswind is the same thing as the Coriolis.
I don't think you got the question.
But he's not saying it's the same thing. What he's saying is, if it's not the same thing, how do you separate one from the other? And
okay, one is a crosswind, the other is the Earth turning below you. That's how I differentiate.
Yeah, how do you distinguish? Anyway, that's the question.
From the perspective of someone.
The answer is the Earth is moving below you, as well as the crosswinds are affecting you. But they're not so indistinguishable that you can just lump them in and say that's the reason they're never put in the training manuals.
You didn't get the question.
Re-explain it.
Right. So if you're piloting the airplane, how do you distinguish between them? You as a pilot trying to get in course.
Well, that's the point. That's my point. They're not trained to do that. And they should be if a Coriolis was something to account for it. But they're never told about Coriolis because there is none.
So here's another question that's similar, which is, how do you distinguish between airspeed and wind? Right. So if you're going with the wind, and it looks like you're going slowly, how do you distinguish between the two? And what someone will probably say is, I use GPS, or I get radioed.
That's not even the question.
Right,
it's not about wind speed or air speed.
I know it's not a question. I'm just trying to say this is what you're trying to do when you're trying to split the difference between two things. Come up with a method to distinguish this.
You don't have to explain what it means to split the difference between two things. What I just said was the thing is that there would be a difference and there would be something to account for if the Earth was spinning below you. If you had to account for the Earth spinning as well as the winds, that would be two different things to account for. But they only account for the winds, and that's the point.
You don't see them separately. You see your airplane getting out of course, so you put it back on course.
Why would the airplane be off course?
Because of many different factors. Yeah.
Okay, would one of them be the Earth spinning below the airplane?
Maybe the engines. maybe the engine forces aren't, the jet forces aren't completely symmetrical in the airplane.
Yep.
That can be
Yeah,
easily the
so
case.
there would be
Let me finish. That would accumulate. He would constantly check for that, even if he's not noticing, because he's just trying to keep on course. Like when
what if he was trying not to keep on course? What if he was trying to
Pure
show the Coriolis?
sophistry, man. Pure sophistry.
How can you
It's unbelievable.
What if he was trying to show that the Coriolis effect is real? What if he was trying to say, look, I'm going to fly straight, and because there's a Coriolis correction, I can show that there's Coriolis to account for it by going straight and not correcting for it.
How would you do
and
that?
then showing the west to east movement of the Earth below it. That would be totally possible on an airplane.
How would you do
What
it?
is he traveling straight in relation to?
What are you talking about? Okay, so let's just say that, start in New York City, right? You got the plane taking off from New York City. It's going to fly straight to Florida, right? So if it drew from where it started straight down to Florida, if it drew that straight line and stayed on that course and never deviated from that original straight line from New York to Florida, right? And just stayed on that course, then it wouldn't, that by the time it got to Florida, that Florida is going to be spinning away from it. So it would have to correct to get to Florida, right?
How does it stay on that course?
Then it's not. Yeah, then it's not flying on
How
a
does it
straight
stay?
course
Are you
from New
saying
York
it's
to Florida.
impossible for a plane to take one course and stay on a course? Are you saying that?
No, but it's able to stay on the course same as you're able to follow the road, and you can't just keep your. I think everybody would accept that particularly old cars, pointing your steering wheel straight doesn't guarantee you're heading 100% dead straight, does it?
That's a non sequitur because it's not the same as driving on the surface.
It's exactly
it's not.
the same.
No, it's a different reference frame. You don't understand this still, writing. This is the reason you don't understand it. Once you're in the air, you're in a non-inertial reference frame. You understand that. Because you're saying it's the same as driving a car. And that means you don't understand it.
Stop. You have to allow for answers.
Yeah, what I'm pointing out is what Bacon pointed out before, which is planes aren't perfect. You can't just point the yoke straight and keep the rudder straight and head in a dead straight path. Even if you discounted for wind, you're not going to get equal thrust out of both of your engines, nor is your plane going to be perfectly 100% down to the nanometer symmetrical. And it's got all of its doors on one side, causing more drag on that side, right?
That's not
There's
the
going
point.
to be things that throw it up. So how would it know it's going straight except by following a path? And then if it's following
Because
a
it
path,
has a
it's following
pilot
path.
that knows how to steer the plane. The pilot knows how to steer the
How-
plane.
How do they know how to steer dead
Stay on
straight?
course.
How?
Well,
What
whatever. I'm
about
saying, if it
a
could,
magnetic?
scenario.
What about a magnetic bearing riding? Well, just due south. Due south is straight line. You've just got a compass on the dashboard, and you keep your needle on south. There you go.
Perfect. Yeah, but what you'll be doing while you're doing that, same as driving a car straight down the road, is tiny micro adjustments this way and that as the wind gusts back and forth.
Sure. I'll
there's drag.
100% grant
It's
you
not
that.
because the
but in
road
the
is
scheme of
moving
this-
underneath the car.
Hang on. In the scheme of this example, where we're saying Florida is going to move away from you to the left, yes, I grant you. You have your little micro adjustments. Yeah, sure. But in the scale of this example, I don't really think they're anything that needs to be considered.
Well, with the example of the car, there's a side wind in your car across the whole path, and you didn't realize it. That side wind actually had been corrected by your micro adjustments that you make all the time, and you would never have realized it. So
Doesn't make any sense. It's non sequitur. It's not the same thing. Driving a car, making micro adjustments is not the same as having the car have to stay on a road that's moving independently of it west to east underneath it. It's a totally different situation.
Yeah, like in this
Explaining it as a
example,
car
Florida
is
would have moved hundreds of miles. Florida would have moved hundreds of miles to the left as you're flying from New York. Hundreds of miles.
Exactly.
So micro adjustments.
New perspective.
Micro
I think
adjustments make no difference. It is non sequitur.
It is.
As it moves to, for example, equator to north, if you try to get on course, you're going to experience Coriolis forces, right? So that is completely analogous. That's completely analogous to a side wind because both of them are going to add acceleration towards it.
It's not.
Yes,
You have to believe it is. You have to believe it is. Otherwise, your model's dead. That's the reason that you have to say that.
Stop. I'm not saying that's actually the case. I'm just telling what you would expect from this this idea of Coriolis effect on a spinning ball. That would necessarily be analogous to a side wind. In both cases, if you try to stay on course, you have to adjust to a side force. One of them could be wind, or it could be Coriolis, or it could be both. Both of them would force you into make those tiny adjustments, biased to the opposite.
Is.
Oh, it's
Are you
not
trying to tell me,
non-sequitur.
Bacon, are you trying to say that the winds are going to magically make this airplane always have the illusion of a completely stationary Earth relative to the plane's motion?
No, you
Are you saying that,
completely missed the
that
point.
no jet could get out of these magical winds, keeping it in the exact tangential speed of the Earth below it, that it would never be able to show this Coriolis effect in any real way at all? Is that what
I
you're
already
saying?
said no. When your first 3 words, I already get that you didn't get the point, and I said no. That's
No, because you're trying to obfuscate. You're using a non sequitur example to try to make it. Oh, you're just saying that winds. I understand that winds can affect the airplane. I understand that it's gonna be a factor. But to say that that's the same thing as the Coriolis effect, and that that's the reason they don't have to adjust for Coriolis. That's what people like to do with this. They like to. Do you think? Let me just ask you this: if an airplane had perfectly great camera that could see all of the angles and everything going on underneath it, and it was flying whatever speed it wants, straight north or straight south, are you saying that it would never see a west to east rotation underneath it?
We'll have to deviate from the course to see a deviation from
But
the ground.
could it ever? That's what I'm asking. Could it
Of
ever?
course, if it gets out of course, it's going to see the
Oh, it
ground
could.
deviating.
Okay, at least you agree to that, because I've had most ballers say there's no way a plane could ever capture this, but it could be.
Yeah, I don't know why everybody has to use an airplane. Why can't we just have a drone that's got 4 propellers and it's not adjusting for anything on a totally windless day, and it just goes straight up to 200 feet?
That's a
And
horrible.
This one, and they'll tell you the nonsense about it's carried along with the atmosphere. That's the crap they're going to come up with.
But see, that's the reason that I use the plane, because it ruins it even more. Because the plane goes over different tangential speeds over different latitudes. So they can't say that the original conserved speed is always going to match the speed that it's flying into, which is the reason they have to avoid this discussion when it comes to airplanes and try to bring it back to projectiles, or use the hot air balloon as an example because it has this conserved speed of this 1,000 miles per hour and blah blah blah.
But they
can't acknowledge this because it ruins everything.
Hang on. The ballers still have not been able to show the difference between atmosphere and wind. They cannot show the difference.
They can't. You're right. Yeah, winds go in all directions. They can't explain that to you.
They also can't explain how a spinning rock carries along a gaseous atmosphere in lockstep. That's unexplainable, ludicrous, laughable, and certifiable insanity.
So poisoning the well. So can you show me the difference between sea and an ocean current? What's the difference?
2 different mediums.
Oh, so sea doesn't have ocean currents, and ocean currents are not in the sea.
Atmosphere and wind is what we're talking about. Atmosphere and wind. What's the difference between these 2 things?
Well, what do you mean? What's the difference? That's like asking.
Wind
what's the
would be the
between...
movement of the atmosphere.
Sure.
Exactly.
So it's the atmosphere. So there's no difference.
It's no difference. It's just the moving of a thing. That's all.
No, you're comparing to chalk and cheese.
But
I'm not sure where you're going with this, Pavel. I don't know where you're going with this.
The lockstep problem.
There is no. What do you mean lockstep problem? There is no lockstep.
Lockstep's impossible.
Yeah. Okay. So if a plane had a camera underneath it and it was flying at whatever speed it wants, however straight it wants, not correcting for Coriolis at all, and it was flying north or south, could it ever see a west to east rotation of the Earth below it ever? Is that completely impossible for a plane to capture with a camera underneath, guys? Is that what you're saying?
Do you know, the real question would be, would it be possible to not capture it? I don't see how it would be possible to not capture that.
That's true. That's exactly the point.
Because Coriolis force is smaller than side wind, for example.
So, but there would be a correction to make, though, right? Which means that the Earth would be moving laterally underneath the plane, independently of its motion and speed.
When the airplane starts to get out of course, you don't know what's causing that. Just it to the opposite direction.
Hang on. This is. Can I just Bacon? Let me have 30 seconds with Bacon because this is a really dodgy distraction you're trying to introduce. The example is I take off. Don't interrupt. Just please listen. I take off from New York with a due south heading to the South Pole. All I have is a magnetic compass on the dashboard of my aeroplane. No GPS, no electronics, nothing else. And I will just, I'm in an old World War II B-29 Mitchell, and I'm flying due south. And I fly south towards Florida, okay? So it's a 6-hour flight. In that 6 hours, Florida, I'm still just heading for the South Pole, which does not move on your globe, right? Florida has moved 6,000 kilometers to my left in those 6 hours, and you're telling me I'm still going to land in Florida? How does that work?
Well, I'm not saying that.
No, but
that is what
you're trying. But
No,
would you admit
not
then,
saying
if
that.
it didn't land in Florida and it went straight, would it be able to see a west to
You
east
would get
movement
off
of the
track.
Earth?
If
You would.
the only,
That would be
if
caused by
you,
the movement of the Earth below the plane underneath it.
if you
correct?
just use your compass,
Yep.
and the wind is perfect, is not biasing to any direction.
Dead still.
And also
Dead
your
still.
aircraft, also is completely symmetrical and have symmetrical forces all over it.
It
then
doesn't
yeah,
matter because you continually correct to due south, okay? Even if you have to make little corrections, I grant you the wind and all that crap. I'm still heading for the South Pole due south for 6 hours.
I'm agreeing with you. If
So
if
this is a
everything's
test we could do
completely
then, right? We
symmetrical,
could
if
go out and
only
show the motion of the Earth any day we want. Just get in an
So if I
airplane.
did that,
How
what
can
you're
you-
saying,
Dead
what you're
reckoning
saying is
south,
I'd
we should
land
be
in
able
the
to show this
middle
rotation.
of the Pacific Ocean. Is that what you're saying? I'd land in somewhere in the Pacific Ocean because the Earth would have Florida would have moved to the
Pacific
left.
Ocean.
So I'm going to land in the Pacific Ocean after 6 hours.
No, because you're forgetting your initial tangential speed. You have to account for that as well. But if you do,
Here it comes. Here it
wait,
comes.
wait.
Sure.
But you agree.
But it doesn't even help
Let me
them.
finish. Let me finish. If you account for that speed, you'd still get off track or get
Yeah.
off course.
Good. At least you
You
admit
wouldn't
that.
be as much as you think, unless, for example, if you started at the North Pole, then yes, that would be the amount of.
Well, see, that's my point. See, at least you admit that the reason that it would be off course is that there's a west to east rotation of Earth that would be moving independently of the plane from left to right or right to left underneath the plane. You admit that, and we could just go out and get a camera and show this happening, right?
No, because I said that in order for that to happen, you can't have wind pulling you into any direction.
Oh, so that the
If the-
wind would make it impossible for a plane to ever see any rotation of the Earth below? Is that what you're saying?
In the way we describe it on this scenario, yeah, yes, because
It would be impossible. So this west to
tangential
east movement of the Earth is impossible to capture with a camera underneath a plane. Is that what you're trying to say?
No, with this experiment, the way you're posing it,
The
yes,
tangential speed
this
is
wouldn't be
ridiculous.
possible.
Okay. Say you took
We'll
off the
take
same
off.
scenario.
We'll take off from the North
Well,
Pole
you're
then.
not
Well,
allowing
let's
me
take
to
off from the
make-
North Pole, not New
You
York.
guys aren't
The
allowing
North
me
Pole.
to give a
the
complete
same
answer.
scenario, right? Just let me talk 1 second.
You-
The same scenario, but before you headed on your heading with that compass, only with that magnetic compass, do a loop to loop and a spin around in a circle first, and then go south. Is that tangential speed still there?
You've washed it off, yeah.
Sorry, can
Or
you-
take off from the North
you
Pole,
didn't-
same thing. Then you've got no
you have to allow me
tangential
to
speed.
answer.
Yeah,
I didn't
exactly.
even get the question. You're already starting a second one. So what was the question? He's
He's saying the
bringing up
conservation of momentum that you have from your original tangential speed, right? It could be 0 at the North Pole. It could be 1,000 at the equator, right? But it's going to fly into another latitude that has a different tangential speed, right? So it's not going to always match perfectly, right? Unless these
Sure.
magic winds make it impossible for a plane
it's
to
not
ever see a
magic
rotation
wind.
underneath. Well, it would have to be if it
let me
only
answer. You
ever
have to let
observes
me
the
answer.
stationary Earth.
You're
go ahead.
just speaking non-stop, right? So there is drag, right? If something is moving in respect to something, to a fluid, there's drag between them. So in different latitude lines, you have different speeds of the wind. And that tangential speed that changes on the ground tends to be very close to the speed of the atmosphere. So yeah, atmosphere is acting against Coriolis. So
God, we're still
and
talking about the
it's a
Coriolis
much
effect.
greater-
new perspective. The crazy ones in this conversation are you and me, because we're trying to convince an automaton of something which requires critical thought and independent brain. We're the crazy ones. We could be here for 3 days and we won't make a dent.
At least
We
Bacon
won't make a
admits
dent.
that the plane. At least Bacon admits that the plane could get off course, which means that the Earth is moving underneath the plane independently of its direction and speed. Therefore, it could be caught with a camera, right, Bacon?
Only if you could isolate the wind.
Okay, but it could, right?
It could.
Not sure how you could isolate
Okay,
the
great.
wind.
Then let's go out and do this experiment
Said
and get the
I don't know how you
rotation of
could
the Earth
isolate it.
from an airplane anytime we're going north to south ever.
How are you going to isolate the wind?
Well, how can you predict what the wind would be when you know there's different wind speeds for different days? How could you ever predict that it would be impossible or very little to account for it? The wind speeds are not the same as the Earth rotation underneath it.
Unfalsifiable. We'll just make it unfalsifiable, and then that's a get-out clause, right?
That's why they have to skirt this issue, because it is a falsifiable model. And Coriolis falsifies it. Because if you can never detect a Coriolis force, it falsifies your model. That's my point.
Well, I've got clouds here today. I've got clouds here today that has just been sitting in the same spot for about 1 hour. They haven't moved at all. They'd probably be about 500 foot up in the air, and they haven't moved for about a whole hour.
The speed of the wind is measured from the surface. It's the speed regarding surface.
Yeah,
The wind
just because
speeds you're
just
talking
because the
about.
clouds
So the
don't
wind
move
speed
doesn't mean
if the wind is being measured as 0 kilometers an hour on the whole Earth, it would still counter Coriolis, because that speed is considering the surface as a reference frame.
when you're on the merry-go-round, you have the reference frame of being on it and looking at the environment around you spinning. When you're on the Earth, what are you comparing it with? What are you comparing it with? So the Earth is the merry-go-round. What are you comparing it with? The spin. What are you measuring it against? The clouds?
I'm not comparing anything. I was just answering how you can measure.
Yeah,
it.
but how does Coriolis effect work if the merry-go-round is the Earth? What are you comparing it to?
You don't need to compare it to something. You just throw a ball.
No,
and
you
if you
do.
see
When you're on a
curving,
merry-go-round,
let me
you're
answer
comparing
it. You have to let me answer. You can't just wait for the first word and then interrupt me. If you every time you throw a ball, you see curving left. You see no cause for that force. So you have a pseudo force, which means you are in a known inertial reference frame. So you don't need a inertial one to compare it to, because being
no.
non-inertial one, you're going to experience pseudo force.
You need to add a few more things into the equation. You've got the ball, yourself, and the merry-go-round. What about the other environment, all the trees and the house and everything else around you? All those other things. What are we comparing here? So we have a ball, the Earth, me, and what's the final thing?
I already said we are not comparing to another reference frame.
Well, you have to.
We are detecting. No, we don't have to. I just explained why, so I'm going to explain it again. If we measure pseudo forces, this means we are in a non-inertial reference frame.
No,
Okay,
you're eliminating all the variables.
So, Bacon, would you say? Let me ask you a question. Would you say that if we were able to do all the best tests ever with an airplane flying as fast as it wants, flying in circles, flying over different tangential speeds, if we were to able to capture everything that the Earth is doing below, and we never get any motion at all, no matter what we do with an airplane, no matter how fast it goes, no matter how many tangential speeds it flies over, if we can never get anything but a stationary Earth below, do you think there's a good chance it might be stationary?
Sure, if you are isolating correctly for the
other
other
all that. Yeah, you're doing all you need to do to show this Coriolis.
Then yes.
If there's no way to show it from an airplane, it's a good chance it's stationary, right?
No. If there's no way to show from an airplane, maybe you should try something they can show it.
Well, why would an airplane not be able to show it is the question.
Because it's very hard to isolate for the wind.
No, a jet plane can fly against the spin. It can do whatever it wants. You know this.
Sure, but the spin affects.
So you're saying that
wind,
somehow the
wind.
wind is always going to make it have the illusion of a stationary Earth?
No.
Well,
That's
then,
not what I'm saying. Let me answer
well,
you.
I'm saying if it did, if it was not unable to, if it was unable to show any rotation to the Earth, no matter what it did, no matter how much it didn't correct or adjusted for no winds or whatever adjustments it needs to do, if there was no way for a plane to ever show this movement, then how can you say it's moving?
Because you're not giving a situation in which he couldn't measure it. You're just saying that he.
What if he was trying to measure it?
Well,
he was trying to show it.
If you give a very poor experiment, which you wouldn't be able to.
No, I'm not talking about if. I'm talking about if a pilot was able to do whatever it wanted with the plane, not correct for Coriolis, and go in a straight line, just like the deviation would show, right? If it was able to do that,
if you can do
and it didn't show any deviation, then what would you think?
I'm not sure if you can try not to.
Really? You're saying that it's impossible for a plane to not adjust for something that it has to adjust for?
No, what I'm saying is I don't know how in the world you would adjust for something like Coriolis and know, for example, where
this is some heavy
I haven't finished.
I'm just asking you a question, yes or no question. If the plane was totally unable to show this, wouldn't it not be a little bit more support for our side?
Depends
Because
on the reason.
you would think a plane should be able to show this.
Depends on the reason why it's not being able to show it.
Well, I'm just asking if it was impossible for a plane to show this, wouldn't that be suspicious? Well, that's what I'm saying. Why would it be impossible? How could it be impossible?
I already gave many explanations on why you can't.
So you're saying it is possible that these winds would always force a plane to have this illusion of a stationary Earth below it?
No.
Oh, well then you're saying it is possible.
No, you have to stop.
Show this, but I think what you'd find you were doing is going. In order to know that it's controlling for one thing, not the other, you would be having to plug in the Coriolis beforehand, which would just sort of be begging the question. But like, I don't understand how you would do it if you found the plane was deviating left or right from where you are thousands of feet in the sky. How do you know to go, oh, I better deviate against that because that's wind versus I better not deviate against that because that's the Coriolis I'm trying to test for right now?
I'm talking about intentionally not deviating, doing whatever it wants, intentionally trying to show this Coriolis.
Right, you're just going to end up downwind.
Oh, so but you're trying to conflate it with the wind always. So this is what you have to do. You have to run around saying, "Oh, well, how would you?" Because if an airplane is unable to show this deviation, right? It's just impossible. That means it's not deviating.
This is why Ruhif left with the question. Feels like hours ago, how could you control for one versus the other? Once you've got,
I said because they're two different things. That's how you control for it.
Sure,
but there are no two different things. There's only wind, not rotation. That's the point of this whole thing.
How do you control for them? Once you've got a method to control for them, we can do your experiment.
You would need a way to control for it. Is the point? You don't have a Coriolis adjustment. No pilot ever makes a Coriolis adjustment. That's the point.
Because the pilot doesn't have to be the source. The pilot doesn't have to know the source of the deviation. He just have to correct for it.
It would be something he should know.
Oh, because there are multiple ones at the same time. He doesn't have to keep separating them. He doesn't have to keep separating.
You don't understand. This is when it goes to land. When it goes to land, if there's any difference between the Earth moving left to right underneath the plane when it's going on a north to south landing strip, if there's a rotation of that Earth below it and it's not in sync with the Earth, it's going to need to know exactly how fast the Earth is spinning below it and how much it needs to correct for it. And it would never be able to land because it can't accelerate sideways to stay in line with the landing strip. You don't get it. And seriously, that would be a correction you would have to know about if it was moving.
You have to stop monologuing. So I don't even remember what's the point because you keep.
Well, you want to make it all about the wind.
Forever.
Like the wind would force the plane to always have this illusion of a stationary Earth.
Not. I never made that claim. Every time.
Well, then you're saying it would be possible for a plane to show the motion of the Earth.
Let me finish a single sentence, for God's sake. Every time I mention the word wind, you give this exact same response, which I never claimed. I'm not saying that the wind would account precisely for Coriolis. Wind is just inserting noise in the trajectory.
the trajectory is noisy. It's very easy to get out of the course. It's not just for a single variable. It's not just for the wind. You have also the aerodynamics of the aircraft. You have the engines.
What a load of shit.
Okay, I know all this. Okay, you don't have to explain how an airplane works. I'm just asking you simple questions. The Earth moves underneath the
If you know
airplane,
that,
west to east. That's the reason for the deviation. You can't just say, "Oh, how could it not correct for winds and make that somehow the same thing?" If there was two different things to correct for, the pilot would know about Coriolis as well as winds.
No,
He would be
because
taught both.
you know the three variables I mentioned, the aerodynamics of the airplane, the difference of the engines, and the wind. It doesn't have to know which of those three are mostly contributing to he deviating from the course. He just have to correct for it.
Why
You
doesn't
never
he
know.
have to
It
know?
has no
Why doesn't he have to know?
because he can't. How can he distinguish between those three?
Let's
Besides
that's
that,
the
change
point.
the
He would be able to distinguish. We're talking about a moving Earth below it, which is totally different than the other two things.
So
yes,
we-
it is.
we are not.
That's
no, I'm
why
not
he'd
talking
have
about
to know.
Not
Is it
talking about
possible?
You want to
Coriolis.
make it all one thing and then say you're not making it one thing.
Is it,
Not,
hang on. Is it possible we
not
can
talking about
swap?
Coriolis.
Hang on. Can we swap that airplane for a glider?
That's making it worse.
Glider.
Just a glider, no engine,
Oh, that
just
is-
flaps. Left,
Oh,
right,
that's
up, down.
Okay.
Yeah, they'll just say the winds take it with the Earth, and that's the reason it looks stationary from below. That you have to give them the extreme example. If they think of a jet that can fly 1,000 miles per hour and have 44,000 pounds of thrust resistance and can hover in the air, they think that plane is not able to ever fly to a point to show this rotation of Earth below it, even though there's a Coriolis correction that is the reason for this conversation. Then they're just in denial, because a plane would be able to show this rotating Earth below it, and because it's in a non-inertial reference frame. There's a difference between an inertial reference frame and a non-inertial reference frame. You can't say they're always so much in sync that a plane always seems to have a stationary Earth below it. The Earth would move underneath it, and it could show that it moves.
When
You can't say it's always in sync so much that it seems stationary.
When the plane lands and says, I deviated west by 400 kilometers, how do you separate wind from Coriolis?
Because the wind is different than the Earth, bro. That's the reason we're talking about this.
Yeah,
the
it's
wind
only-
affects the plane one way, right? The wind is something you have to correct for as a pilot. But if you have to time your landing for a north-south runway to be in line with your plane when you're flying north to south, you would never be able to do it. Your wheels would break off, bro. You don't get it.
I'm getting
you don't
the
get it,
impression.
No, that's the reason for Coriolis is different than winds. It's the Earth movement compared to the wind movement. Totally two different things. You can't say it's the same.
Trying to answer you. Stop monologuing.
No, well, I'm not monologuing. I'm repeating my point that you're not getting over and over again because you're trying to obfuscate it. He doesn't understand it if he doesn't get it.
Can I ask a question after? Yeah. If let's say that the Earth is for this let's assume that the Earth is rotating and the air is not rotating with the Earth. Would you feel wind on the Earth?
Lots, very much so.
Yeah, so there's no difference between the wind and the Earth rotation. It's just
riding at eggshells answered that. Your question.
Sure. So if the Earth is rotating and the atmosphere isn't rotating with the Earth, if you're standing on the Earth, would you feel wind?
Of course, yeah.
Yeah.
You'd be pulled through the atmosphere, completely, right?
Yeah, sure. So what's the difference between wind and Earth rotation? Because you're asking, how do you differentiate between those two?
Well, because when you're flying in a projectile, right, when you're in an airplane, and the Earth is moving separately from your airplane, and one's an inertial reference frame and one's a non-inertial reference frame, and they're not always in sync, there's going to be an adjustment to make. And those adjustments could also be not made. And therefore, it could show an Earth rotating, and the winds are totally a different thing than the Earth rotating below it. It deals with winds. If it had to deal with with an Earth rotating below it, that would be a totally different thing. And it doesn't have to deal with that because it's not rotating. That's the only way it could. If an airplane can only always see a stationary Earth below it, no matter how fast it flies, north or south, then that means the Earth it can only be stationary because it should be able to show it.
Am I right in thinking you haven't actually tested this?
What?
Sorry, go ahead, Malman.
If you don't get it, it's a basic concept. You can obfuscate it and make it seem like it's all one thing, and that's the reason they're not taught about Coriolis, because it would be so minimal that the winds would just be just like a crosswind. Well, you're saying it would be just like how you're saying how could they tell the difference? You're saying how could you tell the difference between the crosswind and the Earth rotation?
Yes, well done.
But then at the same time, that's the same way as saying they're the same thing.
No, it's
you're saying we can't tell the difference. How do you tell the difference? How would you tell the difference between the two?
We can measure the rotation.
And let other people
we
talk.
can measure the rotation.
But my point is, how would you tell the difference? I'm asking you the same question.
Shut the fuck up for a moment. Let other people speak. I'm not saying they're the same thing. What I would say is they're going to have a similar effect, right? Which is causing lateral movement of the plane. So it's the same as
exactly
I was
what
like
you
trying
said.
to go,
okay.
How effective is this heater I've put in my room? And then going, well, I'll just see how hot the room is, where it's like, well, hang on, was it a warm day? Did you have the windows open? Do you have high body heat? Were you doing a workout?
Sure.
There's a whole bunch of other things that are going to come into it. So the question, how did you know that was the heater, is an important one. I'm not saying the heater is my body heat. I'm saying they have the same effect of heating the room. So when it comes to this Coriolis, there are multiple things that will affect lateral movement of the plane. How are you separating one from the other is the question we've been asking you for like an hour. And you not just aren't able to answer it, you're refusing to answer.
No, you're refusing to realize that you're trying to say it's not the same, but then you're saying, how would you tell the difference as if they are the same? So let me tell you this. Let me ask you this. If you're using your scenario, you just said they're similar, right? They affect the plane similarly, right? You said they're not the same, but they affect the plane similarly, right? You just said that, right? So how would they be not similar? If they're just similar, how are they not similar?
Because
answer me that.
One might be wind, one might be a pseudo force, one might be the aerodynamics of the plane. There could be a variety of different things. We would agree that the aerodynamics of the plane, the physical shape of the plane, is not the rotation of the Earth, isn't it? But they could possibly have the same effect, correct?
Well, I'm asking you, how is the Coriolis effect not similar to the winds?
Because they're a totally separate thing.
Exactly. Totally separate, but similar, right?
But how
totally separate, but similar.
Do you want to ask me how I would separate them?
Yeah.
I could do so in a thought experiment. I don't think I could do so in reality. In a thought experiment, I would do the whole thing in a totally still environment. So
you're saying in reality you wouldn't be able to tell the difference between the two, but then you're saying they're not the same.
You can spot the difference.
No, you don't understand the point I'm making. I'm saying the Earth rotating is totally different than the winds and all these other adjustments. It's a totally different thing. And you're saying because we can make it similar, that's the reason they're not taught about it.
Similar effect.
I'm just saying, you know how they talk about in science controlling for variables, where they want to control when they're testing a drug, they want to control for the variable of was this a false positive? So the person never had the disease in the first place when we're trying to treat them. What we're asking you is how do you control for this variable, and you're not seemingly able to answer the question. You're just saying they're different things. We're agreeing they're different things. Absolutely. Spin of the Earth and wind are different things. We're 100% on the same page with you there, man. But then we're saying how do you split the two apart? And you just repeat they're different things.
No, I've given you the same example over and over again, which does isolate what we're talking about, and you haven't heard it. I'm saying the way you could falsify it is to put a camera underneath the airplane and don't deviate, go completely due south, and you would see a west to east movement of the Earth below you. That's how you would be able to differentiate it. But because we never see a rotating Earth below you, it can't be isolated because it's not a thing to isolate. That's the point.
How do you follow that path due south?
You go south. You use a gyroscope. Go south.
So you go south with a gyroscope.
No, you could go south. You could just go on straight path. Do you think that you could go like when people talk about true west, and not follow the compass around the circle if it's a flat plane? You know how ballers talk about true west, right?
I don't know about that, but let's stay on this.
Well, no, like they don't have to follow the compass, right? They just want to go a straight line. Right. And then the point is, I'm not even saying this is something. I'm just saying if you could, you would see the Earth rotating below, right? If you could go straight. and not have to worry about winds or anything, then you would see the Earth rotating below. Yes or no?
How would you see it? How?
That seriously, man. I've heard you
Because
say that
that's the model. Your model is broken. That's the reason you have to skirt around this because it breaks your model.
upon hundreds of times.
Yeah, because you're not getting it every time I say it.
You said that it breaks the model. Do you have a demonstration of someone doing this and traveling in a
No,
straight
I'm
line?
saying if you could go straight, right, and not deviate, right, over a spinning ball Earth, if you could go straight over it, north to south, and you never see any rotation below, no matter how fast you fly, no matter how many tangential speeds, if you could never see anything but a stationary Earth, that means the only reason for that is that it's stationary. You can't say that somehow it adjusts to every tangential speed so perfectly that it always sees a stationary Earth. If that's your claim, that's pretty outrageous.
Hold on. You say that you would see a stationary plane, even though you're flying over the Earth, so it's not stationary.
I'm saying if you do. No, I'm saying if you only see a stationary plane, how could you say it's moving?
Let's say this is our hypothesis and the test. What's the difference between these two scenarios, with a rotating Earth and with a stationary Earth? What would be different? How would they?
One would be a rotating Earth, and one would be a stationary Earth.
No, but the test, the experiment. Where's the difference?
Well, if you were able to go north to south with an airplane, flying as fast as it wants, resisting all the wind it wants, deviating all it wants, not correcting for Coriolis all it wants, that means that it would be off course because the Earth spun independently underneath the plane, correct?
Sure.
There you go. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Would you account for
wind? You'd be able to show it with a camera
wind?
underneath it. You'd be able to show this.
What about?
I'm not talking about winds. I'm talking about if it were no winds. Let's take the winds out of it. If it were no winds to adjust for, then it would easily be able to show this rotation underneath. Correct?
But you're saying that there's no wind to adjust for. So
I'm not saying that. I'm saying for this scenario, just a thought experiment. If there were no winds, right? If there were no winds to correct for, and it went in a straight line, then it would easily show this rotation underneath, right?
Yeah.
Right.
If there is
so you're saying that these winds make it impossible for it to ever show rotation?
No, but hold on. If there is no wind,
then it's possible. That's all I'm asking.
If there is no wind, then the air is moving at the same speed that the Earth is, and the airplane travels in that air.
Oh,
okay.
Good call.
Sure. So you're saying that the winds that are moving west to east are going to make a south to north plane slow down to the tangential speed of that latitude.
Yeah,
is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
automatically.
If it leaves,
it automatically adjusts over different tangential speeds.
Hold on. If it leaves from the equator at a east to west speed of 1,000 miles per hour, and it moves south to an area where the tangential velocity is 800 miles per hour, that airplane is going to have a 200 miles per hour side wind.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if the atmosphere is totally stationary, you won't have that effect because the airplane uses the air to move.
Right.
Right.
But you're saying
Because
that the sides, if it's going west to east and it's going from the equator to the North Pole, then those winds wouldn't slow it down because it'd be moving sideways it'd be moving it wouldn't be moving. It'd have to move in the opposite direction to slow the play down. It would have to be moving in the opposite direction. And even if it did, even if the winds moving in west to east were able to slow the plane down, you can't say it would slow it so much so that it would match that tangential speed perfectly, right? You can't say it automatically matches every tangential speed because you conserve the original 1,000 miles per hour.
How much, like, let's say if the airplane is traveling at 500 miles per hour, in 2 hours, how much would it have to correct for the Coriolis?
Well, over 5 hours, I think Zanuck came up with a 500 or 450 mile deviation that it would have to correct for over a 5-hour trip.
Okay, so it would have to accelerate. Okay. So sideways, it has to accelerate from 0 to 500 miles per hour in 5 hours.
Right.
Okay, how fast is that acceleration?
But I'm saying it doesn't have to account for the Coriolis. It can fly and not correct for Coriolis if it wants to.
Yeah, but if the wind is stationary in relation to the Earth, then the speed of the air is slowing down. with the air, with the Earth as you go north.
You can have all that. I'm saying you can have all of those corrections you want. You can have all your conservation of momentum. Once it goes over different tangential speeds, you can't claim that the airplane automatically adjusts to that tangential speed, so much so that it only can see a stationary Earth relative to its motion. You're saying that are you claiming the plane could never see anything but a stationary Earth because of the winds?
The air is stationary in relation to the Earth. So when you go north in the airplane, in relation to you, the air is slowing down.
It doesn't matter what you say about that. I can give you all that. Are you trying to say that the winds in the air are going to make the plane have to adjust to the same tangential speed? No matter what the plane wants to do?
It uses,
so you're saying that the plane is forced to do this no matter what. And then you're saying those winds aren't magic. They're not magic winds, but it forces a plane.
Just like if you have let's say a swimming pool that's rotating and you're swimming in it, your speed will adjust according to the how far you are from the center of the rotation.
Your claim is that the wind always making the plane see nothing but a stationary Earth. Is that your claim?
Sure, if the air is totally stationary and that's the only thing that carries the airplane, then sure, yeah.
Are you saying that it'd be impossible for an airplane to set its course and it would be impossible for a plane to show the Coriolis effect? Are you saying that? You're saying that if it had a camera underneath, it would never be able to show any movement?
What do you even mean with camera below?
Because if you took if you had an airplane and you had like a really good camera, a set of cameras underneath it, and you flew south to north, you should be able to show some rotation of this Earth going west to east underneath.
Oh, how would it appear in the
I'm saying if a plane tried to do that, right, it should be able to do that, right? Are you saying it's impossible for a plane to do that?
Show what?
Show the Earth moving independently of the plane's motion west to east underneath it.
We see this with satellites because they're not beholden to the air. But I know you don't agree that satellites exist, but we do see it.
Well, that's a totally different, claim. But let's talk about the airplane. Why can't it never show anything but a stationary Earth?
Because airplanes fly.
Yeah, it's the same way
they fly. That's your excuse. The reason that it could show it is because it flies. You can't say that because it flies wherever it wants, right? Flies against the spin, flies with the spin.
When I'm inside,
flies north to south, doesn't have to worry about being forced to do anything, actually.
When I'm inside an airplane, I can only show you a stationary airplane, even though it's moving at 500 miles per hour.
No, I'm asking, can you only show me a stationary Earth when you're in an airplane? Is it impossible to show a moving Earth from an airplane? Are you saying that's impossible to do?
I would use a projectile.
Your question is broken.
Oh, you want to go back to projectile, just like I talked about earlier. See, I'm asking you a yes or no question. Is it impossible for a plane to ever show rotation of the Earth outside the window or underneath with a camera? Is it impossible for a plane to do that?
Pretty much.
No, you can't say pretty much. Is it impossible? Yes or no?
There is a mild.
Pretty much is a no, or is it a yes?
Now there's a mild crosswind effect as the plane travels north or south.
I'm just asking if the plane could ever show it.
How about you let somebody finish, dude? You keep on interrupting every statement.
Because you keep going back to the winds trying to explain things I already know.
You're not supposed to overtalk people. Now cut it out.
Okay, I'm sorry. Apologies.
Yeah, it is a negligible effect.
Yeah.
Okay. Then it's something.
When I measured it last time, it was 0.01 meters per second.
Okay.
Well, that's pretty negligible.
Oh, it would be. You could show it though, right? You could have a camera underneath that, and even if it's negligible, there's something to show, because otherwise there wouldn't be something to talk about.
What I think you could do, you could potentially do. I've been trying to think about it to get on your side. I still don't think like that. This is why it keeps coming back to the question of how would you control for wind? How would you, when you got the numbers, go this much was wind, this much was Coriolis? But what I was thinking you could possibly show is if you went, what are the wind speeds at any given altitude? And what is a continual north-south corridor that we know gets flown? You know, like Sydney-Melbourne would be a good one because it's the busiest air corridor in the world. There's like 20 flights, more than 20 flights a day. And then if you went based on the GPS readings or the engine or like the rudder controls, does there appear to be a slight, in order to stay on that path, that dead straight path, GPS path, do we find that there is a bias that always points the rudder just 0.01 degrees or something to the right this way and to the left that way? You possibly could show it, but the main thing I would have to say is that controlling for wind would be 90% of your job in my mind. It would be like, how do I know that I'm getting the right wind speed? How do I know that this isn't just
I know. I'm trying to give you guys a proof. I mean, if this should be the proof of the ball, you just have to find a way to get a jet, put a camera on it, and you show your rotation, and this whole flat Earth thing will go away.
But
that's what I'm saying. It should be possible, and I don't know why you guys are so sure it would be negligible or would be not noticeable when we know there's varying wind speeds, varying airplane speeds. How you'd be able to assume that it'd be negligible when you're talking about 500 miles, 450 miles over a 5-hour trip? That's not negligible.
Because none of us think this would be conclusive. It would be extraordinary, and it would be extraordinarily expensive, and it would demonstrate to us something that we are already fairly comfortable would be.
Flying a plane north to south and not deviating or not correcting for Coriolis isn't expensive. Every time you fly north to south, you should be able to show the rotation is the point. But I've talked too much. I'm not going to repeat myself over and over again.
You've got to be able to do this
Let somebody else talk.
Controlling for the wind, right? You need some method to know exactly what the wind speeds are, because otherwise, if I were doing this test north-south to Sydney and Melbourne, and then I went, but the prevailing winds are 70% of the time they're blowing westerly, they're westerly winds, then that's going to fuck my whole experiment. So I'd have to know what those winds were, and that would become most of my job, because winds are different speeds at different altitudes and sometimes even different directions at different altitudes.
Yeah, it'd be hard to know.
So incredibly hard to control for. And for me, this, even if I didn't find it, if I did this extraordinarily difficult experiment and I didn't find Coriolis, it wouldn't really change my feelings about the globe one iota. I would just go, I've obviously done the maths wrong.
So you're saying that a jet plane that can fly 1,000 miles per hour
So you
has
can
a
just
bunch
go
of
on
resistance?
mute. You can just go on mute then, Harry, because you're not really participating in the discussion.
That's not really participating in the conversation.
No, it's just like Harry, would you find it surprising if a plane was never able to show this? Like if the best jet plane's never able to show this, would that surprise you at all, Harry?
He's just trolling you, Dave.
But when you say has never been able to show this, I don't even know that they've even tried to or they've even tested. And when I've asked you if you've tested for this, I haven't.
Yeah, I've put my camera in the window of an airplane. I never see it rotating ever. Do you? You've tested it. You've looked out there.
Know about that video?
Disingenuous.
What would that rotating look like when we all seem to agree that it will follow a GPS path based over
We don't agree with that. No, I'm saying the tangential speeds matching is wishful thinking on your part. But I can give you that. You can't say it matches perfectly. So therefore, we should be able to show it. Even if you say it's negligible, there's something to show, which means we could record it. And the fact that we can't record it means it's not negligible. In fact, it's not there at all.
What does a 2.25 mile an hour crosswind look like in an airplane?
Harry and Moya, what a good
shut up.
I'm sorry, Merle, please.
You fucking useless person. Just go away.
All right, that seems very toxic, and you should be warned.
Go
in your depressive state again.
Go
Stop
away,
it.
you mom.
But you know that winds. You know that winds are measured in relation, or the wind speeds are measured in relation to the Earth's surface.
They're magic. They have to be, right?
What? Winds are magic?
They must be if they always keep a plane seeming to have a non-rotating Earth surface below, right? That would be magic winds. It would have to keep the plane
actually, the wind
so in sync with the Earth that it could never see a rotating Earth.
I think that the winds actually they counter it, but they don't eliminate it. You'll be off course because
then you should be able to show the Earth rotating, right?
If you did nothing to adjust, you would be off course. But you adjust
That's
for
the
counter.
point. That's my point. You'd be off course because
but you adjust for them as you fly because you see a crosswind. That's all it appears to you is as a crosswind.
Well, no, if you didn't adjust for it, it'd be off course because the Earth moves below it.
You're a rude cunt. Goodbye.
Yeah, you're wrong, Dave. Moyoc said you're wrong, so you're wrong.
I'm rude and wrong, I guess.
Wrong and
I find
rude.
you easy to talk to. It's just on this topic, but I get also you're up against 4 people on this. So
Well, it's just I can't understand why I can't just get a yes or no answer. It's always it would be there. You have to explain it from the start, like scratch. Oh well, winds do affect planes. I'm not saying winds don't affect planes. I'm saying there's a difference between winds and the movement of the Earth. And if there's a Coriolis effect, that means the Earth moved below it. That's why it's off course. So we should be able to show the Earth moving below it when it gets off course. That's it. It's simple.
yeah, I get it. I've heard you say it plenty of times.
But I don't know why you're not acknowledging it. It's like I said it, but I didn't say it.
I think it's
Why is it wrong then?
Because of the one question that we keep asking and not able to answer, which is how would you separate winds from Coriolis? And you're not able to answer it. You just seem to.
I did. That's why I get frustrated and have to repeat it. The way I would show it.
Round and round. Hold on.
But let me just say one more thing.
For them.
Real quick. This is the last thing.
Perspective.
I would
Hold
show
on.
it.
You've been talking for an hour.
Okay.
Hold on. My turn now. I have a scenario. I'm in a plane and I'm flying from south to north.
Mm-hmm.
I'm traveling at 500 miles an hour. I'm approaching the equator. The equator is moving at 1,000 miles an hour. Are you guys saying we won't be able to determine that? Go ahead. Any one of you ballers answer that question.
No, I think you could determine that, but it's definitely not with the method that New Perspective's talking about.
Not talking about New Perspective. Forget about him. We're talking about your Coriolis. Your Coriolis needs the rotation of the Earth, correct?
Yep.
So you're flying from south to north. You're traveling at 500 miles an hour. The Earth is traveling at 1,000 miles an hour. Can you detect that? Yes or no?
I've thought about this quite a bit. I believe that, say, you could launch like a camera from the equator to the North Pole. And as that projectile, it's not powered, it's just been shot out of a cannon. I think as that camera looking straight down at the ground, as it moved north, the pattern of the ground would become increasingly diagonal to its perspective.
Oh, yes. But that's not what I asked, Left Lane. I asked a specific question. This is a visual observation. You're in a plane traveling at 500 miles an hour, yet the Earth underneath you, you see an island, and it's traveling at 1,000 miles an hour, east to west, as you're traveling north.
Dun, dun, dun.
Can you view that? Yes or no?
No, because the plane is moving at the same lateral velocity.
How is that possible?
At 2.25 mile an hour.
I just explained to you two motions, distinct.
Yes, but they're not. That never happens. You're describing a situation that isn't possible.
Exactly. So welcome to the stationary Earth, gentlemen.
Are you capable of listening?
You said that never happens, right?
Yeah, because that's not what the globe claim is.
That's exactly what the claim is.
No, it is not.
No, it is not.
You're disputing the fact that your Earth is traveling at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator.
How did I get to that?
The airplane doesn't have any tangential
Stupid globe heads. Listen to them.
So can you mute the? Can you mute Merv?
That's how you end this right here and right now.
Sure.
Game over. No miles an hour. No winds. No 2 miles.
Rip. So unless that was my internet connection, New Perspective could ask the same or similar but slightly different question.
Yeah.
And the question would be...
It's not similar. It's exactly what you need to have your Coriolis. If your Earth is not spinning, you have no Coriolis. Do you understand that?
I would agree with
that.
Do
you understand that?
So
do you understand that?
Yep. New Perspective. Can I ask you a similar but slightly different question, which is, do you think it would be important or valuable to control for such variables that could result in similar effects?
I told you how to control for it. Oops. I told you how to control for it. You put a camera underneath and you would be able to isolate that variable by showing the Earth rotation and the deviation.
So
that's how you isolate it.
So let's explore that. You've got a camera underneath the plane. You're flying north-south or south-north, whichever, and the plane starts to drift west, let's say. Okay.
Why are you going back to drifts of 2 miles an hour? What is this?
Conversation, SE.
You eliminate it, and how
you're completely ignoring what I said.
Yeah,
you're completely ignoring the 500 mile an hour difference, and you're going back to a 2 mile an hour drift. Really? And perspective, you're allowing them to do this, dude. Really?
No, you
Gio,
said
is
the
there any
same
way you
thing I'm
can
saying.
control
They did the same thing to
SD?
me. Please take over. Please take over. They'll just keep running you around, dude.
Exactly. Don't let them do it, bro. Forget about 2.5 miles. We're talking a 500 mile an hour difference, gentlemen.
No, we're not.
Deal with
We're
that.
talking about an
Yeah.
airplane that is going the same speed as the Earth when it's parked on the ground.
Then you have
When it
no
takes off-
Coriolis.
Okay, this is terrible.
If
You
the
cannot
plane is
control
traveling
yourself.
at the same
If you
speed of the
cannot
Earth,
shut your fucking mouth,
you have
then
no
you should be
Coriolis.
muted.
Do you understand that?
See, just let him finish.
Sure, go ahead.
Nobody's arguing against that. What
The
I'm
reason,
arguing,
real quick, the
Don't
reason is the
gaslight me in
reason.
the chat either,
I
Harry.
was letting him.
Or
I
I'll
was
make.
letting him beg the
Shut up,
question
everyone.
because it
Harry's
can't get out of it.
gaslighting me in the chat, and I don't appreciate it.
well, I don't think you will
So,
at the moment.
so
Mel. You
fuck
come in
off,
rooms
Harry.
and just
Harry,
insult and say
fuck
that kind
off.
of stuff.
Don't
Please,
gaslight
Merlin,
me.
don't do that,
Let's not get
please.
personal. Let's not get
Don't
personal.
tell him off then. Tell him not
Well,
to
no, but
gaslight me.
yeah, but
Take
why?
it
Why
easy,
make it
guys. Let's
personal?
be respectful, please.
Sticking to the
We'll
model.
tell him not to
Stick to the model.
gaslight me, SC.
Okay, don't gaslight him, guys. Come on.
Thank
Please.
you. You fucking cunts.
Don't
let him
Merlin,
get to
don't
you.
do that because you're gonna force me to. You know what? Please don't do it, bro. Let's calm down.
Even if you are a flat earther, you're gonna get muted.
Yes,
So
I'm
you
gonna
stop.
have to.
Yeah.
So what was you said you did control for it? I must have missed that bit. When we say we're sliding west, let's say sliding, or we are spotting that our movement, even though we're trying to head due north, is somewhat diagonal, and we see that we're drifting a bit west. How do we determine how much of that is wind and how much of that is Coriolis?
That's what I'm saying. You would not deviate. You would not correct for Coriolis. You would force the plane not to, and you would isolate the variable by showing the Earth rotation.
So
that would isolate that variable. But you can't isolate that variable because it doesn't exist. That's the point, writing.
How do you force the plane to do that? I don't understand that.
Oh, it has engines, right? It can steer. It can steer, and it has engines and horsepower, right? That's how it does it.
That's just the most incomprehensible answer I've heard.
What? Because a plane can fly wherever it wants? That's incomprehensible? You don't think a plane can fly wherever it wants?
No, but it's like let's say it's like a boat on the surface with a tide going one way, and I'm saying, how do you control for one thing versus the tide? And you're saying, well, the boat can go. It doesn't make any sense, man.
It's another non sequitur. It doesn't make any sense to you because you don't understand it still.
You don't understand it, man. You're not able to describe how it's controlling. You just go, oh, it's got engines.
I'm saying there's a difference between you're running around saying that the winds and you wouldn't be able to tell the difference, but they're not the same. Right? You're saying they're similar, but you can't differentiate them. I'm saying you can differentiate them. You can show the rotation by not deviating.
How do you not deviate? That's the question.
You go on a straight line south.
How do you know that you're going on a straight line south?
By whatever power the airplane has to do so. Do you think airplanes can't go south? Do you think airplanes can't go in straight lines?
They typically do so by following GPS coordinates. Is that what you want? The plane follows GPS coordinates south.
Why does this take so much to explain that a plane can fly in a straight line to you?
Because you don't understand it. If
you're saying it can't? No, you don't understand it. You're trying to claim.
South, but it does it by making micro adjustments for these variables.
Are you trying to claim that it's impossible for a plane to ever show the rotation of the Earth below it? Are you trying to claim that?
I'm saying your experiment wouldn't show that. It wouldn't be able to differentiate
I'm
the
just
two.
asking if you're claiming
method, you would have shared it. Because otherwise, you
why
seem to have this
are
idea
you
in your head
avoiding
like
that question?
a plane can fly dead straight through wind, ignoring wind, and then therefore count Coriolis, which is just looping.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Can I ask
a
question?
I say it could be out of sync enough with the Earth to show it rotating, if there was a rotating Earth.
If I take a drone into one of those rotating restaurants and I hover it midair, can I show the restaurant rotating with the drone? Or would the drone automatically rotate with the restaurant because the air is moving with the restaurant?
It's non sequitur, non sequitur, non sequitur.
No, it isn't.
Are you trying to say that the Earth is a closed system?
No, that's not. You in your example assumed a stationary atmosphere in relation to the Earth.
If it's a rotating restaurant, how about make it a ball Earth restaurant, right? And the drone is flying wherever it wants, and it has different latitude speeds to deal with different conserved speeds that it started with, and it flies around that ball Earth restaurant. That might be similar.
Sure. So
Did
if
you
you
send them?
fly your drone inside the rotating restaurant, can you show the rotation of the
It has
restaurant?
different tangential speeds. Does that drone
Yeah,
have
it
different
does.
tangential speeds?
Dave,
I mean,
did you send Mole Man and Harry the diagrams that you sent me?
I put them in the live stream a little while ago.
So, I mean, at least if they had a visual, they might be able to better understand. Because sometimes verbally, it does get lost in translation. Sometimes
I'll put them in the
depending who
live
you're
stream. I
talking
guess
to.
some people came into the conversation because they're repeating the same questions. I'll put them in there again. But I mean, it's simple, you guys. This is like it's not as difficult. You have to make it difficult because this would falsify your model, and you can't have that. So I understand.
What would you say is the? I'm trying to find this at the moment, but I'm assuming you've already searched this because it would be crucial to this thing you're talking about. What would be the average wind speed at cruising altitude for a plane?
How would you know that? Winds are always different speeds, bro. How would you be able to predict that? How would you know about anything with the winds, in what direction and how they would affect an airplane? How could there be a calculator that would ever be consistent?
Well, that's an important question, yeah. But I would say it would go between a certain sort of bandwidth, right? It would probably be higher than zero, generally speaking, higher than zero. Can't go negative because that's just wind blowing in a different direction. I imagine it doesn't get up to 1,000, knots or something. But do you know what they are? Because this is crucial to your argument, right?
No, you're going to put this back on whether I know how much these wind speeds are, and this is why I prove my point.
No,
and
I don't
I'm not going to let you play that game. I'm just talking about a simple concept that you haven't even acknowledged the most simple concept, which is that the Earth rotates below the plane, which is what causes the deviation. And so if the Earth were rotating below the plane, it could show that rotation. And if it can't, that means it's not rotating, and you can't accept that. I understand, because it ruins the model. That's all.
So I've just found a suggestion here that it is the maximum wind speed at 40,000 feet, which is a bit higher than most commercial aircraft, is maximum. This is, by the way, 100 knots or 51 meters per second, which is 50, like 10 to the negative
You're
5.
On Walter Bisland's
10 to the 5 or something like that. No, I'm just
okay.
on Google. So,
okay.
Higher altitude turbulence, 51 meters per second compared to 0.01 meters per second. And you're saying the plane can just fly straight. And we're saying it'll be the same effect. How do you control for it? You just go the plane
You're
and just fly straight.
You're straw manning my argument. I didn't say the plane didn't have to worry about winds.
Okay. So how do you separate them?
You show the Earth rotating below the plane. That's how you separate them.
Right. We see the Earth
why is it? You tell me this. Why is it there's not an indicator for Coriolis effect in an airplane? Why do you think there isn't one?
I think because it's so small, 0.01 meters per second is very small.
Or you're hoping that it's so small that they wouldn't need to have one, right?
You can calculate it. What is it? Have you calculated it?
Well, yeah, it'd be 450 miles off course over a 5-hour trip. How about that?
Over a 5-hour trip, right?
Sure. Even with that, right?
Pretty small, right?
That's with your model. I'm saying even with everything your model asks for, you can't say it's so perfectly in sync with the Earth that it's only going to always see a stationary Earth. That's the problem. I'll give you everything about what your model claims, but you still can't say that there's no difference. You can't say that it's impossible for a plane to see anything but a stationary Earth. Even if I give you everything you want about what your predictions are.
I'm not saying it's impossible.
You can't say it's always perfect.
I'm not saying it's impossible. I could concede that maybe it is possible, but the crucial to doing this would be controlling for one of the biggest variables. We've only picked one, which is wind, but as Bacon has rightly pointed out before, aerodynamics, engines operating at different, thrust amounts. I imagine there's lots of things that come into it, and we're asking for a simple control.
Well,
you're not able to.
Right, and I'm just saying that you're riding on eggshells just by saying it might be possible to show this, because most seasoned ballers, have to avoid the idea that a plane could ever show this because they know a plane will never be able to show this.
You're
riding on eggshells.
Using your method, I don't think it would ever show it because it is an experiment.
My method would be the best method.
Control for variables.
My method's the best method, because the plane can fly 1,000 miles per hour and go over longer. The reason that a projectile needs.
Did I cut out or did he? I know he's suddenly gone. Muted. Maybe somebody's coming to the room.
He did.
It's him.
Oh.
The reason that the plane's able to show it better than a projectile, the reason that they have to have long distance projectiles have a Coriolis effect is because the model will require when it goes over different tangential speeds, right? It's not going to have that same speed. So the Earth is moving independently of that projectile, west to east, under a north to south projectile. The plane would work even better than that because it can fly however fast it wants in whatever direction it wants, north to south, over many more tangential speeds than a bullet could. So it could show even a greater Coriolis effect than the bullet could.
No, it's a problem because you're inserting new forces.
Yeah, you're using the atmosphere.
I'll give you everything you
The
want.
reason why the
Are you
airplane
saying
can
it would
make
never
whatever-
be able to see nothing but a stationary Earth? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying by using an airplane, you're
Perfect. We're in agreement. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm asking. If you agree that it's not always stationary relative to the plane, then we're in agreement. Even with your model, you're saying that there would be a difference between the Earth rotating west to east and the plane's movement. There would be a difference. There would be a west to east movement underneath the plane to some degree, right? It can't always be perfect. It wouldn't always look stationary from an airplane, right?
Answering your question of 2 minutes ago before you started monologuing.
Yeah, but why?
I can't get a straight answer.
Why is it difficult to reach some kind of resolution on this issue? Like you guys are talking about wind
because they can't acknowledge
gets
that
it wrong all the time.
because they can't acknowledge
new
that
perspective. Hold on,
independent.
dude. You completely interrupted
Sorry.
Merle. You completely interrupted Merle. Merle, go ahead. Complete what you were saying.
Sorry.
I'm just looking for clarity too. Like you know, I've heard just in the 10 minutes I've been here, I've heard Moleman, Moyoc, Harry, and now Bacon. What are they refuting? Make it concise.
You're not refuting.
I already made it
explaining why
I said.
Go on, sorry.
Yeah, I said that if the atmosphere, like in his hypothetical, the atmosphere didn't move in relation to the Earth. So I said that you wouldn't see it because the atmosphere would push the airplane. So, I mean, sure, you wouldn't see it.
Yeah,
I was just asking if you thought it was being possible for a plane to ever capture this. That's all.
Yeah, it would be hard
Harry wants
because
to know how you would control for wind.
Yeah.
Most people do. They want to know how would you control for wind.
Yeah, because I mean, it's hard to fly.
It seems like you're claiming the winds would make it perfectly in sync with the Earth, so much so that it could never see anything but a stationary Earth, and that seems crazy.
I'm trying to say what they're arguing with their kind of problem with this.
I would like to see an airplane flying in a straight line, for starters.
Okay.
Because I think it's a really good argument, Dave. I just think somehow you're just not quite getting the head off the neck with the guillotine, if you know what I mean.
No, it is. The guillotine is that they can't let the guillotine fall on this one. They have to obfuscate. That's the point. They can't say that the rotation of Earth could be shown from a plane because then you could just go out and show it.
No,
right?
that's the
So
worst way.
the plane only observes a stationary Earth relative to its motion, right, guys?
Yeah, but in the same way, a drone in a rotating restaurant's only gonna see a stationary restaurant. It isn't. It's a rotating restaurant.
It's not a ball.
Sure. What does it matter? It's moving. But
Does it have different wind speeds? Is there different wind speeds in that restaurant?
No. Just like in your hypothetical, there is no different wind speeds. The wind is, or the air is moving with the restaurant.
Well, then if the drone in a spinning restaurant, right? If it started at the outside skirt of the restaurant and it flew towards the center, and the restaurant was rotating, then yeah, it should be able to show rotation underneath. Same thing.
Sure. I mean,
like the merry-go-round with the ball, right?
No, but the air in a merry-go-round doesn't rotate with the merry-go-round.
Okay, either way, but I'm saying that this should be able to be shown. And if you're saying that the plane can never show a rotating Earth, then that would indicate to me that it's probably not rotating.
Yeah, and if the drone can't show a rotating restaurant, then the restaurant isn't rotating.
Could, but it could if it went in a straight line across the room, and the restaurant was rotating, and it didn't rotate with the restaurant, and it would show the rotation of the restaurant below. It could do that, yeah.
Yeah, but it doesn't happen if it travels with the air inside the restaurant that is moving with the restaurant. There's no Coriolis, even though the restaurant is rotating.
You don't get it then. You had just markers on the floor. If you had latitude lines drawn on the restaurant floor, you could see that the plane flying straight, across the room, then it would, and it didn't go with the rotation of the restaurant. It would show the rotation of the restaurant underneath it. If you had the lines marked, yeah, it could.
I think you would. I mean, let me get this mental experiment straight. You have a drone inside a closed facility, right? But it's spinning, right? The atmosphere is spinning with it inside it, right?
Yes.
If you try to fly a drone in a straight line, I think you would experience Coriolis, but it would be smaller because of the air moving against it while the drone is moving. It would make it smaller. I don't think it would make it a straight line for the spinning reference frame.
I mean, it depends on how fast the drone is on.
What if it just flew in the opposite direction? I mean, it would be able to show it in a straight line, and it would be smaller because it's an inside closed small restaurant. But if it flew against the spin of say it went the opposite direction of the spin of the restaurant, then it would be then the restaurant floor would be spinning independently of the plane's motion, and it would be able to show the rotation of the restaurant. Yeah. If it flies against the spin,
I don't get it.
It doesn't, like if you fly against the spin. If you fly against the spin and then you stop the drone to hover mid-air, it's stationary in relation to the moving restaurant.
Yeah.
No, it wouldn't actually. If it had GPS and the actual, if say it attached itself, like say we have a star, let's say the stars are rotating right above, or maybe let's say the stars are fixed above, right? And it was able to attach itself to one of those fixed stars and not move, right? Then it would show the restaurant rotating, right?
Sure. Yeah. Then because you're now moving the drone, so it's not stationary.
Okay. I understand the conservation of momentum. I'm even giving you that as even though it wouldn't work the way you hope. If a plane can take off like a helicopter and just hover in midair, automatically the greater circle is not the same as the surface circle. So automatically it's not going to be in sync with the Earth, even with your conservation of momentum. It's going to be off. It's going to be off a little bit. Regardless, you're saying it'll be off a little bit, right?
Sure. But how much off?
So there you go. It's not moving with the Earth automatically, and it should be able to show movement of Earth relative to its own motion in the air.
It depends on the precision of how you're measuring it.
But it could, right?
I asked you how much. You said regardless. Well, if you're trying to measure it, then it's on regardless because it has to be, it has to be bigger than the sensitivity of your measurements, right? Otherwise, you can't measure it.
Well, yeah, all the factors you want. You can have all those factors, all those conditions, but it should be able to show some movement. That's all I'm saying.
Right. There's a very easier way to
measure
Coriolis.
Yeah, projectile or Foucault pendulum or something like that, right? Get it out. Get off the airplane, right?
No, I mean because you're isolating for much more variables. You don't have the problem of the wind. You don't have someone trying to control the trajectory of the bullet. And with a pendulum, you can have the effect accumulate for hours, like a bullet, for example.
No, but planes can fly over much longer distances.
So
it'd be, and if it forced itself not to correct, it could show the Coriolis much easier than a projectile.
That's the thing. forcing itself is you're asking the pilot to control the airplane in a certain way.
Yep.
As he tries to control the airplane in a certain way, he's introducing new forces into the airplane. And those forces are orders of magnitude bigger than Coriolis. So whatever force you're trying to measure of Coriolis is going to be dissolved into these other forces that you're introducing by adding a controller to the airplane, which doesn't happen with a bullet, and it doesn't happen with a pendulum.
Right. So are you claiming that a pilot that forces the plane to move wherever it wants, it would be impossible for that pilot to ever show a rotating Earth? Is that what you're claiming?
It would be much harder, yes. Precisely
okay,
because
but
he
it
can
would
go,
be impossible.
Precisely because he can go whatever. Well, I'm not saying it's impossible, but it's not possible
good. We're in agreement.
under the conditions that you're giving. You're not
I'm
providing.
not
any way.
even I'm talking about you can have all the conditions you want, right?
Yeah,
But as long as you agree that it would be possible for a plane to show this, that's all I'm asking.
I can't.
We should be able to see that then.
I cannot think of any conditions in which it would be possible. But I'm not going to claim it's impossible because, of course, I haven't thought of all the possible ways you could do it. I'm not like an aircraft engineer.
But don't you understand
Maybe
why
there's a
we get
way.
upset about this, though? Don't you understand why we're like, well, how would you say that the plane that starts at a different conserved speed would always be forced to slow down or speed up to whatever tangential speed it's flying into? That seems like magic wins. That's what would happen, right? The pilot would never be able to resist these forces. It would just the forces of the winds and whatever else makes it
can we
so
open
that
up a
it can
lane
never
soon,
see
bro?
anything.
So we can
Yeah,
all
I'm
get in there?
done. I can't. I'm sick of repeating myself. I'm sorry, you guys. I really am. Seems like they just keep asking and asking and asking. Please, someone take over. I'm gonna stop.
The wind helps.
I appreciate it,
You
man.
can't say it helps. You can't say it makes it perfect. You can't say it makes the plane so perfect that it sees nothing but a stationary Earth. That's what it seems like you're trying to say, but then saying, oh, it would be negligible.
Sure, but the
Never
wind.
mind. Let's not do this over and over again. Everybody's heard me too much.
Can be in all sorts of directions.
Right. Okay.
No, you
Sorry. Sorry, guys.
It's passion.
You're
passion.
fine.
What's the main verification you have, Bacon, that the Earth is moving? Just out of interest.
Which movement? I mean, the spin, the orbit.
The one you've been arguing for 30 minutes about.
Well,
spin,
what would you reference? Just not to put you on the spot, but kind of.
Oh, if you're trying to ask for this isolated, like regardless of any other beliefs regarding the Earth, I would say Foucault's pendulum. But I mean, you.
What if I could find you a satellite showing Earth's rotation from space?
How is a satellite do that? Because the satellite has to be moving, not to fall on the Earth, right?
Right, so it's impossible for a satellite to show the rotation of the Earth?
Well, I can't think of a way you can do it. Because the satellite has to be moving, right? Around the Earth, otherwise it's going to fall. Right? I mean,
it's like I could find it for, like I've got it saved somewhere. It's just like a GIF of the Earth rotating. It's just the planet and it's rotating.
Okay.
So, like, would you
maybe there's a satellite on a Lagrange point? I'm not sure. Does anyone know about this? If there is any satellite on a Lagrange point of the solar system?
Now I'm going to find it.
The geostationary orbit is going backwards. So you get out to the same rate as a geostationary orbit, but you don't follow the rotation of the Earth, you go the opposite way. Oh no, that'll give you twice the speed. That'll double.
Yeah, but you can slow down the footage, right?
But then you're doctoring, right?
Yeah. By the way, your audio is very hard to understand.
Sorry, I'm outside. I'll mute again.
No problem. No, I wasn't complaining. Just for you to know that maybe if you don't get understood, that's why. Yeah, well, the Foucault spindle isn't the reason why I believe the Earth is spinning.
Mm-hmm.
I believe the Earth is spinning because I believe in the heliocentrical model, of course.
Because there's
In
quite like
isolation.
I've just gone viewing the Earth's rotation from space. I've got 6 videos here. 10 hours of slowly rotating Earth.
Right, but is this?
So, I mean, if it's possible
this-
from space, why wouldn't it be possible in a plane to show it?
Well, I'm not sure if that satellite is like static, a fixed position, regardless of Earth's spin. Oh,
Okay.
wait, let me think. Maybe if let me think. Yeah. I was thinking maybe if it has an orbit of a year, it would orbit the Earth once every year, and the difference. I mean, looking from outside, it would seem to be a fixed position regard to Earth, but then it wouldn't be actually orbiting it.
Well, I'll drop this in the chat, and I'll
Well,
highlight it.
Bacon, let me ask you this: outside of like the idea of a model and just having to, believing in like things, when you're up in an airplane and you see just this incredibly stationary, extended planar Earth, I mean, at the end of the day, would you really be that surprised if you found out indeed the Earth is actually just a stationary plane, just what it looks like? And
Well, I disagree with the starting of the question. Like, I don't see a stationary Earth.
You don't?
Because, no, I see the Earth. I can't tell whether or not it's stationary just by looking at it.
Well, if you were up in an airplane and you're looking out over this stationary Earth, I mean, if somebody put a gun to your head and said, "Is that Earth moving?" What would you say?
I say yes.
Well, maybe
actually, I'll try to figure out if the guy with the gun is a flat earther or not.
Yeah, it was maybe a bad example. I'm just saying, like, outside of the belief, like, I know you have the belief and you feel like it's right. You feel like maybe a lot of experts have verified it or something. I get that you have that, but I'm just saying on the core level of just the direct experience of the Earth.
Well, that's the point. Your experience doesn't tell you anything about the Earth's speed or velocity. Just like, for example, if I'm in an airplane, and I look to the person at my left, we are both in an incredibly high speed in reference to the ground. But when I see the person, I don't think of the person as moving very fast. I think the person is stationary. But the person isn't stationary. It has a ground speed very high. But if I don't remember that, and I look to the person, my immediate intuition is that the person is stationary. So looking
you can look.
It doesn't actually tell you if that thing is stationary or not.
Well, you can look down from a plane and see cars moving on the Earth.
Sure, I'm talking about like if I'm not looking at the window, if there are no windows, and I just look at the person, I might forget that I'm in an airplane, and my first intuition is going to tell me the person is stationary. And it's
don't you see the contradiction
unreasonable to say that.
So if you look out the window and the ground beneath you isn't moving, but cars are, doesn't that tell you something?
Yeah, but what about if you look at your wristwatch?
Hang on.
Your wristwatch.
No, let's not just jump away for a second. Please. I am making
look at
sense
the window.
right now. Sorry,
Right.
but I am.
Right. So I look at the window. I see cars moving above the ground. Then what?
So if you're looking outside of a plane window and the ground beneath you isn't moving, but the cars on the surface are, doesn't that give you an indication of something?
No.
No.
What
Okay.
would that indicate?
That the Earth isn't moving?
Oh, but I mean, the reason why we say the ground isn't moving is because we usually use the ground as the default reference frame. Right? When we talk about the speed of a car, it's the speed of the car regarding in relation to the ground. Of course, the ground in relation to the ground is never moving. And we know that the airplane is moving because we look to the ground. We remember, oh, the ground isn't actually moving, so the airplane is moving. But the ground doesn't move because that's our default reference frame. It doesn't tell anything about the ground itself.
So why can you detect all the movement on the surface then?
We use the ground as a reference frame when we do it.
That's not answering the question.
Isn't it?
No. Because you can see movement. That's the problem. So why can't you see the Earth moving? There's two speeds too.
Give an example
1,000 mile an hour
of a
rotation and
movement I can see.
66,000 miles through space.
So let's suppose, you know, radar guns, right? They can measure speed, right? If I'm an airplane and I point the radar gun to the person that sit right at the side of me, I'm going to get a 0 kilometers an hour as a measurement, and it's measuring 0 because the person that is moving in the airplane is moving with the airplane and with the radar gun. So the radar gun measuring things, when it measures things, it measures subtracting its own speed. Whatever speed the person has, if the radar gun has the same speed, it's going to measure 0. It only measures what has extra to radar gun speed. And most radars are fixed on the ground. So if the whole ground is moving, same thing happens then it happened on the airplane. The difference is I have a window in the airplane and I can see the ground, but I don't have a window on Earth to see something else. I only have the Earth. So that doesn't tell me much.
And that's the magic trick. You switch it from is the Earth moving to no. How do we tell if it's moving? No,
Exactly.
motherfucker. Is it moving?
Oh, I already said I believe it's moving. I answered this before. I believe it's moving. He was asking if by looking to the ground, if that tells me that the ground isn't moving.
Well,
The answer is no.
If you just say that it's a belief, then fine. But don't fucking tell me.
It's not just a
that the
belief.
Earth is moving.
I think it's a
There's an
reasonable
interesting
belief.
thing there though, but I mean, the people aren't moving anywhere near as fast as the Earth. But you can see them. You can see people walk. You can see people drive their cars. And you're in the air, looking down, watching it all unfold. But you can't see the Earth rotating at 1,000 miles an hour. You can't see that. And no one experiences it. So there's a good chance that it's not happening.
You said
where has human the senses? How can science just hand wave every sense we possess, every faculty, every bit of common sense we have?
It's not doing it because our senses.
It is.
No. Our senses alone don't measure speed.
This is it. They have an answer for everything. Can't you see they're just covering themselves?
They are. Every single globe proof is ignore what you see, explain what you can't see. Every single one. Yes.
I'm not asking you to ignore what you see. I'm just saying, what do you see? What about the things you see actually tell you? They don't tell you the speed of the ground.
Well, you said the airplane has a window and the Earth doesn't have a window. So the window is the magic thing in the way, right?
No, I'm only saying that if we have no windows on the airplane, we can't tell the airplane speed. There's no way we can tell it if we have no windows. You don't even know if it's flying. Maybe by the noise, of course, but now I don't hear any noise. Is it on the ground? I mean, what's going on with the airplane? I can't know if I have no windows. My senses can't help me.
Do you think there's stars underneath the ground, Bacon?
Through the Earth, in the other side, of course.
Underneath it, yeah.
Why is that surprising? My down is the up. Someone in the other side of the world. I mean, why is that surprising?
It's funny. When you really think about it, it's funny.
It's not very intuitive.
Well,
Usually
they're
people that we can
they're
see-
always above us, right? Always. But they're underneath us as well somehow. You don't know how, but they're just there. You drill down into the ground through the molten core. You keep going down, and you pop out the other side in space, going down.
That's like saying people are never behind me because I only ever see people in front of me, but nobody's ever behind me.
Yeah, but Merle, at what point does the gravity flip? Right, you're like down is down, so you're digging, right? So you're pulling out the earth as you're digging down, but at some point the gravity has to flip. So at some point you're digging, you dig, and then the dirt starts falling down instead of pulling it up.
That's a good question. So let me
How,
ask you-
how would that even work? Like you're digging, you're taking out the soil, digging, taking out the soil. At what point, like at some point, that gravity has to flip because you have to be digging upwards. So the
You're
soil
right,
and
you're right.
what falling into the hole, and that wouldn't get out of the hole. The whole thing makes no sense.
Jojo, what do you think happens with gravity as you start drilling this hole? You get deeper and deeper. What do you think happens with gravity? Before you reach the core, let's say you went down the Earth halfway, you reach the center. What do you think happened with gravity? Is it higher? Is it lower? Is it the same? Our model.
I don't know, dude. Well, I mean, I understand the model, but I mean, it's all just made up. So I guess I could tell you what somebody made up and tried telling the world about.
But the model has a mechanism on how gravity works. So understanding this mechanism, what we should expect from digging a hole and getting halfway through surface and the center should happen with gravity. What do you think? Be the prediction for our model.
Pretty bored of the globe. I think it'd be fun to strike up some different conversation. I understand. Yeah, I mean, to answer that, yeah, everything's clinging to the center of the ball. So if you dug a hole, the gravity has to shift on the other side of the ball. I'm not sure what you're asking.
No, before you reach the center, like let's suppose we are halfway to the center. At that point, would you think gravity is stronger, weaker, or the same?
Should be stronger as you get to the middle.
Actually not, because the middle
Non
itself
sequitur,
isn't.
non sequitur doesn't matter.
The middle
Don't
itself
get distracted
isn't.
by this non sequitur to your argument.
Middle itself isn't what attracts us. Every single mass of the whole Earth attracts you. You're not attracted by the center. You're attracted by every single atom of the Earth. So all of them below you, you're at the surface. As you start to dig, and you get deeper and deeper, there's more and more mass of the Earth above you. That mass is actually pulling you upwards. As you get to the very center, you have as much mass above you as you have below you. So the gravity in the center would be zero.
No.
I thought we were attracted to the center of mass.
Your brain.
Aren't we attracted to the center of mass?
Your
that's
brain
just
just
the direction, not what attracts.
Because to come into what FE just said then too, they say everything is pulled towards the central vector.
That's the
The
direction.
center, the core.
Yes, but not because the center itself is attracting you, because that's the direction. Gravity is always pointing.
It doesn't matter. It's not. What you're arguing is non sequitur. Everything is attracted to the center of mass, which in this instance would be the center of the Earth.
Actually, not. That's a simplification on how gravity works.
That's
That
your
makes
narrative.
math
That's your
easier.
model.
No, that's actually not the model.
Yes.
Center, no, the
Molten.
center of mass. You can, if something is perfectly spherical, you can replace that mass at just the center point. The mass works
Carlos,
the same.
Carlos, you got a hot mic, man.
That's just to make math simpler. Because in
I agree.
actuality,
Yeah. This conversation just isn't very inspiring. Is there some point you're wanting to get out, or is there where are we at here? It just seems.
I'm just
Yeah, let's make it clear again. You're digging. You're digging at your feet. You get to the center. You're digging at your feet, as any person does when they dig a hole. You're digging. You get to the middle, and you keep digging. It's still your feet. You're digging at your feet. So are you eventually going to come out the other side feet first?
That's what I was saying.
Yeah,
Seriously?
this is it. And you pop out in space too, underneath. You pop
You
out
have
in
to address
space.
it. Are you going to come out feet first on the other side? And when you're digging, is the dirt going to be flying up past your ears?
Yeah, because that was actually the original. Exactly, that was the original thing that I asked about. Then you started trying to take us into is
I thought
your model
the answer was
gravity.
that.
All right,
That's it, Gio. It's non sequitur. Obfuscation. That's all this guy does. Wastes our time.
If you don't think the question was answered, yeah, when you get to the center of the Earth, there's no, your net force is 0. So if you try to keep going forward, now it's going to start pulling you backwards. So as soon as you cross the center of the Earth is now your new down. You'll be moving upwards.
Hang on, I'm digging a tunnel that's only 600 millimeters wide. It's just wide enough for my body. Okay, so I get to the center. What am I doing then? My
Now
feet
you're
are
floating.
still my feet. My feet are still my feet.
Yep.
It's at the bottom of my body. If my head is the top, the feet are the bottom of my body. If I'm going to keep digging, I'm going to be digging at my feet.
And how did you start digging? With your head or with your feet?
With the feet.
At my feet.
So
at the North Pole.
Question.
At the North Pole, like from the top, drilling into the center and coming out the other side, the South Pole. Feet first. Feet first.
Okay, so if he entered feet first, he until before he gets to the center, he's going down. And if he tries to keep digging with his feet, now going upwards, and he's going to feel that he's upside down as he passes the center. As I said before, the gravity, when you're in the center, you have as much mass in all directions. You feel no force. As you
and you would know this how? How would you know this exactly?
That's
of course the core movie, obviously.
No, that's the basic. That's the basic mechanics of gravity.
That to me? How would you verify that position to me, Bacon?
Just giving you the implications of how gravity works.
I appreciate it, Bacon. I appreciate it, Bacon. It's just interesting. It's hard to take not you seriously. It's hard to take that seriously.
Yeah, I mean it's antithetical to every single thing that exists in this world in terms of the XY
experience every day. Yep.
Those are very extreme.
But also even the foundations of the geometry of this entire realm, the XYZ axis, horizontal, level, up, down, all of those core functions are completely inverted and twisted into something that is only theoretical in terms of this globe idea. So this idea that you could dig down, because in reality, up is up, down is down, level is level, horizontal. Those are real things. So when you make up this globe thing, yeah, we can make up a video game where we can have a guy that drills down, and you can make up any game you want, I suppose. But the thing about this concept is it's just so foreign and incompatible with the foundational geometry of reality. So that's why trying to claim it is just rooted in nothing but someone's theory. And then pushing that on the whole world does seem to be pretty corrupt.
Can I ask the counter question? Like, what would exactly the same scenario? What would happen on the flat Earth?
Well, I mean, if
Well,
down,
you would dig down. You would dig down.
yeah, I would say
We
you
don't know
would.
what's down there.
Yeah, you would dig down. So every time you dig into the earth, the soil has to come up and out, up and out. So you're digging down, the soil comes up and out, digging down, goes up and out. So you would continue, down would still be down. Now, whether there's a limit, barrier, another world, an underground ocean, I mean, there's all kinds of theories of what we could speculate. But
But
The
we
nether.
don't know.
That's fantastic. We got there. Well done, guys.
You get the
So
same
what
answer.
we're not going to do is sit here and make up some nonsense story to try and convince you of something we can't prove.
Well, it makes sense, doesn't it?
You don't have to prove everything. I mean, if you know enough about something, you don't have to prove every possible scenario.
Do you feel though, Bacon, that you have to bend your mind or contort sort of your mind to those concepts? Or does it feel natural to kind of?
At first,
it can't feel intuitive. Does it feel intuitive to you that this is fine?
At first, they might seem counterintuitive, but as you play with them, as you get a grasp on how it works, it might become intuitive to you.
Well, the reason this was brought up, I mean, the idea, like, let's say you're on a globe and you did drill a hole through the whole Earth. Let's say you missed the core. So let's just forget about whether there's some iron molten thing. Let's just say you missed that and you just go right around it or whatever, and you dig through. I mean, that concept that you'd be digging down, dirt would be coming from your feet up and out of the hole. Down is down, up is up. To even try to ponder how digging a hole down all of the sudden becomes digging a hole up, and then where does the soil go? And then you wouldn't really come out feet first, you'd come out head first, because the gravity would, if gravity on Earth, when we're standing, our feet's down and our head's up. So that's how it functions on Earth. So at some point you're digging with your feet, but the thing is that your body would orient to where your head. So all of a sudden, once you pass the middle of the Earth, your head would be stuck up hitting the soil. And then what you'd have to do is you'd have to dig the soil and it would keep floating back up. So what you'd have to do is like take it out like forcibly against force to keep digging the hole. It's just so backwards.
It wouldn't be a sudden change, because as I said before, you're not attracted by the center. So as you get deeper and deeper, there's more and more mass above you. There is below, so you start to get attraction upwards. Of course, less than downwards, because there's still more mass downwards.
So attraction upwards. So your head is now hitting the top of the hole, or your feet?
Oh no, you're still, before you reach the center, you're still more attracted to the center than to your up. More attracted to your down than to your up. It starts to get smaller and smaller and smaller. Before you get to the center, it will be very hard to orient yourself, because you barely feel any force at all. You barely have a sense of up.
It's physically impossible, Bacon.
Exactly. It's completely physically incompatible with all of the geometry of human life.
But you asked it. You created this scenario. I'm just giving you the implications.
Well, it's not a scenario. It would be a reality if the Earth was what you're trying to tell us it is.
Well, no. I mean, reality or other. I mean, sphere or not, you're not digging a thousands of mile tunnel into the core of the thing, because it would be too hot anyway.
But it should
work. This is already, on all accounts, a pure hypothetical anyway.
You don't know that. Once again, you don't know that.
It should be able to work geometrically, though. Like if you have a globe Earth that exists and you're claiming this is really what's going on, like we're actually on a globe and there's a center of it and all of that, it should be able to work geometrically, but it doesn't.
It does work geometrically.
Okay, then explain,
morning,
explain how it would work.
I mean, what do you think doesn't work geometrically? Where's the incompatibility?
Well, I think you might have just jumped in, but yeah, go because we were talking about this for a while. Go ahead, Effie.
No, look, I was going to just say something lighthearted, Gio. So every morning when you guys get up, just take 1 teaspoon of incredulity. It'll make your day better.
Can we stick to the subject of the conversation?
There's a
Oh,
point.
yeah, of course.
There's a point, Emerald. If you're digging down, and regardless of the heat of the core, central core, there'll be a point where you'll flip, like orientation, basically.
Okay.
And the way Geo was laying it out, you're going in feet first, digging, and then removing soil outwardly.
Mm-hmm.
And then you go down, and then when you get to the core, there's a point where then you flip, and then all of a sudden it goes inverted, and then that down is now up. And if you really think about that physically, you'll realize that that's impossible.
I mean,
why?
Well, the reason it's impossible is because you've already said, ignore the heat. You've already turned this into a pure hypothetical.
But we're not really talking about we're not talking about that part of it. We're just talking about the geometry of an idea of living on a sphere where the gravity is pulling to the center of mass.
Yeah. So if you live in a world where the geometry is a sphere and there is gravity, this isn't geometrically impossible. We can you can model this, and it's
you can model it, but physically, when you
use
go,
the bad word.
When you actually go to Geo, what would you call it? Like, is that a thought experiment?
I'd say this is a thought experiment, but
Yeah.
I'm struggling to find in which way this is somehow physically impossible.
Well, we were trying to walk through it. So, okay, so let's say you're on the Earth and you start digging down. So when you're on the Earth, up is up, down is down. You start digging. So you take one shovel fill, 2, 3, 4. So you're digging. At some point, you reach the center. And let's just say it's not hot for the moment. You're just whatever.
Yep.
Once you reach just over the center of the Earth, remember, your feet are down. The soil is all coming up out of the hole. And down, still up is up and down is down. When you get to the center, all of the sudden, you're going to be clinging into the center of it. But let's say you start going up even further. Now, because our body orients naturally with the feet down, head up in terms of gravity and stuff. So now your head would be hitting the top of the hole where the soil is. If you were digging out the soil would want to gravitate to the center. So I guess what would happen in your cavity here, the soil would all float down. Like, I guess your head would be hitting the top of the hole. You would be digging, and each shovelful, the soil, because now it's pulling to the center of the Earth, the shovelful of soil would now just fall down, and it would fall and I guess hover wherever your hole meets the center of the Earth, and your head would be hitting up to the top of the soil. And let's just say theoretically you could keep doing that. So you keep digging, and the soil keeps falling and then hovering at the center. Then what happens when you reach the top? Because remember, you're being pushed, or you're pushing yourself up out. So you come out head first.
Yeah, you said it yourself. You flipped yourself over. So at that point, your head would be leading toward where you're digging. And if where you're digging eventually hits the surface, then your head gets to the surface first.
How could you flip yourself over?
In reality, which I use very, very loosely, it would actually be impossible to dig beyond the center. Because
it would progressively get more difficult, I agree, yeah, because you'd have to start fighting.
It would be impossible. Because
it wouldn't be impossible. Not if I've got, I don't know, like a...
Of course it would.
What do you mean, of course it would? Why?
Okay, so we're digging down feet first. We get to the center, so we're at the I don't know, what is it, zero gravity at the center? I don't know.
Okay.
And then you keep digging. You're not going to fall into the hole that you've just dug at your feet, because you're going to be held at the center.
You wouldn't sort of like automatically fall there anymore. You would have to, exert some effort to do it.
You could not dig the hole any further. You don't even know you don't even understand the physics of your own model.
Yeah, dude, you could push yourself against the wall up. I'm not saying it would be trivial. Like, you wouldn't just automatically, do nothing and just fall toward where you're digging. You'd have to be propelling yourself in that direction. But that's not, physically impossible by some like physical principle.
Well, you're not really digging at your feet then, are you?
Right. It's more like trying to climb out of a tunnel, like by digging up.
Backwards, feet first. Feet first. You're going to be Spider-Maning up the tunnel, feet first, against so-called gravity.
Okay, so all right. So in your example, you're not flipping yourself over.
Don't let me finish. As you're digging at your feet, that dirt is then flying up past your ears towards the center of the
And
earth.
there's no surface to stand on.
That's right.
Because
Exactly.
you'd have to like cling to the walls or something like that.
How any of that? How any of that?
The thing I'm confused about is Geo says, when you get to the middle, you right yourself so that your head now faces up. It seems like you're saying the other direction, where you just keep your feet facing the same way the whole time, right?
My tunnel is 2 feet wide. You are digging at your feet the whole time.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, I mean, it would be difficult because you'd have dirt flying in your face, and you'd have to be pushing yourself down, pushing
There's
yourself.
nothing to push off because there's no surface because you've dug a hole.
There's the walls. If it's a 2 foot wide tunnel, right, you can sort of shove yourself down
My point
through
is,
the wall.
if you were just digging at your feet, all you were doing is digging at your feet. Forget Spider-Man. If you are just digging at your feet with a shovel, you would have to say to me, you could not dig past the center.
Sure, yeah. If the only thing you were capable of doing is just digging and not, maneuvering in any way, then sure, you would get to the center and that'd be it for you.
And just hover. You're just hovering free space.
Yeah.
I'd like to see that.
Yeah, so basically, what you're saying is that at some point, when you're digging straight down from your feet, at a certain point, the dirt is going to start. As you do a shovelful, it's just.
I mean, it's not like a sudden point where you have crossed the border or something like that, and then it flips direction. It's a gradual change across the entire journey.
Eventually.
Yeah.
Right. So first, what you would notice is that on the surface, right, you dig up some dirt, you fling it up, and it follows what you'd expect dirt to do. If you fling it up, it goes up and then eventually falls down. That falling down gets weaker and weaker as you get toward the center, until when you're at the center, basically everything is free floating.
Yeah, but there is an absolute demarcation line where up becomes down and down becomes up.
But yeah, I mean, it's where the direction of the acceleration goes from positive 0.001 to negative 0.001. Yes, the sign has flipped, but the actual change in experience would be very minimal.
And that's the point where you're floating in free space.
Yeah. Although I'd say you'd probably feel like you're floating well before that.
What I don't get is, how is any of this hypothetical a problem for the globe?
Right. I don't see any violations of geometry here. This is still just sort of doing a thought experiment.
What was violated? What was violated? Hang on. What was violated was physics.
In what way?
Yeah.
So again, right, the thing we're going into this thought experiment with is Earth's a sphere and gravity is a thing. I mean, those are the assumptions we're making for this whole what would happen thing to be true. So under those situations, what about physics is broken?
Geo and myself were totally digging into the planet if everything was true and the Earth was a planet. We were following the parameters of everything we've been told.
Okay, so what's broken about physics?
So the gravity would increase as you dig.
The thing that's broken about physics is the human body. We know with instinct and intuition and science that our body would not flip at the core.
So again, the question was, what about physics breaks, not about human intuition or what you think would happen?
That's the physics that breaks. Because your body doesn't flip and you're physical.
I mean, what physical principle says your body will always flip? We can disorient people even on the surface. we can confuse you about what direction you're facing. Just ask pilots who have done high G maneuvers.
But you said earlier, when you reach the other side, you're going to be digging up like out of a tunnel. Are you going to be digging feet first or head first?
I mean, it depends. Like Geo says, you will flip over because I'm assuming the tunnel is wide enough. I mean, it's your choice.
The exact same way as you started out on the other side, you'd have to come up feet first, right?
Yeah. If you keep your orientation the same, you would come out feet first.
And
I think what Geo was saying is that, because we instinctively right ourselves head up, some point we would flip ourselves over, like we would consciously decide, oh, this doesn't feel right, I'm going to turn over. But if you don't do that, then yeah, feet first.
Right, and so otherwise you'd have to be like digging up, and dirt would be falling down as you dig up.
Exactly.
Yeah, it'd be like trying to dig yourself up out of a cave. Like you're in a cave and you see something above you and you start tunneling up. It'd be like that, except you'd be upside down. Your feet would be up. This is in like the 2 foot wide tunnel idea where like you don't have room to turn yourself over.
Check.
You're good.
I have to say, impossible. It still stands.
I mean,
Absolutely.
you're still saying it, that's for sure.
The fundamental geometry is the XYZ axis. And our human brain, our body works as a gyroscope. Our eyeballs are gyroscopes, our brain is, our body is. So when we stand on the earth, and if you want to call it gravity, whatever's keeping us to the earth, we naturally orient with our feet down, up being up, down being down, horizontal being horizontal. So if you started digging down to claim on a globe where you now have all of those factors involved, that everything we just described, the way that you would build that tunnel and all of that stuff, it fundamentally is incompatible with the actual geometry of the human body and of the world. Meaning you have to literally just fabricate this concept that up would change to being down and down would change to being up when you get past the center of a ball. You have to literally claim
your definition of up is derived from that ball itself, which it is on the globe Earth. Then that's still consistent.
Right,
I think the idea of attributing some fundamental geometry and saying that it's tied to human intuition is the problem here.
No, I never said anything about intuition. I'm talking about the actual geometry.
Instinct. I mean, the gyroscopes in our ears and eyes, per se.
No,
I mean, that is still a sense.
Impossible, Emerald.
That's not intuition. That's the actual biology.
Well, sure, but it's still biological and not necessarily like some fundamental physical. I mean, people with vertigo don't know instinctively the direction because their ears are tricking them.
For a start, what flips you?
Before what?
For a starting point, a first principle, what flips you?
I mean, you would have to flip yourself. You wouldn't just, by some strange, mysterious, magical force, turn over. What would happen is, what I presume, you would recognize or feel, I feel like I'm upside down, I'm going to fix this. And you would, I don't know, shimmy yourself through the walls to flip yourself around. It would be a conscious decision because you would feel something wrong. That's what I'm getting at. It is a recognition of the human experience to think that they're upside down and try to fix it. It's not some physical, mysterious force that's flipping you over. It's you flipping you over.
If you just explode, let me just explode your heads. As you're digging up, you would feel Coriolis force.
If you had an orange and you stuck a pen through the top of it, if you wanted to get through the center and to the other side, you just keep pushing down until you came through the other side.
Mm-hmm. And the side, unless you do something special, the side of your pen that goes in the top of your orange, quote unquote, is the same side that's going to leave the other side. So if you go in your hole feet first and you don't intentionally flip yourself over, you're going to come out on the other end feet first. Does that make sense?
You also said that in the innermost part of the Earth, you would start floating, correct?
Yeah, I mean, you would feel less and less of an acceleration as more and more of the Earth is above you and not below you.
Okay, but you do realize that according to your model, that is the strongest point of your gravity. You do realize that, right?
That's actually not true.
Are you sure?
Yep.
So you're saying that the strongest point of gravity is not in the center of your sphere? You sure about that?
When is this new information?
No.
Yeah, Merle, this is new stuff. Breaking news.
I don't know about y'all, but I mean, in what is it, 10th grade physics, you take, uniform density sphere, calculate the
I knew
gravitational
you
field,
didn't
and point on it.
understand the model, guys.
Just change the story. That's not new. They do it all the time.
Yeah, so I guess an intuition for why this is the case is anywhere outside the sphere, the sphere is entirely, in one direction. So if I am, 500 miles above the sphere is entirely below me. And so it's all pulling in that one direction. And, as I get closer to that sphere, it's going to get stronger and stronger. But if I start digging into that sphere, now, most of the sphere is below me, pulling me down. But some little bit of it, the amount that I've dug down, is now above me and is pulling up. And if I keep doing this to where eventually I'm in the center, now I've got all around me in every direction, there's like an equal amount of the sphere's mass. And so it's pulling me equally in all directions, which cancels out. So at the center,
Which is
you end up
pulling you
with...
to the center equally. That's the whole
No,
point, right?
it's pulling you outward, and those forces cancel.
It's pulling you outward?
Well, yeah,
Gravity is pulling you outward.
Think about this. If every point on...
Where is gravity the strongest?
I would say
Gravity-
it's on the surface.
Gravity is about...
So the top of Mount Everest should have the strongest gravity on Earth, in your opinion.
Well, no, because you obviously want to get as close to the sphere. You want to get as close to as much of the sphere. Like this is in the case of where you have a perfect sphere. If you have something with lumps on it, then you have to weigh the factors of am I getting farther from the most of the surface versus without actually digging into it.
Okay,
so it's obviously more complicated when you've got topology to worry about.
Okay, so what about the top of the atmosphere? The atmosphere is mass as well. That's joined to the Earth. So wouldn't that be where the gravity is greatest? Because then you're at the top of the total mass of everything in the vacuum.
So again, even this is a little bit more complicated than just the sphere case because now you've got two densities to worry about. You've got the atmosphere and then you've got the Earth. You would want to be as close to the densest part of it as you can get, but without digging into it, I think.
I want to challenge or offer a different suggestion, and that is that actually at the center of the sphere you would be feeling the most gravity, but because of what Emerald said, you won't experience.
Hiding, we can't really hear you, man. We can't.
Right, never mind.
Yeah, sorry, I can't make out. Did anyone else make out what he was saying?
It was pretty bad, and FE was
what I'm
bad
guessing
as
is
well.
you will be experiencing the most sum total of things pulling on you. It's just that because the directions that it's pulling on you are opposite of each other, they cancel out. But the amount of pull, I guess, is the greatest. I guess.
So there's actually a pull and a push, because before you said gravity pushes outwards from the ball.
No, I said pull outward. Did I mess that up?
Yeah. Well, maybe you misspoke. Maybe you
I
want
might
to
have
take that
misspoke.
back.
Yeah, but the idea is if I'm at the very center of a sphere, then the top half of the sphere will be pulling me up. The bottom half of the sphere will be pulling me down, and because it's symmetric, they're pulling me the same amount. So those two up and down with the same value cancel out and give 0.
But
and
hold
you can do
on,
this for
bro.
any
You're coming
direction.
up with new physics here. You're saying
This is
now
new
on
physics.
a sphere, the one side pulls up and one side pulls down? You realize what you're saying here?
Mass pulls toward itself, and if the top half is above me, it's going to pull up. This isn't new physics. This is just applying
try to address
gravity.
That.
Yeah, but I mean, what?
Wait. Let me. We all heard that gravity is mass attracts mass, right?
We've got him. We've totally got him.
Having a delay here.
Guys, come on, man. Seriously now. Listen to what you're saying here.
Want to hear me?
I can hear you,
we
Dave.
hear you.
Okay, so you all know it's generally described as mass attracting mass, right? It's not like the center of mass attracting the mass attracting mass.
That's another argument.
That's how it was always described. So the Earth, it's not the center.
Well, and I mean, kind of just to get to the root of it, just to kind of get us right to the core of this discussion. Here's the thing. Yeah, no pun intended, or maybe it was intended. No, but all right. So I would say myself, I can speak for myself, and I'm sure virtually everyone in here, we fully understand the idea, the gravity, the ball sticking to it. We get it, like as an idea. The question is that what this physical reality is actually comprised of or not? As a model, as a concept, sure, we could talk about it all day. You could make a video game with a little dude that's digging into a ball and make his feet go up and his up go down. Yeah, you could do that. But the thing is that reality? And if it isn't, then it is fundamentally violating the actual real geometry of the Earth, this realm, this world, and the human body as well. So that's the issue with it. So if it's only fabricated, to push it upon others and to claim its reality would be running deception.
Oh, but it isn't.
And to this day, I've never seen it proven. So that's the thing, right? So there's no proof for it. So what are we to do?
Yeah, I guess to speak to the point of this being, quote unquote new physics, I put a link in the chat that shows a few examples of applying Newton's law. And I guess the point I was interested in most is that the gravitational force of an object within a uniform spherical mass, which is what we're approximating, I guess the Earth has in this case, is in this case proportional to the distance from the center. So if the distance from the center is 0, which is you're at the center, then the gravitational force is also 0.
You believe that? You truly believe that?
I mean, what we were talking about is the hypothetical in physics. So if what you mean is if what you're asking is does Newton's law result in this answer, and that this isn't new physics, my answer is yes, because this is the physics as it's laid out by Newton's law.
How are they attracted in the first place then? Fuck.
I don't know. I don't know what makes the attraction happen. What matters to me more so is just that we can observe that it happens.
I mean, if it gets less closer, then how is it a ball in the first place?
If what?
If the attraction gets less the closer you get, then how is it a ball in the first place?
That is a good point. Why would that even collect into a spherical object? Exactly.
Very good point. Yeah.
However, if it was like a magnet, like you can actually create a little sphere, like a spherical magnet that attracts like ferrofluid. But of course, it's all attracting to the center. But yeah, in their model, yeah, you're right. But
yeah,
they can't make it that way though. That's the thing. They have to claim it. So
I mean, the gravitational force might be 0 there, but the pressure is still enormous because you've got the weight of all the rock above you. So the pressure doesn't go away. You've still got rocks crushing each other very, very strongly in the center, and that generally leads to a symmetric kind of shape like a sphere.
Do you realize what you just said is counterintuitive? You're saying where the most of the mass is, that's where the less of the gravity is. It's absolutely backwards to your own model, sir.
It isn't actually. I mean, it is counterintuitive. I'll give you that, but it doesn't violate the model.
It does. I would agree with that, Z.
Yeah.
I mean, Gio, by that, do you mean that it violates what you were talking about earlier, which is, this fundamental XYZ Cartesian system, or do you mean that it violates the model, like the one that I'm talking about? Because the one I'm talking about, it doesn't violate.
It's physically impossible.
Both.
In what way does it violate the model we were talking about, where we've got, say, Newton's law and a uniform sphere?
Does mass attract mass in that model?
Yeah.
Where's your most mass in the sphere?
I mean, if it's a uniform sphere, then there's not a specific place where there's the most of it. It's uniformly distributed.
But you just said at the center. You just said before at the center is where the most weight is, where the most
pressure is. Yeah.
Didn't you say that?
Well, it's
Sure,
supposed
but
to be an
pressure
iron
doesn't
core.
mean there's more mass there. Like, for example, water is relatively incompressible, and yet we still have differences in pressure amongst it. I guess I should have been more clear. Like, I'm not saying that the rock, like, scrunches up and gets a lot more dense and that there's more mass there. I just mean to say that there is still pressure. Like, the rocks are pressing each other centripetally.
Well, if you were telling us all of this because you were going to design a video game where you have a globe and it's a uniform sphere and then there's like whatever, you create a world or something, I would hear you. But where do you have any of this linking to the actual world we live in? Because that's
Right.
what I was bringing up
That's
earlier.
that's a good question. And to
Like, I
that, I'd say
understand it as a concept and yeah, there's certain mathematics that can be applied to it.
right.
But
I'll admit it's hard to apply this to our life on the surface because our life on the surface is really far away from any quote unquote situation that we could find ourselves in the center.
Well, okay, then let's just look to the surface to see if there's curvature then. Let's just go right to that at that point.
Sure. And now we're back to square one, which is, is the Earth flat? Is it not? Can we prove that? That's the discussion we've been having here for years. I don't think, a simple
I'm not really
discussion
talking
here
about. I'm not talking about like a debate or anything. I'm just talking about, is that the case? Is there curvature? Because if there isn't, then the whole ball thing's out the window as well.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, if we figured out that there was not any curvature to the Earth's surface, broadly, of course, there's topography, sorry. Then yeah, it'd be kind of over. But the whole debate here is that, a lot of people in this room think that there is curvature, and a lot of people in this room think that there isn't. And I don't think it's going to be easy to convince the other group of, one's own opinion, because we've been doing this for years.
Actually, the majority of people that look into this do actually go to the globe skeptic side and even completely to the Earth being a stationary plane. The greatest percentage of people that really look into it. Now, there are some that will obviously have extreme resistance and will try to push it onto others, but that number is actually pretty small. It just happens to be that those people are so psychologically fixated on it that they tend to frequent these, discussions and platforms and so on. And that's what they're so afraid of. That's why they're censoring it so much.
In that?
I mean, yeah, like there's a bunch of sort of hidden assumptions in there, right? Like, what is your definition of really looked into it? Because I mean, depending on that definition, it's either a true Scotsman fallacy you've made, or it's some fact that I have not yet heard of, which is that there's a huge conversion rate. Flat earthers,
before you dissect what Gio just said, I want to go to what you just said right before. You said, there's a lot of people that believe that there is, and a lot of people that believe that there isn't. And you said something about like not, if you didn't have curvature, then the whole thing would go out the window. But in that, you kind of like inherent in that is a shifting of the burden of proof fallacy. Because in terms of our observations, hold on, let me just finish. In terms of our observations, we observe the Earth as being, the water, the horizons being flat, at ground level and stuff like that. We observe it as motionless and what have you. So the default, I would say, is that. And plus, you have the positive claim by saying that there is curvature. So you have to prove curvature before we say that there isn't any curvature. The burden of proof is on the people that say that there is.
Yeah, so this is why I was careful to not actually make the claim and just, observe that folks in the room have their differing opinions. And I guess I stated only one side of it, but it's totally symmetric. If we prove, which is to say not just observe, but like, demonstrate conclusively that there is no curvature, then, that throws away the globe. If we demonstrate conclusively that there is curvature, then that throws away the flat Earth. It goes either way. I'm not trying to like make a proof one way or the other. Because
when you say it goes either way, it's like as if, the starting point is we don't know. But I would say the starting point is what we can observe.
For an honest discussion. I mean, surely you can say that your observations count as evidence.
Of course.
Yeah. I mean, that would be like a stepping stone on the way to a conclusive argument. I'm not denying that. That'd be great.
Okay, so Emerald, you would agree that if we had, because some people, I mean, I absolutely would say the Earth is planar in nature. So that means that, in terms of it between like a sphere or a planar surface, just in terms of that, unless it's something else, concave or going to something else wild. But in terms of those two fundamental structures, it's one or the other. So, of course, if the people that think it's a plane are incorrect, so be it. But if the people that think it's a sphere, it's incorrect. Obviously, that's a much bigger deal because of the state of the world, the fact that they've convinced everybody of this, and all the globe,
Sure.
the whole 9 yards. So some people can see it and some can't. And when I say that, meaning they can deduce it logically, experimentally, observationally, intuitively, all kinds of different methods that humans today are realizing this. Spiritual, many different ways. But I realize that some people either aren't able to or still think it's a globe in that way. And I'm not putting anyone down by saying not able to. I'm just saying from the perspective that the plane is true, then the plane of Earth is true, then that would be the case. And so for some people, you guys may need to see the actual physical measurement. So within this lifetime, and I would imagine you'll be involved because you're young and seem interested in all this, so I imagine you'll be alive to see all this. We're going to end up building these large demonstration sites that actually verify it using water levels. There's a whole bunch of different methods that can be used. So if that was the case, where there were actual, multiple of these sites all around the world that you could go physically verify yourself, do you think for you that would be the final process for you in terms of realizing the Earth wasn't a globe and actually was a planar, at least the surface itself is planar in nature? Is that what?
Yeah, I mean, modulo, the validity of the measurements, the experiment, it depends. And one of the things that I find really interesting about these discussions is that not only do we have, polarization in what we think the Earth is, but there's also vastly different ideas of what constitutes proof, what's good evidence, what's an experiment, what isn't, things like that.
Well, I'm talking about sites on the Earth that are thousands of acres in size, where there will be multiple verification techniques using everything from optical to physical to water levels to drones, plumb lines, a whole bunch of different.
I think that'd be great to have the actual empirical evidence.
If all of those correlate, where you could literally walk along it, like take a hike, as it were, you could walk and you could actually see the measurement yourself the whole way through and measure, even verify it yourself. So, that may be what it is going to be required for certain people, or certain percentage of people to come to this awareness.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the more the merrier, right? Because there's always the possibility someone would just dismiss an experiment or a measurement on some basis.
Well, and if we measure curve, well, then we're going to have to rethink everything. I certainly would. If I could measure Earth curve, absolutely, I would have to.
Right, and vice versa. For if it was measured to be completely flat, well, modular terrain, then yeah.
Can you tell us of a method that you think that how we can measure Earth curve?
I mean, there are a bunch of methods that have already been talked about. I think what's important and sort of secondary to the method is where the experiment accounts for error. Because I think there's sort of this sort of undertone in a lot of these discussions that an experiment, either will prove something definitively or will disprove something definitively. But I mean, ultimately, if you're using instruments and taking measurements, you've got to account for errors in some way. So if someone says, look at the boat on the horizon, it's clearly going over the curve. Well, I mean, if there's refraction, maybe it's looming, maybe it's sinking, maybe it's not actually going over the curve. Maybe my lens is not powerful enough to see it or something like that. There's a whole bunch of sources of error that confound the experiment. So I think any good experiment where folks agree beforehand that, this sounds like it's well formed and that the error is well contained and well understood is a good candidate.
But what would satisfy you? Like we have, for example, we have a 400-meter water level, right? Jeremy talks about different methods of what would satisfy you guys. So tell us, what would satisfy you?
I've long said a map.
Yeah, and then help us do it, because that's way more beneficial, especially with the state of the world today. Just trying to bang people's head against the wall that it's a globe. It's just, I don't think it's productive or useful. But yeah, I think actually putting our minds to the table and our effort, to actually verifying and validating, I think is much more useful and productive.
Yeah, because
absolutely, both sides. What would satisfy both sides?
Go ahead, Rodney.
That's why I just got a telescope, because I wanted to do some things. I was talking a while back with somebody who was saying that seeing the South Celestial Pole in the sky at the same time for two different observers would satisfy them, and I was also hoping I could catch the ISS with it. But yeah, I would be interested in one that could, for like, you know, we could sort of stake our reputations on it and go, right, we are comfortable with the terms of this, and I will flip if we see X, you will flip if you see Y.
I've got to head out. This is kind of a bad time when a question's asked, but yeah, it's been nice talking to you guys.
Before you go, what?
Yeah, you too. Yeah. I mean, I would say I wouldn't necessarily do any flipping. There's no need for any type of flip. If I measured curvature, though, I would definitely. It's not about. I wouldn't just instantly flip it all, but I would have to integrate that measurement into my understanding of what's happening. It still doesn't mean that it's a globe spinning in space. It could just be a surface that has curvature. Maybe it's a half dome.
It's a geocentrical Earth.
Maybe it's
but maybe it's a half dome. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like it wouldn't even have to be a sphere. So
what were you going to say, Eggshells?
So I mean, there would be no reason. Like the curvature itself doesn't. Oh, here's the thing. I'll just say this. The curvature doesn't make the Earth a sphere. This is the last thing I'll say. The curvature doesn't make the Earth a sphere. Curvature could happen in other types of models. However, the sphere requires the curvature.
Thank you. Right, so it could be like concave, but still finite, and we're all on the top side of it.
Could be, and it still could be stationary. Yeah, it could have curvature. It could have curvature and still be stationary. Which I actually think that the Earth does have a slight amount of curvature, and I'll explain. The Earth is a level plane, I would say. However, what does that really mean? Well, you would have the ground under the oceans, whatever that is, and then you would have all this land that would be coming up through the oceans. You'd have the ocean floor, and then you'd have the land that's above the water. So there would be some kind of topography to all of that. And then you would have the ocean. Now the water does lie level. Water is level and flat when undisturbed. However, we have the tides. So the tides are always making those ocean waters go up and down, you know, waving and, you know, in the motion of the tides. So what would a quote unquote flat Earth really even be? Well, you have land coming out of water. The water is what's flat. Like that's what would be actually planar in nature. Ultimately is the water. The land is always going to have its undulations. So that water level would be the perfect exact horizontal. But if the tides are always moving, then that means that there would be a median point of all of the tides, and that would be the actual level point, would be like the median of that. And what I think is that the median of the tides is actually slightly convex. So it's a little bit higher in the north and lower in the south. So
convex, not concave. Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. That's interesting.
But it's a very, very minimal amount because it's just the median point of the tides. So the curvature itself, I mean, is it a quarter of an inch per, or like an inch per mile squared? I mean, it's not very much, probably even less than that. Because it's just that median point. And you know how like the meniscus on water, it has to do with the magnetic field of the Earth, ultimately, is why I think this. So you have all the land and everything, but the water is the electromagnetic, that's the dielectric inertial plane of the entire water sphere. Like we live inside of a plasma water sphere, I would say. So that there's the waters above and the waters down here on Earth, and those were separated to create the universe. So once those were separated, we have the waters here, but the whole thing is a magnetic field. So that magnetic field, even at the dielectric inertial plane, at the center of it, is not a perfect straight line. It actually has its slight convex shape, the way that meniscus does, the way that even our eyeballs, have that as well. So there's a way in which the magnetic field, because of the toroidal vortexing, it will actually concave down on the one side and up on the other technically. So it's actually two toroids that are interconnected, which is what creates the dielectric inertial plane. So because of those two toroids that are interacting, the ether being one and then the water being the other, there is that slight convexity, as it were, to the water and the tides.
Is that slightly at odds with the idea that water is always flat and level, if there's some convexity to it?
No, because I think it actually correlates, because the water would be flat and level, but because the tides are always moving it, that's what creates that actual the median point. It's the fact that the tides are making the water undulate, not the actual water itself. The water is always finding its level.
It sounds also like you could say water never finds its level. Like it seeks to, but it never does.
In the ocean?
Just generally. It's sort of
No,
it's
that's
impossible
not
to get it
true
in
at all.
a state
No,
where
I would
force
say
is imparted on it.
I would say in still water it does for sure. That would be perfectly you have perfectly still water. But the oceans, yeah, they're influenced by the tides, so there's a whole nother factor there.
And what is it you reckon is about the tides? I'm guessing that's a dielectric or magnetic effect for you.
Yeah, like the water goes in from the center, out from the out, and out from the out, in from the in. So the whole thing is a whole water cycle. Like at the North Pole area, there's a huge maelstrom, a huge black like vortex, like a central point. It's called a maelstrom, and it's a huge thing there. So it's like a drain essentially, like in the middle of the earth. And then there's 4 rivers and 4 islands that go into it. And this is what all the ancient, legends and virtually all of humanity have always had this understanding. So yeah, there's the 4 rivers that come in, and that's the 4 rivers are the 4 corners of the earth, which is the 4 celestial poles. And those 4 rivers are connected with north, south, east, west, the whole magnetic system. And that's what is part of what's creating the tide flow.
Celestial poles?
Yep, that's what I think.
Yeah, it'd be good to try and think of an experiment. I mean, I like the idea of using it to look at stars or planets or something, but I do get that people are like, doesn't mean anything.
No, because you're measuring the Earth, Harry. So you have to use the substances that it's made of, and the fundamental is water.
Yeah.
So if you had a 5 mile structure square, you filled it with water, you could measure the surface.
But that's what I mean. I don't have the budget nor 5 miles.
But it would be possible, and it would prove
not for
it.
me, it wouldn't.
Because there wouldn't be a deviation at all.
Maybe. I mean, but that stuff gets very complex for me. That's why I try to look for ones that I can do where I'm like, where do I get the 5 kilometers? What tool am I using to ensure that it's straight, short of something that is level, and that's going to not be able to split the difference? And then
The water will tell you if it.
But if
there'll be overflow.
Yeah, but if I made something that conformed to the level of the water that I was putting in it, then that's not going to split the difference, because both sides will say that's exactly what it should do on our model.
Well, how about this? How about help us brainstorm? How about help
I'm
us?
trying to think of that.
Yeah, well, if you want to help, like in terms of that, like what would you want to do if funding was not an issue?
I prefer to go with one that I could actually start planning and do. So one I was also trying to think of was I might be setting off next year if borders are open again for my round the world trip, where I was maybe measurements from multiple different places on Earth. But the other one I was thinking about more recently, because Ruhif and I are talking about going out, is using a theodolite or auto level or something like that. And the other one I was thinking of was getting a drone and flying it straight up. So finding a body of water that's relatively undisturbed and getting a shot of the far shore and then going straight up in the air, because I think that should give you a fairly distinct image of more shoreline should appear. And if that's not the case, then flat, and if that is the case, then round.
How would you use the water level? Because we have a water level. We have 2 of them, 400 meters. How would you use it? Give us some ideas.
With a water level, what I think some of them I would do is test the claim that horizon always rises to eye level. So just go somewhere and go up to a height and point it at the horizon. And if it's a flat plane that continues indefinitely, then it would end up hitting the crosshairs. And if the crosshairs were above the horizon, then there's obviously some sort of drop from my local perfectly horizontal. That's one I've been thinking of.
But
I
you
kind
know,
of
it
like the
wouldn't
idea.
always rise to eye level though. There's a point at which it wouldn't do that, right? You know that.
Right. So, but I mean, that's always going to be the challenge with testing any flat Earth stuff, because aside from like water doesn't curve, I think there's relatively few things that flat earthers agree on that I could fundamentally test like the central part of the model.
No, but I don't get it. You would take a water level up a mountain, you said?
No, I said an auto level.
An auto level.
Yep. And then shoot the crosshairs at the horizon and see if they are above it or below it.
But no, bro, come on. So, obviously, you would expect the horizon to be lower, no? Because you're higher up, you're up a mountain.
No, not if it's an infinite plane. It's an infinite plane, it should continue up to eye level. That's the claim that Lemon and a bunch of people make. If you don't make it, that's fine, but many other flat
No, you
earthers do.
can't see forever. That's only if you can see forever. You can't.
If you can see the line that separates both of them, then you're seeing both of them.
You know, Ranty is, he said he's going to do this, but obviously he hasn't done it yet, right? You're aware of this?
Yeah, I've heard of his plan to go up and do that. I thought they were still waiting for Bev and a few other people to make predictions. Or are they not? I'm not sure.
Dude,
that was like 2 weeks
out,
ago.
man. That whole little scam is so played out at this point. Like that was just a sad display. I gotta be honest. That was bad.
Yeah, Harry.
That's a
you'd
joke.
be
Agreed, Gio.
You'd been around, Harry. You would
Why?
be.
What's wrong? What's wrong with that?
Rand, he just
Why
looks
is it
like
a
a
scam?
goon, bro. He just looks like a goon. That's all there is to it.
You just
Have you
say
seen
things
all
like
of Ranty's flat Earth
Yeah,
proofs?
but you
Like he
haven't
had
been
some of the
around,
best
Harry.
photography ever.
Harry, we were out here for years with Ranty. Like people have said, he had some of the best observations.
Right.
He
And
was
flipped.
he was one of the people out there who was saying the Earth is not a globe, and then he saw a picture one day, and look at the state of him.
Good on him.
Get real.
It takes courage to
So
change your opinion.
you think
Particularly to
he
do
had
so
hundreds of
publicly.
pictures showing that it was definitely a level Earth, right? He had some of the
Well-
best ones, and then one third-hand picture he decides to flip. Doesn't seem suspicious at all to you?
No. I think that a lot more behind that is sort of psychological and social than the pictures. The picture, like, as I'm not sure, I didn't hear this from Ranty. I heard it from Ruhif, but Ruhif said he'd said it to Ranty a couple of times, and Ranty was like, "I haven't seen this. I hadn't ever seen this, and now that I finally see it, I changed." And Ruhif was saying, "We've been showing you exactly this kind of stuff for years." And then he said, Ranty even on one of the shows said, "I'd actually been shown many proofs like this for years, but I didn't see it in them."
I stopped paying attention to him.
Yeah, that's pretty gullible, Harry. Just saying, mate.
I was going to say that's such an act, but yeah, gullible is good as well.
Act on my part, or you think Ranty's acting?
Oh, Ranty, let me be clear. Yeah.
I don't think Ranty believes what he's saying now. He's just saying it. So you'd be the gullible one to believe what he's saying.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, I think he
Harry's
knows it's
being
flat because he took so many photographs showing it's flat, and
I think you're
day after day.
No, listen. We know the characters. Harry doesn't. He's new to all this.
I mean, I've been around for like a year and a half. I don't know how complex it can be that I can't figure out a bit about it in a year and a half. But
so
I must have been back in the conversation, but Gio made a great point, by the way. I wanted to say.
But look at some of the people
which
that
one?
fight the flat Earth, Harry. Fight the flat Earth. Conspiracy cats. Simon Dan.
Yeah.
This
the
is your
point
crew.
you're
Ruhif. Look at your crew. Yuck.
I'm not clear on what you're saying. You're not.
Oh,
honestly,
say
Mel, you
almost.
don't make any
No,
sense.
what we're saying is, I'd say almost everybody in here saw at least 500 to 1,000 of Nathan Oakley's debates in this chat, right? We watched them, like most of us, right? And we saw Flat Earth win day after day. And the same old arguments are being brought to the table now, and they're not any better.
I don't mean to interrupt it, but to interject. Of those many arguments or debates you saw the Flat Earth win every time, would you agree that the ballers saw the same arguments and they thought they won?
Well, there was a point. There was a pivotal point in the conversation where Mick West came on Nathan Oakley's, and
beforehand, Sleeping Warrior and Nathan Sleeping Warrior mostly actually figured out that the trick was to use an orthographic view of distant objects and keep the actual size of the distant object by using the side view. That's the orthographic view, right? So they would keep the object in the distance from the viewer, the actual height, rather than a smaller height, which is what you would see if you were the one taking a photograph from the perspective of the viewer. Things get smaller in the distance, right? So Mick West came on the show. Right. Mick West came on the show and he had to change his calculator on his website. Let me just finish the scenario here. So Mick West had to change his calculator, right, and make some adjustments on his website because part of the trick was to keep the full size of the object in the distance by using the orthographic view, and it gave them the perfect hidden height. Now they're still using the radius, the R value, which gives them the calculation they need for the expected hidden height, which it basically is mimicking what you would actually see with perspective, right? And once that was called out, the ballers could no longer come into Nathan Oakley's and claim that this assumed radius value was just an assumed value because it's never been measured, which Mick West also admitted to.
So
and they couldn't. My point is, they could no longer claim these hidden values by using this calculator in full confidence the way they did before, and it was a big turning point. That's all I'm saying. And from there on, it's been downhill for the ballers.
Can I encourage you to answer the question I asked?
Do the ballers think that that's the thing, is like what becomes interesting for us is, do they really believe it, or are they just defending it because they have ulterior motives? And that's what becomes more interesting for us than whether it's round or flat. What was the question?
I'm going to have to presume that I know the answer to your question, which is yes, you're well aware that ballers saw the same debates and they claimed victory too.
Oh, I'm saying that we don't know. Most of them must be claiming victory.
Who are you talking about in particular, Harry?
I'm fairly confident, I don't even know. I'm not going to be able to give you a list of names. That's why I'm asking it as a question, so we can progress from there. Or do we need to?
Well, are you aware that there was a full panel over at Nathan Oakley's once that were dispatched that many times that they actually had nowhere to go for a while, and that is part of the reason the Discord. Hang on a second, Harry. I'm spelling it out here, bro. Right? And then Gem Panda's Discord room formed with Branch and others. And a lot of those people who got dispatched out of Nathan Oakley's ended up there. Okay. And then a whole operation was happening in Gem Pandas.
I'm just not able to make any sense of what you're saying here. So people,
really? What's that, Harry? What are you having trouble with there, bro?
I asked a question, which is of new perspective. Did he think that there were Globers who watched the same debates who also claimed victory? And you're now telling me, as far as I can understand, that there were many people who were in the Nathan Oakley server who got dispatched there, and as a result, they went to 24/7.
No, not 24/7.
What happened was they staged a
Gem
boycott.
Panda's room, which you've also been in.
They started defiling Nathan's character by saying he beats his kid and all kinds of dirty shit that was just obvious. And
no, but can't you see that, Harry? That they were out there, right? They didn't prove their globe, and they were dispatched, and then they formed a whole side operation in Discord.
Yeah, one thing I'll throw in here as well, Harry. I'll just share this because this actually came up earlier in terms of like, you'll know what I mean once I say it, and I think it'll link in. So, as I've been in this for 7-8 years on a daily basis, pretty much. I did take a break at one point, but that was the only break I took. Pretty much every other day, I've been involved in one way or another. And the thousands of people, many thousands I've talked to over the years. I'll say this: new people coming into it, and this is, you could claim it's anecdotal because it is just my observation, experience, direct, but I think it will help to illustrate this. New people that come in, there's like a percentage that breaks down of people who instantly see that it's a flat stationary plane, people who partially feel that but maybe aren't sure and are looking into it but know it's not a globe, on the fence, the whole spectrum. And there is a percentage of people that will be really like stronghold to the globe. You know, they will defend it, they'll stand up for it, they will Google things, and they'll try to, you know, debate for it. And what I'm saying is that in that whole spectrum, it isn't 50-50 or even close. The majority of people realize the globe is false. It's the small group that end up doing that. So when you were saying when the debates happen, the globe earthers say they're winning, it's not really the case. Like those are just all the people that's just like the 10% of the people that are the hardcore globe people that are just, you know, reiterating that kind of narrative of this anti-flat earth pro-globe thing. The reality of the situation, the real people on the streets that we talk to just as a population, like as a, you know, just talking to this about, instantly they have resignation that there's something wrong with the globe. And then, like I said, there's the whole spectrum of that. So it's not even close to equal. That's why they've had to suppress it so much. If we were able just to have, without any, you know, censorship, it would get out of hand. People would be waking up way quicker than they want to be. So that's just the reality of the layout.
Well said. Well said.
Right. I'm not of the same view there. I think that the vast majority of people who come across the debate stay globe.
Well, you haven't been in this long enough to say that.
Easy, man. Easy. Come on. Shit. You speak for 10 minutes. Geo speaks for 10 minutes. I say 4 words and you shout me down. Come on. I don't have any statistics to base that on, except my reckoning. But the point I was trying to make is this is just naturally what happens. It's, you know, I've been watching those evolution and creationist debates for years, and what fascinates me is that I can feel like I watch Richard Dawkins give someone absolute belting, and then look at tweets or whatever from creationists, and they're like, "Oh my God, Ken Ham absolutely schooled that fool."
Here's one. That's a side topic. But here's one way to indicate it. I meet new people that think the Earth is a stationary plane all the time. New people coming in just every day. Someone new. Wow, that, you know. And there's a lot that I already know. But in terms of the globe earthers, it's pretty much the same people. It's the same like 10% that are. Those are the ones. You know, we can all name them. Probably we could all list our favorite top 20 or 30 or whatever. You know what I mean? And it's like, I mean, there's more than that. But I'm just saying. You know, whereas. Yeah, so that just shows that it's those same people that are here, you know.
But how do you know you're getting a representative sample? Like the vast number of people that I share with them, that I have a guilty pleasure of turning up on Flat Earth Discords and having debates, the vast majority of them laugh at me and go, "Why do you do that? That seems like a stupid waste of time."
Well, if you spent 5 to 10 hours a day for the last 7 years doing this, you might realize how obvious it is.
Right, but the point I'm trying to get at here, which I feel like it might be getting lost here, is these are both of our biases speaking. The fact that people think that their movement is growing, the fact that they think that they win debates, that is evident, and you can see that in practice outside the movement. You can even see that in practice, like you go back to Gems, and aside from the odd, weird outlier, the vast majority of Globers watch a globe versus flat debate and go, "Oh, we absolutely smashed them. They had no answer to X question. And did you see how he started doing X at this point? No, all patting ourselves on the back." And then you go into a flat earth room and they're doing exactly the same in the opposite direction. So
there's a difference.
Okay, what's the difference?
There's a difference. The difference is they're happy to win the argument and have the person they're arguing with not understand anything, just as long as they feel like they won the argument. With flat earthers, they don't feel success at all unless they think that the person they're arguing with understands the whole subject matter and what they're saying and getting it. It's not about winning for us. It's about, can I explain this to one more person that will make it a norm a little bit more easy to deal with.
I mean, what you're saying right now seems utterly at odds with how this conversation started, which is you were saying that we were beating them in debates. If you don't care that they were beating them in debates, why did that give you confidence that the movement's
because
growing?
when I say beating, I mean that they didn't have anything to argue with. I don't say, it wasn't like they won the argument. It was like they were at a loss for anything to say because the same old arguments have been debunked. They have one thing that supposedly, listen, they had like a lineup of things. Cavendish, right? They had to admit that Cavendish wasn't a real experiment. They had to admit that because it doesn't have that. Yes, they will admit, the seasoned ballers will have to admit that does not follow the scientific method. They have to admit that.
QE's scientific method. I think it even does.
It's not QE's. It's the scientific method. Matching that to QE shows how new you are.
Well, this is a good conversation, but well, I don't know about talking about other people that aren't here, but I'm in general like, but also like other people may want to get in as well. Does anyone else want to? Because you guys are going real.
I'm sorry.
No, it's all good, but just to leave a little more space. No, it's all good. I just wanted to.
I was going to say you made a great point earlier, Gio, about the curved surface of the Earth, because the slope going down for the waves to go up and they have to go back out to shore. So there's like a hump to the land automatically, and it's like they took advantage of that as well as other things that were naturally observed, and then reverse engineered it all to make it seem like it could be a globe because of these natural phenomena, like the perspective I was mentioning earlier.
I gotcha. I'm not sure. I followed that. You want to maybe say it one more time?
You were saying that there actually is a curve to the Earth because there's a bit of a hump towards the north, right?
Yeah,
that's light. Yeah,
the tides. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, so you're saying that it's the same concept as the land kind of coming up out of the water? Same kind of.
Yeah, because it slopes down into the water, right? So it's like that. It's like there's a natural hump to the land because it has to stay above the water level, right?
Yeah, great point. That's a fantastic point. And that is actually like part of it, because at the center is the magnetic mountain as well, which used to be the great world tree that went all the way up to the heavens, but now it's been severed, so it's just a mountain. But that would be the magnetic center. So yeah, the water would be activated by that in that idea as well. But it's like that's like the most land and the most potent land. So yeah, what you're saying makes sense. Exactly. Yeah, like there is something to that, like the land and the altitude that's there, and yeah.
Were you able to check out that video though? Just clicking on the link, the one that I was putting about the black sun, the video I posted in the live stream.
Yeah, I have it open, but I just haven't watched it yet.
Okay, at the end, if you just went to the very end, that it's the whole idea of this black sun that we've heard about. As above, so below concept, and that if there was some kind of, tie to the sun and moon from whatever this black sun does, that is responsible for its rotations, as well as, the shadowing of the moon maybe being caused by the hole itself, or it doesn't really seem to be very clear exactly why the phases of the moon would be working in the way they do, but they specifically said it's not from the sunlight, it's from something to do with the angle of its position to the center sun underneath us, that whole concept, which is just speculative, but it's interesting. And it does kind of match up with the occult symbolism, the as above, so below. It makes the compass and the right angle and a compass with the Masonic symbols right there. So it would kind of reveal like why that symbol's been used so commonly, if that's the case. Just check it out when you get a chance. Sorry to keep talking.
Yeah, no, it's all good. Yeah, that's interesting. I have heard that idea in various, like Vibes of the Cosmos has talked about that as well.
Yeah. I don't know if he incorporated that idea into the photographic moon projection type thing, but that's an interesting concept too. A lot of people have a problem with just even talking about it because it's so speculative, but I think there's maybe something to it. The double image with the firmament possibly showing why the moon has that kind of like balloon effect where there's a knot and the strings coming out from it, kind of overlaid on top of what could be more land. Did you end up watching the seventh part of that UR series that deals with that, with the fog clock or anything?
No, I still can't really take that guy's voice, so
you gotta just watch part 7.
I probably just won't watch it, but I might if I feel like it. But his
whole
energy,
Vibes of the Cosmos.
His energy just seems really kind of abrasive and just doesn't feel solid.
He directly references Vibes of the Cosmos work at the end. That's all. That's why I mentioned it.
Nice. Yeah, I haven't seen too many Vibes of the Cosmos videos, but I've seen a couple. Like I've gotten kind of some of the general vibes of the vibes of what he's talking about. But yeah, I am aware of his channel.
like if there was a Carrington event of some sort, like a flash big enough to somehow imprint on the moon these water areas that supposedly, I mean, the claim is that it's so detailed it's hard to deny. I haven't done the lining up of it yet myself, but I plan to see if these areas of the moon's craters and crevices fit the landmass so perfectly that it's hard to say that it couldn't be, just showing a portion, the known area we know of. And the whole idea with the prog clock is that that it could be that maybe the moon and the sun, as well as the stars, have their own rotation as well, and they go to the four corners of the Earth. And as the ages turn, then it comes back around, and then eventually, maybe 4,000 years from now, we could be, if we could live that long, we would be then rediscovering where we are now. That would be after a permafrost. That makes any sense. Like the prog clock that has the circle within the circle, astronomical clock. It's a compelling concept. That's all. You have to probably watch just part 7, dude. You know what I mean? Anyway,
Gotcha.
I don't want to dominate.
Yeah, no, that's cool, man. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I will keep that in mind. You're saying the part 7, yeah. Yeah, I'm always open to hearing new ideas. It'd be cool if like somebody else like made his videos but just did like a voice overlay, like a different voice.
I like to imitate him. Look closer. Do you see it now?
Yeah.
It cracks me up. You just gotta have to go with it. Eventually you'll like it. At least that's the way I felt. I thought it was kind of abrasive at first. You don't care after a while the way it's put together. Presentation wise, someone to learn from. And just because he does such a dramatic, over the top job with it, and he does make offhanded claims and like he knows for sure, rather than saying this could be, which is kind of bothersome. But if you go with it, I definitely recommend. He's got 2 series. One's called "What on Earth Happened," which is kind of more basic flat Earth stuff, and then the Lost History of Flat Earth gets a little deeper into some other things, but it's repetitive stuff you'd already know in the first parts anyway. So you could go to chapter 7 and see if it's worth watching anymore. And he came out with actually one recently that was an addition to the What on Earth Happened, that talks about the biblical cosmology and the flood and the different myths of the flood kind of matching up and what that might mean context wise. Anyway, maybe you could just do it like on double speed, and you won't be so annoyed with it. Get through it at least.
It's not that it's really annoying. It's not quite the way I would describe it. I find it just he seems inauthentic, at least in the tone and the kind of, there's like a lot of ego involved. It just feels almost like a used car salesman or something. I'm not trying to be critical with that. I'm just trying to kind of describe it to where, in terms of transferring like information, yeah. But yeah, I mean, I would have to take the information for what it is if I wanted to sit through it, basically.
Like I said before, it's kind of like that how everyone had to see no forest on flat Earth at one point, just because so many people were talking about it. It was kind of just for context. You had to see it just to know what people were talking about. I kind of put it in that category. And he does actually deal with some of the ideas of trees being either chopped down or maybe even exploded, which could cause the jagged mountaintops, which would go along with the theory of the magnetic mountain once being a great tree. If it was cut down, then it could be a mountain now instead of a tree.
This guy sounds like he's got it covered. He's covering all the talking points.
Did you enjoy it? You know what I'm talking about? Have you watched him? What's that? Was that?
No, I didn't watch it.
Oh, okay. Hey, I'm not trying to push his information. I just thought it was compelling. It makes for good conversation, I think. The ideas, at least. But since no one else has seen it, we can move on.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
Like,
yeah. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, just like, if anybody else has noticed that, flat Earth used to be this kind of conspiracy that's like, oh, there's aliens in Antarctica kind of vibe, like, and then it translated or like transitioned into this hardcore science, empirical like facts over, truth, what's truth, all this stuff. But it used to be like pretty conspiratorial, and there was a lot of those like trees were mountains and stuff kind of thing. But that's kind of like died off, I've noticed.
Yeah.
I would say that sometimes those things are exaggerated, or they try to pigeonhole our arguments into making claims that we're not necessarily making. But when you try to give like explanations for things that we've been given the false explanation for, you kind of have to go with like, okay, it could be this or it could be that. But if we're told that continental drift is what causes mountain ranges or colliding continents or whatever it is that they're claiming, and the way that they say the lava goes up in this perfect hexagonal shape to create like, the Devil's Tower or some of these like the basalt columns and stuff. Like these explanations aren't getting longer, so we have to start trying to think of some other possible reasons. And trees.
I agree. That's what I liked about
possible.
flat Earth initially, like the whole conspiratorial imagination, like hidden knowledge kind of thing. I kind of miss
maybe
that
you
stuff.
could figure something out. Maybe you personally can figure something out. Even if it's been figured out before, because we haven't been told the truth, maybe you could figure out the truth, or somebody else, whoever.
Well, I could probably lie to you about it. It'd be entertaining, maybe.
But maybe you could have a theory that you can eventually prove, right? Or hypothesis. Somehow you could test for this. Like if we could go up into the mountain ranges and see if there's, hexagonal tree-like fibers or whatever it is that could prove whether these were silicon trees or caused by something else. Then
Well, it's like, I think like, what do you mean? Like, what do you think about like, there's not enough wild ideas out there anymore. Like everyone's like rigidly restricted themselves to science and all these other things. It's not like there's no wild ideas anymore, it seems like.
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, that's the whole point that we're doing this for, right? So we don't get locked in. So we're more satisfied with having questions that can't be answered than answers that can't be questioned. But that's how they've locked us in with this whole heliocentric mind frame.
Don't lose heart, Super G. Some things are still underground too, and maybe for the time being, that's probably for the best, so it can develop organically and without any pressure.
What I think is interesting is I think
for it to be something.
Sorry. Yeah, like I think they're going to try to pounce on this.
You don't want it to be a product. I don't anyway. I'm trying to kind of find my own way.
Well, I think we need, Merlin, I think we need more art in it. There's not really a lot of art in any of this stuff. It's really just like, here's the facts, let's debate a definition type shit. There's like no creative imagination in any of this stuff. And that was like what was really inspiring,
I think there is in a lot of the tests, but yeah, there's not people aren't doing many tests anymore, I guess. Is that what you mean? But I think there's a lot of artistry or creativity in a lot of the experiments people have set up.
Like I really liked the there's pyramids in Antarctica conspiracy. I always thought that was really cool,
You get into
but
the
like,
Tartaria.
you don't really hear
though?
flat earthers kind of make those arguments as much anymore.
Oh man, I'll send you some videos. I think I have sent you videos. In fact, like Divergent, his channel is looking at. I mean, there's Bosnia pyramid that you can plainly see it's a pyramid. There's pyramids all over the Earth. There's star forts everywhere. We still haven't gotten to the bottom of what those are all about and how they might have worked, and maybe their placements to each other are significant. Like there's so many things now that people are uncovering with these old photographs and evidence of ancient technology and stuff. That's awesome.
Yeah, that sounds way cooler than, like, I'm sure you guys all know too. It's like there's the Coriolis debate, refraction, and like a couple of others that we always circle back to. But it's like, man, we probably should branch out a little.
Well, yeah, if you focus just on the debate part, I mean, most flat earthers that have been in this for, however, like especially for as long as Geo, I came in 2017, I think. But yeah, I mean, they've moved on, and these conversations get kind of frustrating because it'd be more interesting to figure it out what it really is now that we know it's not a globe for a lot of people.
Yeah, I
Well,
feel
where are we
like
getting shot
they're
from?
not confident enough really to try to make a badass Antarctica pyramid argument.
No, I think
Yo,
there's a lot of pyramids everywhere they can find now. There's lots of pyramids.
yo. Is it still flat?
What's up,
Always
Noah?
has been.
Noah, do you have any wild ideas, man? You want to
I was
expose
just
to us?
watching this thing called History of the Flat Earth, and
Lost
they were showing,
history?
yeah, they were showing like Catholic churches and how they're like some sort of free energy Nikola Tesla shit. And I was just watching it like, what in the like?
Hell yeah,
I mean,
dude.
Yeah,
that
healing
seems lit.
cathedrals were
Seems
probably
lit.
sending out healing vibes to the whole city, making the water electrified and whatever else, could be healing people. They destroyed a lot of this technology and buildings and stuff, obviously. And the blimps, they used to have blimps everywhere in those tall towers, like maybe even the monoliths that we have
Even
still
World War
today.
One, they had hella blimps, right?
Yeah. And that whole Hindenburg thing, it was an obvious psyop to get people to forget about that technology because it showed how advanced we were at one point, I think. And there's evidence that they had directed energy weapons that could have done a lot of the damage that we found. I'll put some of these videos in the live stream.
Yeah, other than that, watching some videos on these bond yields spike up, so I don't know. A lot of people think that there's gonna be some sort of dark winter financially. I don't really know. To be honest, I'm not an economist, but we all know that shit's rigged anyway, right? So
Does seem like they might try to stage an event of some sort to make the next step forward. Now that people are kind of onto the whole deception we're in the midst of.
you know what I was thinking actually is like some sort of like natural disaster that they could crash the economy to, and then also say like, oh, it was global warming that caused this. See how much money
That's the
global
next
warming.
step.
That's what I'm
Yep.
thinking. I think they're gonna do some
Environmental.
sort of like huge fucking storm in the winter or something, like something fucking ridiculous. Like I don't know. I just have a feeling they keep fucking increasing this global warming fucking bullshit, and all these dumbasses keep protesting for global warming in the street. They already got them in the palm of their hand, so like we know they're coming with some sort of fucking storm or some shit. Then they can say
they
like,
need
"Oh
something
look."
to prove it.
Yeah, and then they can say like, "Oh, the economy didn't crash because we raised interest rates. We just had to raise interest rates because there was like, you know what I mean? Like, they could
How does
literally
it?
cover for themselves."
How does it feel being young now, man? Like you're young, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty damn young.
How does it feel? Like, are you still excited about life though?
I am. I'm worried about a bunch of people that I know that got those fucking shots. I'm like,
Same here.
but
That's very
like
worrisome.
I've had a lot of nights where I like kind of was feeling pretty down, thinking about all the people who like I don't know if they're gonna die or something, or I don't know, they get some sort of fucking. Honestly, if they're sterilized, I don't think it's a bad thing, to be honest with you. Like, because like think about it, you could have been fucking killed. You know what I mean? Like you're lucky you just got off with fucking sterilization, but yeah.
Does it feel like you're in a movie? Or sorry, it's the last thing I'll ask you.
Yeah, it feels like I'm in the fucking Truman Show. Like I was in Canada for 1 year to do university, and then they were gonna say like I can't leave the country if I don't get a shot. I was like, I'm getting the fuck out of here. I came back to America, but like, yeah. So I miss some of my friends from Canada, but some of them that didn't get the fucking juice are like saying like, bro, like I'm trapped inside and stuff, and I'm like, yeah, I don't feel bad for leaving. Like I just had a fucking feeling in my gut when I saw Trudeau get up on the TV. He was like, if you don't have your vax, you're not going to be able to fly on a plane. I fucking booked my flight and packed all my shit in less than 7 days. I just got the fuck out of there.
Interesting.
I was pretty bummed last night when on the news they were reporting on the in-and-outs in California that weren't requiring people to show their vaccination card. And they were doing like that undercover thing where the reporter goes into the in-and-out and he goes into another one, and neither time was he asked to show his vaccination card, and he was able to get his food and sit down and eat there. Like, are you kidding?
Like, how is that news? Like,
For
why are
In-N-Out?
people? This is the thing. Like, it's not even. It's because our whole our people, our generations are just toxic. Like, I feel like they couldn't have pulled this off. I feel like they had to slowly whittle away at the morale because they couldn't fucking pull this off a couple of generations ago. There's no fucking way. People are like, how toxic do you have to be to go undercover to try and snitch on In-N-Out Burger? Like, let's fuckers get who cares?
It's all about the agenda. It makes you realize that every piece of news that we're seeing is totally approved and sealed and part of this agenda. Has to be. Otherwise, we would get varying opinions about this. But it's all tied into the global thing, like you were saying, like the global warming or the environmental thing that they have tied into this global agenda, and that we're threatening the planet with our carbon footprint and all this is all tied into the heliocentric model. That's why this feels important, I think, because they will do some kind of natural disaster where everyone's, or just like you said, you don't feel bad necessarily if people are sterilized, but that's like the justification in their minds is we're doing this for the good of all because there's too many people on the planet, and they've got people convinced that we're overcrowded. And I definitely recommend people watch the series Utopia. It's on Netflix, and there's the American version and an English version. Oh man, it's such predictive programming. They lay it all out. They tell you exactly what's going on right now.
But I heard the synopsis, and it's like, holy fucking shit, that's ridiculous.
Yeah. But the main characters that are on the bad side in the show, they both in both versions they get a chance to make their speech that justifies what they're doing and saying, look, we've got 7 billion people on the planet, and for the good of all, we have to sterilize people because we have to get it to 500 million for this utopia in the future that we all will have sustainable life within. And it seems like in their mind they're doing the right thing, and that's why it's all tied into that. So they can tell you the truth as long as they put that moral message in there that we're overpopulated and everyone believes that. So it doesn't matter what they tell you because everyone's, oh, okay, well, it makes sense that we don't want to be overpopulated.
I know. You know what I heard is that like all human beings on planet Earth could fit inside of Texas with like 100 square yards of their own space just in Texas alone. And it's like
I don't even know if there's that many people to begin with.
Also, the whole 7 billion thing seems kind of preposterous. Also, it keeps coming to my head and I keep forgetting it. Okay, never mind. I defer.
Well, yeah, but it's interesting. You got to watch that show because it's just like they will tell you that the vaccines are bad for you, and that the characters in the show go to destroy the vaccines that are supposedly killing people, and then it works in so many levels. Because it's such a close scenario to what we're living through. If anyone ever tried to call it out as that show, then you would look crazy because it's just a show, right? And then it would just make you or any reference to that can just be written off as, oh, that's fiction. You're just going by what the show says. But then the moral message in the show is that for the good of all, this is important to do. And they make the main character justified in what he's doing, even though he's the bad guy throughout the whole thing. So it's like, that's the formula. They can tell you the truth, but then give you the justification. Crazy.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't I'd say it's better though, if we had some sort of, because I don't think I would be able to watch members of my family and close friends of mine die in front. I would be fucking traumatized. If they get sterilized, I honestly I don't think I would be traumatized at all. I'd kind of be like, well, I fucking told you, if they died, I don't think I would be able. I'd be like, holy shit.
I've heard too many people personally tell me that they've had family members and or friends that have had complications afterwards, if not death. And they didn't even try to fudge the numbers. That's the weird thing. They will admit
the
that
virus
risk. Yeah, the risk of dying is less than the flu already. They'll already admit that and still go on with the procedure. The agenda still moves on. That's how crazy it is. They could have at least fudged the numbers and made it a scary thing, but it's on the books. It's not even scary, which is how much control they have.
Do you think they have different patches? I feel like they have. I feel like some people get a placebo. I feel like some people get like a less powerful. I feel like some people might even get completely different like compounds or.
That's how it works.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have to have a control group. They can only do a certain percentage, otherwise it'd be obvious, right? But then there's boosters, so maybe it'll.
Yeah, forever. Every 6 months, forever.
Yep. Yep. Crazy.
Every 6 months, forever. Like, are you kidding me? Does anyone have friends in Israel? I heard they're like fully segregated at this point, like more segregated than like America before civil rights. You can't even go to the same markets. You can't do anything. You
Yeah,
can't go to the same
I
bathroom.
think you've just hit the nail on the head right there, G. I had a direct experience of that today. I went back to where I basically grew up as a little kid, the suburb. So same streets, but new shops, new stores. And there was a Japanese anime randomly, just a Japanese anime cafe. It looked kind of cool. And I was like, proceeding to the door, and it said a little sign saying, have your vaccination card ready. And I was just like,
dude,
oh, wow.
You should see Canada. Bro, that was like the other half of the reason I left. Every single fucking place, every commercial place in Canada, at least in the city of Vancouver before I left, was like I couldn't go anywhere. So I would just fucking sit at home, rot at home, fucking read shit, do my work, talk to my friends, but like no commercial. You can't do anything commercial. And when Trudeau was like, you can't fly on planes, like at the 30th, and I think this was October, I just got the fuck out. Like I was like, the walls are closing in.
Yeah, the Rockefeller lockstep program or PDF is available still, but it came out in what 2010, and it laid out exactly what they're going to do and what they're doing right now in 2010. It's like knowledge. It's like open knowledge. It's not even hidden.
What if they herd us up, Dave, and take us to the outer pond?
Well, the outer ponds would probably be better than here right now, who knows? But I think they're going to try to use the outer ponds as a way of surrounding us. I think they might use flat Earth as a way of admitting to something and then telling us we're surrounded by ancient aliens that are ancient humans. I've been saying this for years. This is my thing, my outer ponds theory. That's what makes sense. If this was an intentional reveal that would match scripture, then they could say, yeah, the UFOs are from the outer ponds. And now we have to do what they say. It's like having real-time gods that only they have the keys to access or communication with. It's the perfect scenario to convince us that we're threatened by aliens from outer space is much less likely or scary for people because it doesn't make any sense. But if you tell people they're here, then it's more scary. It's more immediate. It's a more immediate threat, and it would unify the world as one world to fight against them. It's the perfect scenario.
People who believe in aliens, I just like, bro, you really think if some fucking thing came from Sirius, which is, according to your model, like light years away, you really think they would come here from light years away and then take over the news media? No, they would just fucking easily eliminate us. Like, that's fucking... Right. If you believe in aliens, you need to fucking, like, I don't know, bro. Even when I was a little fucking...
But this would make it make sense, though. What if they merge the UFO with the flat Earth and say it's outer ponders?
He might not have ever thought of that before.
Yeah, I haven't actually thought of that before, to be honest with you.
It's quite an
that
idea,
would make
man.
sense, right?
It really is.
It sucks because I don't want to give anybody ideas, but I think that's what if I had to guess, I think that's what they might be planning on doing.
Have you ever seen that movie Tomorrowland? Anyone?
I've had it on my list for a while.
What is it about? Can we hear the synopsis?
Well, there's this girl, and she's like inquisitive. She's like smart, and has heaps of potential. And one day, I think she gets arrested or something like that, but she gets given like a pin, like a badge, and she touches it. And as soon as she touches it, she ends up in another dimension. And what ends up happening is she's got to find George Clooney because he knows where that dimension is. And it's like it's basically Tomorrowland, this place where kind of special people in a way go, and it's a civilization like ours, but just way more advanced. They've
Just
got
better.
yeah,
With
and
George
they've got
Clooney.
their problems. There's problems there too, but they're different to us. But there's just this premise that just somewhere, maybe not that far, there's something else going on that's sort of like this, but not. That's the idea.
And it makes
right?
sense if the whole silicon trees thing and that, like, you know, some of the ideas that no force on flat Earth or the lost history of flat Earth tie into like us being like basically an excavation site, like this whole land has just, you know, been torn apart for the silica, right? That's what the sands would be in the desert, just like ground up fine silica from this cutting of these trees, these ancient trees. If they took those trees, I mean, what silicon's like highly usable for more advanced society, right? So it kind of lends itself to that idea. There's also something, maybe Gio knows about this. Gio, have you heard of the whole idea that we were quarantined a while back? There's a book that talks about Earth being like the quarantine area.
Okay, wait. What do you guys think about these fucking robots? Because I've been seeing, like, I also think like these fucking robots are coming, dog. Like, dude, they have in Hawaii, they have a robot dog on the police force, and like, is it Walmart starting to have driverless trucks deliver their shit to their stores, and they're like restructuring the Walmart system so they have a big warehouse that people don't go to that kind of like trucks out to smaller Walmarts that people go to and shit. And I'm just thinking like Amazon buying Whole Foods, Amazon automating its like I just these like the thing is I'm so sure AI and robots is gonna fucking have a big role with whatever these fuckers plan is. You know what I mean? Like I feel like that's what this whole Build Back Better thing is like just build back better robots. What they didn't specify what's better that they're building, but I'm sure it's robots.
It's not only it's the perfect excuse,
shit.
right?
Like, how do you
the AI,
pay
they
a
could just
robot
blame the
with
AI
Bitcoin?
for everything. Right? Sorry to talk over you.
No, don't worry about it.
You know what I'm saying? Like they could use the AI as an excuse. Like the AI said, you know, gave you the ticket. We didn't give you the ticket. The AI decided you were guilty, so we don't have any responsibility because the AI did it. Even if it's not doing it, they can say that.
Did you guys watch these like Transformers movies? There's like one scene where like they say like all the Autobots get on a spaceship. I'm just thinking like that not similar to what like couldn't they just be like Elon's like yeah okay like Earth's like ecology is fucked. The advanced people get onto this spaceship to Mars, and we're gonna go to Mars, and we're gonna be like the real winners, and then they just launch it and blow it up. Like, you know what I mean? Like how in like the Transformers, they launched the spaceship, the Autobots on it, and then just fucking blew it up. Like, didn't go anywhere. They just blew up.
Or they could make us think that he went somewhere and just say like, you know, well, we've lost communication with them or whatever they, you know, they can make us think that those people stayed alive.
They could literally just have like what I'm thinking is that like we know fucking outer space is fake, but there's metaverse. So like I'm thinking they're like, oh, you want to come to outer space? Yeah, like, and they just plug you into this like, you know, Matrix type fucking bullshit. You think you're going to space, you can still kind of talk back to your friends and shit, because like can FaceTime you and you're like, oh yeah, look, here I am on Mars, you know? And then like more and more people kind of then they say
They
like
could have a little
okay,
smart dome, little smart city dome that you go to in the middle of nowhere and you can think you're on Mars, but you can't get out because you're burnt up, right? So they could just
plug you in.
Yeah.
the
That too.
Matrix, and then everyone's just in a like massive fucking hospital beds, you know? Like if you were an evil person and you wanted to like acquire as much knowledge as possible, best way to acquire knowledge is from other human beings, right? So if you could tap everyone's brain with some sort of, you know, like put them into another world and then just have an AI basically like data sift everyone's brain who's plugged into this shit, like the amount of knowledge you could acquire and power you could acquire. Like I don't know. I'm just putting out fucking ridiculous shit.
No, that's one of the theories. One of the worries people have is that maybe there's graphene involved or some kind of like something else in this poke that we're getting. They could basically take over or even patent humans as their product.
If you're capable of creating such a technology to extract others' intelligence, I think your brain is more worth than theirs.
Bacon, have you ever done any type of like data science?
Sort of.
Yeah, like when it comes, I've done quite a bit. But basically, if you have very large data sets, you can use AI and algorithms to derive like, say like the average person doesn't know shit, but if you have 1 million people plugged in, you could just have an AI auto sift through all their shit and get the good info out. You know what I'm kind of saying, Bacon?
Right. Yeah.
What was your point, Bacon? That your brain would be more worth? What? I don't get what you said.
No, I just meant like I mean, I didn't picture it with like millions of people. So I was thinking like, well, if you're as smart as to be able to create a technology in which you can read other people's mind and extract information out of it, you're probably smarter than them, right? So
Right. Yeah, but I'm thinking like we kind of already have this Neuralink technology, right? They've already fucking put it into pigs. And yeah, if you like one person might not be worth it, but if you have like millions of data sets, then you can literally just run your algorithms over it and just extract best data, you know?
but
The
what
best
kind of information would be useful from
Well, I don't
this
think
type
that
of data set?
I don't think the worry is that they're trying to extract information from the humans through this technology. It would be more about
Just a
controlling them
social
in
engineer.
simple ways. Yeah, just like think about if you could just do a little nanobot that would give somebody an itch in their brain, right? Uncomfortable, but they could somehow make it itch. And anytime that person did something they didn't approve of, it would just set this little nanobot to itch the brain and train them that way.
That's extra evil.
Yeah.
What exactly can they do with pigs, you said?
They can hook up wires into the neurons of a pig and read what's going on in the pig's brain. Did you not see Elon Musk's Neuralink, that fucking show? That fake
Nope.
space?
But I mean, what kind of
Go look it up.
information can they? Oh, right.
Go look it up.
I
It's
did not see him make the pig brain itchy though. That's fucking evil.
It's just one of the
I
concerns.
suggest you look at it. I suggest you look at the Neuralink, Bacon. You'd be. I think you'd find it very interesting.
It was just a bunch of noises. At the end of the day, who even knows if anything went into the pig? It was just a bunch of noises on the screen.
Yeah, it might be a fraud.
That's all it was.
Might be a fraud. Actually, who knows?
Yeah, who knows?
Well,
The stock went up.
They have those sets now, those headsets where you can just basically think, supposedly, at least I saw a thing that was saying it worked, where you put the VR headset on and you don't even have to move. You can just like think you can like make it move according to what your thoughts are. Like you can have an action with your intention through this VR thing.
Isn't that what they say Stephen Hawking has?
Right. That's what they said. Yeah, with his cheek.
Total Recall.
they're probably faking how good how it's either way beyond what we could expect, or they want to make us think that they're way beyond, so that they can excuse everything they plan to do just by blaming it on the AI or whatever.
Yeah, I'm thinking the next big thing is the fucking some sort of climate crisis, though. It's been fucking, like they had those fires last year? Like I think like they're gonna have some big ass event, and then a bunch of dummies are gonna be on the street protesting.
We know directed energy weapons are a thing. If you've looked into it, it's a thing. So they could use that to cause whatever they want. Or blame it on the
They
other founders.
don't call it global warming anymore, right? They call it climate change. So like it could even come in the winter. Like they could even have like the most ridiculous blizzard like ever, and like tornadoes and hurricanes like all at the same time, and then they could just be like, well, climate change. And it's like, to us it would be like, okay, this is fucking shit, but everyone else they'd be like, holy shit, like look at all these hurricanes, where are they coming from? Why is there tornadoes, hurricanes, and a blizzard at the same time? Right? Like they wouldn't go to think of like, oh, maybe a military force is actually fucking directly fucking with us. They would immediately think like, oh, carbon emissions.
No, it's straight away to be cow farts.
Yeah.
Or like everyone's TV set just gets intercepted, and there's just like an evil scientist there with a remote control that controls the weather. You can make it sunny, you can make it rain.
Maybe that's what Glasgow's all about. There's some evil leader there going, right, who's on board, who's not, and then they're slowly pressing the button for the directed energy weapons devices and causing shit until everyone gets on board the grand reset. What movie was that?
It could be something natural about the sun's cycles too that they're actually dealing with, or maybe they have the people at the top convinced that we're headed into a solar minimum, and that there's going to be a shortage of food supplies, and it's going to be more ideal to have less people, so it get them to go along with the program because of this natural cycle that we're facing, which could be true. Actually, I don't know.
Yeah, they could tell. They could tell the UN cucks any type of bullshit, and then tell the masses some other type of bullshit, and then the UN fuckers are gonna be like, they think they're getting one over on us when actually they don't even fucking know the actual information.
Right, psyop upon psyop upon psyop. Could be a hint of truth in it.
Yeah, and the creator's just laughing at the top.
What is it? The Stonehenge? Anyone see that video?
No.
Stonehenge.
Okay, wait. Let me see if I still have it. I'll post it in the chat.
Have you seen the evidence that it seems like Stonehenge was man-made, like construction, not too long ago?
What I'm talking about. Yeah. Like I have a video of them literally constructing it, and then someone put put the stupidest music video in the background. It's like, let me see if I can find this shit.
Isn't the claim they were reconstructing it though?
Yeah, that's the claim.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't fucking trust that. Like, listen, I don't fucking trust that. There's concrete that fell off of one of them. It was like straight underneath. Like concrete fell off of a stone. That doesn't even happen.
No, of course.
The evidence for ancient technology that's way advanced is way cooler than Stonehenge. If you look into all these different channels that are covering that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying is like, maybe it's a psyop to convince us that we evolved when actually we just fucking devolved. Because like yeah.
We didn't devolve. We just
were
kept. We were kept the knowledge. Yeah, the knowledge was kept.
Yeah.
We've devolved a little bit. Be harsh. Come on.
Well, after generations of people just walking around following orders, there may be some kind of passing on of less intelligence, I guess.
Oh, I've still
Less
got
instinct.
6 fingers and 6 toes.
All right, I found the video. If anyone hasn't seen the Stonehenge video with this stupid music in the background, I'm posting it now.
Nice. Should we turn the volume up then?
Dude, the fucking music video is like, it's so, like, it matches it so good, but it's just like, who the fuck edited this video? Like, god damn it.
How old is it?
Video?
Yeah, like when was it done, you reckon?
It says 7 months and 1 week ago, but I'm thinking it could be older than that, you know, because people repost videos that have been reposted, you know.
So what did these really advanced technological people think? Okay, now we have to go backwards.
No, they just kept the technology for themselves.
Evolving.
Let us go through the process of these primitive stages while they kept advanced technology for themselves.
Or maybe there was like a natural cataclysm, is what I'm thinking, and then after the cataclysm happened, like all the smart people kind of met up and they're like, okay, like let's just fucking keep to ourselves that everything used to be this way before, and let's just kind of use it to take control now. You know what I mean?
Yep. Like if they did it right now, and then a couple generations later, they could convince everybody that computers never existed.
Yeah.
Well, I'm under the. I think that they know the cycles and the patterns, so it's not really like some people lived. I think some people planned for it, and they already had a plan, and they've reset. They've had this reset like plan for a long time, and they've used it before.
Yeah, maybe this climate change is actually just a natural cycle, and like every once in a while it just fucks everything up. But these fuckers have just been surviving it every time and giving us bullshit.
Now you're catching on.
So all the weather manipulation stuff is that actually for our benefit then? Are they trying to stop bad things
Oh
happening?
no, not at all.
Or,
It's just an economic benefit,
okay.
and then they want to guilt us.
Good.
Like it's the whole carbon footprint thing. That's
Total psyop.
they basically have turned science into the new religion. So they want everyone to be unified under the scientific religion and what the goals are. So like if everyone should feel guilty for their carbon footprint, then it doesn't matter what country or religion you believe in. For science, because it's truth, you're going to do X, Y, Z, and you're going to feel guilty for it if you don't.
That was the same shit as the fucking Catholic religion, making you fucking feel guilty, and then you have to go.
Yeah,
the original sin. Yep, the
Yeah,
original
so
sin.
religion has always just been a form of government. But I tell people that, and they just their fucking eyes glaze over, and they just keep saying that shit over and over again. So I don't know what to tell them.
Oh,
That's the thing.
realized,
It's so sprung up
jab,
overnight, right? Because that's the reality you find yourself in. That's what he says in the Truman Show. They accept the reality they're presented with.
Yeah, but there's like most of those people that I'm talking about are the people that I was really good friends with a lot of them. And then they went straight up Jesus. And I'm like, all right, well, you're not going to buy this shit. And you're going to call everything out with me, but then you're going to buy that shit? Come the fuck on. Like, it's not even close. Like, Jesus was basically a black magician. Like, it's no different than the shit they're pulling off today. Oh, yeah, he rose from the dead? That's bullshit. He fucking made food out of nothing? That's bullshit. Water to wine? That's bullshit. Walked on water? Man, it sounds like you guys are worshiping a magician.
Well, it's a more comforting option for a lot of people to believe that.
Fuck comfort, dude.
I know. I'm saying
So
that
done.
they've made the truth so scary, and so it strikes people with such
Well,
panic.
I had more
Immediate
friends.
panic.
That's
I know,
that's what I'm mad about. Is that my closest friends? They're all into that shit, and it's like, well, now I just kind of walk alone now.
Well, that's what's scary about what we're doing. Because if they use flat Earth as a way of starting to beat people with the Bible again,
Yeah,
then that's
Well,
basically
that's what they're doing.
That's what I'm
Rick,
thinking is like all these events kind of match up with all this biblical shit. It's like I'm thinking like they're purposely trying to fulfill all these prophecies, like, you know what I'm saying? Just creating the state of Israel and shit. Like they're doing this on purpose.
Like, look, man. There's Blaze. There's God's Scalpel. There's Platypus. There's Doctor One Up. There's California Nightmare. There's all of my friends. All of them. They believe in this fantasy fucking Jesus dude. Now what?
Well, it's your game, Riggs. So at the moment, the government's making it harder to play the game. But they want conformity. You don't have to conform. And for the time being, the game is difficult. It's a difficult stage. But we will beat the big boss, and we'll get to the next bit.
Do you think there's less conformity than there was, say, in the 1950s and early 60s?
I think this is a real push for government control, yes.
Doesn't matter
Harder
if
than
there's
they've
more
ever pushed.
conformity because all they've done is created more division, but everybody's still gripping on to some sort of propaganda, right? So let's say they're not
more dependency.
Let's say they're not religious. They're going to hook on to maybe more of a governmental paradigm or an egotistical paradigm, or they're going to hook on to the scientific paradigm. It's just they control all the options. They own the whole aisle of cereal boxes.
Yep.
Doesn't matter which one you pick.
Mm-hmm.
I think most people don't play the game at all, Riggs.
What's up?
Exactly, Dross.
I think most people don't even play the game.
That's also a deductive position, though, because they'll know just enough to establish what makes them feel comfortable. Like the idea that, well, maybe there's not a God. Maybe science is real. They read the titles of these articles. They don't read the article, right? Oh, look.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Planets smell like farts.
I think, you know I agree with that because it's one of the big problems I have when people post stuff like Stonehenge is a hoax.
Oh my gosh.
Were you at Stonehenge when they built it?
Were you at Stonehenge when they faked it?
Oh dear.
Yeah, who cares? Inconsequential nonsense.
Isn't this the Scottish guy?
We've got a
Probably why
world
he
to
cares so much
rebuild.
about Stonehenge.
Well, what do you think about that footage, Foolish? Dross?
Which footage?
Where it just shows. I mean, I haven't watched it, but I'm assuming that they're constructing Stonehenge in that footage right there.
No,
right
they're doing the restoration project, which was in 3 phases.
Right, restoration when you have to move the huge stones into place.
Yeah,
and put
because
them
they
down.
were. Yeah, they cemented some of them down. That was done in 1902 and 1950. And out of the 77
Excellent
stones,
story.
they moved 17
You can't
of them.
prove it either way. Move on.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's inconsequential. All I know is that history has been.
And in fact,
manipulated.
they've moved none of the henge, by the way. They've only moved the stones.
Mm-hmm.
The henge has never been moved.
What?
What are you talking
Apparently
about?
there's curvature too, mate. So we don't. You know, good proof.
You don't understand what you're talking about.
Come back later.
Yeah.
Come back later.
Well, what do you think about some of the stones having metal inside of them and it looks like plaster and the outside has fallen off? What does that mean?
There aren't any stones that have metal inside them. I've been and seen every single stone at Stonehenge.
So you haven't seen that
many times.
You haven't seen that then.
I live about 12 miles up the road from it.
Every single stone, though.
I've seen a stone that had a broken off corner and it was metal inside.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Not metal. I don't think it's metal.
No, it was like a steel barb.
Reinforcement.
It's like a rebar, is what he's saying.
Yeah, it was a rebar inside of the.
There isn't a rebar inside any of the stones, though.
There isn't. Okay. Well, I guess honestly, I probably just looked at propaganda. To be fair,
I think you did.
Please go on. take a sledgehammer and break a bit open for us. What, you're 12 miles from it? Just go down there and show us that it's real.
I mean, it could have been very, very easy to fake the picture I saw.
Dross is a henge lord.
I'll post to Avery if you know that henge.
Doesn't
Just
matter
for
either
yourself,
way.
Noah. The henge is the ditch bit. Stones are not the henge. The henge is
Or the henge lord, though.
Hey, Trez, what do you think
Fingers
about
and
some of the pyramids they didn't tell us about? Like some of these pyramids that they're discovering, like the Bosnia pyramid, which would have been like the
Well, I'm
biggest
not
pyramid.
convinced that's a pyramid, but I think
Okay,
there
what
are
about the
an
star
awful lot of
forts?
pyramids. There's an awful lot of pyramids that are out there. I mean, you can look at China, you can look at Mesoamerica, you look at Egypt, you can look at Namibia. There's loads out there. Yeah.
What about the star forts? Do you think that there's a reason they kept that knowledge from us?
Well, star forts, the type of stuff that started being built in sort of the 15th, 16th century to defend against cannonade. Yeah.
Well, that's the theory, but why was it not like in our school books about the star forts?
Star forts were in my school.
Oh, you were told about them?
Yeah, I'm sorry you had a shit education.
Oh, I didn't know that they were teaching us about star forts and all the different locations.
Dross knows about the cosmic geometric patterns.
In grade
that
school,
exist.
or are you talking about like in college? When were you taught about this?
I was taught we discussed that as part of Napoleonics. So that would be in the second year of my high school.
So you don't think there's any validity to the idea that some of this technology and ancient structures were built at a different time, and that we were lied to about the history, the timeline in which they were built, with like horse and buggy and like
We've certainly got some
buildings.
shit wrong, and we've corrected it.
Do you believe in dinosaurs?
Believe in dinosaurs? What, is dinosaurs a fucking religion now too, is it? Dinosaurs are either fucking real or not.
T-Rex.
Believe.
Yeah.
That seems funny.
The Ankylosaurus will save your lives.
Okay, apparently that's part of the restoration.
It's more about the age of the Earth. They need the dinosaurs to make it really, 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 really old.
Wait, how do you explain that?
Explain what?
Picture. That first picture.
Well, look, yeah, I explain it with the two pictures right after it.
One of the reasons they wanted to put cement on a couple of them is they didn't want them to fall on people. And if you notice, that first picture is from the late 1940s, early 50s. And the restoration work was done in the 50s, just like I told you. And there's the result.
Excellent. It's
But
amazing how a good story can just fill in all the gaps sometimes, isn't it?
No, it's amazing how the fact that we have documentation and evidence and photographs, which you're kindly posting, demonstrating the point. That was the stone you could go and sit in, and people were chipping bits off Stonehenge. That was the problem.
Nice.
What do they say that the you know how under the ocean or sea or whatever, there's like pyramids and civilizations down there too? Like, what do you know what the explanation is for that?
Tour, Jim. I know that quite well too. Go
on. Well, don't you think it's interesting that there's like
off the coast of
civilizations
Japan, right?
underwater, like pyramids and stuff at the bottom of the ocean?
Well, we found cities, and we found towns, and we found good evidence. So Dogger Bank's one of my favourite sort of examples of that kind of stuff, where we find sort of Neolithic and late Mesolithic sort of sites there, or artifacts, should I say? We've been down and found the site, and we know that was an inundation that happened around sort of finished off happening around 400 BC-ish. 4000 BC, sorry. When the last little bits of Dogger Bank sank.
Do you believe in the flood?
No. Not as a world global thing. I think that you've obviously got. I think the Lake Wisconsin example is a great example of local flooding, extreme local flooding. Towards the end of the Younger Dryas, yeah. I mean that kind of stuff, definite. But everything sunk underwater. Guy, few sons and his daughters on a boat with all the animals. Come on, I mean, that's just silly talk, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, where would they put the 150,000 plus species of beetles that we know of, let alone fucking anything else? And why did all the kangaroos hop to Australia and take the other marsupials with them? Well, apart from the couple that went into South America. I mean, it's just a bullshit story. It's a bullshit story that's trying to teach a lesson.
You've thought about that way too much. Yeah, that's you're not even supposed to think about it that much. You're supposed to just dismiss it just straight away.
Oh no,
and you've thought about how about
I'm
kangaroos and all sorts of shit.
I'm a student of
Classic.
theology. I like different religions, and I've studied quite a few of them.
Mm-hmm.
And that's
Yeah, fair enough.
joke
Good call.
and that's actually a joke from Ricky Gervais. So I'm actually plagiarizing. Let's be honest.
Nice one.
That's why I put the South.
I like scientism. Scientism's really good. There's the stories are amazing. Like I'd prefer,
what do you mean by
dark
scientism?
matter and space time, any of that shit over the Bible.
No,
I reckon
what
that
do you
scientism
mean by
stories are much better.
So I hold to evidential sciences and inductive sciences. What do you mean by scientism?
Well, all the pseudosciences here, where you just have to have faith. You just have to believe and pre-assume shit or presuppose.
Sure, like the memory in your PC. You just have faith that it's there.
No, I don't have faith there. No.
Of course you do. You've never made a memory stick in your life. You don't know how to do it.
No,
you
but
don't know
it's
how
not
it
by
interfaces
faith.
to the PC.
It's by design that
It's by
there.
faith that you think that little thing that you plug into your PC as a memory module, rather than the government snapping their fingers and adding 16 gigabytes to your motherboard. That's the faith that you have. If you want to take it down to that level, if you want to be that absurd, that's where you have to go. There is a whole load of shit that you have never done, and you don't understand.
Because he doesn't know how. So you're. The logic is that because he doesn't know how exactly how his computer works, that everything they're telling us about history is true.
With anything?
No,
no, that's just how he went full on defense attack mode there because he obviously got nothing. So keep monologuing, champ.
It was merely a point to show
scientism that triggered him.
That the fact there is an awful lot of things that we utilize that we don't understand. It doesn't mean that it's a story or fake. I question Big Bang quite heavily. I question dark matter.
So you fucking should.
Yeah.
Look, what do you mean you question it?
I don't hold it to be
Don't
good
even
knowledge.
need to ask about the kangaroos. How did they get there? You just dismiss it as rubbish straight off the bat.
What can, out of interest, Dross, what is it about the Big Bang that's not doing it for you?
I think it's
kangaroos.
To put it in Star Wars terms, it was a very long time ago and very far away. And we have minimal evidence to support it. There are already competing theories that are starting to challenge some of it. And I think we've only got a very vague idea about what the fuck went on.
Good man.
Are you an atheist?
No.
Okay, so God could have done all these things, right?
Foolish. I assume you believe in a curve.
Well, do I accept the fact that we've got thousands of examples to show that the Earth ain't flat? Yeah.
To back your belief.
Name one.
No. Angle of elevation, Polaris. The fact that we have magnetic fields.
Wait, what's the first one?
Sorry.
Boats go over the horizon.
The fact that we have magnetic
fields. Laugh all you want, but
the best.
You got GPS.
One of the problems I have with let's put me into a flat Earth skeptic zone.
We've got memory sticks, therefore globe. Boom.
You don't know how it works.
No, if you don't know how that works, that means everything they're telling us is true about everything else.
Yep.
Memory stick.
It's faith in the priests of the knowledge that you believe the stories they told us. That's the faith. You believe they're telling us the truth.
The priests of the knowledge.
Say it again, brother. Say it again.
The priests of the knowledge.
The stories.
Let's put myself into a flat Earth skeptic mode. I see no real logical arguments that support each other that tell me that the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
Except everything about your direct experience and everything you observe ever in your whole life.
Yeah. Yeah, you can say that, but I don't even agree with that.
Oh, so you actually experience?
How does
you experience a spinning ball? How do you experience it? How do you experience it besides the stars?
Let's take it back to real foundational shit, yeah? So let's ignore all the other evidence we got coming from other places. And all we've got is our direct personal experience. Then all I can tell you is either the Earth is rotating or the sky is, or a bit of both.
But your direct experience will tell you
to you.
No, that's my direct experience. My direct experience. If I have to start off, I have to start off with I don't know, and these are the three propositions that could hold. Am I wrong on that?
So
what are
your
the
direct
three?
experience tells you nothing.
No, my direct experience tells me that the Earth is either stationary and the stars are rotating, the Earth is moving and the stars are not rotating, or we have movement in both. That's what my direct experience tells me. Tell me why I'm wrong.
Both.
Foolish. I got a question. Could you consider a geocentric model, but it's still round to be like legitimate?
You mean like a Ptolemaic model?
Yeah, something like that, I guess.
I think it adds an awful lot of complexity, and I think if there are the gods, then they're going to do things in the most efficient way possible, and the Ptolemaic model is very, very inefficient.
So you're a heliocentrist.
Yeah, I think that's what observations seem to support.
Okay.
Oh, Druss, like right off the bat, you said, I see the stars move. Now, that could mean either one of two things. Either I'm moving or the stars are moving. But that's... No. You see the stars move, period. That's it.
I said one of three things.
Okay, what else?
He said a bit of both.
Mixture of
He
both.
said either the stars move and the Earth moves also. What the fuck
still,
was
like,
just posted in the main chat?
That's not what you see, though. You see the stars move, and that's where it ends.
Yeah, but then we ask why. Isn't that the next step?
You could ask that.
Okay, cool.
But,
So you don't. I ask why a lot.
Well, unless the stars tell you, you're just going to make up stories.
Well, do you speak to the stars?
No, but I see them move.
I speak to the stars.
Twinkle, twinkle.
Speak to me.
They help me do number one.
So you don't know, basically, is what you're saying. Cool.
No,
I like to find out.
No, I know what I see.
He's claiming memory stick. Memory stick.
Is that the new?
You really like that, didn't you?
It's like Barley's.
I think that's the new shit. The memory stick.
Yeah.
Well, actually, it was a memory module, but again, I'm kind of used to you guys never getting anything right, so that's cool.
Memory module.
Well,
crazy.
Well,
it's like
a memory stick something you plug into a USB port, whereas a memory module you put into a SODIMM or a DIMM port.
Roger that.
And of course, you guys know the difference between DIMMs and SODIMMs, so I don't need to explain that.
Memory module, not stick. Stupid.
Yeah, a memory stick is something you plug into a USB port.
Nice.
I thought you said memory stick. I'm pretty sure that's what I heard. I didn't hear you say module.
Irrelevant. Either way, it equals globe.
Memory, which is different to memory stick. Words have meanings. Order has.
Wait, who said memory stick then? Because I remember the original brought up of
that
this
was
subject.
White, whatever his name is down at the bottom.
Yeah, White's word. My words have meaning.
So where's riding on eggshells? I hear that accent.
Yeah, I'm from the same place, unfortunately. Damn it.
Eggshells.
Stomping on eggshells. Yeah, sorry, mate.
He's much nicer than I am.
Stomping on eggshells. Stomping. Yum. So we've got memory stick equals globe. Sorry, memory module equals globe. We've got lots of photos and lots of supporting evidence to give you a belief in the globe. CGI. Yeah. What do we have? Anything definitive to provide?
Well, that's why I don't take you guys seriously.
Uh-oh.
If you want to say memory stick equals globe, don't you think?
No, you did.
No, I didn't. No, you said that.
No, you did.
No, I didn't.
Oh, sorry, memory module. Memory module.
I didn't
Sorry.
even say memory module equals globe.
Well, what did you
Foolish,
say?
I don't think it's a good night to debate because I don't think anyone's in a serious mood enough.
I'm sure he said memory module equals globe.
No, I did not. I was pointing out the fact that you were talking about knowledge, and I was talking about things you don't have knowledge of. You see, you can't even get that bit
really?
right.
Wow. Knowledge. Because I don't know something, therefore globe. I think that was your analogy. I don't know something, therefore globe.
That was you trying to do an pseudo abduction.
Well,
okay,
Dross,
right.
would you say
that's why
that
you try and make an
stars...
absurd argument? Oh, sorry, Mark, go on.
Were you skating around a question or something, were you?
No.
Okay, right.
Would you say that the stars are like the ceiling?
No.
No?
No. I've got a ceiling above me. It's definitely not the stars.
Well, no, like a sky ceiling.
No.
No?
No, I think unlike the flat Earth argument, space has depth.
Right. So what, it would go beyond the stars as well?
Well, they did a film called Battle Beyond the Stars, didn't they?
Well, the reason I'm asking is so we've got sort of like this ceiling or a canopy, an umbrella of stars above us, and then we're standing on the Earth. Do you think underneath the Earth that there's stars as well?
Well, what? This doesn't make any sense. He believes in a
Of course
globe.
it does. Of course it makes sense.
Holy fuck, you're going to make me agree with Noah. Don't make me do that. Don't make me do that.
That guy doesn't even know how memory sticks work. Modules.
Exactly.
It just seems like we've got a rotating ceiling, Dross. That's what I'm saying, and it doesn't seem to go underneath as well. Like the stars are above, and that's it. All around us, is a whole nother thing. Like in a planet embedded in the universe is it's hard to imagine something else, right?
Let's just ignore everything else, and I'll use Orion. So Orion is starting to rise for me. So it's rising from below the horizon. So I guess on a flat Earth, you're going to say there are stars below you.
Foolish. Do you believe they actually went to the moon?
I think there's a lot of very good evidence to say that we did. Yeah, multiple times.
That's not what you asked. He didn't ask if there was very good evidence. He asked if you believe it.
Yeah, I think there's enough credible evidence to say that that's a reasonable position to hold. Yeah.
So say I, Foolish Decisions, believe that they went to the moon. Own it, Foolish, if you truly believe it.
You know my position on it, percentage. We've had the discussion.
Yeah, wait. Why are you trying to make him go through all this extra shit? Like he gave his side, right?
He said there's evidence. There's good evidence on both sides.
Yeah, for me to hold to. What does that tell you?
You have two.
I don't think they fucking went there. Globe or flat, whatever this is. It's fucking that shit's fake.
Druss, you have to co-sign on it. We're gonna make a little document, and it's gonna say, "I believe human beings landed on the moon and walked around and played
in the 70s.
Yeah,
rover around."
And memory modules equal glow.
You have
Did
to
the little
sign
bunny
it.
hops trying to pick up the hammer. That was hilarious.
Yeah, I
believe that they dropped a hammer and a feather. You have to initial at all of the things, and then you have to sign it in blood at the end.
But put it this way: would you sign any document that percentage rates? Because you know somewhere there'll be like a microdot with like a whole set of terms and conditions.
A
micro dot. And a memory module. There'll be a memory module somewhere with all stuff on
in
it.
the paper.
That's funny. It's essentially a microdot.
Listen, man, you would want to sign documents that I make if they were like, if I was acting as your power of attorney or something like that. You would be forever protected. My contracts are fucking like ironclad.
And he casts spells on you too. Look out.
There are many things in the world that we don't know and understand. You can't rule out magic.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The same way as you can't rule out.
Seriously? No, look, you've got to use logic. If there was such a thing as black magic or voodoo or fucking spells or enchantments or any of this bullshit, right? Trump would have fucking been dead for sure, right? Without a doubt. Half the globe hated his fucking guts, right? So, let alone all the bullshit that's going on now.
Unless he's top
No,
witch.
I'm
but
sorry.
he also had
There's
a
no
lot of support.
terrorists. There's no fucking Oh, so it's good versus evil in the background. So there's spells, and then there's fucking spells for good and spells
You would be
for bad.
surprised, man.
You don't think Trump's part of the military-industrial complex?
Too many movies.
You would be surprised of the power.
Well, he's certainly
of
not on
willful...
my side, mate.
White Sword, you would be surprised of the power of willful intention.
Oh, sure. It's not that I'd be surprised. But, if you think Trump's only alive because there's enough fucking people willing good and more than people willing bad, then fair enough. I can't change your belief.
Yo, just like there's the evil eye, there's protections against it.
Hey. Put 9/11 next to him in the commercial. Main chat. Top wit.
And when in doubt, use Noah's
Illuminati confirmed.
Use Noah's blood in terms of like in your sacrifices. Apparently, it's really.
Did anyone even ever take a shot at him? Like, out of all the people with guns that really hated him in America, did anyone ever even take a shot at him?
No, the ones with guns love him.
Yeah, his haters don't own guns. Are you kidding me?
Oh my god. Really? So there's no haters with a gun?
No,
maybe
they're
like
all fucking,
one.
They're all Kool-Aid hair. They're all Kool-Aid hair lesbians.
Well,
even the ones that
Jesus,
have guns are too like.
Do you remember the guy that shot Ronald Reagan?
That's pretty fun.
Ronald Reagan was an actor.
Yeah, but he got shot.
Literally.
And he was shot. He was shot. He was obviously a Republican. And what did that poor fucking Democrat try and shoot him with? A .32 revolver. Now, if it had been a fucking Republican, it would have been a Desert Eagle .50, man. There would have been holes the size of dinner plate for that motherfucker.
That's why it was an act.
Point well taken, Druss. But Ronald Reagan was an actor, so therefore, the gun that was used to shoot him was a prop gun.
Yeah, well, Trump was an actor.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
He's not dead.
Yeah, you're adding to my point that they're all.
Well, no, he is dead. They just haven't wheeled out his body yet. They preserved it. That's why he's orange.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, right. Then he's going to be resurrected. The Phoenix, the second coming, in 2024.
No, Melania's been waiting for the second coming for fucking years. It's only ever happened once, mate. Trust me.
Oh my god. Like Stonehenge, apparently he was there.
Again, I love the false claims. That makes your position so credible.
Stonehenge.
Oh, I get a chuckle, mate.
Stonehenge. 3,000 years. Was it 3,000 BC? Stonehenge. 3,000 BC.
What depends which phase you're talking about.
Wait, where'd he
Wasn't
go?
like-
Oh, sorry.
I love
about you,
Trump.
Bad Foolish.
Anyway, I need to go to work, guys. Have a pleasant and sweet day.
No worries. You know you're not going to get any work.
in the crunchy care of riding nature.
You know you're not
Good
going to
luck,
get any work
Foolish.
done.
I get shitloads of work done, man. I work quite hard.
Yeah, he's spinning on a ball. Hey, money makes the world go round.
That's true. That's actually really, literally true. You need money for propaganda, and propaganda makes the world round.
Exactly, man.
I can't believe that guy believes in the. I didn't listen. After I saw those moon landing videos, I knew the moon landings were fake. And I thought that space and the globe was real, but those fucking moon, like that shit, that's just shit, man. If you believe in that shit, like I don't know what to tell you. Like Glober or flat earther, if you believe in the moon, in my eyes, you lose credibility because you.
I believe in the moon. I can see it most nights.
You know what he meant.
I know. I was just doing a white word.
Aye.
He is employing the lazy literary technique of metonymy.
Exactly. I can never argue with your vocab percentage.
Do you have a memory stick for that?
No, but your
I've
girl
got a
does.
memory stick on my keychain. Yeah.
Nice.
Holy shit!
I use
How
my
much gigs
stick
does
with your
it
girl,
have?
and she's never gonna forget it.
How much gigs does your memory stick have?
64, I think, on that one.
I think mine's double that.
Congratulations. Really, anything above, if I've got to carry more than 64 gigs of data with me anywhere, then, I've got a bit of a problem. Most of the time,
You're
I use
bugging out,
cloud
aren't
stuff
you?
now.
Yeah.
Anyway, speak to you guys later.
All right.
Got to go off and do
Enjoy
some more training.
I
Get
don't.
yourself more indoctrinated.
I think the moon landing is fucking fake as fuck, bro. Like
it is, man.
Wait, he left. God damn it! I was about fuck. Okay.
Well, the last thing that he heard is gonna stay with him.
Yeah, he's gonna come back here and be like, "Oh, the kid who doesn't believe in the moon landings."
It's gonna haunt him as he's working. It's like the moon landing's fake.
You guys realise I'm Australian, don't you?
Okay, wait. How the fuck do people think that Trump is not in like if there was an Illuminati, Trump isn't in it? Like how the fuck do you think that is my question? How could you believe in a cabal and think Trump's not in on it? Is my
If he is on it, he's like the kid that everyone hates and doesn't want at the party, Like the one that the invitation, somehow magically got thrown out by, the mailman or something.
Or yeah, maybe he's just like the new money, and like the old money is kind of like he has to stay here. But
yeah, like that fat woman in the Titanic.
Huh?
You know what I'm talking about?
No one even saw the fat woman in the Titanic. Maybe
What are you
you
talking
did, but I
about?
certainly didn't.
She's one of the best
Really?
characters.
Okay. No, didn't see her.
I think she'd be cute if she wasn't so fat. In her prime.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Straight up, flat or round, they didn't fucking go to the moon. They can't even go back.
Not,
dude, they didn't fucking go there. How do you fucking believe that?
No one believes it. They try and convince themselves that it happened internally while saying, yeah, I reckon it happened, but they don't actually believe it.
There's no
sane
fucking
person
way.
does.
There's no fucking way they went there. Like, I was looking at like that people were going through the shop where they sell all the old technology for going to the moon, and then NASA says we can't get the technology back. It's right there in a thrift shop, and like you look at it and it's fucking shit.
Mm-hmm. Tin foil, anyone? Is it hot enough? Oh.
Yep, curtain rods and tinfoil and some AC ducts. You notice how the lunar lander, they literally use like air conditioning ducts for the side, and they put paper mache over it with tinfoil and scotch tape. And then the little rocket boosters are like, they almost look like little Legos. Like they're these little fake, like little cups that are upside down. And those are supposed to be the rocket thrusters.
Have you seen how it takes off from the moon's surface too? It like fucking wobbles as it goes up. It's like, bro, that's on a line. Like it's not fucking like. I don't know what to tell you.
Exactly. It's on a line being pulled upwards because the way that it shakes back and forth, you can like the physics, you can tell how it's actually
That's
it's
what I'm saying.
pivoting. It's pivoting on a center as it goes up. Like it's clearly like a crane just pulling it up.
A crane, it's just a tiny little model. It's probably only fucking 2 feet wide or some shit. If we could go to the moon, there would be advertising on the bloody moon. We all know it. There'd be a camera looking down. People would be able to buy time to log into the moon cam and control it and look this way and look that way. And Pepsi and Coke and fucking IBM and Netflix, they'd all have fucking emblems on the moon. Fucking, but they can't get there, which is why that's not the case.
Did you guys see that
Can't
video
deny
that they
that,
released?
surely.
Did you see that video they released where they're like in the fucking like some sort of ship flying over the earth? They're like, yeah. Like, go to the back and film it so it looks like it's a round ball in the middle of a black space, but it's like the black space is just the craft, and the round is just the window. Is like God, like, bro, they didn't go there. Like it's proven that they didn't go to the moon. So that's the thing. I don't know if it's flat or not. To be honest with you, I haven't made my decision yet. I haven't fucking seen convincing enough evidence in my mind. But they didn't fucking go to the moon. Yeah.
Absolutely, man. They'll never have went to the moon.
Isn't the moon where they look at him in the Truman Show? Like the controllers live on the moon?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
What's that documentary? Was it Only a Paper Moon? Is that what it's called?
No, a funny thing happened on the way to the moon.
That one, yeah.
There's a paper moon one too, though.
Oh, okay, sorry.
I think it's called like Under the Paper Moon or something like that.
Well, the one that where they get into like, and Jin was talking about this a while, like the other day. But basically, when they get into the dimensions of the rover and like fitting into the, all the stuff fitting together, and how there's no space for
Dude,
like,
they're doing
even
like
one, let alone
dude,
two
they're doing
astronauts.
They're doing like BMX on the moon. Like it's like fucking playing golf. They're playing golf and doing BMX on the moon. Like this is fucking such They fucking overdid the lies. Like
they did. You're right,
bro. You should watch this documentary. They talk about how like the lander has the space for like 2 people if they're not like like they're squeezing without suits, let alone with suits, and then also the door opens inwards. It's just like a bunch of shit that it couldn't work out.
Wait, do you have that link still? I would actually like to get that link.
It's just search YouTube. A funny thing happened on the way to the moon.
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty damning, isn't it?
It is. And then you watch the videos of them like trying to pick up a hammer, and they literally can't muster enough momentum to go down. Like, because the harness that's holding them up. It's hilarious, man.
Oh, yeah. Yep. And then assisted fucking lifting when they fall over.
The only thing more ridiculous than people thinking they went to the moon is the people that, see this evidence and they're like, yeah, okay, they faked it, but they still went to the moon.
Yes. Yep.
Like, yeah, the evidence is fake. Like maybe they supplied fake, video so that they won the space race at the time or something, but they still went to the moon.
Yeah. Oh, they had to do it because of the Russians.
Show you that what they're telling you is bullshit. Just so like, if you have any discernment at all, you can kind of like see through the bullshit. That's what I think it is. Because like, if they were actually trying to convince people, they could have just said like, yeah, we went there, like, but we don't have any video evidence because there's too much radiation. But like, here's some moon rocks, and then give us some lab-made fucking shit that you can't naturally find on Earth. That would be like a good one, but I think they had to release this fucking videos that are clearly a hoax. Like, you know what I'm saying? Have you ever heard of like the code, like a code? You know, people say that they have a code. They have to kind of show you like, hey, like, you know, they have to fucking tell Alex Jones to come out and like warn people about the fucking vaccine, because like they can't just fucking give you a poison vaccine, or else they're gonna get some sort of like karma or some shit.
Or maybe it's a game, so they like to drop hints, you know, just to fuck with people.
Yeah, maybe they're just so far ahead that they're just like, it's like if a cat plays with its mouse before it eats it. Maybe that's it.
Or maybe they have these little hints just to see who, you know, pulls on strands, and then those people make the short list of like people to watch.
You reckon? It sounds a little bit too familiar. I don't think that's happening.
Even SpaceX is fake with that fucking Tesla in space, and then like, god damn it.
Tesla's real.
What did you say?
Tesla's real? I didn't hear what you said. Are you saying Teslas aren't real?
Hey, SpaceX.
No, we know it's real. You know how?
You tell him, Jay. Why is it real?
Because it looks so fake.
Lord have mercy.
Let me see if I have the fake SpaceX somewhere on my computer. I can swear I have it. Someone just posted a fucking picture of them on the moon. I go, okay. So can we vote on Stonehenge? Because I'm kind of undecided about that.
False. Disagree. Negative. Whatever I need to vote against it.
Whose mom is in the background? There, in the main
She's only
chat.
a mom to you because you can't handle it.
Okay. Wait, did that work? Hold up. Let me try and open this and look at it again. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna put it in the chat. The SpaceX. When I saw this, I fucking was cracking up so hard. Upload. Looks. You can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
I can't believe he said that. Hey, that's like such a stupid / cheeky thing to say. Unless someone asks him like, why does it look fake or something like that, then it would be kind of a cheeky answer. But if he just volunteered that, it's just like, why?
Because he's saying "fuck you, you sheep." That's what he's doing. He's saying "fuck you, idiot."
Yeah, that's what I think they like to mock us. That's what I think. I think they like to I think they know they can get away with giving us fake moon videos, and because like even the fuckers who see through it, they'll be like, ah, you're crazy. But like in actual reality, the fuckers releasing this shit are probably it probably makes their life better to know that like they can pull this shit off. It's probably fun for them. I mean, think about if you monopolize the entire Earth. Like, what would you do with your free time other than fuck with people?
Oh, we're a farm. That's all we are. We're a farm. Simple.
Like, I was on Instagram the other day, and I post like all kinds of crazy shit. like of the like all kinds of shit, and then my one friend's posting like a post by NASA, and I swear to God, it was the stupidest fucking thing I've ever seen. It was like a blue dot with a black background, and I'm like, bro, what is that even supposed to be? Like what is that? Like, what is that? Is that like, what is that? It was literally like looked like someone like had a raindrop, lit it up blue, and then took a picture. Like it was like I don't know, man. Like once you find out that most of this shit is fake, like when you look at shit, it's you just don't see it the same. It's like what the fuck? It's not even like good. It's not even a good hoax.
Oh, we lost Russ. We lost him. What was the what was the straw that broke the camel's back?
It was the moon landing.
Oh, who would defend that shit?
I know. Fuck.
I thought it was memory module equals globe. I reckon that did it for him.
Well, doesn't matter.
Someone named Karen in the chat said whether it's fake or not. It's like no, it's fucking fake. It's not whether or not it's fake. It is fucking fake. Like it's provably fake. Karen over 9K.
Oh. I love how Buzz Lightyear always just punch on with anyone who questions him as well. Just makes it all seem so legit.
I think it's hilarious to call him Buzz Lightyear. I think I've got a meme for that, actually. I've got a Buzz Lightyear meme for Buzz Aldrin. Here it is.
I wish they had made
Lightyear Buzz live for years.
Wait, that's not. Is that Buzz Aldrin?
Back in the day, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I wish they had made him an alcoholic.
Buzz Aldrin.
Buzz Lightyear.
Yeah, he looks a little bit different, but it's the same dude. Dude, in every interview that he does, he says something that's like revealing as kind of a joke. So people can take it either way. Like, here's one that says, Buzz Aldrin admits it was so well staged.
Yep. Dude, did you see the one where he's on, like, what is it, Conan? Have you seen that clip?
Yeah. He's like, oh, we didn't do that. You saw animation.
Yeah, but I watched that one on my stream with I thought it was with you.
Yeah,
Riz.
he's talking. He was talking about an animated part of what we saw, but you can understand.
He was describing it 100% realistically, which is Conan says, "We watched you land on the moon," and he said, "No, you didn't. There were no cameras there. There was nowhere to film it. Nobody had ever been there before. What you saw was an animation, and you heard my voices saying left a bit, something 500, tranquility, we have arrived," or something like that. Which is exactly when I dug up the footage. It's exactly what happens.
Riding on eggshells. Do you believe they went to the moon?
No, I think so. Yeah, I think it's stronger than the case that we didn't.
Okay, that's all I needed to hear.
He effectively just said he's not sure. I think we did. I think the case for going is better than the case for not going.
Yeah,
no, he's trying to be agreeable by making it sound confusing and then stick to his position.
Yeah, I stick to my position, but I just think that it's worthwhile. A doubt is worthwhile. I think there's good reason to doubt it. I did for a good few years. I was a moon landing denier. I don't think the case for it is completely without merit. I just don't think it's as strong as the case that we did go.
Okay, what was your number one thing that when you were, a conspiracy theorist, that made you think that we did not go, or they did not go?
That we didn't go. Let me try and remember back. It was certainly a lot of it was about how the setup looks staged. So that the light, that was a significant one for me. That the light was like right behind the taker's head, and it's like they were saying, that's clearly a a par can or some sort of set light pointing at someone's head.
And how long was that? How long was that the number one reason?
I'm not sure that was the number one reason. It's just the one I can think of now. Certainly the flapping flag as well.
What about the wet flag? The flag that's still wet on the moon? How does that work out for you?
Don't remember anything about a wet flag.
Oh, I posted the image of it. Wet flag.
Is it wet?
Yeah, it's wet. And actually, there was a puddle of water on the lunar lander in one of the clips too.
Wait. What did you say?
Yeah.
I already knew it was fake, but I didn't know about that part.
Well, for this one, the set was outside.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, that the whole moon landing is just undefendable, honestly.
I agree. It's really just beyond the pale. Is that the right term?
Right. I mean, I think the Earth could still be a ball, and we could still be going around the sun, but like, we didn't go to the moon. Like that's just fake, like proven fake. So
Yeah,
I
Harry
want to
might.
know: do they actually go to this ISS though? Like, does
Might.
flat earthers claim that there's an ISS, or do they think it's just like a balloon satellite? Like, what's
It's
the?
just something flying around. That's all that is. But Harry, because anything that you have that would be sufficient for us, quote unquote, not going, you would get like answers for that and like rebuttals within the first day or two or week of being a moon landing conspiracy theorist. So, what was the real reason why you said, you know what, I think we did go? Because
I started looking into the other side of the case.
okay.
Mainly. I mean, also this was like I was like back at school, so we would like I'm trying to remember back. We definitely had the internet, but it was like BBS as bulletin board systems were sort of not. I know they didn't evolve into the internet, but like it was on the cusp of that. So getting information was not super easy.
So you came to your conclusion. You came to your conclusion before studying both sides.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yo, Riggs, what is that picture of the flag? What is that? It's just ridges and a flag, or what is that?
No, that's a wet flag.
Right.
Water is found in other images, but this is just one of them.
Is that the strongest? Because that to me, I'm struggling to tell the difference between that and crinkles in the flag. I mean, I get that it looks wet.
Or is it crinkling? It's just a color change.
Sure, yeah, it's just a color change. I would agree.
There's crinkles next to the wetness. Like there's no crinkle where the wetness is. It's just.
Yeah, that wouldn't really compel me.
I mean, why? Okay. Why does it look that way?
What the fuck were we talking about before? We were talking about like the end of the world, and now we're on trying to convince this guy that we went to the moon, or not?
I don't know, man.
Sorry, not to the moon.
Like it's clear that the wet parts are separate from any crinkles or even particular colors or like it's.
It might be clear to you. That information. I get what you're saying, that it looks wet, but I wouldn't conclude that it is wet from that. That is not enough information for me, for my standards.
Yes, mine are too low.
Do you think they BMX? Yo, riding on eggshells. Do you think they BMX'd around on the moon and played golf then?
Sure.
They had to, mate.
You gotta buy it all.
They had to. Yeah. Fucking oath.
Okay.
It's like going to a store and it's like you can't just buy one product. You got to buy every single part of it.
Like eggshells. Could you ever be a Glober and still believe that they didn't go to the moon? Like, would you? Do you think that's a reasonable?
Absolutely.
Thing?
I think the case that we went to the moon is it's difficult to test or verify or substantiate, from down here on Earth. But the shape of the Earth, I think, is entirely possible for us to determine from down here.
You've got to remove the words "I think" is. I think the shape of the Earth, I think, is entirely. Come on.
Why do I have to
it is or it isn't? What is it?
Okay, let me ask you a question. Is it possible for somebody to...
No. Don't ask me a question, mate. I'm not going to answer your question. I simply pointed out the fact that you don't actually know. You still think.
I don't. Yeah,
Or
but I
again,
think
so
that
nothing definitive.
what you
Nice.
believe that you know is wrong, and I think if you could think things that are wrong, I must hold to be consistent. I must hold to the position that some of the things I think must be wrong. So to use the term "I know" to suggest I know something to me seems just on its face silly. Unless I have some heuristic by which I go, I know I apply logic consistently and I get the right answer, but I know White's always gets it wrong, so I can say I know and I can know that he's wrong, which to me, again, doesn't seem rational. And it seems also what everybody does. Everybody does this. Flat Earthers, Globers, Republicans, Democrats, whoever you want, always thinks, oh, I come up to my reasons with good reasoning and I check out both sides and I put deep thought into it, whereas the other side, oh, they just believe whatever the TV tells them. That we always diminish what the other side, the heuristics the other side are using. I just don't think that's accurate.
So
this is like another attack mechanism where you just instantly just respond with a monologue of stuff. Is that what that
Would
was?
I respond to what you said with words? I'm sorry. How would you like me to respond?
Yeah, just an outburst of words.
Fucking got me there.
Seem to go on for longer than necessary. So do you believe it, or do you know? You believe it's a ball, or you know it's a ball? Where do you stand there?
I might lean to as far as I believe, but I generally try to say I think the case for the ball is pretty strong, and it's far stronger than any other model I've seen.
Can we?
So you don't know, and you believe.
Can we have a debate
You can say
between?
this however you want.
Can we have a debate between ball and flat instead of the moon? I feel like ball versus flat is much more productive than moon going.
Ball versus flat hasn't been productive for fucking 15 years.
I would say my case for the globe is that there is lots of different evidence that seems to suggest that we live on a ball, including things like a south celestial pole, things being obstructed bottom up as they go over a horizon. And I don't think that the flat Earth is without responses to those. I just think that the evidence for the flat Earth almost exclusively is we see too far, which excludes the possibility of refraction or bending of light. And every other proof that it has, almost every other proof that it has, relies on the bending of light, such as the answer to the south celestial pole or why things are obstructed bottom up over the horizon. So I think not only is it based on a scant amount of evidence, which is always we see too far, or the behavior of light horizontally, but it is inconsistent in that it sometimes needs refraction in order to explain things like a south celestial pole needs extraordinary, never before seen refraction.
I don't need any refraction, not one bit.
Effect.
Zero
bending of light.
Yeah.
I don't require any
Well, despite all of that,
any bending or any. I'm just saying for myself. I don't require any refraction or any bending of anything for the south celestial star rotations.
No, he likes to put out a false flat Earth model. But anyway, so you're saying essentially eggshells that
I would also agree with
you
that.
don't actually know.
I'm fairly confident, I would say. So I'm sorry if yours, Geo, doesn't. What I would agree with, though, in what White's just said is one of the chief things about it is that flat earthers, many of them, not all of them, proudly say we don't have a model. And that to me is like saying we don't really live on a flat earth. I don't have any way to demonstrate to you in any way that you could test whether we live on a flat earth. All I do is try to pick apart inconsistencies based on my limited understanding of the globe.
Oh, and a limited understanding. So it's just the lack of understanding, therefore globe.
A lot
and
of
you
it.
couldn't possibly explain it any better. That's crazy. I think it just comes down to all the calculations
which
for
would you like
mate.
to?
That's all.
All right, which
Just
would
the
you like
calculations
to
involved,
address first, then?
which removes the definitive nature. Well, you know the contentions with everything, eggshells. You don't need to go through them, mate. We're still waiting for definitive, proof of anything. So there lies the problem. And there is no progress in.
When someone says that you just need to understand it, it's based on lack of understanding. What they're saying is that you're not going to actually see what we're talking about.
I think you'll see things. Absolutely, you will.
Well, you need to interpret what you're seeing correctly.
Well,
because I said
exactly.
So when you see, like, if I was sort of coming into your room right now, and I came in holding a dinner plate out, such that the dinner plate, you saw the leading edge of it, and it was like half obscured by the door, you would reliably assume that the rest of the dinner plate is obscured by the rest of the door frame. But when you see virtually exactly the same effect with a setting sun, people go, oh, there's this sort of refraction and Rayleigh criteria and blah, 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 blah. And it's just a largely incomprehensible answer when a simpler explanation is half of the sun is obscured by the horizon.
Well, the difference is that I could investigate why I can't see the rest of the plate. With the sun, I can't do that. As a matter of fact, anybody I ask about the sun, they'll always say it's, to my side or it's above my head. They'll never say it's below my feet.
Yeah,
Every
sun
single
sometimes
person.
below my feet at midnight. Well, I'm asleep, so behind my back maybe.
Well, you believe that, but you don't see that. And that's what I'm saying.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. This is mostly saying I don't agree with or understand the globe model rather than presenting an actual model. That to me is one of the strongest evidences against a flat Earth, and that is totally devoid of a model.
What do you think about Brian?
Wait.
Brian says he has a model.
Riding on eggshells.
A few people have come forward and said they had a model.
I think there is courage in people who present a model, and I don't mean absolutely zero flat earthers do. What I would say is the models are very inconsistent with one another, very inconsistent with observations, and wherever they explain a phenomena, they break in multiple other areas.
Wow, are you going to award them with a little badge of courage, eggshells? The globals that they got together.
You're just sort of playing the insulting peanut gallery rather than responding
No.
to the conversation.
Come on. The courage to step forward with a model. My God, mate. Fuck.
Well, because it's easy to sit there in the peanut gallery and going, oh, that's shit, It's the same as people who critique films and stuff, and they go, oh, that's a terrible film. I would have made a better film. It's like, no, you fucking wouldn't. Right? It's hard to come up with a model. Really hard. So, and it's brave to, because
come up with a model.
The first thing we do with a model is test it.
Please come up with some evidence for your claimed model. That would be appreciated. Something definitive, eggshells, would be nice. Because we can all calculate that the sun goes underneath our backs when we're asleep, but a little bit of definitive supporting evidence, proof, whatever you want to fucking call it, would be nice.
It looks to me, while rotated a bit, or even just do it with a bench, if I hid behind a bench and lifted half of a dinner plate above it, you would reliably infer the rest of the dinner plate is hidden behind the bench, not that dinner plate is obviously very far away and obscured halfway up from the bottom.
Is perspective at play over those distances?
No, you go. You probably...
I will. Is perspective at play in that analogy there? Oh, really? What, the same? Is it at the same scale? Eggshells?
If you could present to me any evidence to support that, I would consider it. But the idea that something at every other scale I've ever seen anything gets smaller and smaller and smaller. I've never seen it cross over to the other side such that it's half obscured, so you can see a half circle.
No, it doesn't cross. No one says
you go again. No, you go again.
Crosses.
It's obviously your turn.
I will, mate. Yeah, because no one says anything crosses. That's where you put words into the other side's mouth. No one ever says fucking anything crosses, mate. Right?
I did.
It disappears into the vanity. If you want to say it crosses, then you can say it crosses and be mistaken.
Of the top of a circle.
You argue against your own false argument.
Flat thing halfway through it, I go, yeah, the other half of that circle's probably below the horizon now. It's
but you can't prove
it's a better
that.
assumption than like,
maybe
it's something to do with perspective that I'm not really able to adequately explain or ever demonstrate. I mean, if you can
it's very
demonstrate, I'll weigh it up.
It's been done many times by people online.
Show
you guys just go, oh no. Oh, someone click a link to a video for him, will you? I think Sky Free's got fucking heaps of shit. There's fucking plenty of videos, dude. And you damn well know it.
Okay, so
you're just doing your normal
evidence, and then you're doing your little game where you don't present.
Are you live streaming today, Eggshells? Are you live,
so far, Noah?
Hey, got your little bloody.
Can I ask a question?
I heard my name. What?
Sure.
Can I ask?
Sorry.
Yeah. Can I? Yeah. I heard that this has been demonstrated. The thing that Whitesworth is talking about, is it definitively demonstrated?
I've seen.
No, it proves the argument.
I've seen.
So it hasn't been.
So it hasn't been demonstrated. Yeah. I've seen.
No, it's been demonstrated.
The only one I've seen
definitively
share before is was something with somebody sliding something back down a table and going, look, it's being obscured from the bottom up. But it's just blatantly obvious to me that they haven't got the barrel of the camera directly at the level of the table. And the other one I've seen is
haven't
what is.
they? Oh,
You've got a bit of an
silly
interrupting problem
buggers.
today, mate. Sometimes you
Oh,
listen
sorry,
and
champ. I don't have a tolerance for any bullshit tonight, I think, I might have to
you
log
just
out.
Well, to be fair,
struggling to
White's
maintain a
word,
reasonable,
you have to develop a
respectful.
tolerance, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just,
Yeah,
I've
but
got
writing is
issues.
also kind of just monologuing and dominating the combo.
Yeah, 30-second increments, mandatory.
All right, eggshells. You've had several goes of several minutes. You're done.
No, it doesn't work that way. It has to be like 30
Oh,
seconds.
sorry, I was joking. I'm gonna go on mute. Go.
Hey, Whites, are you playing a game?
Which game?
I don't know. Someone was criticized for playing a game. I don't know.
No, that's eggshells. He plays games.
Yeah, I know he is, but I thought he was talking about someone else playing a game.
Yeah. Oh, look, maybe I was playing a bit of a game with eggshells.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what he meant.
So what does the Flat Earth side have to say about my assertion that most of the evidence is that we see too far and significant other parts of the flat model rely on light bending?
Well, I think you came into the conversation late, and a lot of the arguments have just kind of been honed down to just a couple that people tend to repeat all the time.
Okay. So what I would say is of the evidence / measurements, almost all of them can be summarized. I would summarize as we see too far. Or like same, to me, what I put in absolutely the same category is behavior of light at horizontal, like shooting lasers, same as we see too far.
Yeah, I would say that your characterization is pretty fair given what people discussed today. Yeah.
Okay, that's charitable of you.
It's kind of annoying too, but you know,
it's annoying. Well, no, I think it's good and reasonable and useful.
And you know why? It's because there was this. Okay, so Flat Earth was making a big dent, actually, a big fucking dent. Like you could actually follow it in the Google Analytics, but there was a point where they started to really
censor.
Yeah, there was censorship, but also like it seemed like they were hiding how popular it was. There was a point where it was more popular than the searches for Trump during his own fucking election. So, you know, that's about the time that Nathan Oakley and Quantum Eraser came in and standardized the arguments to the point where everybody's just parroting the same bullshit. And that's the annoying part that I'm talking about.
So would you say the arguments or the evidence presented was more diverse before that?
Absolutely. Yeah, it was way more diverse. Yeah.
Ah, that's interesting.
And now those same people. Well, like Issa. Issa was around before, and I'm sure he'd be able to present some of the older arguments. You know, a lot of, you know, the people who were around long ago, though, they're not really active or present in the discussion. You get people like Noah or some other people who maybe came around a year ago or something, you know, and it's just how it went down.
Yeah, can I be undecided on the shape, but decided on that the moon landings are flat? Can we make a tag for that?
Sure.
Like moon landings were definitely fake tag.
Yeah, undecided on shape of Earth, but moon landings are wrong. Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, that would be my tag.
I'm off mute. The term flat earther is a psyop. We question the globe. There you go. You don't have to say, oh, what's your best evidence for flat? Blah, blah, blah. How about just prove the globe?
It is a carved argument, yeah. But also it's a term that's been in rotation for over centuries.
What's a carved argument mean? I haven't heard that before.
It's, how do I say it? I'm trying to remember what I said so I can characterize it. Ah, fuck! I died. I'm also playing a game.
Me too. I'll share my screen. I'm playing my World War II one at the moment. I just did the most brutal squad takedown with a shitty bolt action. I felt
What is this?
like a king.
Is this Call of Duty?
No, this is Hell Let Loose.
Is this on your PC?
Yeah,
This
yeah.
is pretty cool.
It's so, like, this is going to be a pretty disorganized battle, but it is so good for creating, like, organized warfare like you would have in war, where you're holding down a point for ages and there's an organized, like, front moving towards you.
All right, what was I saying? Somebody remind me. Carved argument, but what was the statement I made before that?
Someone was saying, I think Noah was saying, I don't like the term flat earther. Or maybe
Right. Okay, carved argument. So the concept that, yes, the term was used, but it was also, okay, if you're you have to understand who we're up against. Okay, the people we're up against, they create dichotomies. So if they create division, they support both trains of thought. They support both arguments. So they'll have their own like agents to present both sides. It's just no different than like Republican, Democrat, red and blue. It's like they run both sides of the argument because they know that they're causing division and they want to lead both sides. So when they were, they made the flat Earth. They coined the term flat Earth. Is what I'm saying.
Is there a way to
that's
watch
what
your
we were
stream?
agreeing on just the other day. Like when we were talking about whether I was a paid shill, I was like, I would invest close to zero if I was like this evil overlord trying to change the shape of the planet. I would be doing what you're talking about, which is like control them, get inside their movement and do it. Like there's a few stories about that in politics too, aren't there? Of like Republicans.
Well,
like supporting a Democrat governor or something, so it's the Democrat
it's
vote
deeper than that. They actually run the news agencies, and they're CIA agents. Like the people who read the news, national news, are CIA agents. Period. Right. It's Project Mockingbird. Like if you even look at one of the main news anchors for CNN, I mean that guy is a what's his name? The gay guy with the gray hair. What's his name?
That's not,
yeah, he
Cooper.
What is it?
He's a Vanderbilt. Okay. He's a Vanderbilt. Their family is definitely part of the occult.
You mean the white-haired guy?
Yeah, the white-haired guy.
CNN? What's his name? Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Well, his brother mysteriously died. And he was also a CIA agent when he was 18. And he supposedly is not with them anymore. Come on now, you don't join the CIA just to leave. By the way, yeah, man. Like it's you just honestly with a person like that, you read between the lines because it's not necessarily that he was brought into the occult; he was raised with it. The guy was born into this. He wasn't initiated; he was born into it. So like you can literally look at all of their family history to get confirmation. It's not like maybe one or two details, like literally his whole history. So
crazy, isn't it?
I mean, I don't know how to summarize it any better. Some of these people are just bloodline. So it's not just tracking one event. It's like literally tracking their whole history. You're going to come up with some crazy ass shit.
Some of them are even robots.
What?
What?
That's what Eggshells was saying yesterday, weren't you, Eggshells? Some of the people in Japan have robots reading their news to them? Or was that someone else saying that? Some other Aussie?
No, I wasn't saying it.
Anderson Cooper.
Anderson Cooper, that's it.
That's his name.
Like droids. Droids sit there. Maybe it's in China. Sit there and read the news to people. I'd believe that. Sophia or Sophie, whatever her name is. Now they've got Grace.
All right. So here's Anderson Cooper on the bed with his mom and his dead brother. and that's
Are you sharing propaganda?
that's what they sleep on apparently, or did.
What the fuck is behind them on the wall?
Yeah, it's a sacrifice. It's a human sacrifice.
What the fuck is that on the back of the? Does anyone else not see that creepy ass shit?
Yeah, it's a human sacrifice.
My eyes just went straight to that thing in the background for some reason, and what is
Yeah.
that?
Did you hear me?
I think they're supposed to. Hello? Does it not look set up? Come on,
like
boys.
Catchers.
Eggshells. Did you sacrifice someone in your? Is he here anymore?
The Vanderbilts?
No.
You guys watched Squid Game, right?
He's gone.
I'm here.
You guys watched Squid Game, right? Anybody?
Yeah, I watched the second half of it.
Okay, well, the second half. Okay, so the Vanderbilts are VIPs in that storytelling.
Eggshells. Uh-oh. I think I disconnected. Eggshells.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have to sacrifice someone to become a NASA shill?
Just get a little baby and pull its entrails out and eat its liver.
Yikes, dude.
Sounds like the Jesuit oath.
You sounded a little too excited just even pretending.
This guy's a confirmed Jesuit over here. He knows the oath.
That stuff's fun, but I think it's a bit loopy. I mean, I could easily believe that there are some groups of uber wealthy people who do some messed up stuff, but the idea an organized cabal of them can do that kind of stuff. Nope.
What do you think about that picture that Riggs just put there?
Do you have any comments about the Queen? Wait, is it the Queen? I'm trying to remember who it was. Maybe I'm going to misspeak.
Queen of England?
Somebody, I think maybe it's the Pope wearing some seal of Satan. Let me find it.
Yeah, I would like to see that. I don't even know what that is.
John, show us that.
Seal of Satan. I mean, didn't they call the Pope the Antichrist in the Geneva Bible?
I wonder why it's so difficult to get just some definitive evidence of the globe, of curvature, of fucking rotation.
Loads of it.
That's my issue.
Absolutely oodles.
No, there's not. And I'll raise the question again. There's no server where people argue over why water boils at sea level, at 100 degrees C, H2O. No one argues over that. It's definitive. That's why. People do argue over the shape of the Earth because it's not definitive. Otherwise, there'd be fucking no argument. It's just simple. Unless Eggshells, you're going to point out a server where they fucking actually argue over boiling water. That would be quite funny.
It wouldn't surprise me if there are, but I mean, you've got to have enough people into it. I had that chat with the secular Quranist woman. She'd love a server full of people arguing about secular Quranism, but most people just go, "That's a loopy idea. I'm going to not pay it much heed."
Are you also in other servers? Like the Couch Earth server and like
Couch
I
Earth
don't know,
server?
fucking water. Yeah, are you in
server?
Couch
Tell me
Earth?
about
Do you?
that.
No.
What is that?
I'm just
What is
asking. Are
that?
you over there trying to convince them that it's spherical and not a couch, or are you just here trying to tell the flat earthers that it's not flat? Or are you in all the servers trying to convince Paul? What's the deal?
Is there a Couch Earth server? I'm unaware of any.
Oh well, why wouldn't there be? I mean, if it's not fucking spherical,
why are you
couldn't it
asking
be
this guy
diamond shape or Pac-Man or?
Are you really asking me? Can I just get this right? You're asking me why I'm not in a server that you nor I are aware of its existence. Why am I in a server that doesn't exist?
Yeah, I don't know. You kind of set yourself up for that one.
It's kind of fucking retarded. Excuse me, I'm not meant to insult
No. If you think about it.
The argument is, I'm not
if you
saying
think about it.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking.
No. You can say I'm retarded. I won't take
Don't
offense.
think
That's
about it. Just
No, I
don't.
don't think you are, but I do think that argument is pretty stupid.
Well, no, it's not an argument. It was a point.
But it's
Are you in other servers that debate the shape of the Earth, i.e., Pac-Man and all the other things, or are you just in this one where it's flat?
Are there other shapes?
I spend more time in here, but I sometimes go to politics and religion, debate politics and religion, go into the street epistemology show where we had debates about all sorts of stuff.
Not concave Earth, not hollow Earth.
Are there servers like that? I mean,
concave
share them with
or
me.
hollow?
I'll
no
check
way
them out.
people
But I mean,
believe in that.
is your concern that I don't know about these other servers? Where are they?
No. But you seem passionate that you're here to tell us that it's not flat, and you want evidence of flat or to prove our model. I'm just wondering if you're keen to get the same sort of evidence from people that think other things, like maybe that the Earth is hollow,
I mean, I'd certainly go
that
visit
it's
them.
concave.
If I found any Couch Earth servers, I would definitely go visit them. I don't.
How did you find this one?
Because I was in the where Geo was before, and he invited me. We're in Brandon's.
Okay, no, fair enough. Yeah, no, I'll point you out to a few.
Hey,
Because,
Eggshells.
yeah, I'm sure they'd
Eggshells,
like
have
to
you
know.
been to Bev's server?
I'm not sure. That's not QE's, is it?
No, that's the level, the true level.
QE's is just well. Actually, before I talk about it, is quite nice when neither Nathan or QE are there. It's like really nice. Almost Exactly's there and he's modding, and Sin Cleanser's modding. You can have like really nice chats with both the Dons, or at least one of the Dons. And then, wow, it's like Nathan or QE or somebody comes in and it's like, oh, okay. Rip. So
Do you
like
have to
this place
provide definitive stuff, do you?
So you haven't been to Bev's server?
Does Bev have a server? I'm not aware of it. Somebody in the chat saying that he doesn't.
It's
Are we
called
just
like
playing
true...
a game of why aren't you in servers that may or may not exist?
No. I'm just curious if you. I guess you haven't been to Bev's server. I think if you went there.
I mean, I don't really enjoy talking to Bev. He usually just sort of like plays word games, just picks a word out of what you just said and go, you know, binoculars. Wow. Tell me about binoculars. And it just sort of goes around in circles.
That's a pretty good impression.
Well, that's just you. That's you. I think you inspire him to do that.
No, I sit and listen to him talking to other people. I talk to him relatively little. What do you got it in for me a bit today, Whites? What's up? Somebody shouting your cornflakes?
A big inspiration. No, just the angle, mate. Your angle of attack tonight's just typical. Just getting old, I suppose. It'd be nice if you could do something a bit different, that's all.
Sure.
You come in and do
You
the
up for
same
that as
old
well?
shit. I don't need to do anything different. It's just you got to provide something definitive so we can all go home.
The old world needs to change, not me.
No. Did I say that? Here we go again. Click the live stream. Quick.
What's on the live stream? I'm not seeing anything.
How many views do you get? How many views do you get on average, Eggshells? Are you popular in your own channel or what?
I'm not streaming. What's the...
Are you popular in your own channel or what? It's a question. Just wondering. You got like 1,000 subscribers, 25,000. What do you do? You play games in your own channel or?
Had one with 8,000 subs, got another with 4,000. My own one doesn't have many. I think it's just under 1,000.
And what do you do on those other channels? Not Flat Earth related, obviously.
I've got a picture of your face, and I just take a big dump on it
Nice.
each morning.
Oh shit! Really? Is that the 4,000 or the 8,000?
That's the 1,000.
And when do we monetize it? How many do you get from monetize that? Because I can eat different foods
Anybody
for you,
else
man.
bored with this conversation? Because I am.
We can get colours.
Sometimes can talk to
Hey,
Whites.
you're the one that brought up the shit, you tweaker.
Won't go as far to say I enjoy it, but this is exceptionally dull today.
I can put corn in it for you, all sorts if you're interested, mate.
Cool.
Well, I mean, you don't have to engage, right?
Yeah, sure. Barely am, right?
He was talking. No, I couldn't help myself, mate. Not.
Yeah, I'm aware.
I was talking to to eggshells.
Oh, were you? Shit. Oops. Well, then, I suppose when you don't have anything definitive to provide, you've just got all sorts of tactics that you can resort to. It's interesting to see the different styles.
Sure, yeah. Which
different playbooks.
You have to admit, Harry, your expertise is quite humorous to the position that we're confronted with, right?
humorous in
Yeah,
what way?
I would agree.
It's quite particular.
Particular in what I don't get what you mean.
You don't recognize the irony why anybody would want to like pick you out of the crowd.
Yeah, I've got a variety of thoughts about why people want to pick me out of the crowd.
I bet you do, pal.
Fucking hell, what?
Does it start with would you agree?
Does it start with would you agree?
Yeah.
Oh shit. How many tickets? You got 10 tickets hanging off you somewhere, eggshells, or just the 3, mate? 4? How many?
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Oh, fair enough.
So what would you say is the reason? Because I start with phrases like "Would you agree?"
No, it's just your line of business and foundation of income throughout your whole career is basically the type of person that we try to avoid or look out for in particular.
Do we?
Oh, like sort of ex-actor says he's a persuasion consultant kind of thing. Like we found him, boys.
If someone were to hire somebody, the skill set seems to be the kind.
He's not very good.
Are you implying that?
I'm not saying
writing
he's
spells is
effective.
skill?
I'm not implying that, but I'm just saying, the resume.
Oh, the pandemic's hit everyone hard, mate. He's had to resort to online work.
It's pretty much what happened, right? I had to
just
I had to
annoy the knickers off this flat Earth group over here.
Yeah, but not Couch Earth, not Hollow Earth. No, not those ones.
There's no
fucking
Couch
flat
Earth. There's no
their
fucking
existence.
Wait. Disprove Couch Earth. Got him.
No, seriously. Australia is on the right hand, like the armrest. It's on the armrest. You go look, Couch Earth. We're on the armrest. I think China's like over the like behind the back part.
Couch Earth.
Oh, please don't Google it. I'm joking. Please do not Google it. And if you get a fucking result, I'm gonna. Yeah, that'll be funny as. Couch Earth. No, I hope you don't get paid, eggshells. That's for sure. I hope you do. This is like voluntary community work to get the government stimulus or something. So eggshells, how do you explain, given that you back the claim that it is a globe and you're fairly sure that you believe that it's a globe based on all the evidence that you see that supports it? How do you answer seeing the sun move more than 45 degrees in a 3-hour period? Yeah, I'm referring to the Master Gunner thing on Globebusters. I think I talked to you about it the other day.
Never seen it. Don't support it. Don't know anything about it. Don't really think about it.
You don't even think about it.
What did you
just
just say,
block
Whites?
stuff out so you don't have to think about it.
No,
Weird.
Whites, what did you just say?
First I've ever heard of it, so I don't.
Yeah, wait. Can you repeat that? What were you saying?
I don't know about it, so I don't think about it. I know nothing about it. This is the first. I think. This is
Okay, no, I thought I mentioned it the other day, and you said you briefly looked at it and you didn't really get it. You sent him an email. Didn't you say you sent him an email? He didn't respond.
Sent who an email? I didn't respond. Oh, I sent Mark the other day.
The Master Sergeant
an email.
I sent Mark Sargent an email, yeah, but not about the moon. What is it? The sun moving 0.5 degrees in an hour? No, not about that. I just wanted to have a chat with him.
45 degrees in 3 hours, more than. Obviously,
Cool.
on a globe, it should only ever move 45.
Sure.
Wait, what?
Cool.
Wait, what was that? What goes where? Wait, I want to hear this. I'm not sure I'm understanding this.
Okay, so there is sort of a little bit of new information to come, to come to light. Some master gunner dude has come out and said that there's a way to measure the sun, blah blah blah, and some
Oh, I've seen.
angles.
I think I posted that. Yeah.
Okay, so if you've posted it, you should know what I'm talking about. So I'm wondering
Yeah,
what
I didn't-
Eggshell's response would be if he wants to look into it, because there should be a
Just
reason why
posted
this
it
is
in the
going on.
main. Just posted in the main chat. I didn't look into it either. I was looking into it, but it's a long ass shit. And I didn't have time this morning. But yeah, I've seen that, and I watched the video. But the video kind of just goes a
Yeah.
little fast. I don't know what the fuck he's saying in the video, honestly.
That is a bit of a challenge with it. I get sent so many things to be like, watch this. And I'll be like, okay, thinking like, oh, it's going to be 2-3 minutes. And invariably it's like 4-hour long lecture. I'm like, I'll scrub through.
Yeah, well, Taboo Conspiracy, if you want to go there, has done a shortened version. It's about 11 or 12 minutes. And it's got the basic idea, right, of what this
Can you
guy's
post
saying.
that? Wait, what is it? Taboo Conspiracy? Is that YouTube?
Taboo Conspiracy. Yeah.
What's the video called?
I'll post. Anyway, so he claims. I mean, I'm going to do it personally because it's quite easy to reproduce. So he's claiming that he's got over 300 tests that he's done doing this, where the sun is moving more than the 45 degrees in 3 hours, and that just obviously shouldn't be happening. If it was spherical, because it can only move 45 in 3 hours. And anyway, and he goes on to say, all this different stuff with regards to his training. He's been in the military, blah blah blah, and everything he's done is about being accurate with where he puts artillery or whatever the situation might be, and and he goes over everything in a lot of detail over 3 hours, but there is a shortened version. But I haven't actually yet heard any response.
What's the shortened version called on Taboo's channel?
I think Globe Fail. I think the word fail is in the thumbnail. I'm just looking for it now myself. I have posted it.
He has a video titled Flat Earth Palestine. Can you check your history, maybe? I don't know.
Copy.
Yeah, just bear with me, mate. I'll get it up in a sec for you.
Thank you. Yeah, I watched that hour-long one this morning, and it was just, I honestly couldn't fucking, he was going too fast over too much shit. But I got the written version over here now, so I might look through that later. But if there's a 10-minute video that's concise, that's the best of all.
Yeah, it's a good little summary. And under his video as well is a link to the guy's actual website where he's got a lot of diagrams and things to help people that are more picture based.
Yeah. So the main idea is that this reflects a more of a local sun over a planar surface in terms of the angles, rather than a 93 million mile away sun, and being on a globe in terms of the angle and the time at which it traverses the sky as it's moving away.
Yeah, and also confirms that it moves in a parallel to the surface. So it's multiple things that need to be sort of refuted from the globe. But that's if it's true. Like that's why I'm going to do it. It's only going to cost me about $300. I can get the shit and I can do this myself. And if it turns out that it only measures 45 or less, then obviously it's full of shit. I mean, I'll do it from a few places, but so I'm not taking it for gospel, but it's very interesting and it's repeatable by fucking anyone. So yeah, and it makes sense to me mathematically.
Something to do with the tropics. I remember that. How that?
Yeah, it's best if you're in the equator or Cancer, or if you're in that little zone, you get a much more accurate thing, and you don't have to allow. I suppose at the end of the day, for fucking the distance of the atmosphere that you're looking through, you will get
I'm in the
discrepancies.
tropics. I can
Nice.
do that.
Then please do it, please.
Get that fucking video, man. I need that video because I don't understand what this
Yeah,
is.
just bear with me, dude.
Riding on eggshells
is gay.
Yo.
Got him.
Zing. I'm not gay. My boyfriend is. What's up?
Are you in jail?
Do you think that certain military or governmental organizations can fuck with the weather?
It possibly. They have been talking about in Australia cloud seeding and stuff for years, but I don't think they do. I wouldn't be surprised if. I mean, they could in parts of the world. I certainly think that if there was the technology, and even if there was concern that it might have problems, that somewhere that didn't really give a shit about the possible side effects might give it a go. Because they talked about it in Australia for a few years, cloud seeding being like maybe we can break the drought with intervention, where you sulfur or something, you put something in the clouds and then it does something, I don't know, and then the rain falls.
Yeah, champ, posted it.
Thanks, man.
Look under this in the description of the video on YouTube and go to his website as well. We can all do this and verify it. I'm up for it. Probably not even $300 for some people, depending on where you are and what you've got already. I've already got a few of the things. It's not much. Find magnetic north. Fucking set myself up and square up. Wait for the sun to be at 90, and then get the angle and obviously mark the time. 3 hours later, same thing, angle.
I think there's gonna be a round Earth. Like, say you get the experimental results you want, or measurement, or however you want to define it. Do you think there's gonna be a round Earth explanation, like, oh well, the sun is refracting, or some shit like that?
Well, I mean, that's why I said the eggshells. I would like to hear, even before people do it, I'm sure Globers are going to come up with some sort of, even Rumpus will speculate on what it might be. And it might be refraction or whatever the situation, I don't know. Or a fucking swamp gas. I've got no idea. But I'd like to hear them. Yeah, I'd like to hear the response. Because they'll try and tell me that, the jibber jab is safe and effective too, but we all know that's not the case.
Well, they don't even keep that shit secret. Like, you can go on their Varus site or whatever for like side effects, and it's already had more side effects.
Minestrone.
Is it? Do they like?
Don't talk about it because this is being broadcast to YouTube, and YouTube will nix the show if that.
Sorry about that. I didn't know about that. Sorry.
No, you're good.
Just speak cryptically.
We all love minestrone.
Oh, Cerveza, Cerveza fluid, like on the official like Varus side effects site, it already like you can look and there's like a visible like it doesn't like it looks like Shiba Inu like it spikes like fucking like you see the years, right? It's like 1980, 1981, 19, and then it's like it's all like on one level, and then right when it hits 2020, bro, I'll see if I can find fucking picture of it, but it's in like it spikes up so hard. It's like holy shit.
Nothing to see here, folks. It's definitely the sort of trend you'd want to see if you were putting something out that was effective, hey? I mean, you'd want to see a big fucking spike like that if what you were treating it with was effective. Anyway, so the sun, 45 degrees, 3 hours. It's an interesting thing to think that it moves more than that. And what could account for that? And then if it's going to be claimed that it's refraction, if it's consistently, say, 50 degrees or some shit, oh, that's just refraction and whatever. Because this guy's not doing it just from the ground. In fact, I don't think he's ever done it from the surface. He tries his best to do it above a certain height to actually remove refraction from the equation. So I think that's probably pretty good. I would be doing it from the surface, so. But anyway. I hope everyone's quiet because they're busy looking. And then they're going to respond back.
Sorry, I'm just rearranging some tabs and shit.
Oh, you're not even vested. Rearrange tab.
Yeah, I have a bad habit of
rearranging tabs.
I have a bad habit of making new windows, so then I have like 3 tabs on one window, 5 tabs on another, 7 tabs on one, and then it's like, what the
Fair
like,
enough,
it's just a
mate.
mess.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Rumpus or anyone has actually, Brenda or any of the other people responded to this yet. They may have, I just haven't heard it.
Is this a new flat Earth or globe debunking proof?
Well, this guy claims to have known about this for a fucking long time because it's his job, but I don't know necessarily whether he'd ever actually, in his mind, gone, hey, hang on a minute, or not. I've got no idea about that side of his story, but he's certainly only freshly come out and said what he said, yeah.
Yeah, I saw that he was at a convention or something was the video I was watching.
Yeah, so I don't know when that was. I'm not sure how old his website is. I mean, maybe he's been putting website out stuff for fucking a long time. I haven't actually looked at the dates of anything on his website. Maybe it's just that Flat Earth just found him as well. I'm not sure. Either way, I've never heard it spoken about, and here he is speaking about it, and it's not yet refuted that I'm aware of.
Maybe
Or verified, either.
Maybe he was doing this shit
Have you
for a
searched
long.
for debunk?
Good question.
Sorry, who was
That's
speaking?
a good question.
I said, have you searched for debunk? Because you said it's not yet been refuted that you're aware of. Have you looked?
No, just with regards to people talking here. No, I haven't actually searched for debunk, but I thought if there was one, someone would have talked about it on these forums. Surely, it's fucking Flat Earth shit.
Soon there will be one. Right after riding on eggshells.
They're in their caves right now, working on it.
Riding on eggshells is sending.
Yeah,
it
we
to
cage
show
the animals
network.
at night.
I'll what I will do is take a look at it later, because I have challenged Whites before where I'm like, well, present the evidence, and he usually doesn't share a link. So now that he has today, I'll definitely take a look. And I'll see.
No.
I don't know much about that stuff, but my suspicion is that it'll be some sort of misunderstanding. And if it does turn out to be, like, I would encourage you to look at it critically too, Noah. And if it does turn out to be a misunderstanding or something where you're like, oh, this is just a mistake, I would encourage you to wonder and even test for yourself how many other quote unquote proofs are mistakes.
I like how
Well,
it
for
gives me
both
credit.
sides.
Or
I
you
like how
could
it
do
gives
that
me credit,
regardless.
actually.
You know, it
Thank
doesn't
you,
have to
Riding
be
on Eggshells. You're the first
interrelated.
Glober to actually give me some credit.
I think
You
it's
get a badge soon, champ.
that you say that you're open-minded. That's specifically why I avoid saying I know X or I believe Y, because I think it's unfounded confidence, and I hear you talking in similar terms of not being sure about things, and I think that's worth commending. Whoever just joined watching, you missed my epic squad defense.
Is there a way to watch the live stream without getting the gunshot noises? Is my question.
Yeah, you can mute it.
I think you can probably just go to his YouTube channel.
Are you on a computer or phone?
Oh yeah, you can't do it on a phone. You're stuck with whatever their phone gives you.
I just did it. Yeah, I can watch it on mute now. This is great.
Are you on a computer or phone?
Laptop, yes.
Okay, if you're on a laptop, you have to full screen that stream, and then a volume adjuster shows up. It doesn't show up without full screen.
And does it not show up without full screen if
Correct.
provided you right click on it or something?
Does not.
Okay, it does. Interesting. Good to know.
Okay, I don't know why, but on mine it doesn't show up until I full screen that window.
No, you can just be like watching it and right click without full screening. And then there's like the stream volume bar.
Oh, okay. So it's on a right click then.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Well, if you full screen, it's not on a right click, which is basically what I said.
Have you ever played Combat Arms?
No, when you full screen, it's still on right click, man. I just checked it.
No. Here, let me do it then.
It's also in the bottom right corner, if that's what you're referring to.
That's what I'm referring to. God damn it.
But yeah, you could adjust the volume yourself on right click.
Mine doesn't.
They
Mine
fixed
doesn't
it.
adjust.
There is a little volume there without full screen now.
Yeah, there's the 3 dots too.
It didn't used to be there. They must have fixed it.
What is this?
But I don't like watching Riding play like these
shit
war
out of
games.
competitive
Why not?
leagues.
He just sucks. You just suck.
Okay. Well, then I'll fix
kind
this.
of okay at this game. I'm shit at the other ones. Like fast Twitch runs like Riggs plays when I play Apex, I'm so shit.
Stream quality. Oh, whatever. Smoother video?
My guilty
They
pleasure is
find
watching
themselves-
people play League of Legends.
They really find, like after you have a like Facebook call or a Zoom call, that and it goes, how was the quality of your call? And it gives you like, lets you rate it with a smiley face or out of stars. You find yourself almost rating it based on the quality of the person you were talking to. Like, oh, I guess that was a good conversation. Then you're like, no, they're asking about the quality of the.
No, I don't really do the surveys. I just hit the X.
Yeah,
Is this Quake?
No,
yeah, this is Quake.
It is. It's Is it the tournament one or what's the?
Oh, really?
This is Quake Champions.
Oh, okay. I don't think I've ever played this one.
This is the 2016 latest Quake thing.
Do you play the first Quake?
I did play the first and second and third and Quake Live and yeah.
Yeah, that's the one I played was Quake Live for a while. I mean, I played some of the early ones in the early days, but yeah, the recent one I had played
Yeah,
some time ago.
people still play. I mean, I could log into Quake Live right now. People still play it. It's probably got more people playing it than this, to be honest. People don't really like this one.
Quake Live is pretty popular. It is this one like newer than Quake Live or older?
About 16 years newer.
Okay, because Quake Live is really that old, huh?
Well, I mean, it's basically Quake 3. So Quake 3 is 1999.
Yeah.
The fuck hit me? Oh, that guy hit me. Okay.
For some reason, the quality is pretty low for me. I don't know why.
I think I know why.
What the fuck is this game?
Hold on, let me
you
fix
just
it.
pause the stream.
I'm fixing it. That's not what I wanted to do. Why did it do that? Sake.
Maybe because you don't know what a memory stick is.
Okay.
Nah, it's a module. Fucking, do you guys remember a game called Heretic?
Yes.
I've heard of it.
Yeah, it's very old.
Oh, well, that's the last time I fucking played a computer game. So there you go.
Anti-hypocrite. Was that the...
Yeah, that's me.
Has that always been your name?
No, that's not me, sorry.
Something similar a few hours before.
I know your voice, but the name and doesn't line up. Okay.
That's Ed Freeze.
Voice?
That's
I
Ed.
don't think you know my voice.
Do you know Ed Riggs?
I mean, I know his voice, but a lot of them sound the same, to be honest.
Hey, we're not Asians.
Was,
Okay.
R2D.
There is a phenomena where like 90% of the Globers sound the same. They sound like Globers.
Well, of course.
Hey,
They sound
I've never heard that before.
Really? Oh.
Fucking hilarious.
But I mean, you know it's true, right? Right, Noah? You can tell already.
You're weighed down by tickets.
Because the stereotypes are very common in this room in particular.
What are the stereotypes? How do we sound?
You sound like a shill, but the other ones they sound like Globers.
It's lumbered. It's a lumbered sound, if you ask me.
No, it's like a shriveling of the nucleus. Kind of.
It's as if they've misplaced their balls.
It's like someone is kind of gripping on them a little bit, and they got kind of like a haven't left the room in 16 hours kind of a voice to it.
That's so fucking stupid. God damn it.
Lumbered and burdened.
It is. There's kind of a burdened. There is kind of a burdened tone.
I can't stop fucking laughing.
It's like just heavy to be carrying that and like pushing it. Like it's just a heavy spiritual energy to be doing.
Trying to convince people.
Yeah.
Well, like Ed could be easily confused with bacon, which could be easily confused with, any number of them. I'd say the only one that doesn't
sound like bacon. What the fuck?
Yeah. I'd say the only flat earther that
not ham
doesn't sound like a flat earther is what's his name? Aaron or what's his name? No. The guy
Arma.
Arwin.
Oh, Arwin.
Arwin sounds like a Glober. He's the only one. But he also believes in teleporting suns theory and that it's like Pac-Man, so he might as well be a Glober.
Pac-Man. Are you in there, eggshells? Are you in there like hitting him up about the Pac-Man stuff as well?
Is that just like the sun goes like
he thinks that the sun he thinks that the earth is a square and then the sun goes from one end and just reappears on the other like in the game Pac-Man.
What?
Yeah, you ever played Pac-Man's
Riding
maybe
on
50 years before you, so maybe not.
No, I've played it before. Riding on eggshells. Have you ever tried to disprove Pac-Man World?
No, I mean it's just a variation of. Sure, I mean, what I think is it is very interesting. It gives the Earth back its four corners, which is still a bit of an issue for the flat Earth, except for Geo's version of it. But I mean, it's just flat Earth.
Geo's version.
The Pac-Man is just trying to fix a fairly obvious problem about South and the South Celestial Pole, and
I don't even understand how that fixes it, and I don't understand what Geo's idea of fixing it is. So,
Geo's idea is a quadrupole. So it's in essence there are four South poles, and they appear in the.
And they all appear to be about the same, or the same. They just look the same for some reason.
Yeah,
I heard of a personal dome theory.
Why do they look the same?
Pad.
Well, I mean, essentially on a deeper level, they're four mirrored quadrupoles of the toroidal field.
Okay.
What?
But they're not.
This one's a bit too deep for me.
When I say mirrored, I don't mean there's actually a mirror reflecting it, but they are mirrored reflections of the same stars, essentially. So if you go to the south of Australia, you're going to see one of them, and it's going to look like the Southern Cross. If you go south of South Africa, you're going to see another one. It's the four corners of the Earth, essentially.
Those are all the same one.
I've never heard of this four-corner reflection theory before.
Yeah, it's pretty weird because if you're on a boat and you
do sound like a
keep
glober.
looking at the thing and travel to another place.
You'll start to notice it now.
Look, another one.
He sounds like a
view all
fucking
of a sudden.
glober. Holy shit. The moment he started talking, I was like, holy shit, I know what Riggs is referring to.
Well, I mean...
Well, he was interrupted, though. Let's at least let him... What were you
sorry,
saying, Ed?
Oh, no, I was done. Thanks.
We'll say it again because I think you got talked over. Sorry for teasing you.
Okay. Well, if you're traveling from, what did you say, Australia and South Africa? Well, you're not gonna have another Southern Cross come into view and then the other one disappear or something. So how does your ID work exactly?
But do you know that it wouldn't do that? Meaning, if you went from this like Australia and the southern oceans, you would see the Southern Cross. What I think would happen is you'd be traveling, and at some point you would not see any southern pole at all. You would just see stars, and then once you get to South Africa, or, South America, you would start to see it again. You'd see another Southern Cross.
You would start to see the same sky. You would see the sky repeat at one point, basically. That's what you're saying. Because it would have to repeat at some point, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't get the same southern point.
Right. Well, yeah, they would be mirrors of each other. I mean, like if you're standing in a room and there's four corners of the room, the corners all look the same. They all have like the wood that comes together, the tile, whatever it is, that meet.
Geo, do you believe in like Antarctica and an ice wall, or how does this four corners theory fit in with all that?
Well, that's a good point. I mean, I definitely think Antarctica exists. Yeah, I don't think it's a continent on the bottom of a globe. I think there's icy regions in the south, though. I don't think there's a wall that goes all the way around, but it seems like from just a lot of the, like even now, like when people, like it seems like there's a lot to support that there's really two icy regions. Because nobody ever goes south of like South Africa down to Antarctica. They always go from South America down or from Australia down. So it seems like there's at least two main icy regions. But whether there's a wall that goes all the way around or not, I don't think so. But that's another component. But yeah, what I'm referring to is essentially the idea that it's like there's the four corners of the Earth, essentially in terms of the star field, at each of those four. Like there's the four rivers and the four islands at the North Pole, and then there's north, south, east, west. And then there's the four corners of the like star field, which would be in those most southern extremities at those regions.
Do you have anything that shows that this is even slightly true?
Have you got anything to show that yours is even slightly
No,
true?
we're talking about Geo's
Like
ID
shit.
now.
Well, one thing about it is it's
Rob.
the only way that I can have ever been able to understand how the southern stars would work on, let's say, an AE type map, like a circular, type map with like the North Pole in the middle and the
Geo.
Right. So
does anyone?
It's just your opinion then? You don't have any backup.
Geo.
Nothing.
Geo. Does anyone else hold this opinion, or are you like the pioneer?
I think I'm the only one I've ever heard say it.
No.
Yeah,
I only came to it.
Kemi from the Glowbusters has a similar model, doesn't she?
No, I've never heard of this ever. I actually only came to it roughly 4 or 5 months ago. I think I'd mentioned it on Brandon's show the first time. But yeah, I just finally realized that it's a quad.
Was it like a download you had? Like a expansion pack, or did it come with the game?
It came with the game. It was a Southern
upgrade?
Pole, the Southern Stars expansion pack.
Gotcha.
Exactly.
Oh my lord.
Well, if there are 4 corners or whatever, I'd like to see the 4 corners, because when I try to visualize what you're talking about in my mind, I kind of think of this pointy pyramid dome over top, giving the sky like a faceted kaleidoscopic look to it. So I'd need to see the point or something. As far as I can see with L sprites and jets, it looks like more of a rounded top, based off of the electricity cascading off what appears to be a structure up there, or what looks like a round structure anyway. And once I can see like a point or some sort of a corner, I don't know if I can quite visualize what you're saying. Maybe I need to see a diagram.
I don't think anyone can visualize what you're saying.
Well,
just think of 4 magnetic poles. Think of 4 in a square.
Yeah, it's a quad.
There you go.
Well, there is in terms of like
how that would work.
quadrupoles. Yeah, there is like quadrupole are a real thing in terms of magnetics, and I'll post one or two. But I mean, a quadrupole basically it's 4 poles that are all interacting. So I mean, the fact that magnetic fields can be created this way, and if we live within a magnetic field. And the whole north, south, east, west, the 4 rivers and the North Pole potentially, and then the 4 corners of the earth that's in so many ancient texts and traditions and concepts of the cosmos.
So, do you think that the earth itself is like a square, or do you think it goes on forever and it's just the skies that are like a square kind of?
No, I think my conception of it is that you have the plane of the earth, like the plane of existence. I think that plane is surrounded in a celestial sphere. So there's like the dome part on top, and then there's the sort of spherical part on the bottom. And then there's horizontally, it's a quadrupole. So there's the north, south, east, west, and then the 4 southern pole regions. And then vertically, it's a dipole. You've got the positive above, and the ground is negative. So vertically, it's a dipole, and then horizontally, it's the quadrupole, the 4 corners.
Okay, and then so I guess if you went far enough, you would exit this magnetic.
Sorry, I just read eggshells.
Eggshells.
Riding on eggshells.
Well, in terms of being surrounded by a sphere, like I'm not saying that we're like in space in a suspended sphere on a plane. I'm not saying that. I would say that the main like world that we're in does have the plane and then the sphere that surrounds. But the thing is that sphere that surrounds is like ultimately, in my viewpoint, like a spiritual portal to sort of the spirit world, as it were. So that being what it is, like that being that kind of membrane between like the physical world and the beyond. Like anything could happen essentially. So you could have more spheres that are going out. There could be more land, but we could be just within sort of like the layers of an onion. Like we're within one like realm of consciousness.
Anti-hypocrite, do you have any
How
comments?
do you make this up, Gio? What the fuck, Gio? Where do you come to? You just like storytelling, like and then the flower opens up and all the fairies are coming out of them, and then everything is very blossomly and very beautiful. Like, where does this come from, Gio? What the fuck? It's like it has no connection. It has no connection with reality.
You see, Funk is another one. You can tell just by the voice.
Dude, Anti-Hypocrite was top voice. Like I laughed so hard when I first heard him talk because I didn't know what you were referring to before Riggs. I just thought it was a funny concept. But once he started talking, I was like, holy shit.
But like, okay, now you know how to look at it, right? They sound like Globers, and you can just tell. You don't even have to ask; they just sound like.
Mind
Globers.
you, this isn't just limited to Globers.
You mean European? European
This
accent?
isn't just limited to Globers and Flat Earthers. You also
No. It's also American.
Yeah,
you can tell.
No. But
can
my
tell
point
I'm
is,
American?
it's also in terms of like left and right, like liberals and you can have the same thing.
Yeah, the liberal. Yeah.
So wait. What is your guess for me then?
Liberal? What the fuck is the liberal to do with this?
I think
The
you're
guess
coming
for
out of
you?
like the liberal kind of. Maybe you were raised liberal or something like that, and you're slowly coming out of it.
Percentage fucking percentage.
I'd have a better chance picking out a Glober than a
really,
liberal. I'd say because the liberal ones say they tend to. There's a couple of them. A lot of the extremists tend to sound, "Woo, okay, yeah, that one's a liberal." But like a Glober, you can just kind of hear a Glober.
But a shill definitely sounds like.
But if you just point your finger at a random person, you're probably going to hit the Globers. It's not very
See,
hard.
that guy sounds like a Glober right away.
Glober, dude. It's
Yeah.
fucking true, dog. Fuck.
I literally contested
really
the
hope
idea,
I understand
Adam,
what-
so it's.
It's not even just only about.
Of course, I would sound by a Glober if you hear what I'm saying.
Like for
but I'm
example,
contesting-
okay,
I'm
like
contesting-
myself.
I'm contesting Flat Earth, so obviously.
Well, like
No, it's
like,
not about the
like
content
Merle.
of what you're saying.
Merle
Sometimes
would
it's just
never
like-
sound like a Glober.
It's the inflection sometimes. Not even like the frequency of their voice, but just the
Mel
inflection.
sounded like a Glober once. Just once. He sounded like a Glober.
No.
I hate to say it, but he did. There was a
Some
time.
Globers are like sad.
Doesn't matter what comes out of his
Yeah.
mouth. I mean, it just doesn't sound like one.
Yo, you know who sounds the most
It's only
Glober
brief.
out of anyone?
One
the most
afternoon,
Glober.
that was it.
It's if you've been in Gem server, there's that Patrick Anarchy guy. You guys know what I'm talking about?
I've been there, but I left. I didn't like.
His
that
name's like
server,
Patrick
honestly.
Anarchy or something, and he
Okay.
sounds like the most Glober guy you've ever heard.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh, that's
he's
scary.
He's a yeller.
Like,
He's really bad.
like Rumpus sounds like a Glober.
Oh yeah.
Xanac
Please tell
sounds
me
like
I
a
sound
Glober.
like Glober.
Have you guys met this guy named Puppy, or he calls himself Wen Keeler instead of Ken Wheeler?
Yep.
Have you guys?
Oh no! They always change their name to mock whatever they think is the iconic Flat Earth YouTube channel. So
I
like
don't
they
do
change
that.
their name all the time.
Who does that?
I didn't say you did, but now that
No,
you're
who? You said
defending your
they-
position, I'm going to assume that you
Yes, he
have.
does.
Well, I don't see a lot of Globers do that. I don't
we
do
weren't.
that.
Oh, okay, well, you haven't been to Gem Panda server then,
Is there a difference
Yes.
between anti-hypocrite?
because there's at least like 3 people at all times in the chat with some fake name that has to mimic a Flat Earth name.
Out of 40?
Yeah, there's a few. There's
That doesn't sound like a lot of. in my
Like
opinion.
Eric Dumbay, or just there's a couple.
Okay.
Quantum erased.
Yeah, Quantum
Well, that's
Erase.
right.
There you go. And they change their name all the time.
Yeah, there's a couple of guys.
Yep,
Yeah.
but definitely
Where's
not
What's
you.
A lot of Globers do it.
Yeah.
You said. Yeah.
Yep,
2 out of
definitely
40
not
is
you.
A lot of Globers.
That
Okay,
is
so
a
not
lot.
me. Who
Are you
else
trying
in
to make
here
a
does
point,
that?
Funk?
I don't
I
know.
was just saying it sounded like a lot of. It sounded like something Globers typically do, but it doesn't seem like that.
No, on that server.
Oh, I think he's saying the numbers. If it's like 3 out of 40 or whatever, then it's not. You're not like
It's not that.
Well, no,
Sure.
I'm saying
Yeah,
3 out of
it's-
40 pretty much at all times, not including the times when more are on
Okay, so
than others that
can
are
I
doing.
say Flat Earther typically mock Globers with their nickname because D-Mock do?
Yep.
Okay, that's kind of stupid, but
I don't know. I wouldn't defend
D-Mock
D-Mock.
with his nicknames. He mocks Glober arguments, or like the Globe model.
yeah, he mocks Globers. Same that we do.
Oof.
Well, I guess yeah,
D-Mock's
he does
funniest
mock, like,
name,
you know,
the
Neil
funniest
deGrasse
name was
Tyson or something.
the funniest name he ever did. I thought was
Yeah, that's the best one.
It was pure silence.
Yeah, I think it was a symbol.
Yeah.
We just didn't hear it.
What can you tell about me?
I love Demok's particular contribution to this conversation.
You know who doesn't sound like a Glober? Don.
Why, Glober?
Don, you don't sound too much like a Glober.
No, yeah, he doesn't sound like a Glober at all.
Oh, cheers.
Yeah.
Who?
He sounds like the devil's advocate.
I think that's what it is.
Don, we're talking about how people's voice they sound like a globe earther just by their voice.
Yeah, I can tell that. I can tell a nerd globe by listening to him.
It is kind of like the nerd voice, though. Usually, like I was picked on for a long time, and now I'm going to take it out on you guys because fish in a barrel or something. But it's usually not the case.
We can hear the act. We can hear the.
But that could be like something to it, because I would suggest that the average Glober, I'm quote marking, average Glober is not the typical person who's in here. It's people with probably like special interests who come in here.
Yeah, the ones that are playing a space video game while being in here.
Yeah, special interests or special needs.
I feel well, it's not everybody, but
Can I be?
Good.
Can I be
well,
special
I
needs?
don't normally play KSB, but I do sometimes, but not often.
Funk, I'm not gonna lie, you sound exactly the same as Anti-Hypocrite. Like I can't even tell the difference.
I don't know who
I have
that
to
is.
look and see when it lights up.
He means
Okay,
me.
it's
You'll never see them light up at the same time.
They're just printing these guys out.
What the fuck? Well, he is.
Never
I
to be
guess
seen in the
to you
same
Americans,
room.
all Europeans sound the same. I guess.
Yeah, I was gonna say both European.
No, British people sound very different. Honestly, I can tell like those more British versus European
I guess.
sounding.
Yeah,
I guess I should precise like non-English speaking Europeans.
But I cannot tell the difference between an Irishman, a Scottishman, and an Englishman.
Really?
But I can tell the difference between them and like Irish. I can kind of, but Scottish. and
Okay,
English,
Scottish. You have to look for the pause. So like Scottish. So it's like a blank in there. Scottish.
Monet.
Well, here we go.
Monet.
But
Please do the Aussie one.
What's the difference between Aussie and
G'day,
New Zealand?
mate.
I can't tell the difference between Aussie. And
I forgot exactly
New
what it
Zealand's
was.
a bit more British, right? They sound
The
a bit
A
more
and the R are backwards between Australian and British or English rather.
We have these Glovers.
So the R and the A are like inverted.
Honestly, I
The
can't
way you tell the
difference.
difference is you call them a Kiwi, and you
There's
see how they
no
react.
R or A in fush and chops. We don't say fush and chops. We say fish and
Eggshells.
chips. They say fush and chops. There's no R or A in that. So that's completely wrong.
Okay, well maybe some words then, not all of them. I don't know. I have to think about the
Well, I don't
example.
know.
Kiwi and Aussie is very similar, but it's slightly difficult to pick, I think, because for Americans we are shifting our vowels over, so our A's sound like your I's, etc., etc. And my feeling is Kiwis just switch a different way with the vowel, so it's kind of hard to tell. This and thus.
America.
Well, who in this community has the New Zealand accent that I could think of?
Carlos is Kiwi.
Carlos.
Okay.
And he's pretty Kiwi too. He's not like Kiwi
Carlos.
light.
Carlos is Kiwi?
Yep.
What?
A name like that.
But I can't tell which is which.
He's not
Like
from
this
Canada,
guy
that's
sounds
for
like he's
sure.
from the Isles up here.
If they sound like
Don
their
guy.
mother and their father might have been related, probably Kiwi.
Oh,
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 eggshells.
zing, shots fired.
Eggshells.
Fucking hell. I know there's no evidence definitive of the globe, mate, but you don't need to resort to that. Crazy.
What does Kiwi mean, though? Does it mean
You
his
have to
accent?
resort to Valdis.
No, it's a bird they've got in. It's a flightless bird they have in New Zealand.
Oh, that's where the term
And it's
comes.
the name of their football team as well, rugby. Oh, is
I
it?
thought
No,
they were
That's
like
the
a
name of an
all
awesome fruit.
black or something.
but it's on. Yeah, it's on the. It's on the All Blacks flag, isn't it?
I have no idea, to be honest.
You'll have to ask a Kiwi.
Can we tell a
And
flat
not the
earthers
bird,
voice
because they
by
won't respond.
listening to them? Like, if we get a flat earther to describe a movie, can we tell they're a flat earther just by listening?
I don't think so.
I don't think I could.
I'm thinking about
No.
I think
I
it's
can tell
harder than a globe,
YouTube.
but it could be
There
possible.
is a preponderance of Americans.
You know who doesn't sound like a flat earther? Mark Sargent. Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck that.
I mean,
guy.
I would actually agree with that, particularly because for many or most of the people who like go and proselytize it, and make videos and stuff, they get super aggressive, and he sits there while people are like, "You are stupid," and be like,
Just smile
chatting
and
to
his
them.
eyes will
Yeah,
just goggle into the camera.
Yeah,
Eggshells. Where's your accent from?
I'm Aussie, but I'm kind of like, particularly given my job, I'm somewhat like, people would call. I had an ex-girlfriend that called me posh Australian.
Yeah,
which
you're
I think
very
is probably-
posh.
Oh my
You are very
God.
posh.
That's a nice nickname.
You have a typical, very nice Australian accent, is what you're saying?
It doesn't
Nice
sound like a
is,
normal
I'm
Australian.
slightly more.
Posh
Sounds too
like without
fancy.
blowing smoke up my own ass.
Gay Australian.
Eloquent or better
Fancy.
spoken than most Aussies.
He's a more
I
educated.
can understand you. He's better than most Aussies.
Yeah, and that's partly why, because like I lived overseas for so long and got sick of people saying what, and like I was actor, so theatre training.
You
that kind of
you
stuff.
don't have any
Shill.
European? Don't you have some
Shill proof.
European in there?
Illuminati confirmed.
Well, like my mum was spent a lot of time in the UK because she worked there as a physio.
That's why.
And I was born in the UK, but came out when I was 2. But mum always liked to see herself as.
So you're
quite
not even a
fancy.
fucking Aussie.
Oh,
You've got
Oh
that.
my God.
You've got some of the.
Grew up here since I was 2.
I'm not trying
Get
to.
He's not
out.
Aussie. He's not Aussie pedigree.
I actually wasn't. It was when I went to go to university, I tried to like defer my uni payment. And they're like, "You're not Australian." I was like, "What?" Like, "You're not Australian."
Ah, you see,
Right.
that's why he sounds like that.
Yeah.
Does
Pretend
it
baller.
bother you?
Does it bother me what? To not be Aussie? I mean, I'm
You
both-
said it.
It was
What kind of a
super
question is
awesome though.
that?
When I wanted to go live in the UK, and then there was like work popping up in Germany and Ireland and places, and for my friends, they were like, "Oh, what did you do about your visa?" And didn't have to do shit. Could travel all throughout Europe. Just my motorbike trip was amazing. You just like flash your passport at people at their borders, and they just wave you through.
Wait,
No
don't you
checks,
guys have
nothing,
Brexit or
waiting
some
in queues.
shit?
Say again.
Didn't you guys succeed from the EU?
Succeed?
Yeah,
I
we
mean,
succeeded,
happened,
all right.
but Brexit happened like just as I was leaving.
They pushed us down here into Australia. They've shoved us stuff down here. They even made us hang upside down.
Success.
Well,
I think he's
temperature-wise,
talking about-
I mean, like climate-wise, I think it is a success. I think Australia is an upgrade
Yeah.
from the UK.
Yeah.
Upgrade.
Climate wise,
I used to love
upgrade.
thinking about like doing a skit of like Captain Cook trying to explain to England what he's found. You know, like gets back to England and he's like, "I found this place and it's like wide open expanse and beaches and sunshine and it's just beautiful." And they've been like, "Right, what we're going to do is round up all the prisoners." He's like, "Yeah," and send them there. He's like, "What?" Round up all the prisoners and leave them here and go without them.
Oh man.
Fucking surrounded on all sides by enemies. Cold and raining 300 and something days a year.
So eggshells. Is Stonehenge real or a hoax?
Just a second. Oh my god, this is so.
What the fuck? Is
deep
eggshells
trench
gonna
fighting.
know?
Is he talking to the other shells right now? Are we
No,
hearing
no,
him talk to the other agents? Oh, okay.
Say again. Sorry.
He's talking
Noah?
to his YouTube audience.
YouTube. He just-
I want an ancient aliens for flat Earth people, according to flat Earth theorists.
Oh my god, there's people fucking everywhere. This is so intense.
According to flat Earth theorists, Stonehenge is a hoax.
right? I mean, I wouldn't say it is entirely a hoax. I mean, what I found was explained for, but it doesn't necessarily mean that the history or what we understand from it is true. You know, so
yeah, it also might have been adjusted, as it were.
Yeah, I mean, it's inconsequential. It doesn't really fucking matter either way.
I'm from UK. I don't think it's a hoax. I do think they rebuilt it though in recent history.
I love all the don't thinks and I believes. Do you reckon there's any way to ever know?
Okay, that's
It was used by Druids and it's from Celts and pagans.
You know, maybe there's some things we can know in this life, and we can celebrate those things, but we don't
Like
have
water.
we don't have to know everything. I don't understand why.
Like water
Like-
raises its level.
Yeah, like levels horizontal.
Yeah.
It's from a cult that believes in the
Yeah.
goddess and
Straight as
the
curved.
hunting god. They don't believe in the Christian god. This is from before Christ.
Were the Romans there though?
Eventually, yeah, afterwards.
How do you know that's just not
True
Roman
Christians will
shit?
tell you. Sorry, go ahead.
Roman shit. Romans don't build stone circles. They build cathedrals.
Don, I was
According
going
to
to say,
true Christian theorists.
yeah, true Christians will tell you that there isn't a Christian God, that there's just
What?
God.
Oh god.
Oh,
There you go.
You know what I mean.
There we go.
I mean, Allah, you know what I mean.
I like that meme.
These stone circles, Stonehenge, that's before. That's not sun god, one god. This is nature worship. That's what makes it cool.
No.
Do you consider yourself a
That's again,
nature
that's
worshipper?
a thing.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Got him.
I do
Who
love
saw
good
that?
stories.
Who saw that?
Yeah, Riggs, you're good at this game, dude. You're good at all these. So, how do you rank when you play these things? Like, do you rank like top, or are the other guys better?
Well, I guess it depends. Like, there's a team mode, and then there's a duel. It's been a while, but I got third place at a duel competition, like a world ranked competition. So
Nice.
Only third?
Oh my god.
only third. I only got $3,000. Only.
That's pretty good.
Sounds
It's-
clever.
It's been a while. Like I was much younger when that happened, but you know, there's a lot better players these days than there used to be.
Well, I just see right there. It looks. Oh, you're on team one, but you have the third highest score. It looks like of all those.
Well, I'm not trying to get the highest score either. It's kind of a shooting thing.
When I played Quake Live, I don't know. I always thought a lot of other people were cheating, but I didn't play it that much. But I wasn't able to get that high on the ranks.
No, but that's good if you're in a team, because that often ruins the team play in games, that people want the highest score of the team. That's not the objective. The team needs to win.
But definitely helps.
I mean, the game is called Deathmatch, so it's also not ranked. This is not a ranked mode. You can play ranked. There is a ranked mode though, but like especially right now, there's a time limit duel and a 2v2. This game is so old that people are probably not in that queue. I'd be sitting here for hours. So.
Sure you would. You scared,
Sounds like
Rick?
Punk's more into my games.
You scared to play some 2v2 TDM?
1v1 me, bro.
Actually, okay. You know what? Let's see,
do it, baby.
Let's see.
Can you play him? Can you guys do a 1v1?
Let's see how long I'll be sitting here. Let's see.
If it's more than 30 seconds, then forget. Well, let's give it a minute.
I'll give it 5.
5? Fuck that shit.
5
I'm watching the
times
stream.
5.
Don't forget
25
I'm watching
minutes.
The stream. No.
25 minutes. Let's give it. Yeah, this game pretty much died right after it came out in 2016. The only people who play it are a couple Quake Live players.
Why don't you play? What's the new one that is it Quake Live?
No, this is the new one.
Oh.
Yeah. but people don't like it because they can't make their own servers. In Quake Live, you can make your own server and customize it however you see fit.
Yeah.
That's what I used to do. I used to join some random server, and I just swear they were using cheats and hacks because
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised, but also a lot of them are just really fucking good because it's the only game they play, and they've been playing it for
that
20
is a
years.
thing. Like, once people have been playing a game for that long, their gameplay is basically like hacks.
No, I know, and I realize people are really good at it, but I feel like I could tell. Like sometimes there would only be like 4 people in a server, and then I would play with them, and I would feel like it was authentic, and I would actually do fairly well. I mean, I'm not that great at a first person, but I'm at least decent. But then some of the other rooms, it was just like it just seemed like there was you would just die out of nowhere.
That definitely happens because I also think I think Easy Anti-Cheat has somewhat fixed this, but like old games, I think have more hackers. People figure out how to hack it more, and there's less put into the anti-hacking software.
Call of Duty? It's fucking ridiculous. People are flying around in the sky.
Yeah, they're flying.
It's fucking insane. And they have like you only have like I was playing World at War one time. This was like back in Modern Warfare 2 days, and they already were flying in the sky with rainbows and like fucking automatic rocket launchers.
Yo, Riggs, have you ever seen me play the game that I play sometimes? That I've streamed a couple times? Sold At?
Sold At. No, man. Hey, I'm gonna get out of that queue. This is just the main playlist. This is what people do. All right, they play this. They love Instagib. I can't stand it. They love Client Arena, and I'm just kind of like whatever. I have no idea what this one is. Impulse 9.
Oh, any proof of a curve? Yeah.
I guess I'll play this one. Impulse.
I reckon. Who said that? You're a legend. Turn all your fucking Xboxes off and fucking go find some curvature.
I think Funk has some curve. Have you found the curve? Funk? It's like finding God. You find the curve. Have you found it?
It's not finding. It's not finding God. Just I don't give a shit if it's flat or if it's curved. What the fuck?
If you find the curve, you'll be met with roaring applause.
Yeah.
No.
You'll be a legend.
It's not that impressive, actually. It's actually more impressive to believe that the Earth is flat, to be honest. You have to do some really imaginary logical steps. There.
I will love you if you find the curve.
What?
Yo, I'll get honeys.
You
for
realize
you.
everybody
I'll get
knows
honeys
that
for
there's
you
a
to
curve.
like exhaust yourself with if you find the curve.
Wow.
That's what she said.
Find the curve. What the fuck? It's
I'm
not very
even kidding.
difficult.
Nice. I will get you laid like a motherfucker.
It's not very difficult. We do explain it to you all the time, but you guys just
I
dismiss
want
it.
explanations. I want
because-
demonstrations.
Wait, can I hear this explanation real quick?
Oh.
The ISS.
Explanation.
All you do is you just plug
module.
the radius into a proposed refraction, and you can make anything curved.
Do you realize that they know from lab environment what how refraction affects how refraction
I'm not talking about
works.
a lab. I'm talking about the Earth.
No, but Geo was saying that we just plug in a radius. That's not how it's done.
Yeah, you plug in the radius to the refraction calculation.
No, that would be circular logic if we did that, but we don't. We know that we derived the approximation from a radius from lab environment, which if the Earth was flat, we would notice.
Wait, this
So
is
what
new.
about
You're telling me
That's
that
the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
Are you
This is
telling
a new
me
one.
From a lab, you got the radius of Earth. Come on.
Did you say you derived a radius from a laboratory?
That's what you said.
I didn't say that.
From the lab environment is what you said.
I didn't say that. I said
I
that we
swear you
derive. I said that we derive a how refraction works, regardless of what shape the Earth is. We derived the refraction from a lab environment.
Okay, maybe you misspoke because you said radius. You said you derived radius.
Yeah, but I said they approximate a value for in respect to the radius, but they don't need it doesn't prove the radius just from refraction.
Okay, now you're not even making
It it's okay. So let me explain it in a different way. So you have an equation, and you do experiments in a lab, and you know how refraction affects it. You have to stretch your mind that we actually know that the Earth is curved and that it has a radius already. And based,
So we have to stretch our mind. So mental gymnastics.
It's not actually mental gymnastics,
I
but
like
they
how you
do
worded
derive
that.
this.
Stretch your mind. That's a new one.
Because there are a few flat earthers out there doesn't mean that we cannot create equation which
Okay, wait. I have a
which
quick question, Funk.
has a basis on the radius of the Earth. When we do
there
know
an-
actually that the Earth has a radius.
There isn't a.
But you don't know that. That's the point.
No, but that's the thing.
wait.
We don't. You know that refraction is discovered separately from any shape of the Earth. If
Do you think that refraction is it only works on one model? Is that what you're saying?
No, it's general. It works for all models, but that's a specific equation. You know, there are several equations for refraction. The one that you've shown is the most simple one that exists. It's the simplest equation for refraction. And that one is derived, and that equation is derived from equation which is general, which works for all shapes. You see the difference?
Which equation allows you to see, which equation allows you to see the Rockies from Utah?
I don't know where Rockies or Utah are in relation to each other. I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
I closed my case.
What? Okay.
It was open, but now it's
terrestrial.
You can see a tree from my capital city. If you don't know where that tree is or my capital city is, I rest my case. What the hell? What kind of argument are you saying? The hell?
Yeah, which equation allows you to see the Rockies from Utah is my question.
I don't know where Rocky is. I'm on my phone. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Okay, fine. You can close your case. I don't understand what the hell you're talking about.
My case closed the moment he started talking and sounding like a Glober.
Okay.
I think we've set a bad example for you, Noah.
Yes, but you guys understand how they derive refraction as a general case, irrespective of the shape which you're on. So they don't assume the radius, and then they know that what refraction is. They know what refraction is, regardless of what shape we're going through, what the light is going through.
I don't think you've shown that.
All right, what's your next proof?
Properly.
What's the next one?
What? I showed you. I can post links which I sent. I sent several links to these studies to Travis a couple of 3 weeks back or something.
Travis Scott?
No.
So and you can look for them. It's very simple.
No one's doubting what you're saying. No one's doubting it.
I am.
Yes, percentage just doubted it.
I don't know how you got. Okay, so hold up, Funk. So the standard or the coefficient of refraction, for globe terrestrial refraction, K, is 7/6R, right?
Yeah, that's an approximation, for general case.
Mm-hmm. And it's basically the 7/6R. This is the ratio of the radius of Earth and the radius of the line of sight, right?
Yeah.
Where did they get the radius of Earth for this?
Radius of Earth was getting in a different way. It has nothing to do with how they discovered refraction.
I'm not saying discovering refraction. I'm talking about this value, the agreed upon value for refraction that they use. Where did they get the radius of Earth from?
I think they have gotten it several ways, which have been separately confirmed. One way would.
Yes.
You could look at things in the distance, how they drop. And we know how refraction works. Then you can, which Which is not, don't say no, which is not to say that they use the model 7/6R for this. They can use, there are different models, more precise one for determining refraction.
I promise you, if you guys had a radius, if you guys actually found a radius, this would be done. Because with a radius comes curvature. But there is no curvature, and that's why this conversation is still going. Okay?
Oh, there is curvature, because why things
No, for
dropping in
curvature,
the
you need a tangibly straight line to compare with your water level curve.
We flew around Earth.
well,
we measured the circumference.
Yeah.
That's how we got the radius.
That's
what?
Yeah, that's one. That's
We
another
flew
way
a
to
plane
confirm
around
it.
Earth.
Yeah.
You could fly around Earth and not have a radius. What are you talking
No,
about?
we get the circumference by flying around Earth, and then we get a rough radius from that.
Yeah, but
Flying
why
around
would the
Earth
radius of
while
a globe? That would just
following
be the
east
distance.
bearing, or what?
That would just be
Sorry,
the
go ahead.
distance to Polaris. That's not the radius of a globe. That might just be the radius to the center of the plane.
Not distance to Polaris. We go right around the Earth after knowing it's a globe. That gives us the
After knowing
You don't know it's a globe. That's circular logic.
We do from other things.
Like
obstruction.
Obstruction.
Sticks in the ground.
Everything.
No, I mean, these are separate. These are separate. All of these are separate ways to confirm it. You don't have to, because if we did some experiments which are shows that well, it seems like we live on a spherical shape. If we do another experiment, we would know the difference if we didn't fly, for example, around a spherical shape, or if we actually flew around something else on a flat shape. We would know the difference.
How?
That's
obvious, because you fly straight in
How would you know the difference?
One of the examples. You fly straight.
No, but it's so big that you don't realize if you're turning.
That's nonsense.
All you're doing is following a bearing. So if you're
You're
just
an
going
adult
east,
man
you
and
don't
you're telling me
recognize that you're
nonsense.
going in a curved line or a straight line, because the line is so goddamn big that it just
Don't
seems
say
like it's
again.
straight.
That's nonsense.
It's not nonsense.
I wouldn't necessarily say it for airplanes. That could maybe be true, because I mean, it's very, like, how the hell do you know you're actually flying in a straight line? You need to have some reference point. What are you going to use for a reference point? Are you going to use the magnetic North Pole, or are you going to use the gyroscopic North Pole? Or
we know how to fly in a straight line.
For everyone, they just follow a heading, follow a bearing, or what have you, and they don't know whether they're truly going over, like, going in a straight line or going over this huge circular path.
They have actually for flying and traveling over the Earth through countless many different directions in all kind of, like, from, if you plot from A to B in all kinds of direction, they do actually map out to know how long it is, how long time it's going to take, what direction we need to travel. All of these things, they are built on a globe model.
That's bullshit.
And if that's not bullshit, if that wasn't the
why?
case,
because flying, you're subject to tailwinds and headwinds, so it's impossible to just rely on flying and make a map and map out the Earth, because you don't know the exact distances
that's
between.
That's one way to map the Earth. They mapped it by ship. They have mapped it by flying. They have mapped it with drones. They have mapped it with satellites. Then they have also mapped them by people walking across the land.
Right.
They have mapped it many different ways, and all of them, yeah, they have, and all of these things have confirmed each other. They have.
We've done it 10 different ways.
They have.
No one has mapped out the world by boat or by plane, because you're subject to the headwinds and tailwinds with the jet streams and the water current.
Well, you don't think they have? You don't think that they have?
I did it yesterday.
Don, you're starting to sound like a glober now.
when they're flying, you think that? How do you think they? You don't think they have a reference point to Earth when they're flying?
No. When they're flying, they just follow their heading, and they know approximately where things are just by trial and error, and by when they're flying over land, they have the measured distances, so it's not a problem there.
It's flying trial and error.
It started off being trial and error. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, they did in the start, but they don't do now.
Yeah, because they've amassed enough like data points, enough information, so that they've kind of perfected it.
We didn't get to circumnavigating Earth on trial and error. Come on.
Really? So you're saying they knew exactly how much
and
fuel they needed to
calculation.
cross the Atlantic the very first time?
They had a rough idea. Yeah, they had a rough idea.
A rough idea, exactly. Which they improved upon through trial and error.
Yeah. Yes, and all of these are from a globe model. These distances are determined from a globe model.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
These distances, okay, were first off they for like the Atlantic Ocean, the Pacific Oceans, these huge bodies of water, they haven't been adequately, accurately determined. Okay, it's within like a margin of error which we don't even know. It's just how long the plane like will be in the air. Basically, the flight time. That's how they go by it. And then they have do you know the different airspeeds that they have in a plane?
Yeah, they have an airspeed, but to know where they are, they don't use the airspeed.
No, they don't have one airspeed. They have 3 different airspeeds. They have an indicated airspeed.
And I said they don't use that to determine where they are. They use other things.
No, they use that to determine where they are.
No, they use radar and they use GPS.
Now they do that to supplement it, but when they don't have that like if, let's say it's a chopper without those instruments, they use the E6B to find out where they'll be kind of approximately.
Yeah, but they
and there's
don't.
3 different speeds. They have indicated airspeed, which is just measuring the pressure. It's not even a measure of airspeed. It's just a measure of the ram air pressure versus the static pressure. And then for that, they look at a chart, and that kind of tells them what speed they kind of are going, right?
Yeah.
And then and then they have the calibrated airspeed, which is a calculation given from the manufacturer, right? This is depending on each aircraft has a different calibrated airspeed. And then you take that calibrated airspeed and you check it by the altitude and the temperature to get your true airspeed, which is a misnomer because it's not actually true. It's just another calculation.
Yeah, but I know that for cases long time ago, like 100 years ago or 60, 70 years ago, that was the case. But that's not the case anymore.
Bro, search E6B helicopter on YouTube.
But are you talking about airspeed? I know that airspeed is calculated different ways. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about how they know their position.
Yeah, but how do you think they know distances or claim to know distances?
They know that more precisely now than they did before because we have more precise equipment. Before they had a huge margin of error because you didn't truly know your distances. You lacked reference point, if you will.
You're not
That's
getting
true,
it.
and you traveled with the boats.
Right,
for
okay.
example,
so they're traveling over water, right? They know how long the plane is in the air. They have flight time, right?
Yeah.
And then they claim to know the speed of the plane. So from that, they calculate the distance that they supposedly flew over, right? But the issue is the airspeed isn't actually true.
I know that, and that's why you have a margin of error.
Yeah, okay, so there's a margin of error. So what's accurate? We don't have control. We don't have a perfect vacuum without air, the wind component. So how do we know?
That's true 70 years ago, but that's not the case anymore. We got more precise because we got the radar and we got GPS.
Okay, so GPS automatically assumes the globe, right? It has the depth.
Yeah.
It's not just like some sort of
it knows
XY
it's a globe
system.
because it flies around the globe, so it knows it's a globe.
What are you talking about, bro? It assumes the globe because you can't
have.
Hold up, GPS assumes the celestial sphere.
You do realize
right?
that the GPS are sent around in an orbit around the globe. They don't assume the globe; they're flying.
Okay, so now you have to prove satellites going around the globe.
It's you guys who think it's an assumption because
no,
you don't
now
believe
you have
that
to prove satellites. You just invoked satellites.
I don't invoke satellites. You can go.
Pretty sure you need some curvature for that, mate.
You just invoked satellites, which orbit because it's a globe. So circular logic.
I know it's a globe. But that's one way. You have also a separate system. They have also used radar for this.
Okay.
So that's
go ahead. Explain how they do it with radar.
Radar. They know that this. They have ways to.
That's sonar. Sorry.
Huh? Okay.
No,
They
go
have
ahead.
ways to-
Explain how they
ways-
know the distances of the ocean with radar.
Over oceans, I would say it's more difficult. They can know from a certain distance from land, yeah.
Well, land we can directly measure with wheels on the ground. You know, we have mile markers and stuff like that. So
Yeah.
there's no contention.
And we
there.
got
we do that on
and
the
you have
water.
radar, right?
We do that on the water.
You have mile markers on the water? Is that
Maybe
right,
they
Doc?
did. I don't know
travel
actually, to be
across,
honest.
and you spend the time and the speed, and you work it out with a calculation. This is not impossible. This
And
is
how do you
done a
account for
lot.
the wind component?
I don't care about your wind component. It's a tiny nuance. It's a tiny little
but
nuance that doesn't
percentage.
affect the measurement.
The percentage.
Really?
There is a wind component. There is a wind component.
Of
We
course
do
there
know
is.
that.
You're doing bad
But
at this
but
one.
does the wind component sound like a black box to you, which we know nothing about?
With the wind
How do we
component,
know that we use 3 hours more traveling from fucking east to west than to west to east from Europe to
bro, do
America?
you know how they calculate the winds afloat? Or how they measure it?
How we know the wind now?
Winds afloat. It's a term called
What do
winds
you mean
afloat.
winds
You have a wind on the land
Winds
as
afloat.
well. What are you talking about?
Yeah, winds afloat. They have stations in the world, right? That measure the wind,
Yeah.
basically, right?
Weather balloons.
The wind obviously is changing everywhere, but they only have these measurements where these stations are located. For the rest, they just assume.
Yeah.
They assume
do.
based off of the temperature and
That's
the pressure.
normal.
They have the calculations from the E6B and from the calibrated airspeeds of the whatever aircraft you're using. Their
Yeah, it's called
assumptions and
meteorology. It's
calculations. So there's a
it's
huge
it's
margin of error.
Huge margin of error. It depends. What do you mean by huge? I need a number for you to say that.
Because
it's
we
just,
have
like,
no
impossible to
data
calculate.
throughout the corridor from which this plane is traveling, aside from your indicated airspeed, which is just a measure of the static pressure and the ram air pressure from these. How much do you know about the system, man?
How much I know about meteorology? Or
Not
true airspeed,
meteorology,
or
but
what?
about like, do you know what the pitot system is?
Uh-oh.
The pitot system is that
Yeah.
for measuring
Minestrone,
airspeed?
Why is this guy saying minestrone? The
Illuminati
pitot
confirmed.
pitot tubes. Pitot tubes.
I didn't say
P-I-T-O-T.
minestrone.
It's a French word for pitot tubes. They're basically the tubes for which these winds, when you're on a plane, the winds go into this tube, and it's like it measures the pressure with which these winds are going in. It's called the ram air pressure, and it measures that against
It's like
a
a
static
Venturi
pressure. The
principle.
static pressure within.
None of this
the plane.
affects distance
We use
measurement.
It does, though.
we use-
It does,
we
because
use
this gives us
we
the
use this
indicated
for-
airspeed, which they use to calculate the true airspeed from. So there's a lot of
Agree to disagree.
avenue of error there.
It's agree to disagree.
Yeah, there
You
is an error.
believe
We're not
we
going to
Of
agree
haven't
to
course,
measured
disagree.
We haven't
percentage.
You're
calculated
wrong.
the radius
Percentage.
because planes
Of
can't
course,
measure.
there is an error. You're
I'm
saying
sticking
there
with-
is an
with measured
error.
it.
I would never say there is no error percentage, but to say you have to say that what is the error and how much would that impact. You're saying there's an error. You don't know what the error is, but there is people who actually know what this error is.
What is it?
And you need to look. You look into it. It's your claim that it's not precise enough.
What's my?
You
That's
think
a
it's
negative claim. The burden of proof is on the positive claim. Your positive claim is that we know the distances of the waters.
Your claim is that planes can't measure.
Yeah,
You're
there
gonna
are
have to
people
go
who
look
measure
that
it.
up.
Yeah, they're not accurate measurements. That's a negative
That's your
claim.
claim.
I think you're.
That's a
I think
negative.
you're.
Done. You don't obviously understand the rules of logic and of.
we're
No,
grown
I
ups.
would,
We
I
know
would,
planes
I
can
would
measure.
dismiss,
You're the
I
one
would
with the weird
dismiss your
claim.
claim. I would dismiss your claim that because
I didn't make
you
any
have an
claim.
error.
Negative claims are not positive claims that warrant a burden of
Okay,
proof.
so you want,
Yes, they
you
are.
don't,
You made the
don't.
claim.
So you,
Yes,
Punk,
they
you made the
are.
claim that they know the
percentage.
distances of the
You're
water.
So
triggered enough to
percentage.
argue
You
planes can't
you don't
measure, so you
dismiss
have to
it,
prove it.
but you want more precise data. That's what you want, right? You
You're
don't
saying that
dismiss
they
it,
know the
you just
margins of
want
error.
more-
What are they?
Of course, somebody know. Each instrument has a margin of error into it.
No, you're saying
Like,
they
you
know the
think they
margins of
build-
error of like, measuring whatever aircraft measures with the actual true distance, right? So to know the margin of error, you
Yeah.
need to know the true distance. Where did they get the true distance from?
they got the way they measured this. I think they measured it more precisely with boats before, but
no, boats have
yeah.
water currents that still have tailwinds and headwind.
Yeah, I know it has water currents, and that's also
air currents. They have
yes,
sails.
and
there's wind. Continue.
Yeah, but if there is air current, you would notice that because you're measuring water speed anyway, right? You're not using air speed in a boat, do you? Nobody does that.
Oh dear.
The way they do it is
dear.
it's both
What the hell?
combined. First off, both of it is combined.
Oh.
The way they do it is yes. So for both
percentage, they don't measure air speed with a boat.
Listen, they do. It's incorporated in it, and I'll tell you why. Because they have nautical miles,
build
right?
fucking boats.
Bro, they have nautical miles. Traditionally, they did it by measuring the knots in this rope that they had at the bottom of the boat. Now, if you had a wind that was pushing you faster, air wind, a wind, not water current, that was pushing you faster, that would speed up the boat. So it would be a measure. Looking at the knots would be a measure of the airspeed as well as the water current.
It of course, airspeed would make you go faster. Air pushing you would make you go faster, but you don't measure the airspeed. You measure the speed in relation to the water.
Well, you don't measure anything.
But the water can be measured.
You're actually measuring is how many knots are outside of the water. Traditionally.
Yeah, that's what I said. You measure your speed in relation to the water.
That's not speed
Yes,
of
it is.
the boat. No.
That's speed in relation to the water.
Yeah, and if the water's moving like a current, you can.
And why
be
do you say
going
no to
20
that
knots
over and
going
over again?
nowhere.
It's like kind of.
No, I would agree.
when you
For the
agree
most
with
part,
it.
it's speed of the
20
boat over the
knots.
water, but it also
Not
could be
going anywhere.
affected by
That's pretty distant.
the turbulence of the water could cause it, to stick out more.
Of course.
So there's different factors.
Of course, but it sounds like you sound like we don't know anything about water currents.
I didn't say we don't know anything. I said we don't have it. You said that we know the exact distance, the true distance with which to have a margin of error by doing it with both. And I'm saying it's the same principle.
I say we know more precise now because of other instruments, but that's what they did back then. I've seen the map from my own. I've seen maps from my own country, which is like 600 years old, and those are pretty precise. And those were used by people traveling with a boat.
Funk, to be fair, man, you mentioned other instruments 10 minutes ago. You said radar and GPS. GPS we already mentioned basically requires the globe to be proven, so it's circular logic. Radar, you disregarded.
You don't have circular logic. You don't have. That's not circular logic. Sending up a satellite, it's not circular logic. It's
the satellite requires the globe, which is what we're trying to talk about, like right now. We're trying to verify by the distances, right?
Yeah. So it's
we're not trying to verify the globe with distances. We're telling you distances have been measured and calculated, whether you like it or
Except
not.
they haven't.
You have
calculated.
To,
yes,
you
you're right about calculated
percentage. You have to.
I like percentage.
You have to
response.
Percentage. You have to consider what is the shape. How would it look like in relation to, like, flat Earth and globe Earth, and within the margin of error which we have.
That's irrelevant. We don't need to consider shapes. All we need is the distances, and then we'll work out the shape from the distances.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and they have worked, and they have plotted this on a globe Earth, and it fits the distances that they travel. And I want you to do the same for any different model.
I could say it fits the flat Earth too.
They're plotting it on a globe Earth. You cannot. That's the problem. You can't do that.
I can because we don't have an actual distance, so I can make up any fucking distance to make it work. According to your logic.
That's not true. We do have an actual distance.
Where?
They actually do have a margin of error.
Okay, where did they get the exact distance from? You said before from ships. We said.
What do you mean by exact distance?
An exact distance with which to
distance over and over again. I don't know what that even means.
You said we have a true distance of the waters.
What do you mean by true distance?
Listen. With which to compare against the distances that, like the speeds that we have, the distances that we got from speeds from planes and stuff, and that gives us a margin of error. That's what you said. We have a margin of error.
What do you mean by true? What do you mean by true distance?
How can you have a margin of error without knowing the accuracy, without having a control?
We do know the accuracy. That's the thing.
Okay, so how do you know? How do you have the accuracy? How do you have the control with which to say we have a margin of error that's accurate?
I need art.
Because we have measured the wind, the sea currents. We have measured the sea currents. We know how they work, and we know how many knots they affect. in different directions.
So you measured the speed at which water moves, right?
Yeah.
And because apparently it doesn't change at all. It's always the same amount of movement in that same location.
It changed a little bit, but it's not fluctuating a lot.
Goodness.
Okay,
Why are you
so
saying,
you measured,
oh my goodness,
you measured
that's
the
true.
speed with which water
Water
moves.
currents
So
are
now you know
fluid.
exactly how fast something that's in that water will move, because it's going to move exactly
What
at
do
the
you mean
same
by
speed as the
What do you
water
mean by
itself,
exactly?
right?
Why do you invoke exactly and precise and true all the time? I never say exactly.
So we're
All
looking
right,
for definite.
simple question. If I put, a little sailboat in water, let's say I measured the water to be moving at, a meter per second, okay?
Yeah.
And then I had this model sailboat, and I put it in that water.
Yeah.
Is it going to move at a meter per second, at the same speed as the water?
If the water is moving 1 meter per second?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Is the object inside the water always going to move at the same speed as the water?
If you're putting the boat into the water, you would not measure any speed, even if it's traveling at 1 meter per second.
What?
What the fuck?
Yo,
You
this
said
is
you
just...
put a boat in the
What the
water.
fuck
You
did I
said you
just
put a
hear?
boat in the water.
Let's say I have a little man-made stream, okay?
Yeah.
And it's a known distance. The stream, let's say, is 100, let's say it's 50 meters long, okay?
Why are you
Man-made.
arguing
We
this?
know the distance. It's on land that we've measured directly. And the
Yeah.
water is moving 1 meter per second, okay?
Yeah.
And I put this model boat on the water. Is it going to move at the same speed as the water? 1 meter per second.
If you put the boat in the water?
Lord have mercy.
Sorry, what were you saying? You have a stream, it's floating at 1 meter per second. You put a boat in the stream? Is that what you're doing?
Bro, is the boat going to move at the same speed as the water?
Yeah.
Always.
I think it would. Yeah.
You think it would?
It depends.
So what if the water
if
current's
you
going
have-
one
if you
way
have-
and then there's a gust of a headwind?
Of course, if you have wind blowing, then of course, yeah.
Oh.
But that's I would say that's like a trivial problem because that's something you can actually measure.
Okay, so let's say we have
Like if you're traveling from A to B and you're measuring 0 water current because you have headwind, you would know that you're not moving anywhere.
Forget the wind. Let's say we have.
I would do too because that's like going nowhere.
Hold up. Let's say we have a neutrally buoyant. Hold up. Let's say we have a neutrally buoyant object in the water. Okay, this some sort of rubber ball or something that's neutrally buoyant.
Okay.
Is it going to move as fast as the water moves?
Yeah, if you put
all
it
the time.
in water.
Rest my case.
Really?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay.
Yeah, you said you put something which
now
is
let's
in
say
the water.
we have. Hold up. Now let's say we have a submarine. Okay, neutrally buoyant submarine. Is it going to move as fast as the water's moving?
It's if it has no propellant or if it's just floating. Yeah, it's going to move
floating.
with the water.
It's going to move as fast as the water does?
Yeah, why wouldn't it?
Because it's dense and heavy and has, friction.
Friction, yeah, that's the point. That's what's accelerating it up to the speed of the water. That's true.
Yeah, but it also has friction ahead of it in terms of the water that's, in front
no,
of
it's not. It's moving with the water. Then there is no friction anymore. If it's moving, if there is water pushing it, then there is friction and it's water pushing the submarine. It will it will move with the water, and then I would ask what's stopping it from moving.
Okay, what about if you have water on the left side that's going forward, and the other water on the right is kind of like it's reduced speed. It's more stagnant.
Of course, if there is more complicated water dynamics, then of course there's going to be a different speed.
Isn't that going to happen as you introduce larger and larger objects?
Yes, of course, but I don't think that the water would have different currents pushing it in all directions. Generally, it would generally moving in one direction.
So when you say that they measured the water currents, are you saying that they measured it in every single little area so they know exactly how to affect any object? Okay, so how did they measure the water currents? I should have asked this in the beginning.
How they measure?
You claim that they measured the water currents all over the Earth, right?
Well,
and that they're more or less not going to change because of
Yeah, they don't change that. They don't change a lot. So I think one way I would measure it, I think that's how they did it like long time ago before we had more precise measurement methods. If you travel from A to B and you take the time, and if you travel from B to A again and you also take the time, and you measure the speed, water speed both ways, and the time you took.
I'm going to rephrase.
What would you derive then from that percentage?
Funk, I'm going to rephrase your claim, and I want you to tell me if it sounds ridiculous. Okay? You said that they measured the water currents all over the Earth at every depth, basically every depth that we travel.
Not within a certain amount of precision. Yeah, I wouldn't claim they know in very deep water exactly the water currents all the time.
So the X and Y axes, X, Y, and Z axes of all of the water currents has been measured according to you of the entire Earth.
Within certain degree of precision, yeah.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding you.
How do they measure every single point? By the way, how accurate, like how kind of local were these measurements? Were they every 5 meters they had a measurement? Every meter? Every 10 meters?
I don't know. It's probably different depending.
Well, you said that they've done it, so obviously you're referring to something.
Yeah, because I've seen data from this, so I know they have done it.
So was it every kilometer?
I don't know, but I'm not like an expert in water currents.
Well, I mean, you obviously have come across some sort of information that tells you that they have measured the X, Y, and Z axes of all of the water on the Earth up to a certain depth.
Within a certain degree of precision.
Yeah, so what's that degree of precision? Actually, not even the degree of precision. Forget that. What's the degree of, accuracy in terms of,
that's the same thing as precision.
No, because there's precision within each measurement, and then there's precision in terms of the distances between the measurements, right?
Yeah, that would add to the precision altogether because you don't know exactly between them.
Yes, but I want to speak specifically about the distances between the measurements because it's a ridiculous claim, and I want to highlight how ridiculous it is.
It's probably different for each place you're measuring. It's probably different entities would measure it also.
So one place might have done it every 100 miles, and another one might have done it every 20 meters.
Yeah.
And yet you use the same blanket statement that they have measured all of the water on the Earth, X, Y, and Z. When one does it
within varying degree of varying degree of precision. You need to stop strawmanning me now, percentage.
It's not strawman. You said that they measured the water current everywhere.
Over and over again. I literally told you like 2 minutes ago within varying degree of precision.
Yeah, and it's very vague. So I'm trying to get the specificity from you.
Then you need to look up exactly what area you want to look at, and then we can look at it
the burden
together.
Of proof. You made a ridiculous claim. I'm highlighting how absurd it is.
That's not. You need to know. If I'm saying it's different for each place, then you need to look at some cases, and then we can determine it. You want me to do like
I want you to substantiate your claim that they have measured
for 24 hours?
Hold up, Funk. I don't even care about the precision right now. Okay, I want you to substantiate your claim that they've measured the water currents throughout the whole entire Earth, or all the water on the Earth, X, Y, and Z, up to a certain depth. What depth, by the way?
I think they have measured from within all the depths. I think they have done. I'm quite sure.
Yeah. What methodology did they use? What tools did they use to measure that?
I can speak for a methodology which we have sold as an instrumentation to do this, and that's just simply dropping something to the bottom of the sea and then they can measure it because then they have a reference point.
What did they drop to the bottom of the sea that they could measure?
They dropped a what you call it, a lod. I don't know what you call that in English. Just like a heavy weight,
a lead ball,
and and it's just attached to a floater, which has just like a tiny propeller, same that you would measure a wind in the air. It's not very difficult.
And they did this everywhere on Earth, or everywhere in the water, basically, up to like a more or less precise measurement.
Within varying degree of precision.
Yeah. Is the precision like, precise, or would you say it's absolutely fucking like throw it out garbage?
I would say depending on what you're going to use it for. I wouldn't say you can't say how precise is it, because that depending on exactly on what you're going to use it for. It's precision for a certain purpose. It might not be precise for you if you're going to know exactly within like a millimeter degree of precision. Of course, it's not good enough.
It's a very kind of Slytherin like way of saying it, because you could have them do this drop test.
But it's the truth.
Hold up, let me finish. You could have them do this drop test once, like in the Atlantic Ocean, or at one position in the Pacific Ocean, one position in the Indian Ocean, and then claim that they've measured the current up to a certain amount of precision without saying how much, or without talking about how imprecise it is by that statement. So could you please elaborate on the precision?
I can only elaborate within precision on the things that I have worked with myself, but if you want to look at each example,
How about this? We'll go funk by the honor system, okay? So I'm going to ask you, with all of the water on Earth, X, Y, and Z axis, considering we haven't even found the depth, the bottom of some parts of the ocean, how precise, on a scale of 1 to 10, from precise to imprecise, would you give the measurements that you know
of? Precision?
Yeah, so 1 would be precise, 10 would be imprecise. From all of the water, X, Y, and Z
very strange
axis,
qualitative
what
way
would you
to
say?
determine it.
Yeah, what's your, how would you say?
Well, for what purpose? That's
whatever
what I asked
purpose.
you earlier.
I'm saying,
whatever purpose?
For whatever
okay,
purpose,
so
yes.
for the
For all
purpose
purposes.
the purpose is to know, I think generally they know this for to determine like environmental factors. Then I would say it's a good enough purpose. It's I would say it's like a 9 out of 10 for an environmental purpose.
Fantastic, because 10 was imprecise,
Yeah.
so I appreciate that. Thank you.
What? What the fuck? You're a bear. 10 is the highest.
I can't believe you
10
made
is
that
the
claim,
best.
man. That's just absolutely bonkers.
What? How can you say that
they've
it's
measured the water
to measure
currents at every
water
depth?
currents?
You realize that we haven't found the bottom of some of the ocean, right? Like, we haven't discovered all of the ocean.
We
The
have
ocean floor. You understand that, right?
to a certain degree of precision. We have made measurements of the bottom of most of the water. Yeah.
Yeah, but not all of it. We haven't discovered all of the ocean floor.
It depends on what kind of, depending on what precision you're asking of.
No, we literally
do know
haven't
that-
discovered
we do-
all of the ocean floor.
What do you mean by discovered? Do you mean that we send like divers down and looked at like the sea bottom?
Yeah,
No,
like
then,
physically
we
discovered
haven't
it.
done that. Of course, we haven't.
I don't even think we've
physically
mapped
been
out
there.
all of it.
Yes, we have done that.
You think so?
That's very simple. Yeah, we have sonar boats. They just use sonar boats to do that. It's very simple.
I don't know, man. Because I remember researching like the deepest part of the ocean, and they said, it still hasn't been, it could be deeper because we haven't discovered all of the ocean floor.
So where's that aeroplane?
But I'm surprised you made that ridiculous claim, man, that they measured all of the waters, X, Y, and Z, of the entire
He's a baller.
It depends on what precision you're saying. I mean, you know there is of course extrapolation
claim.
Yeah, but you know there is extrapolation between them, and when you're saying for any purpose, then I'll say the purpose that I know that they use it for. We have a purpose which you do it for work, which is when they need much more precise because they need to keep boats and equipment at a certain position, so they need like extreme precision. They use this for that.
Okay, maybe that's the issue. Maybe that's the issue. I was saying measure. You were saying measure. But you're saying that extrapolation counts as measurement. I wouldn't say extrapolation counts as measurement.
Of course, extrapolation is measurement.
Extrapolation is, kind of an assumption. It's an inference, but it's not a measurement, a direct measurement at all. It's based off of like other measured data points, but it's basically assumed data points, right?
Okay, so
They're not
how do we
measured.
measure every single? So everything, unless we measure every single molecule of water, there would be extrapolation and assumption. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, and that's why I asked you, like, you know, what's the distance between measurements?
That's ridiculous.
No, hold
you're
up. That's why I asked you the distance between measurements, because that's the distance between measurements
Your
obviously aren't being
standard of-
measured.
Of course not.
Okay,
don't
but now
need
you just
to
said they
for the
were
purpose.
measured because they were extrapolated. So you contradicted
They
yourself.
are extrapolated, but for the purpose, which we are fitting it to, they are more than good enough.
So they're not measured. These extrapolated data
They
points
are
in between
measured.
measurements are not measured, for the record.
They are measured.
Okay, now you're just contradicting yourself again.
I'm not, because you
Make
have
up
a
your mind, man.
ridiculous way. You have a ridiculous standard of measurement, which nobody uses in the whole world except you.
So you're saying, if I let's say I checked the temperature from.
I asked you.
Hold on. Let's say I checked the temperature in LA.
Unless I measure every single molecule of water, you cannot say you measured it, because then you wouldn't know what that single molecule was doing.
No, bro, you're just
Because
trying to
you
say
didn't
that
know
that
exactly.
extrapolations in between measurements are also measurements. That's like me saying I measured the temperature in LA, then teleported to New York City and measured the temperature there, and now I can extrapolate that the temperature between all, like, you know, across the entire United States is X, and those are measurements.
But let me ask you, can you do that? Can you say within precision what temperature is from measuring in California, what temperature is in Europe? I don't think you can do that. So I would say that's a pretty shitty measurement.
And you can't do that with the winds either, or the water
Yes,
currents
we can.
either. No, you can't.
If it's showing within certain precision, yes, we can.
You realize
I mean,
that, like,
if
temperature
you
and
have
water
a
current are based.
If you have a flow of water, it's going to be pretty uniform. Not exactly,
It's not.
but it's going to be
It's
very
literally
uniform.
not.
It
Why
is
would you assume
uniform.
that?
What are you guys arguing about?
Yeah, it's not an assumption. It's not an assumption.
It is. It's an inference.
Water current has a uniform movement.
It doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Lord have mercy. Just
To
like
say
wind
anything
has a
else
uniform
is
movement too.
ridiculous. You're
Does wind
just
have
making
a uniform
absurd
movement?
statement without any basis in reality.
No, Funk. I'm trying to point out the ridiculous shit that you say. Does wind have a uniform movement?
If wind has a uniform movement as well, yeah.
Okay, so then temperature should be uniform.
Yes, and they are. I mean, if I move
Okay,
if I
alright,
move
you
1
heard it here
kilometer
first,
away,
folks.
the temperature is pretty much the same as it is over here. When we have different temperature measurements, you don't need to. You can't. Somebody can say, "Oh, what's the temperature at your place?" Oh, you can't know because I don't have a temperature thermometer inside my own ass. Of course, I know what the temperature is outside my house. It may be
Funkman,
not
you
be
are
within like
outdoing yourself.
it may be not be within a milli degree of precision, but it's certainly within a very within like a 0.01 degree of precision.
You are outdoing yourself, bro. You are on the record now for saying that wind is the same everywhere, that water currents are the same everywhere, that the temperature is the same everywhere, and that they've measured the water.
Stop strawmanning me.
I'm not strawmanning you. That's what uniform
Yes,
means.
you did.
Uniform means the
You're
same.
saying we know exactly what it is. I said
I
within
didn't
a
say
certain
exactly.
degree.
I said the same.
Yeah,
That's what uniform
it's
means.
not exactly. It's not this exact. It's not exactly the same. And
I didn't say
uniform doesn't
exactly.
mean that it's exactly.
More or less the same, right?
Yeah, that's true.
All right. So you're saying that the temperature, the wind, and the water currents are more or less the same everywhere.
Not everywhere, but they're uniform in a local area.
Now it's in a local area.
Yeah, of course. That's how you extrapolate. You can. I can't extrapolate. I can't. That's why I'm not extrapolating from California to Europe, but I would extrapolate from California and maybe a 110 kilometer radius, for example. You could do
No,
that.
but you just said it's uniform from California to Europe. So what are you talking about?
No, I didn't say that.
Then what did you say was uniform?
I said it's a uniform. That's why
from LA to New York City. Which example did you say it was uniform for?
Not from LA to New York City. I would say it's from the more you expand your area, the less precise it's going to be, of course. So you decide a certain area within feasible the grid line of measurements, and then you extrapolate between them. That's what you do for everything. That's how we measure everything.
Funk,
to say
you're
anything else,
backpedaling now because you just agreed with me when I said that they're the same, more or less, everywhere. You said yes, and then a second later, you're like, "Oh, I got to shift these goalposts." So you're like, "They're the same within a local area." You added that part in to try to save your ass.
Of course, but that's still disagreeing with your ridiculous claim that you need to measure every single centimeter of the Earth to know the exact to call it a measurement.
Okay, so you even in the local area, you're wrong, bro. You can have. Why do you think you have different weather, different cold fronts, and hot fronts and stuff like that? You have it because the wind is not symmetrical. It's not uniform. It's not the same. More or less, there's variation. That's what makes it wind.
It's variation. That's within. That's what the degree of precision is coming in. But if there is a storm, it's not a storm where you are and then no wind 10 meters away. It's a storm 10 meters away as well. It doesn't change that much. If you have a storm, it's pretty much storm in a huge area.
So what's local then? 10 meters now for you?
That's depending on what precision you want. It's not that simple percentage.
Have you heard of the westward?
You're trying to pin down something
have you heard
which
of
is
the westward wind currents?
You're trying to pin down something which is very complicated into something very simple. I have actually studied a method for doing this kind of extrapolation when you have different measurements, but you don't know within a certain grid line. It's a way to actually determine based on I'm not gonna go into it in detail. I think it's kind of pointless. But if you want to know about it,
is kind of.
I can.
Hold on, my point is
I can
to
kind
speak.
of explain it to you if you want to.
Well, it means we could get into that another time. Another time. But my point is, you need to speak carefully. When you're making claims, you need to, mean what you say and say what you mean. It's absolutely ridiculous to say that the wind, the temperature, the water currents are the same more or less everywhere. We know that the temperatures in the pole is way colder than temperature elsewhere, right?
Yeah,
we know that there's westward. Hold up. We know that there's westward wind currents that are way quicker. 1 second, I'm almost done.
I corrected myself locally, percentage. Stop strawmanning me. I corrected myself, you fucking idiot. I corrected myself.
Yeah, but you only corrected yourself because I admonished you for what you were saying.
On the things. Yeah, but you're going back. Why are you taking the uncorrected story? Why are you making that my argument when that's
I'm not
my
making it your argument. I'm telling you, going forward. Listen.
You're saying that I said
I understand you made it
everywhere.
Listen, I understand that you corrected the mistake. Funk, relax.
Stop saying it's everywhere.
I understand that you corrected the mistake, but the only reason you corrected the mistake is because
you're making me look dishonest. You're making yourself look dishonest by doing that,
bro. I understand that you corrected the mistake, but the only reason you did was because I highlighted it and I admonished it because it was a stupid thing to say. Okay? And I'm just saying you need to mean what you say.
Does it still support my claim of extrapolation actually being a measurement? Yes,
no, it does not. Because extrapolation is not a measurement. Inherent. That's why you have to extrapolate, because you don't have a measurement.
What's the difference between me saying it's locally uniform but then you have a certain radius? I don't measure every single millimeter of that area. I still call it a measurement.
Yeah, you have one measurement, and you extrapolate the rest, and it's not uniform. By nature of it. By nature is not uniform.
By nature, it fucking is. You just did agree with me earlier. You're saying if I say it's a storm coming and there's a storm in this area, do I need to measure every single point to know that there's a storm there?
You don't. That doesn't make it uniform.
So I can't measure 1 point and then extrapolate that area to a bigger area.
You don't need to measure every point, but the point that you do measure is measured, and the point that's extrapolated is extrapolated. And wind, by nature, is always in flux.
Sure. You want to change the name of what measurement is? That sure you can do that. It doesn't
That's what
change
you're
anything.
doing. You're saying, why do
Everybody,
you have to hold up, Funk? Why do you have to extrapolate?
because it's
Make sure you use
unfeasible
that
to
waterproof
measure
paper,
everything.
mate.
Because it's unfeasible to measure every single molecule, and it's also ridiculous for the purpose of the data.
Perfect. Perfect. So the reason why you must extrapolate is because you do not have a measurement, or it's unfeasible to measure it, right?
It's because it's unfeasible and it's ridiculous to measure it
Okay.
when it doesn't give you
So
any
how
more.
can you say
and
that
it
the
doesn't give you anything
extrapolation
more.
is a measurement when the only reason it exists is because you don't have a measurement?
Extrapolation is measurement.
Oh, Lord have mercy. I quit.
Come up, percentage.
I mean,
Anyone else want to explain it to this guy?
you just redefine measurement. That's all you're doing.
Oh, buddy, you
But
just
you
got
do
fucked.
realize
Lord have
everybody
mercy.
on the whole. Don't say Lord have mercy. Every single person who is assigned in the scientific
And good
field
night to mum.
just
Did you
call
dry your hair
that
properly? You
instrumentation.
don't want to wet. No, you didn't.
No,
You need
they
to
would
dry
call
that
it a
better.
data point,
Otherwise you
maybe,
get a wet
but they
pillow.
wouldn't call it. White word, I think you're leaking. But they wouldn't call it a measurement because the
Yeah,
reason
I
it's
am
an
leaking.
extrapolation is because it's a measurement.
You'll be right.
Is because they don't have a measurement. Sorry, go ahead, White's word.
No, she loves it actually.
Okay, never mind. He's still leaking, I guess.
Still, regardless, you know what I mean. If you don't want to call that measurement, that's fine. Does it change the usability of the data?
Does it change the usability of the data to
No,
say that
that's correct.
an extrapolation is a
saying it-
measurement? No. What it changes.
Does it change?
No, hold
Yeah,
up.
okay.
So what it changes is basically the conclusion that you're coming to. So when you say that, we've measured all of the water, and so we know the distances of the water, and we have a control, and therefore a margin of error for the speeds of, boats and the speeds of planes, that conclusion is incorrect because you haven't actually measured the water. You've measured specific, maybe little parts, and you extrapolated the rest. You basically just made up the rest.
Sure, but okay. So let me do this
Just
other
admit it.
example then. Let's say
Not
you
definitive. Just admit it.
but saying that
Can you do that?
you can't.
Can you admit it's not definitive?
Nothing
based
is
on
definitive.
calculation.
Even if you
Okay.
that's
Therefore-
my point. My point here. My point would be.
Right. Okay.
Let's say you take
You've made it.
an instrument.
Not definitive. Move on.
Oh my god. But nothing is definitive. Is there any perfect instrument in existence? Are any instruments perfect?
There's
Yeah,
difference
bass
between
guitar.
perfect and definitive.
What's definitive?
Definitive means that it can't be anything else beyond a reasonable doubt.
Beyond reasonable doubt. So you make up the reasonable doubt then.
Everyone
it's just
does.
like arbitrary.
Without question.
It's just subjective. It's kind of pointless. It's kind of pointless to but that's for the purpose, right? That's what I said earlier. You make up the precision for the data point, what you're going to use it, and if it can be used for that purpose.
No,
I would agree with that.
It's definitive, whatever you've come up with.
See, when you said
And
data,
that would be the
boiling
case,
water.
even if you want to measure, even if you use, let's say you use an instrument and you take them like really close and you measure like every single point, I'm quote marking every single point, that instrument still has an error margin. So you wouldn't still know it 100%. You can't know anything 100% anyway. And even if you were to measure something with a 10-meter grid line, for example, and you extrapolate between them, it wouldn't be perfect, but neither would be if you took them closer. Nothing would be perfect anyway. You would always have an error margin.
We agree, but the part that you still haven't substantiated is where they know the distances of the water. You claimed because we know the water currents everywhere. But now
So
you agree that we don't know the water currents everywhere.
You're just saying your whole claim about we haven't measured the water is just false. You're just going back in them and then saying you're just throwing
that's how
away
this
that
started,
claim
right?
altogether.
That's why we started talking about water currents and measuring the water and all this jazz.
Yeah, but percentage. Why did you say that we haven't measured all the water when in reality you actually agree on every single point? It's just more semantical about what the measurement is.
Because we haven't measured the water.
Why are you digging on that whole downhill?
It's not semantical, bro. It's not semantical. It is absolutely false and incorrect to say we measured all of the water. We've already talked about why. If you say
when I
data
say,
points
but when I explain
extrapolated
what
and
I
measured,
say, but when I say what I mean by measurement, you agree with me, and
there's a
you're
multi-point
agreeing with every
core in the
single
middle.
point on it, what it is in reality when I mean that. But
I'm
you're
not
just
saying
saying
that, but there's one.
I wouldn't call that measurement.
Promise.
Sure, but we do still agree on the purpose, and that in reality there is actually no measurement in your dictionary.
No, I would not agree for the purpose. White's word, hold on, man. So I wouldn't agree on the purpose because the purpose of you mentioning that we've measured the water was to say that we have, like, you know, a true distance of the water with which to say that the margin of error with planes and, you know, boats is X, right? But we don't have the true distance because it hasn't actually been measured. That's why the difference between measuring it and just making it up is, you know, inferring it is it's
Your
the crux
standard
of
of
this
measurement is
conversation.
kind of your definition of measurement is kind of arbitrary in my way. You're just saying, oh, it's not precise enough.
Yeah. Okay. So let's say we had
with or without extrapolation has nothing to do with it. It's precision you're talking about.
All right, Funk. So let's say you've looked into this, right? So let's say give me the distance between two actual measurements for these water currents.
What's the point? You think that it's extrapolation and it's not really measurement.
No, just give me the distance
You're
between
doing
two
that because
actual measurements. Let's ground this
literally a
in.
moot point. It's a
No,
moot
it's not a
point
moot
to
point. I
argue this
promise
with
you.
you. It
You
is.
don't know where I'm going with
because
it.
Because
Humor
in 2
me.
minutes you're gonna say it's not measurement anyway, so I don't give a shit.
That's not what I was gonna say at all.
You can say that because that's what you've said like 5 minutes
That's
ago.
not what I was gonna say. So you don't know where I'm going with it.
Okay.
Just humor me.
And unless
okay?
we agree on that, that's a good enough measurement for the purpose. I don't think see any point in going forward.
Yeah, no,
with this
I'm telling you two actual measurements, like somewhere in the waters. Pick any ocean, pick any sea, and they have two actual measurements, and you know, you just tell me the distance between them. Okay?
I had a B. Definitively.
I'm on my phone now, so it's probably gonna take a while.
No, I mean, fine. Just from your memory, is there, you know, two measurement areas that were like, you know, 20 miles apart, 50 miles apart, 1,000 miles apart? Give me,
I can tell, but I can't say exactly where they are because then I would dox myself. But I can tell you that there are water current measurements within like I think there are like 50 meters between them, where I have seen.
And they did this like drop flotation device measuring test thing. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, 50 meters. Is it possible that the water between, like, you know, from 150 meter area before reaching the next 50 meter area, or sorry, from one area to the next area within that 50 meters, is it possible that the water slows down or speeds up and then goes back to the speed that they measured it at? All right. So that being said, how can you gauge the true distance of the waters if objects within those waters can speed up or slow down between the actual measurement points?
What do you mean by
because
true
he's
distance?
a baller. Fucking hell, only ballers can do
What do
that
you mean by
shit.
true distance? What do you mean by true measurement or true speed?
So you said we knew the true like distance of the waters with which to have margin of errors by measuring the water currents. And
when you say true, it doesn't mean anything because it's in reality just speed, but it has a margin of error. Just adding true to it doesn't add anything. Did you realize that?
The assumption is that the water from the first like area that's where it's measured is traveling at the same velocity and then reaches the second area.
Relatively the same, yeah.
But it's possible that it slows down. It's possible that it speeds up and then you know slows down or speeds up respectively. So that
I think I've never
right?
seen that because the equipment we use down there needs to be very how should I say, it's using this for their regulation system to keep themselves steady in relation to the bottom. So if that was the case, then they couldn't use the equipment down there. They are pretty much stable.
So let's say let's keep it simple. So let's say you have water at one location and it's going 10 kilometers per hour. Okay.
Yeah.
And then 50 meters away, it's measured to be going 10 kilometers per hour. Is it possible that in between it sped up to, you know, 15 kilometers and then slow down back to 10 kilometers in like that
And you
50
say
meter gap.
possible. What kind of probability do you want? You want to know what kind of
No, just
chance there
yes or
is?
no. Binary.
You want to know
1-0.
if there is
Is
like
it possible?
that's okay 1-0. That you mean like is there any problem? Like it could be even like 0.000000001%
bro?
chance that it can happen.
Is it
Yes,
possible?
anything is possible. Anything is
Lord have
possible.
mercy. Okay, so
Yeah.
what is likely? Is it likely?
No, it's not likely.
All right. Is it likely that it speeds up to 12 kilometers and then goes down to 10 kilometers?
I wouldn't know. I'm not. I don't know. It could be, but I'm not sure.
Lord have mercy. This is pointless, actually.
Why do you say Lord have mercy?
Pointless since for an hour, man. Come on.
What is okay? So let's say I say yes to that. What is your next argument?
My point is, you can't just you can't assume the speed of water and know the distance from it when that water, and any objects inside, could are at the whim of the water currents and what have you, and can speed up and slow down.
Oh.
It'll fuck up your measurement of the distance, the true distance with which to have a margin of error comparing it to the indicated speeds of whatever craft you're using.
Okay, but let's say you have something moving 12 kilometers in between a tiny part. Could you also have another part which could maybe move a little bit slower?
You could.
So then it would even out, yeah? And when you do this, if you do enough points, you would wouldn't you build up like a statistical chance of what kind of rough estimate speed you would have?
And that
even if
would
it
be
would vary?
Points, but we talked about how you don't have enough points and you have to extrapolate. So
that depends how enough points for what purpose. It depends on what
the
speed,
true distance
what precision.
of the water.
What's true? Don't add true to it. You need to. That doesn't mean shit. You need to say.
No, you're the one that
precision
said we have a true distance with which to have a margin of error and a specific margin of error. Because I asked you how much is the margin of error.
I said we know the distance within the margin of errors.
Yeah, and to know the distance.
I would never use the word true. True
to know
is
the
very,
distance within a margin of error, you have to actually have measured it. And you're saying that you measured it by by measuring all the water currents and stuff, and that's what we're talking about right now.
Yeah, within a certain limit, within certain precision, yeah. And
I'm getting tired of this.
If water really did change, like if you measured water when one place and then 50 meters away, it moved in complete opposite direction in an insane variation. We could. It would be a very bad estimate, but that's not the case.
Shit, isn't it?
Whenever we measure the water, they move roughly the same speed.
You go out there with your pen.
So why would you make the assumption that it could be take into account the completely unlikely probability that it could the water could move in an insane fashion?
Bro,
when it doesn't.
I'm getting tired of talking about all of this make-believe shit. So if you have any evidence of them, no, for real. If you have any evidence,
literally, I'm not gonna.
Let me finish my sentence, Funk.
You seem like you're just.
I'm just
you're
asking
just
you
giving up now.
No.
This is your way of giving up.
Funk, relax. If you have evidence that shows all the different points on Earth that they have done, an actual measurement, then please provide it. Otherwise, we're just beating around the bush talking about
your standard
rhetoric.
of measurement is ridiculous. I'm not going to provide. I cannot provide anything.
Whatever actual method. But actual measurements, not extrapolations. The drop thing that you're talking about, or other ways.
That's the ridiculousness of your whole claim. We're going back on it again. That's why I'm saying.
I'm really not. I'm just asking you to provide evidence for your claim.
What's the point of me? That's my whole point. You're dismissing it because you're saying that's not measurement. So fuck off. You're literally doing what I told you earlier.
Bro, I'm with you on what the meameasurements are. The drop test, or whatever other actual measurements. I'm not talking about the extrapolations. Obviously, the point between these measurements are going to be extrapolated.
In my mind.
Bro, now you're making it semantic. I'm telling you, just the places where they literally measured it, right? These little points. You said one near wherever you live. Hold up. You said one near wherever you live is 50 meters, 2 points where it's 50 meters apart.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. Those actual points, if you have a map where they did that, and it's jotted down all these little dots where they measured it, That would be fantastic.
Okay.
So we can actually see
So
that this has been done, and we can talk about it.
Let me ask you, what's the point of this if you don't even think that extrapolation is measurement and you can just dismiss it as being not measurement?
Because I just like to get kind of a gauge of the precision that they claim that
But
that
you don't
claim
give a
that
shit
they
about the
have
precision
for
because
measuring.
they didn't.
No, that you
What
claim that they
you
have
don't.
for knowing the distances of the oceans.
But
He
you don't
won't
even
even
care
tell
about
you.
that because because you want to consider the unlikely chance that the water might move at 1,000 kilometers per hour at one single
No,
spot that we
not
didn't
at all.
measure. So
Now
what's
What's
who's
the
he
error
did?
margin?
He did.
What's the
He
error
did
margin?
Now
earlier.
who's strawman?
Is it greater or lesser
I'm
than the
not.
required
I'm
discrepancy
not.
between curved or flat? It's fucking simple, and you won't even answer it. Simple.
No, before I'm
Get it.
actually digging for this data, I want to see the purpose because we have a fundamental, principle disagreement on what, that these measurements are good enough
No.
for the purpose. Even
No,
he
Yeah.
doesn't
So
even
would
think
you
it's
say that
good
the
enough for
data
the
points,
What's
purpose.
the error margin?
Funk? So let's say we have
What's the
3
point of saying
points.
the error margin? Because there is actually no, we haven't put a instrument on saying every single square centimeter on the water. So you would disagree from a fundamental point right there.
No,
What's the
that's
point?
not all. I'm asking if the error margin is greater or smaller than the discrepancy between the measurements of curved versus flat. What is the error
Okay,
margin in comparison to that discrepancy?
that's a very good question. That's the only reasonable question that I've heard from you guys
That's
now.
what he asked
That's
from the get-go.
no, you didn't. He didn't.
Funk, let me
He
ask you.
did disagree.
Well,
He
anyway,
didn't ask for that.
that's what
He
we should
didn't ask
hear.
for
When
that.
is Funk gonna just
Can you
shut
provide
up?
that?
Like, holy fuck.
He hand waved it for the
Yo,
basis of
Funk, I
not
got a
being
question for you.
not being considered no percentage. Hand waved
What's
this
up?
on the basis that this is not in his
Yo,
dictionary considered a measurement.
yo,
Don't
So what's the
percentage.
point
don't
of?
straw
So
man
what's
me,
the
man.
point? So what's the point of actually showing him this data if we haven't measured every square centimeter anyway? You
Funk,
asked a
it's
good
simple.
question.
It's simple. You said within some precision, we have measured the water currents of all of the water on Earth, right? So my question to you is this: if say we have 3 actual measured, points in the Atlantic Ocean, would you say that's precise enough?
For what purpose?
For measuring the distance of the waters of the oceans.
4 measurements.
Yeah, 3 measured drop tests, whatever measurements within the entire Atlantic Ocean. Would you say that's precise enough to claim to know the distance of the Atlantic Ocean?
I wouldn't say that, no.
Okay,
I
let's say
think
we
there
had.
maybe need to be more.
How many?
7. Go with 7, mate.
I don't know.
Lucky number 7.
I don't know. I'm not like a expert in this, but I would guess that 3 is a little bit little.
Okay, so now do you understand why I'm asking you for like a map of all the different things so we can get a gauge of how precise it is? Because if it's 3, then we would agree that's not really precise, right?
Now. Why did you make this whole argument about that not being a measurement now? If you now accept it anyway.
I'm not accepting it. I'm not accepting.
Mercy.
Listen, Funk. I'm not accepting the space between the measurements as measurements. They're extrapolations.
So then
they're inferences. I'm fine with that.
Why do I need to provide this data with you then? Why?
No,
do you
I'm
need
not
it
asking
if
for
you
that
don't
data.
need
I'm
it anyway?
asking for the actual measurement points, just so we can gauge how precise the extrapolations are. Because obviously, if there's more data points, actual data points, then the extrapolations are more reliable, right? But if they're few and far in between, then the extrapolations we can't really rely on them too much. It wouldn't. Usually agree to yourself for Atlantic Ocean. If there's only 3, you wouldn't really say it's precise. So that's why I'd like to see a map to see what kind of precision are we talking about to try to gauge it. Do you understand?
Of course, that's my whole point. So I don't understand why you went down this whole rabbit hole of what is a
I went down this
measurement.
rabbit hole to ask you to substantiate your claim that they have, measured the entire ocean, so we can see these data points and we see how reliable it is.
So if I say to you they did 50 measurements across the whole Pacific Ocean, you would say we have measured the ocean.
Well, I'd like to see where they, let's say if they're spread out, symmetrically or something like that. I wouldn't say they measured the ocean. No, I wouldn't say they measured. I would say that there's 50 measurement points, and that they've inferred. I would say that they inferred the water, like the speed of the water currents.
Of course, that science is
throughout the ocean.
inferred. So yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I wouldn't say measured.
It's
So
induction.
don't try to get me on that.
No,
Miss me
no,
with that measured shit.
but would you dismiss that we know the
Are you
distance
guys
from
done
A to B?
debating this? Like, fuck.
Would you dismiss
Like, for
this?
fuck's sakes,
Would you
are you done
dismiss
debating
this?
your non-measurements?
I just want.
And you're gonna move
Would
on
you
to
dismiss
your
this?
non-measurement?
Sorry, go ahead.
Would
Holy
you?
fuck,
no,
you guys,
Would
you
you?
guys have been arguing
Would you
your
dismiss?
non-measurement for the
Would you
past fucking
dismiss
2
it on the base?
hours.
Would you? Would you
Look at this
dismiss it on
stupid
the?
No,
Grover
chill,
still
man.
fucking
Let him get
arguing
it out.
non-measurement.
Would you? No, don't say that.
Go ahead, Funk.
It's nothing to get at. I'm just trying to not waste my own time. That's my whole point.
Yeah, no, I'm saying let you get what you're trying to say out. 'Cause you're trying to get it out. Go ahead.
I don't find looking for like water current measurements very exciting. So that's why I'm saying I'm not going to waste my time. If you're going to hand away this and say, well, it's not measurement anyway, so I don't give a shit, then I'm not going to do this.
I understand,
I'm
but
not going to be
you
a
were saying
Google.
you were
I'm
asking
not
a
going to
question.
be
You
a
said, "Would
Google
you?"
bitch.
Love me sexy.
You were saying, "Would you?" And then Noah started talking. So I was saying, let you ask your question. Would you what? What's the question?
I said I would not. I don't want to waste my time. And if you're going to dismiss this on the basis that it's not considered a measurement in your
I
dictionary
heard this
anyway,
part, but that's
so
not
you
the
don't
question
give
you
a
were going
shit.
to ask. So, Noah, you fucked it up, man. He was going to ask a question. You kept on talking.
All right.
Oh,
okay.
who?
Noah.
I vote. You two
sorry.
both have a chill pill, and someone else gets the chance to talk.
All right,
You can
Noah,
both go on
what
mute.
were you trying to say?
And
It's kind of a
I
waste
wasn't
of
trying to
time
say
anyway.
anything. I was just trying to say that Funk and you have been arguing for the past like hour and a half over fucking measurements on water that didn't happen. Like, no one's gonna get
That's
anywhere.
because I know
No
it doesn't
one's
go
going
anywhere,
anywhere.
but he goes around in circle. He's trying to switch
Oh my goodness.
the topic
It
over and
keeps
over again
going.
because
Your mouth is like a
doesn't want
faucet.
to hone his own ridiculousness in his claim. That's the thing. So I'm
That's
trying to
not true,
pinpoint
Paul.
the. I do, and I
It's
think
not
it shows
true
how
because it
ridiculous
was
it
all
is.
related. So I wasn't going
It's
in the
not
middle. I wasn't
related.
trying to
It's
switch
for
it
you
up.
to hand wave. You can hand wave everything with that attitude you had. You
Why
do
don't you
realize
two
that
go
you can
into a
hand wave
different
all
room and
science.
argue over this for
All right.
hours? somewhere
Percentage.
else?
No, don't worry.
With
No,
your
we'll
standards,
move forward
with
now.
your
Like,
standard
bro,
of
this has been the
evidence, you
same stupid
you can
argument
hand
for
wave
an hour and a
everything in
half. And
science.
look, this guy's still arguing it. Like,
If
even
you say
after no
so.
one else wants to argue it, it's still being argued. Like,
No, what do you
fuck,
want to
move
talk about?
on.
Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Fuck, and no, I don't even want to talk. I just want to hear something else. This is fucking.
That's
Sorry,
fair.
yeah, that's fine.
That's fair.
I understand that. I'm sorry. Blame fucking percentage. He was the one who brought it up. I didn't start this whole argument.
Hey,
I still want to see that map of the measurement points.
Okay, so let's start over again.
Oh.
Ready? Round two.
I'm
You know
not
what?
gonna waste my time be a Google bitch just so you can hand wave it because
Well,
it's
the
not a
burden of proof
measurement
is on the positive
percentage.
claim.
No, it's not
So come
about
on,
positive claim.
explain
It's
to
about
me
the
why
principle, your ridiculous principle of science. What you think science is?
This isn't science.
It has nothing to do with it has nothing to do with actually it has nothing to do with actually measurements. It has everything to do with you being able to dismiss all science with that kind of attitude.
No, you made
can
some
do that
errant
with
claims,
everything.
bro. You made some absolutely
It's-
ridiculous errant claims, and I'm asking you to
No,
substantiate.
All right, I'm going to bed.
Is a
Good night, guys.
propeller in
Good night,
water a
champ.
ridiculous
Have a good
claim?
one, man.
Putting a fucking propeller
Wake
in
it up.
water and you say, "Oh, it's ridiculous. How in the world can we put a propeller in the water? That's insane."
Why do you keep on strawmanning me?
That's the fucking
Oh
the
my
measurement we
God.
have done. We put a fucking propeller in
No.
water and we measure how much it spins.
No.
It's not
No.
ridiculous.
No.
No, it is
No.
ridiculous.
You're supposed to go on mute. Like 5 minutes
What's up,
ago, you were supposed to go on
Whitesword?
mute. Nothing's up.
You
I don't
know,
wanna hear it
earlier,
anymore.
Whitesword, like,
I could,
you know,
I could exit
when
the
you...
server, of course, but I'm not gonna.
No, I was just gonna say, when you first joined, like, the community, your name was, like, Whitesword with all lowercase and all one word, you know? So I thought your name was White Sword, initially.
Oh, White Sword.
Yeah, White Sword. And then, when you changed it to Whitesword, I was like, ah.
I didn't change it. It was always White's word. Never
No,
changed it once.
There was no space initially.
No, it's always been the same. I fear he may have dyslexia and may just be unrecognized.
Maybe. But are you sure in the other server it was like in Brandon's server it was always like
No, I've only joined Discord with one time and one name, and I've never changed it. That's why it's weird.
Mm.
If Discord has changed it in different servers, maybe. I don't see why they would do that.
I'm not sure. But anyways, White Sword's better name.
Oh, fair enough.
Why is it White Sword?
No, well, because it's my word. It's me speaking.
Oh,
what
so
you hear
your
is my
name's
word.
White?
Yeah,
I got you.
that's it. Yeah.
Why do you call yourself Percentage? By the way, it looks like some random ass nickname you just came up with in a whiff.
You want to know why? I'll actually show you why.
Sure.
Give me a second.
Shit. His name is not Percentage anyway. It's a fucking symbol. It's like Prince, formerly known as Percentage.
What can I call him then if it's not Percentage?
The fucking.
All right, so look at my stream.
No thanks.
I wait. Are you streaming now? There you are.
So there's this game I play, right? And
no.
It's called Soldat. And
Do you have
in
a
the
girlfriend,
game,
Percentage?
what's that?
Do you have a girlfriend, mate, or a missus or anything?
I do.
Does she play games as well, or is she somewhere looking
She
at you?
does,
going,
but she
"Fuck,
plays
get
like
off the game."
she plays like the brainless games on her phone, like the type of like Clash of Clans game, but not that one. She plays like other types. They're just like absolutely mindless, and she just plays them while she's like watching TV or something like that. So she doesn't do either properly.
Is that because she's bored because you're busy doing that, and she's just got to like blow some time somehow?
No, that's just how she likes to watch shows. She always likes to have her something in her hand or whatever, her phone in her hand.
Fair
I
enough.
can't see your.
What about
screen
Aries
is-
failure? What about Aries failure? Hey, what about that? Hey,
You can't see the stream?
no, you can't see the stream.
Screen,
we all know
but,
about
but
that
it's
screen.
I'm on my phone, so it's pretty small. So I can't really. Yeah, I see you flying
pretty
around with like the.
Yeah, so this
It's not
game, my name in it, basically, when you kill someone, in big writing it says killed by blah 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 for the other person, right? So I'm like good at this game, so when I kill a lot of people and basically my name just takes up a lot of their screen because it's so big and obnoxious because my name on it is %,
Did
So
you just say
basically I tried to
obnoxious?
find just to
I
tilt
think there
people.
is some dyslexia there.
Hold up a second. So just to tilt people, just to make them mad because I'm killing them, and to make them play worse, I made my name the most, I took the most obnoxious, biggest character, which is the % sign, just so they would play worse and I would win. And that's how it came to be.
Well, thanks for that story. Shit.
And
I
you go
forgot
with
what story you were telling
lots and
us.
lots of percents, like % signs, or just like
Yeah,
one
because
big percentage?
No, it had to be lots of % because one big is just going to be a small name then.
Yeah, I joined
1%.
late, and I was wondering if it's like scaled up to, and that was sort of
no, it doesn't.
If it's scaled to a certain width, and so the % was blocking out the most of that width or something.
Where have you been, eggshells?
This is the game
How
that
did you get
I
up
was
to?
asked.
Having dinner and watching Amazing Race because I'm applying for the new Amazing Race. So we got to get
Hope you get it, man. Hope you get it.
previous seasons. Oh, I definitely want to get it. I think it'll be so much fun. Got all strats. My
Did you
girlfriend's
say
got
you've
the
been on a
puzzles and
previous
stuff.
season?
No, we've been watching previous seasons. I've done
Oh,
like
roger that.
reality TV, but never been a competitor in something. Been a judge.
Oh my god, were you in Big Brother?
No. That would be a competitor.
Did you apply for that?
No, that kind of stuff I find a bit cringy. I like the idea that it's like ability
Good.
based.
Perfect.
But like, no, like just sort of, hey, look at my personality. like, oh, I don't know. Plus,
Yeah, if you want
in
to gig
case
on
you haven't
radio,
noticed, people don't always like my personality.
oh no, your personality's all right. You just got misguided beliefs. That's all, mate. You can sort that out. We'll help you.
You couldn't persuade them, maybe?
I could try.
Riggs, if you watch my
Oh,
stream, this is the game I was asking if you were playing.
Oh
Or if
yeah.
you've
You
heard
know
of.
what? Soldat's a really old game. It's like a side scroller thing, right?
Yeah.
It's like a fucking something you're shooting. Okay. Yeah. This, you know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of Lemmings.
Yeah.
Dude, I love Lemmings.
It reminds me of
what about the photo?
Worms a little bit.
Worms? Yeah.
Yeah.
Worms also. Dude, Lemmings and Worms, I learned that, like strategy.
Yeah. I love Worms, and I used to love Lemmings as a kid. I don't think I played in years, but Worms is great fun.
Well then, fucking back to fucking Earth and stuff after all this chit chat. So Aries failure, hey? Pretty definitive. Everyone likes to avoid it and say, oh, blah, blah, blah.
Well, why do flat earthers always say that failures prove the flat earth?
Classic. I like it.
Yeah, it's a Gem Panda quote right there.
Yeah, no, good rebuttal there.
The only thing that failed was that they assumed that the Earth was a globe.
Oh no, he failed in his hypothesis for sure. But the data itself.
Oh, I'm not being specific. I'm just saying, like, in all these different tests, they say that, you know, it didn't work out, or they had to come up with some other idea because there's no motion, or, you know, if the Earth was moving and spinning, then there's no motion, or, you know, just, I don't know, just all these different things.
Oh, Lorentz contraction, you know, fucking hell. Apparatus shrinking.
Well, and based on what? Lorentz contraction based on what? The premise that the Earth were a globe and was moving.
Oh, the motion, yeah, exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
I love it.
If you take that out, it doesn't make any sense. You don't have to do anything.
And it fucking wouldn't happen anyway. It's not even logical.
And slightly, this is for whites as well. If you came around to thinking the Earth was spherical, would you still think that, like, probably there was some psyop involved in the flat Earth stuff? Like that's why they present it or make the. Do you reckon?
It depends. It would depend very much on what proves to me the globe.
Right. Yep,
Like, I think the evidence would dictate that. I definitely believe there's entities involved in it for sure, like controlled opposition, without a doubt. I mean, Flat Earth Society obviously is a very big evidence for that. But yeah, there's definitely controlled opposition in every facet. The government have got their fingers, you know.
I would say the big shift into Tartaria and a lot of that shit is just pure conjecture, and they just try to fold all that in. It has nothing to do with flat Earth. It's not evidence based. It's just garbage. I mean, not all of it's garbage. Some of it's interesting, but I mean, like, it's storytelling. It's fantastical fucking storytelling, and it's been weaponized against flat Earth.
Yeah, I don't know about weaponized. It may well have been, but I do believe that people have branched off in those sort of directions because there's actually a bit of a following to be had with it, believe it or not, and there's money to be made. There's no money in flat Earth, but there's money to be made in some of these other little avenues because you get quite a following, you know, in all those aspects, not just Terraria, mud flood fucking stuff, but all sorts of stuff, aliens, shit, you know.
Yeah,
9/11.
It's a big thing that when we were first starting to like do stuff in YouTube, me and my girlfriend were researching it a lot. And the thing we found is like just do regular uploads is a huge thing. The other thing is like stake out a plot on a really small territory when people are like, I do gear reviews and I do this and I do that and I do that and I try to do everything for everybody, or something really general like cars. You'll struggle to get anywhere because there are huge players already in the area and not a very dedicated or like interested fan base. Whereas if you were like, we do motorcycle, adventure, off-road, travel style videos, it fits such a tiny little niche that you like a chunk of people will follow you just because you're there. And that's one of the things YouTube says as well, is like, find the smaller the niche, the bigger the following. Because, you know, if you're into like some weird like crochet using a bizarre thread but only of, you know, portraits of ex-presidents or something, you'll be such a small niche that anybody interested in that will be sub to you and clicking refresh on your you know, main page on the day you're meant to be releasing. Like we only had, I think we've only got like 4,000 subs or something like that, and we stopped posting now for a while, but we had people like on Wednesdays being like, where's my fucking video? Getting really shirty with us. So I think the same thing you were saying about Flat Earth is the same, which is like you can build a big following because it's a not super.
No,
small,
no, the
I was saying the opposite.
I don't know if you've been Googling Flat Earth much, but it doesn't work in the algorithm. They only promote Mark Sargent and maybe like one other person, and everything else is CBS and NBC and, you know, just some bullshit.
Oh, yeah, I definitely think that's the case because I regularly will Google it just to try to find what somebody's talking about in chat, and yeah,
it won't happen. You cannot find any useful Flat Earth video whatsoever.
I would absolutely agree with that.
Yeah, I was saying eggshells, that it's more a case of some of these more obscure things like Tartaria and that, as true as they may or may not be, the rabbit hole gets followed by a few flat earthers or whatever, and other conspiracy people, purely because there's more money to be made there. Well, not necessarily money even, but more of a following than Flat Earth. Because Flat Earth has just died in the ass. Whereas a few other searches that are still conspiratorial haven't.
Yeah, they haven't suppressed.
That's the way it is.
But the reason I was wondering, because I was like, I guess I came mostly out of 9/11, but still the toe I have in that is still conspiratorial is basically the angle that I came around to this from watching what's it called? South Park. South Park made an episode on it where Randy Marsh becomes a like pretty loud 9/11 truther, and their like summary at the end of two of the kids talking to one another is like, maybe the military did suppress the information getting out about it, but not because it was faked but by themselves, but because they kind of wanted you to think it was faked by themselves because that's better for them. They don't want you to know that 18 disorganized drunk Saudis managed to do this, pull off this massive coup. They kind of want you to think that they did it. But what I'm getting at is my view now is still actually a conspiracy. It's just a different one. One that like incorporates the mainstream narrative, but then still has this tacked on conspiracy.
Wouldn't you think, though? I mean, that's an interesting thought. But wouldn't you think that narrative would have been pushed harder in all the alternative medias? I've personally never even heard of that. I don't watch South Park.
Yeah.
And I've never heard of that particular narrative. So if that was something they wanted to push out,
sounds like a great script.
I would have heard about that.
Well, because you wouldn't. That's exactly the narrative you wouldn't want people thinking. Like, because apparently, like the idea that Osama didn't do 9/11 is like I was talking to I had a Pakistani boss for a while, and he's like, everybody in Pakistan thinks that's true. Everybody in Pakistan is like, clearly it was America did this to themselves.
Yeah.
And I can get the sort of logic behind it, like bizarrely, and this will be even for people who would wish that kind of stuff on America. And it's a little bit like when you meet neo-Nazis and they are Holocaust deniers. You know, and I was always like, why would you be a Holocaust denier if you're a neo-Nazi? Like, shouldn't we be like, awesome, we did the Holocaust? But it's this thing of like, no, we didn't, because that would make us the bad people. But we would, which is weird contradiction to me.
Yeah, are we allowed to mention that sort of stuff on this channel? Are
Actually,
we?
that's a good point.
Hey, have you watched? What's it called? The Greatest Story Never Told.
Yes.
Eggshells.
No, what's the greatest story?
Oh man, you need to watch it with your girlfriend. It's 6 hours, but it's a movie.
6 hours, but Jesus, why do you always have such long recommendations?
Because, you know, everything else is fake, so
Don't you have the time? Don't you have the time, Eggshells?
But can't the things be true and like succinct? Is that how you say it? Succinct? I don't know how to say that word.
Succinct.
Succinct? Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like it should be, but it's spelt kind of. Let me check. I think you're right. Percentage.
Short, sharp, and shiny, mate. That's the Aussie
Yeah.
word. Short, sharp, fucking shiny.
Succinct, right? You are percentage and white.
Yeah, I like mine better, personally.
Short, sharp, and shiny. Yeah.
Short, sharp, and shiny.
Like I tried to watch that one that you shared, even though that was the shortened version, and I was like, I mean, admittedly, I was cleaning the kitchen and stuff while I was doing it, while I was watching it, but I was like, the fuck is he talking about? I couldn't make heads or tails.
Yeah, you need the pictures, mate. He's got different lingo. So yeah, ballers never want to address that definitive evidence of Aries' failure. They always want to just say, "Oh, haven't you read the conclusion?"
Definitive evidence
It's
of
like, well,
say again?
Aries' failure.
Aries, what's that?
It proves that. Jesus Christ, Eggshells, where have you been?
it shows that the star is moving independent of the Earth.
Yeah, come on, Eggshells. Here you are. I know what you're going to do. You're going to read out the conclusion.
I don't. I
And then
just
you're
don't
gonna
know
tell me about
anything
the
about
ether.
how does. Oh, hang on.
No, fair enough. That's right.
Third post is: does Aries' failure really prove the Earth is flat?
Yeah, we'll click on that one because that will be an honest interpretation of it, I'm sure. Oh, I really hope you're getting a psych. Not sure.
Yeah, I'm not missing it. Don't worry.
Yeah, no, so I just wasn't sure. Some people, you know. It's so definitive and repeatable. Like kids can do it in school, and I think they even do, but they just get told some really fucked up story that goes along with it, and maybe one kid out of 100 thinks about it. It certainly doesn't rule out the fact that it's possible that both are moving, the stars and the Earth, but it certainly rules out the fact that it's the Earth moving in relation to the stars. It proves that the stars are moving in relation to the Earth.
Shitty squad leader. It's not putting up thingies. I'm reading something about it and I don't quite get it. Something to do with a telescope filled with water rather than air to tell something about the aberration of light. Is that it?
Yeah. So if you think, if you picture the scenario of a telescope at like 90 degrees pointing straight up, say at a star, right? And there's no water in it, for example, that light would be going straight through the lens of the telescope and straight down the bottom into the eyepiece, right? If it was at true 90. Are you with me?
I think so, yeah.
And now if you, so now if you picture the stars now moving above a stationary Earth, the telescope to actually see the star into the eyepiece has to actually be tilted forward, right? because of the motion to actually get the starlight to travel through into the eyepiece. Now, that could be slowed down to actually get it into the eyepiece. They put water in the telescope to slow the light down. So it enters the telescope, hits the water, and slows down. And that's how they ended up getting it into the eyepiece. Now, if it was the
speed
Earth
of light
moving,
is slower in water. I didn't know that either.
yeah, just a thicker medium. Oh no, okay. Technically, the speed of light stays the same, but because the medium is more dense, it takes longer to travel through it. Okay, that's the technical jargon.
What?
Well, not
Speed is
technical
taking
jargon, but
the
the
time.
technical bit.
But speed is time to travel.
It's still
I don't
traveling
understand
at the
how the
same
speed can be
speed.
the same, but it takes longer to travel. That doesn't make sense to me.
Okay, because the medium's denser, right? So it's got more to go through.
Right.
Right.
So it slows.
Does that make sense? Okay, picture a car doing 100 kilometers on the bitumen, cruising along, and then it hits a really muddy puddle. The wheels are still going 100, but you're not doing 100 anymore, are you?
What?
Right, you're going to slow down significantly in the mud, aren't you?
My wheels are still going to do 100.
Well, so if you kept your foot on the pedal, and the wheels were still doing 100 like they're on the bitumen, then you hit the mud puddle.
Noise trolling?
Don is muted. Maybe he was trying to troll us.
Yeah, let him go. He can be bored. People don't like hearing the truth, do they, Dawn? Anyway, so if it was the Earth spinning instead of the stars, the telescope would have had to be pointed further forward. But it wasn't. It was only ever kept at the 5 degrees. So in the data,
God.
hello?
Yep.
In the data, this is all evident. Obviously, the hypothesis and conclusion were for a different experiment. So when you read about it and you read the hypothesis, it'll confuse you as to what I'm saying. But if you look at the data as to what the telescope had to do with the water, it points out that it wasn't the Earth that's moving and the stars are moving.
But so does light
above
travel
a stationary
faster and slower in water or not?
No. Technically, the speed of light is the same. So terminology-wise, you can't say light travels slower because light travels the same speed. But it just happens to go from point A to point B a bit slower because it has to go through that medium.
Hang on. Speed is definitionally the time taken to go from point A to point B.
Yeah,
So
but
how can you say
terminology,
the speed stays
eggshells.
the same,
You
but
are
it takes
saying
longer
the
to go from
speed
point
of
A to point
light is different to the time traveled, isn't it?
But
like I said before, you got a car doing 100 kilometers an hour, cruising along. What it says on the speedo, 100 kilometers an hour. You hit the mud. You don't move your foot on the pedal. The speedo still says you're fucking doing 100 because the wheels are still turning, but they're slipping in the mud, and you're physically not going 100 kilometers an hour anymore.
But what
You're
was the
going
wind
much
speed?
slower.
But that just means my speed is wrong.
Oh, the pedo tunes were fucking on the wrong angle. Sorry, bro.
Because it sounds like. Let me just try and steel man what you're saying, White, so maybe you can correct it.
Don't steal man it. Just listen. Just listen.
Right. So it sounds
Don't
like what you're
steal
saying
man
is
it.
light's going the same speed, but it's taking longer to get from A to B. Is that correct?
Because of the medium, yeah.
So it is correct. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
Riggs, does
Yeah.
that make sense to
And
you?
if you can't make sense of that,
I
just think
wasn't
about it.
paying attention. What I
Let me
missed?
try again.
So
Light's still traveling
okay,
the
go
same
on.
speed, but it's taking longer to get from A to B. Does that make sense to you? Does that seem like a consistent statement?
Light itself is traveling.
Well, I mean that's the modern photon theory.
Light.
So you tell me, dude.
Yeah, it's there readily.
Yeah, the speed of light is very confusing to me. So if we're
Well,
invoking some weird relativity,
I guess
I don't understand.
what
But speed to me seems like the time it takes to cover a certain distance, and it sounds like White is simultaneously saying it's going the same speed, but it's going slower. By saying it's going the same speed, but it's taking longer to get to it.
In every case, I mean, it's in a medium, right? So it changes within a medium. So
not to answer.
Yeah.
Who's not
I got
answering?
your colour, buddy. We're not the only one. I'm not the only one in here with tactics. We all got our tic tacs.
What?
Black talk. Yeah, no, eggshells. I'm sorry. It's
I mean,
a
I
little
was
bit
just trying to help you understand what he was saying. I guess if
Sure.
I understood it correctly, I don't know.
Sure. So do you want to explain
It's
that?
what happens when you mention Aries failure. People just like shut down. They like can't comprehend
But I
stuff.
mean,
It's pretty weird.
definitionally, my understanding of speed is distance over time. And on the one hand, you're saying it's going the same speed, and the next hand, you're saying it's taking longer to travel, i.e., time, a certain distance, i.e., d. It doesn't make any sense. Like, definitionally, you cannot be going the same speed and covering a distance in a different amount of time. Like,
Yes, it can.
two are
Like
just
I just
so
explained to you
fundamentally
with the car.
opposed. But
The
what you're
speed of the
describing is my
car
speedo
does
showing
100
wrong.
kilometers an hour.
Right, but am
No,
I
I'm saying the
absolutely doing
speedo on the
telling you?
car is doing 100 on the bitumen.
Okay.
It hits the
Okay.
mud. The speedo still does 100, but the car's not going 100
Right,
because
so
the
what is my
medium has
speed?
changed.
So what is my
Well,
speed?
in the car on the speedo, the car is still doing 100. Who
But what
knows
is
what
my
your speed
actual
is? How
speed?
thick is the fucking mud? Well, it depends on the medium. In this
Right.
case, it's water. It's not mud. Does that make sense to you?
No, not at all. Not even close.
Oh my god! So from a third person, observing point or whatever you want to call it, reference frame, you'll see the car
Okay,
physically
I've got the
slow down
video
from
here.
100 kilometers an hour. Right?
I've got the video
Brilliant.
here.
If you're
It'll go
watching the
over it
car
for
go
you.
down the track and then it hit the mud, you would physically see the car slow down. But as the driver, you're looking at the
slowing down?
speedo, and the speedo is still doing 100
Right,
because
but
you
that
haven't
just
taken your foot
says
off
to
the
me
pedal.
the speedo is indicating the wrong speed. It doesn't say that I am doing a different speed. Right.
No. It's showing you the speed that the car does no matter what the medium. So it could go to gravel, it could go to concrete, it could go to water, mud, fucking sand. The car is set at 100. So it's representing light. Light travels at a certain speed in a vacuum, supposed vacuum, where they just remove the air and then assume there's nothing else. Little bit disingenuous. But
I mean, to
anyway,
be honest,
so in a
dude, we don't
supposed
even
vacuum,
need we don't even need to say that it's going at a different speed to say that it just shows up in a different place.
Yeah, that's the thing that
No,
I
but
wasn't understanding.
eggshells
The
are slowing.
Like we could just leave speed out of it and just say it's showing up where it shouldn't be. And then I
That's
showed a
what I was
video.
thinking about the aberration. It sounded like what it was saying. What it was more about was something. It sounded vaguely more similar to refraction.
Well, yeah,
but
what
it
we're doing,
refracts when
we're
it
creating a
changes into the
situation.
medium, and then the speed slows down. Eggshells. So it changes angle, yes, but then the speed also slows down.
How do you define speed?
Oh my god!
Is it distance
It
over
is
time
distance
or not?
over time.
Okay.
Yes, but light travels at a set speed. Do you not know your own bullshit? Like seriously?
No, I don't. I don't know.
This is your own bullshit.
Globe model.
Would you guys like me to stream this this video at 6 minutes? It's not 6
Which
hours.
one is that? Oh shit! 6. What video you got?
Aries failure.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, do it.
Okay.
Let me switch around just a second. Or tell us when you're streaming. I'm still being an army man.
Tell all your
I'm in.
fans, eggshells. Let them know you're about to.
I'm in.
I don't know how many times I need to say this to you, but I tell people when I'm streaming.
Oh, sorry, I might have missed it. I don't listen to everything. Eggshells. I've got to
I
change
tell
it.
people when I'm streaming. I don't just blindside people.
I also get a notification when he's streaming.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why don't you stream it, mate?
I'm
Be a good one to
streaming my
watch.
main channel. If you're ever suspicious, just switch on my Harry Key channel and we'll get it. You'll see if I am.
Why don't you stream it, mate? Be a good one to watch.
Fuck that.
Is anyone going to watch this?
I might give it a go tomorrow.
Yes, please do.
Yeah,
yes,
Okay.
please. Yes, please.
There's nobody connected, so
I'm watching.
Where
I'm
are you?
not gonna
Sorry,
click
which?
play.
Who are you? Who are we talking to?
Who are you?
Is this Riggs? Riggs, watch stream with Riggs. All right,
Yes,
here.
Riggs. Let's go, Riggs. Go, 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 boy. Go, go, go.
Oh, okay. Everyone shut the fuck up.
Not sure if I can.
Where would they have put an outpost?
Can't hear it.
From behind. I'm not getting any. Oh, but I would have turned your sound down.
I've seen it.
Of course you have, Jack.
Yeah. Proving that the Earth is not moving. Air is failure.
Okay. I see.
They changed the angle.
I was saying water does slow down light.
This is because
Yeah,
the
of course it
starlight
does.
moves much more when passing through water. However, if the telescope is tipped further, say
Wouldn't
10
that be
degrees,
against
then the
relativity?
starlight will then be visible again in the eyepiece. It has to be tipped further because the light is now slower when in the telescope. But if the starlight is going past the telescope at 5 miles an hour, then when it is filled with water, no further tipping is needed because the light is coming in at 5 degrees anyway. The starlight stays on the same path but is only travelling slower in the water. To recap, if it is the telescope that is moving, then when it is filled with water, it has to be tipped further to see the star. If the telescope is stationary and the starlight drifting past us, then it does not have to be tipped further. In 1871, George Biddle Airy, the Astronomer Royal, performed this experiment. This is a copy from his original report. You can see that the two readings are virtually identical. If it had been the telescope that was moving, Airy expected a figure of 30 seconds of arc. In fact, he only managed to read 0.8 seconds of arc difference. Bradley first discovered stellar aberration, and it is interesting that in his report, Airy mentions that it was now about 100 seconds of arc, and that it was still slowly diminishing. This indicates that the speed of light was still decreasing in measurable amounts when Airy performed his experiment in 1871. The result of Airy's experiment, known as Airy's failure,
I think you all
was
could do
that
a
the
lot
telescope does
better.
not have to be tipped further.
There's no
This
real need to
proved
limit yourself.
that it was the
You don't have
incoming
to
light
be,
that was moving
complacent.
past a stationary telescope fixed to the stationary Earth. What is interesting in his very
Agreed.
brief report of only 4
You don't
pages
have to be shackled
is
to
that
any model
not once did he
or,
refer to the
coerced into
astonishing
believing
results
we live on
that
a
the
globe.
experiment
Give it up.
Bro, we're watching a video. Shut up.
that the Earth was stationary.
You shut up.
This experiment
And
was
your video
also
sucks.
dismissed by Wikipedia, which said
Where's your video?
ether drag test.
Ever heard
The
of
main
YouTube.com,
article,
bro?
Luminiferous ether. By means of a water-filled telescope, Airy in 1871 looked for a change in stellar aberration through the
Cartoon
refracting
experiment.
water due to an ether drag. Like in all other ether
This stuff now is talking about his
obtained
actual
a
experiment,
negative
which is
result.
different to what we just saw. So there you go.
This is a gross distortion of the truth. That he did not have to change the angle proved that it was the ether drifting past the stationary surface of the Earth.
I think Sinclair could do better.
Sinclair.
I think you guys need to give up your
Repeatable,
science.
guys. You can all go and repeat it, and then you can come up with your own reason as to why it proves fucking the Earth's moving.
I'll post the link again.
You could repeat it too, right?
I'll post the link again.
I mean, I've got a telescope, but
oh wait, that's not
Yeah,
it.
I've seen that one.
Filling it with water.
I've seen it. I've posted it. So
You want to fill it with water?
No, no, I don't.
Yeehaw!
It's just lenses.
I mean, I wouldn't intelligibly, even after that explanation, which was pretty good, wouldn't intelligibly be able to tell what meant what by moving the telescope or tilting the telescope or filling it with water.
Just get a good
I pay
insurance.
attention, but I'm not smart enough.
Just get good insurance.
Oh, eggshells. That is pathetic. Is that honestly your excuse?
Good on you, but
you're not fucking intelligent enough to understand if the light's moving and the thing's stationary, one thing's going to happen, and if the other thing's happening, a different thing's going to happen. You can't grasp that concept. Honestly, I'm asking an honest question. I'm not being sarcastic.
I'm honestly
right now,
not able to. I wouldn't, if I tilted it by 7 degrees and moved it 4 foot and put sugar water rather than real water, would have no fucking clue, not the first clue what I was actually testing with doing all of that. Doing exactly the same, do it slightly different. After watching that, I still have not even the closest to a clue.
Well, that's not what I asked, but no, fair enough. Oh, at least one of us.
I don't like to look into it.
You don't like to look into it?
No, I don't like to look into it because I don't understand it the same as you.
Yeah, I much prefer ones like even Coriolis for me is one where I'm like, I don't fully get it. Like I kind of, but I don't. But that's like as far as I like to go in the conversation, where I try to want to stay on ones where I'm like, oh, that absolutely makes sense to me.
If you had a real expert, you were working with them, I think you could learn it. If you're talking to flat earthers and globe earthers and they've got 5 reference frames and they're going in and out of truth and just guessing,
conjecture,
you're never going to learn.
Guesswork, yeah.
That's why I like about Coriolis. Come on, I'll detail it for you.
I barely understand Coriolis. I think that's absolutely accurate.
You don't understand it at all? You don't get the concept at all?
No, I get the concept. Angular momentum here versus angular momentum there is different, so there is a sort of additive or subtractive kind of quality to it. I get it, but that's what I'm saying. It's right on the edges of what I get about things. But the moment you induce C and speed of light, like that clearly said the speed of light slows down, so it takes longer to get from A to B. And while it was playing, I Googled it, it takes longer to get from A to B. So if you're claiming you understand it, then the statements you were making before when you were saying the speed is the same is correct. When you said it takes longer to get from A to B was wrong. So if you get it, what you said after being invited to repeat it multiple times.
Well, he didn't represent it correctly, did he?
Yeah. Exactly.
Okay, so then who cares?
Which I don't fault Whites for. I don't expect him to understand it because I think it's sort of.
Hang on. Please tell me what I did wrong, and I'll point out that you're wrong.
No, just you.
That was great. Please.
You misspoke about some of the speed of the light. It doesn't matter though. It doesn't matter. We showed the video.
The speed of light. The speed of light is constant.
It does change
the way, but
it does change. Well,
oh my gosh, we're talking about 2 different things here.
Go on, sorry, Rick.
Yeah, well, eggshells is confused because he thinks when I say the speed.
No, he's not confused.
Slow down.
He's not confused. No, look. Mainstream says the speed of light is a particular speed. Okay, we're not saying that at all. Like Flat Earth, as far as I understand, Flat Earth thinks that the speed of light is dependent on medium. So it's like just a different take on the same thing.
No.
Which is the same.
How fast light goes from A to B in a medium is dependent on the medium. But light is always traveling at a constant speed.
Not quite. So
that's a contradictory. That's a contradiction.
It's just, on its face, it's a contradictory statement. So the way
but that's the bull rhetoric. That is your maths. That is the bull rhetoric.
I mean, you just let me then correct it so that when you're trying to present the bull rhetoric, you get it right. The speed of light is constant, but in certain matters, it will appear to slow down. So in water, it does quote unquote travel slower. It takes longer to
Oh my God. Are you really just saying what I've said? But you're telling me I said it wrong and you're repeating it the same as I said it.
No, I'm
and now it's right.
You said it. You're not listening.
Oh my God.
You said the speed of light stays constant. The speed stays constant, but it takes longer to get from A to B. Those two things are mutually exclusive. They are totally mutually exclusive. You cannot say
two different things.
I'm taller, but I'm shorter. It just doesn't make sense. It's just a contradiction in terms.
No.
I can explain it for you if you like, but you can just
say you can't explain it when you don't understand it.
I won't explain it. Then that's fine.
It's not worth. It's not worth sorting out. It has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
It's also to me slightly like beyond like speed of light. Relativistic speeds just don't make any sense to me.
Look, all we need to know is that the angle and the motion of the telescope changed where the target of the star was inside of the telescope. That's all you need to know.
Does it give
but then he claims he can't understand it because he's too stupid and can't get the concept.
No. It's just
light works. What the fuck?
No, it's not. It's
not that I get how light works. I just know how speed is defined. You can't say both.
Yeah, but that's not what I was talking about. Speed between A and B is different between the speed of something.
Yeah, you're back to saying it the wrong way again.
Well,
no. Speed of something, definitionally, like the word is defined by how long it takes to get from A to B.
Okay, are things not made up of stuff?
It's a bit of a left turn there. But
alrighty then.
The understanding that I've found
that makes up a medium.
That it's in denser media such as water, glass, and diamond, which have refractive indexes. What is causing the slowing down is that it is basically bouncing back and forth. And in
here we go. I'll give you an example that'll help you.
Einstein
I'll give you an example. Okay, so light comes in, it goes through water, and then it comes out of that water back into the same medium it was before. So air, water, air. So it goes from air, light hits the water, appears to slow down, and then hits the air again, and then appears to get faster. So how did it get faster if it wasn't going the same speed the whole time? Did it accelerate out of the water? No. It was fucking going the speed of light the whole time. It just appeared to slow down in the water. But it did, didn't it? Because you can get a stopwatch out, can't you? You can get a stopwatch out and see that it slowed down, can't you?
No, I'm pretty sure I couldn't.
Yes.
I could not get a stopwatch.
We just saw it in the telescope in the animation. That's what happens. It comes in at a certain speed and slows down, and you can time
it slows
that.
down. Absolutely, it slows
down. You know, I'm not sure. Light even.
If it went out of the water, it would speed back up, wouldn't it? Or would it stay the same speed?
No, to speed back up.
Right. So it must be going the same fucking speed the whole way through.
No, that's not.
Oh no! Somehow it gets energy. It gets energy upon exiting the medium of water.
Energy.
It gets somehow imparted into boom, back up to speed. Like, just think, man.
I don't know. I'm not even sure that light has a speed, to be honest. I think it's instant, maybe.
It's the bull rhetoric. I don't fucking know either. Bull rhetoric is that light speed is constant, and it appears to slow down because of the medium.
I completely agree. It goes against the law of relativity.
What's that?
speed of light slows down, then it speeds up again.
Goes against the law of relativity.
Yep.
Explain it for us.
The law of relativity says that the speed of light is constant in a vacuum. Now, if it slows down in a medium, that goes against the rule.
Well, and how do we know light has a speed?
Yeah, even that befuddles me.
Yeah, well, that gets into more ball rhetoric. Rhetoric is that it stays constant. It doesn't slow down, but it does slow down. Which is why I pointed out the rhetoric. Because, yeah. Anyway.
Well, does it slow down or is it refraction?
So the description I've got, I can read it out for you. Denser media, blah, 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 have a higher refractive index. However, this represents an absorption and re-radiation delay between atoms, as do all slower than c speeds in material substances, as extreme examples of light slowing in matter. So it's basically, the way I'm getting it is like, it's like going into the atom and then coming back out of the atom, and that's just taking longer, but between each of the atoms, if you will. This is my reading of it. I don't understand any of this shit, and I'm not pretending to. It's still traveling at light speed. So speed of light isn't changing. It's like it's being absorbed and re-radiated. But
yeah, and at the same speed. It's not losing any energy.
I don't know about losing energy.
Well, that's the explanation, but
yeah,
I don't think there's any indication that light actually has a speed. For all I know, it could be instant.
Yeah,
throughout the whole,
I think a lot of people in fact,
of course.
That. In fact, I used to think like, what if we're in a simulation and the speed of light, like light is instant? But
well, no, that would be ether.
In the simulation, it is lag, basically.
No, like okay. So if everything's connected with this persistent medium, right, then it would be no different than if there was a big, like a really long stick, and you're holding one end and I'm holding the other end, and we just yank it back and forth.
I'll tell you about his really long stick. So
yeah.
I remember asking this with my physics teacher, and I Googled it again recently. And he said, nothing can break the speed of light. And I said, what about if I had a pole, because they told us the sun's, was a couple of seconds away how far it is. And I was like, what about if I had a pole that went all the way to the moon and was made of some very rigid material?
Well, then you would star in some very adult films.
Thank you very much. I will not, though. What about if I poked the moon? Would that be transmitting basically information to the moon at faster than light speed because it would be instant? And he said, no, the poke would travel down the pole at the speed, not of light, but of sound. And I was like, that sounds like bullshit to me. It still doesn't make sense to me to this day.
Yeah.
I Googled it just the other day, and apparently that's still the quote-unquote model.
It's nonsense. So
right.
Well, it's not nonsense because he says the speed of sound, which makes it confusing. By bringing in the word sound, it's confusing, but it's not as vibration. Obviously, that's what sound is. But you're vibrating and creating a force at the end, and that has to basically, through percussion, pretty much, go all the way down. That's obviously slower than light, isn't it? So yeah.
Yeah, it's just not. It's just not good enough. It doesn't. I mean, it sounds more like a card trick. It doesn't sound like
it does.
the right answer.
Yeah,
sounds like a cop-out.
None of the stuff makes sense to me. But I've just come to the conclusion, which is like from the same information that you have, I've come to the conclusion that my intuition is a bad way to gauge things that are, as I often say in here, beyond throwing distance or faster than throwing speeds.
What if light is instant, okay, and it's just the direction that the stars refract in light?
Yeah, well, it could be, couldn't it?
Because if that's the case, then that would show that the stars are maybe a light source that's pointing in a particular direction, which would be kind of interesting.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to remember when you point a telescope up at some of these things, you get some pretty interesting images. So you got to look out for that too. Some of them certainly don't appear just to be a light in the sky.
Yeah, I've got no ability to test the speed of light, nor even
It's very contentious,
make sense of the result. So if science turned around tomorrow and said the speed of light has been wrong this whole time, it's instant. Unless I got a strong sense of there being some conspiracy behind it to lie about it, I would just be like, okay, doesn't change my life.
Well, at the end of the day, it's only the scale that matters, isn't it? Because light, as far as we perceive, is fucking. We're only told that it takes. And it matters because of scale, because things have to travel a certain distance, and therefore light must take time to get from one place to another. Whereas in reality, light is just fucking instant, isn't it? We don't know that a star was born a billion years ago, and it took ages for the light to even get here for us to see it. And so, we don't know these things. It's all calculated and we're told.
Interesting. No, I'm reading. So there's the speed of light, and that's how they acquired the refractive index. So if light's instant, then the refractive index is merely just a cover for whatever its utility is.
No, if light was
for storytelling purposes.
It certainly could be. I haven't thought of this before, but now that you raise it, the speed of light could be instant because it is beyond. Like if I was going to sort of adopt a flat earther mentality without going flat, I could say they could create a kind of dome by saying the Earth is flat. Sorry, no, I'm trying to also attack Omaha Beach while getting shot at while explaining this, but it's quite a cool idea. Light is instant, let's say, but they've told us it takes time because one of the killers for me, like I'm fascinated and love the idea of space and think it's actually really important and that we should become an interplanetary species. But the thing that's really depressing about that whole thing is because of the speed of light, the moment you try to calculate how long would it take us to get to even Alpha Centauri, which I believe they don't think has any planets around it, right? So the closest star, which wouldn't even be any good for human habitation, would take you thousands upon thousands upon thousands of years. And the problem with that is light, the speed of light, right? You can't go that fast. So what about if they created
the other thing is we can't go anywhere, can we? Can we though?
Exactly. What if they created a dome or a limitation by telling us there's a speed of light and going, even if you were traveling at light speed, it would take you thousands of years and you can never travel at light speed because people in my squad are talking so much, that's why I'm struggling as well. So they create this construct of the speed of light because that creates a kind of dome where you go, well, you're never leaving this solar system, you're stuck here. So don't think about going anywhere else, people.
Well, it's true, isn't it? But that is the actual truth, though, isn't it? Really, there is no way of us being able to. We don't have the technology. We can't leave this Earth anyway. It's just never going to happen. So we're never going to be an interplanetary species because that's not what the Creator intended for us. Never going to happen. Don't dream about it. Don't waste time. Don't waste your money and your efforts. Concentrate more on getting on Earth, on the flat Earth, and living in peace and harmony, and stopping the disease that's known as the powers that shouldn't be. That's what we should be doing.
I'm happy with my motorcycle riding and my camping and my videos and my...
Yeah, that's brilliant. I mean, that's a nice life. That is a nice life whilst you're in prison at the moment. That's a good life. As long as you're able to do that. I believe where you are, I mean, they even restrict your movements at the moment, don't they?
No, we're back.
Are they not? You know, you're on lockdown. You got to show your mask where you go. You know, it's real draconian at the moment. Is it not?
You definitely do need to show you that you've drunk minestrone if you want to go places.
So there we have it. I think that would be a better pastime, you know, to actually band together and fight that ridiculous thing that's going on there.
Yeah, I don't want to fight it.
That,
really.
Yeah, that's so you've given
Yeah.
up. You've given up.
Fight it all the way.
Fight against any rule, even if it's a good rule. Just fight against it.
No.
Well, that sounds like a rule, though. Fight against that rule is a rule. I'm going to fight against that rule.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's rule number one.
the speed of light was found by dividing the diameter of Earth's orbit by the time difference. So this would have to be, it would have to be bullshit then.
Hang on, what? Dividing the diameter. I mean, but you could find something in it and get it wrong and then still refine it or happen upon the right numbers. So that doesn't, even if Earth doesn't have an orbit, that doesn't necessarily mean it's, but it doesn't make any sense to me.
The
So
speed of light
explain
is
that again.
over 670 million miles an hour in space, apparently. That's fast.
Okay, so the equivalent. Okay, so this came out to 131,000 miles per second, but the correct value is 186, according to someone else. So let me.
Yeah,
Right,
there
so
are
they
so
got
many
it
numbers
wrong the
out there.
first time. Yeah, it's,
Well, you know, they got the size of the sun wrong about 10 plus times. So
sure, that's to me how science should work. If you say it is X and X never changes, that to me is a religion.
No, but what they did was put it in the textbooks at the start. Here it is. It's fact, kids. Blah blah blah.
My brother
And
was
then,
still
oh
taught
shit,
that
hang on, we
ether
got something
theory.
wrong. New textbooks come out. This is fact, kids.
well,
Blah,
how
blah,
many
blah,
times
blah.
should you put it in the wrong hole before you just give up?
Yeah.
You should never give up.
It shows Newton didn't know the distance to the sun.
Yeah.
Cool. I can believe that.
Newton, Sir Isaac Newton.
How difficult could it be?
I mean, I don't know how I measure it. I get the idea that they measure it with the transit of Venus, but those are just words I string together to explain it. I still wouldn't really be able
that
to
would mean
intelligently work through it, so that somebody else could get it wrong
transit
is,
of Venus.
to me, entirely impossible.
Well, I want to know why they ever thought light had a speed in the first place.
Yeah.
Because they had to do away with the ether.
I mean, I can see it. I can see them going, everything else has a speed.
Would it be because we can see the stars and they're coming at us they feel at sun rays, especially the distance they give us to the stars?
I'll
and
patch
to
you up
Polaris,
just
for
a sec.
example. Somehow.
What's the speed of an electron through like a wire? Because that seems.
I don't know. I think electrons, when they're like moving through wires for electricity, I think I've heard people say that happens at the speed of light. But then I've also heard that they say that like electrons, when they're moving in their orbit, don't really move as much as they punch through from one like altitude, if you will, to another, and don't appear to pass through any space in between. So effectively are instantaneous. And none of that makes any fucking sense.
So there you go. Electricity is fucking the same as light. That's cool.
That's what I've been vaguely recall being told. It could entirely be wrong, and it could be lies, and it could be misrememberings. I wouldn't take any of that to the bank.
Oh, really? It's not like you, eggshells.
To speak without certainty.
Well, yeah, normally you're, confident of what you say.
I'm confident. I just don't like speaking in terms of certainty.
Well,
I think that's
truth is
one
finally
of the main
settling
things I
in
try
that
to
he knows
encourage
that
people to
everything
learn.
he's talking about is all speculation.
Yeah.
Confident.
One of the main things I encourage people to do, particularly when I'm working with leaders, speak confidently, but speak in terms of uncertainty. And it's like a difficult balance to strike, but I think a really super valuable one.
Just like to say, I found a wonderful GIF of the Venus transit.
Oh, show us that. Slap it in the chat, bruv.
Could be CGI, but it's beautiful either way.
Yeah, it's cool.
Love GIFs.
Does look like a sphere passing in front of another sphere, doesn't it? Doesn't say anything about what we were on, but it does look like a sphere passing in front of another sphere.
Okay.
Real. It's wonderful, isn't it? Bloody hell.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I love that. That's what I was so disappointed by as a kid. Like I've said many times, I used to want to, when somebody said, what do you want to be when you grow up? I was like, I want to be an explorer. I want to explore unexplored lands. And
found them all.
And yeah, now I've found them all. And then I was like, oh, I'll be a scientist. And it was like, no, we've discovered them all. You know, like we've done all that stuff. There's not much, like, if you think about since our childhood, there's not many like penicillin level life-changing stuff that's able to be done.
You've got to be more innovative now, haven't you?
Yeah. Or just sort of delve into a realm of stuff that is, I would say, largely speaking, incomprehensible.
Yes.
Yes,
There might be
like
more
NASA
to
moon
find out.
landings, for example.
You'd be religious.
Like NASA
Yes.
moon landings, for example.
They show
There might
this
be
in
more
the
to
movie
find out
sometime.
now than before.
Say again, Godric, and then the Dawn.
There may be more to find out now than ever before.
This is
Sure.
true.
I mean, that's one of the things I would say would be so excited about as a flat earther that I could like just redraw a map, just get a map and be like, this. You plot your paths on this, puppy, and you'll be saving lives and saving money and getting places quicker, and you'll be a trillionaire overnight.
It's all on a flat map in Turkey already. So you don't know a computer.
Some routes fly near Antarctica. There's no reason you would ever fly near Antarctica. Like the map's got to be out, right? You can't just say it's flat map to a globe. That doesn't sort of hand waving.
Well, no,
in my opinion.
but that's no one can independently verify any of that though. You can't physically be in two places at once. No, you can't. How?
Bullshit. You can
How?
travel from A to B. Test
Of course you
distances.
can travel to A, but how? We're back to what? Over the water, over the land? What are we doing here? Where are we doing it?
On a motorbike. Just take a motorbike and a sextant and a... Like you could
So
do
all
it
the
with tools you could
longitudinal
fit in a
lines,
top
they're all
box.
the same. So it's latitudinally from the equator out. So we've got to
Well, no,
go, we've got to look for some
I think
land.
all of it would be out. I think all of it would be out by a bit. And the further south you go, the more it'd be out. But even well, no, I think it depends. I mean, all of the maps don't make sense, but I think of the AE map, it would be further out the further south you go, and further out.
We don't
the
really
closer up
care what you
towards the north
think. How would we
go.
definitively show one or the
East-west
other?
would be curved, which would be fascinating. You could prove that a curved east-west.
Oh, hang on. So you can prove curvature, could you?
Curved east-west? Sure, you could. Yeah, absolutely.
Quick, go on. Because if we can show curvature, dude, this is over.
Oh,
you show
100%
curvature, we are done.
Because here's the thing. I'm not saying curved vertically. I mean, it'd be curved left-right. So all you would need to do is go, I'm on a line where I've got due north-south, right? Definitely 90 degrees from that is going to be east-west. And then using a bearing to a mountain or something that you could go, that's clearly curving around to the right. So easy to do, to prove that the east-west line wasn't straight. Piss easy to do, particularly because you don't have to deal with all of these challenges with refraction.
No. A straight line is a straight line.
Please do it, Eggshells. Make a
That's what
video,
I'm saying.
champ.
Yeah.
But east-west would be curved. On a Gleason map, east-west would be curved, wouldn't it, Jen?
Not necessarily. You can go
So how could
straight
east-west be
east
straight?
on a bearing, a heading, and keep it in that direction. You don't have to be going in a circular motion.
But to follow that bearing, would I end up hitting the ice wall, or would I end up going around in a circle?
If you would end up hitting the ice wall, of course. If you stuck on a bearing, on a heading, and you didn't deviate at all, and you just kept it pinned, you're gonna hit the wall.
Yeah, which is loopy, right? To me, which is like sometimes what that
It's
says is
not
sometimes
loopy at all.
east.
It's not loopy at all, is it?
Well, let me explain why.
You're following a straight path.
Let me explain why, though.
You're following a straight. You see, a straight path cannot be curved. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that, bro. But what you would find is east